Hello, everybody, and welcome to the OS World Cup 2023. We are here bringing you our first match of the year. That is right. Qualifiers are over. The seeds have been revealed. The pool has been shown. And we are here showcasing our first two teams of the year. It's going to be Chile versus Sweden. I will be one of your commentators today and organizer, Chile Pair. I am joined by the very talented, wildly attractive iFlame. How are we this evening?
Hillier, I have never been better, and I think ahead of us we have potentially one of the most exciting OS World Cups that we've had in quite some time. And we are starting off the excitement right with Chile versus Sweden. These are two teams that struggled a little bit last year, have had some really good placements in the past, did drop out in the first round last year, and are looking to improve this year, but both teams have brought some big upgrades to our roster. Talk to me about this Chile roster.
So this Chile roster is kind of a big bolstered roster from last year. So if, we take a look at what we have on the left-hand side here, we got Yuna, Gonza, Intercambing, Mathy, number 37 or NO37, I never know how to fully say that out, Suntan, CTM, TFGE, and XX Chalk Gamer XX. Now, if we compare that to the roster from last year, we're gaining a little bit of strength here. Obviously, two notable players on this roster, at the very least, being Intercambing and Mathy, that did not show up last year. With that being said, there are some other strong players here that we didn't get to see from Chile last year, like TFGE, who is another heavy hitter on this roster. Number 37, Yunha, Gonza, Chalk Gamer, and Suntan all returning. So we're making some big roster improvements for Chile this year, which is exciting me at the prospect of this team potentially having a bit of a better run this time around. Now, what are your thoughts on their opponents in Sweden?
Sweden is another team that does have quite a few returning players, in, of course, Skilla, Phelan, and Tony, but otherwise they've got 5 new ones, so a lot of changes made here. Some big additions, notably Andros and Reedcat have been some of the big carries for Sweden. And so they've got a much better roster as well. They've got some new support behind them too. It's a fairly well-balanced roster. And there's a lot of players looking to make a name for themselves here. Had a solid qualifiers, already improving on, I believe, their qualifiers from last year. So if they can, of course, get out of the first round, they will already be improving. And it's really interesting looking at these two rosters. Obviously on Chile, adding Mathy and Intercambing is probably one of the biggest additions from any team in this tournament. And even in the support, you've got a bunch of players. You look at Gonza and Yunha, who have both been winning a lot of recent 4-digit tournaments. You've got TFGE, who has recently won an open rank tournament a couple of months back. And there's a lot of players that are improving quickly, that have been dominating the top of the 4-digit scene for quite some time, looking to support Intercambing and Mathy. And they're going to be able to put up some big supporting combos. And I think there's a few more question marks for Sweden. They have that solid core of Andros and Scylla, but the rest of the roster is, and Reedcat, of course, but the rest of the roster a little bit less proven. And here we go into the pick bans. We've got an HD2 ban and a DT3 ban from Sweden.
Ooh. All right, so smart bans from both of these teams here. I think the hidden ban coming out of Chile is more on the side of Sweden, having, players like Scylla who can kind of just tear that type of map up. The DT ban coming out of Sweden, again, you're going up against Intercambing, Mathy, number 37. I mean, this is a strong speed roster that we have in Chile here. Strong mechanics to begin with as well. I was thinking something in the realm of these, like DT1, 2, 3, potentially even that Nomad 2 from Sweden, but they went in for that DT3 to start the Piroshki map in here. First pick going to Sweden. Now, this is a team that does have mechanics behind them as well. You talked about Andros being a strong player for them. We've talked about Reedcat being a strong player and Scylla. Now, there are a couple other newer additions, or rather less talked about players on this roster, especially in players like Phelan and Yagiko, who are both equally skilled across the board in their tournament aptitude, I would say, if that's even the word I'm thinking of. Thinking gets hard past 10 p.m. They went for Nomad 4!
That one, I have to say, is a little bit of a surprise. Chile looked fantastic on the No Mod 4 in qualifiers. Of course, this one is a little bit different, a little bit easier, and it is actually one of the easier maps in the pool, despite being the tech map. So maybe they just want to start off with the easier maps, but not necessarily something I was expecting from them. I'm maybe looking towards some of those aim picks, but the No Mod 4 it is, and we might have our lineup set for Sweden here. Reedcat, Scylla, Tony, and Zeepin. Gonna be the first four starting out this Osu World Cup.
This is going to be an interesting map to see between these two teams.
For Chile.
I'm trying to think of the best possible scenario for either of these two teams for rosters on here. This map is big on the aim control. You really need to kind of perfect your cursor placement on this. Now, I am liking the roster from Sweden so far. Tony, Reno, and Scylla, very, very good at this skill set for tech in here. Reedcat was not... I would say the biggest of tech players back when he was playing tournaments super actively. By no means was he, you know, not strong at it, but definitely not chiefly responsible for winning individual tech maps so far. So I'm interested to see, after him not playing the game quite as actively now, where he sits on the spectrum of being able to play these tech maps. Now we've got TFGE and Intercamping, Chalk Gamer and Mathian for Chile. TFGE and Intercamping kind of by themselves terrify me on a tech map. Adding in Mathian and Chalk Gamer is kind of putting two more pieces into the puzzle here, and we're going to see how this plays out for Sweden on their first pick here. They have the serious tech roster to go up against Chile here, but who is going to come out on top as we enter?
This map, fairly good balance of the slider tech and the aim control, so really testing both aspects that you often see in tech, but I think Scylla might be the player to watch out for on Sweden. Was number 14 overall in the tournament on the tech pick in qualifiers, and we'll see if Scylla can put up a similar performance against this Chile lineup.
Well, first big section going to be coming up after this intro here. We're looking for a little bit more of that aim control to come into play once we pass that quarterway mark into the first Ki here. You see the sliders start to pick up velocity a little bit here. More of a requirement between these cut streams, and now we're going to come into the first real section of the map. Who will hold through the cut streams? It is everyone except for Scylla on Sweden. A little bit of a rough start for them. They've got a combo advantage on Chile right now. Sweden's got a bit of catch-up to do here. This is their first pick, and they're going to want to hold on to these three combos for as long as possible here. Tony, Reno's, Binks, and Reedcat all doing well for themselves, but it's 4 full combos for Chile.
Halfway through the map now, and it's starting to be a pretty big lead for Chile, 100,000 points ahead, and again, this is one of the easier maps in the pool. You're not going to be seeing a lot of breaks on this map. It's going to come down to 1 or 2 misses, likely into the ending of this map. And Sweden needs 2 break points right now. Question is, will they get it into the next Ki? We're about to find out.
This is where it's going to matter here. Good combos and good accuracies across the board on the side of Chile here. But they got the double combo break right in the build-up to the next Ki! Oh, no! That is fantastic for Sweden, though.
Those are the 2 they needed, and now Sweden is back in the driver's seat as Chalk Gamer finds yet another miss. Matthew and Intercamping are still holding on, so there's still hope for Chile. But now it's Sweden who has the burden to miss into this ending. This is the hardest part of the map. This is where we can see the drops, and the score could go back over in the instant, but it's very quickly getting out of control, and Sweden might just be taking this first point. It looks like it will be the case. There goes Intercamping, and that's going to be it. 1-0 to Sweden here. They managed to take their own pick in a decisive fashion.
This is absolutely huge for the number 23 seed Sweden. I said seed in Sweden. It is Sweden against the number 10 seed Chile on their first pick of the match. They're going into this one strong on a triple full combo. Scylla just finding that one miss right at the beginning on those cut streams with absolutely stellar accuracy through the remainder of the map. 100, 1 slider break, and 1 miss from him. What a play from Scylla, who I believe is going to be probably one of the heaviest hitters for Sweden this year, although the rest of their roster looking ridiculously confident across the board too. Chile just not quite as much on the consistency for the Nomad 4 pick. But again, we talked about it earlier. Chile is the mechanics team. That's where they really shine. So I'm very interested to see how they look on this Hard Rock 2, or this DT2 pick rather, here when we start to factor in some speed.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, they're so good at these tapping picks, and I think we're going to see Suntan coming in for Chile here. Has been incredible on the DTs so far. And we're probably going to see Gecko in for Sweden on this one, I'd have to imagine. Certainly a Chile favored pick, but Sweden have not looked bad on the DTs. And so they can at least put up a solid score. Recat, another player that had some good scores on the DTs in qualifiers. And we're not seeing Suntan, going to be seeing Mathy instead.
Understandable from them getting that Mathy intercambing in for these DT picks here. Those are two, obviously, of the players you really want to be looking for to perform strongly for Chile on their roster this year, especially for this skill set. I mean, Mathy, he's ready for these types of maps. This is exactly what he shines on. We're going to be seeing some scores probably all the way through into the later rounds from him on these DT picks here. Now for Sweden, they have a bit of a DT roster here. There's actually nothing crazy, off about this. You've got Andros, you've got Yagiko, and of course, Sila for confident speed players here. Reedcat, I'd say, in terms of their speed roster, is probably one of their lower confidence speed players, but definitely can manage. The difference is really going to, again, I think, be between those, kind of like top 3 on the rosters here. So, intercambing Mathy and then a combination of Gonzar, Yunha, and then Sila, Andros, Yagako. But we'll see. We'll see. This pick's got some good length to it. 2.5 minutes.
We will. Has a bit of test on the stamina. Andros is going to find the first miss. And this one does have quite a bit of finger control. The burst just don't stop. And so towards the end of the map, we could see some more accuracy drops as Gonza trades the miss right back. Now, on these earlier stages, the round of 32 pools are a little bit easier, so you don't necessarily need that one big carry player. And a lot of times you are just better off having those 4 solid, consistent players. And we'll see if that's enough for Sweden to get an early break point here, as things are just going to even out now.
Looking good for Chile so far. They've got a bit of an accuracy lead in their favor right now, especially with that miss from Yagiko. That does not do Sweden any favors on the DT2 here. It's Reedcat and Sila trying to go up against some big combos from Yunha, Mathy, and intercambing. The accuracy on Mathy putting in so much work against both of these two full combos on the side of Sweden, not to mention Yunha as well following closely behind. Intercamming a little bit down in the 98. It's going to push 97 after that longer stream right there, but his two teammates absolutely rocking it through this map comfortably here. And Gonza with that supporting combo now is going to, put Chile into what I would put almost guaranteed point territory here. I don't really see much going wrong here at the end that could throw this to Sweden with this scoreline difference.
It is a little bit trickier, but certainly not 4-way break trickier, and so things are, like you said, looking dire for Sweden. And Mathy's accuracy is absolutely absurd at the moment, unmatched by anyone on the side of Sweden, and they're going to be getting the point right back as they're up to a 400,000 score lead. There's the break from Yunha and Gonza, but it's just too little too late. It doesn't matter. There might be time. The score could go back over if we see another miss from Chile, but it's going to have to happen very soon.
Yeah, we're running out of map here, and now that we're done with that final burst, we really don't have too much here at the ending, enough to give score over. And intercamming and Mathy, the duo, the Chile duo they were looking for does prevail in the end. Mathy with stellar accuracy. As we kind of talked about before this map started, we're going to be looking for some absolutely crazy performances and accuracy from him in this tournament on anything mechanics related, and he is already showing off. Look at that dominance over this lobby here. 2 100s. This is basically their equivalent of what Sila did on that Nomad 4 on the first pick for Sweden with 1 100. 2 100s. That is more than 5 times less than the next closest player on Gonza on their team.
Yeah, and this is both teams above right around 3.9 million score on this DT pick. Just goes to show how good both of these teams can be on these early stage pools, even when it's not their pick. Sweden now with the next pick. I'm wondering if they look towards some of those more aim-focused picks, something like the DT1, something like the Nomad 1. If you look at the qualifier results, of course, they had 2 maps that they did better than Chile on, and it was that Nomad 1 and DT1 where they looked quite a bit better. Chile struggled a little bit with the aim in quals.
Yeah, the aim is definitely a strong point for Sweden. They've got a great roster to carry them through a lot of those more consistent picks on that end. Now, the interesting thing about Sweden, though, is that if you look at their past OWC appearances and performances, they actually tend to struggle a little bit more on the early rounds than most other teams you would expect of their caliber. You know, despite their lower seed, Sweden does have a lot of proficient tournament players, which I think a lot of frequent viewers would associate with some consistency and a little bit more of a confident performance in the early rounds here. Sweden in OWC, maybe it's the jitters from the early sets of the tournament here, maybe getting into the swing of things, always does have a bit of a slow start, I think, to OWC. So for them to come out with a good point here at the start of the match and to continue getting their own picks is going to be very big for them, especially against a team like Chile, where Sweden is really going to need to, you know, hone in on their own picks here. If they can force up to tiebreaker here, they're going to be in a much better spot with a consistency-based map from MegaFan. They're going to go for the free mod 1, try and force out some modifications here. This is going to be good for them. They've got strong hidden players and, of course, strong Hard Rock. I mean, if anyone knows Reedcat from, you know, maybe before he took a bit of a longer pause, maybe again when he was a little bit more actively around, he is so unbelievable at Hard Rock. Like, easily was one of the best Hard Rock stream players, I think, when he was still going strongly here, and I don't imagine he's fallen very far from that.
Yeah, we may be seeing one of Reedcat or Andros out here. I imagine that's going to be Andros stepping out for this one, but surprised we're not going to see both of them in.
What are we going to see from mods here on the side of Chile? Because they've got a lot of strong, malleable players on their side.
It is a little bit hard to say. I do feel like this one is probably a little bit HD favored because some of the streams are quite spaced when you add the Hard Rock. Now, the hidden is by no means easy, but I think we could possibly see some overmods here if you're taking the Hard Rock anyways. I'm not sure that the hidden adds too much more difficulty if you're quite comfortable, so I could very easily see someone like Intercamming or Matthew taking a hidden Hard Rock. And number 37 has been quite proficient on the hidden, although I have a feeling they might just leave the number 37 to the no mod here.
Yeah, I'm interested on both sides here. The one thing I can be sure of here is that Reedcat will not be taking hidden on this map. That is a surefire thing here. I am not sure what Scylla ends up taking. I feel like, you know, maybe a bit of a flex between the hidden and the Hard Rock on some of these picks, or they go for the confident, you know, kind of nomad carry potentially with his performance across the board here. I imagine Reedcat will be the Hard Rock player on this, and it does look like Scylla is going to take the hidden. It's going to be number 37 on the hidden as well as TFGE. So Chile going to opt for the overmod on the hidden. TFGE with the hidden and number 37 both extremely good with this modification. This is what both of them are kind of known for in tournaments too, actually. Consistently showing up across the board. And Intercamming, a confident Hard Rock player as well. Between the two of them, whether or not I would pick, you know, either Reedcat or Intercamming to be stronger at Hard Rock streams, I'm not actually entirely sure. Both of them very good at it.
Yep, especially on a map like this, it's going to be a close battle between them. This one is very long, but lots of aim control. The streams aren't super BFM intensive. We've seen quite a few drops out of Chile. Number 37 with an early miss, followed by Matthew, and now Intercamming far enough into the map that it's actually starting to matter, but it is traded back by Tony, so that's going to even things out a little bit. The bigger concern at the moment is the accuracy on Chile. The and Hard Rock both down below 97, but are recovering very nicely, but accuracy looking fantastic on Sweden. We'll see if they can keep that up over 4 minutes of this map, but if they can, they're going to be in a good spot.
Those mod players are always going to be those difference makers, right? As long as Chile holds full combos on at least one or two of TFGE and number 37, they do have that score boost. With that being said, Sweden is still holding on both of their mod players, and the drop from Intercamming with all of that accuracy lost is going to do about as much damage as Tony Reno without the extra mod boost. So this is going to stay on the side of Sweden for quite some time here until we see a major break from either of these two teams. We've got what seems to be a little bit of an easier section. Those 1/3 I actually find can trip some players up with these rhythm switches here. You saw the shift into the 1/6 bursts there. Every player looking confident through as we go into a little bit of a refrain section here before the next Ki. This is really where it's going to matter. These jumps between sliders have caught players before too. Switching again, we're going to get another rhythm shift here in between these dead streams, and TFGE is going to under-aim one of them, and that is not a good spot for Chile here now. Sweden looking good on their second pick.
Halfway into the map, absolute worst spot to miss. That's going to be very hurtful for Chile, as now they're going to need 1, possibly 2 misses from Sweden, but there is still a lot of map to be played, and the ending of this map mixes in the slider tech, mixes in the aim control streams, some 1/3 in there as well, so it's very easy to get tripped up on the ending. I would be shocked if we didn't see at least a couple more breaks into the ending of this map, especially as the combo gets bigger, the nerves start to grow, and the pressure builds.
They're really showing off right now, though. Matthew doing his job on that Nomad. He's got that 99.53% act, the confident combo. He is basically what I would consider a guaranteed FC for Chile. He's doing his job. Tony Reno, unfortunately, not holding up his end of the bargain for Sweden here, dropping that Nomad full combo, earlier, and then another time here again. Chile's got some big combos here. Number 37, Matthew and Intercambing all largely on the board here. TFGE with a good recovery from that first break as well. So Sweden, they need to maintain this triple FC here. Actually, they have no wiggle room besides the score lead put up earlier in the difference of the breaks. And now as we come into the last section, it all comes down to this. Will Sweden be able to maintain Reedcat on the Hard Rock full combo still? Silla, that consistency, easily the best tournament player in Sweden right now, showing off what he's made of here. And Grippe, the newest addition to the Sweden roster, not playing last year. This will be their first year in the tournament, really showing that they deserve to be here, making it through that final linear space stream. And I think we're looking at most likely a triple FC from Sweden here into the ending. What a team performance from them.
Seems to be the case, just a big stack to go, and nobody should have any problems with that. Okay, Reedcat is going to find the miss, as well as number 37. Sweden do still get the point, of course. That's going to be a big win for them. And the overmod not really paying off. TFGE did find the miss on that hidden, and that's part of the risk you take, and oftentimes why, even on these easier rounds, we do see teams opting not to overmod.
Well, the overmod, it almost looked good for Chile there, but Silla so strong on that hidden, and Reedcat making a bit more of a difference there against Intercambing too. That's an extra 100,000 score on Reedcat, even with that ending break against Intercambing on the Hard Rock. So maybe just a little bit more consistent on the streams. We talked about how good he was at them, and it looked like he came out on top on the pick when it mattered for them. Chile gonna go in for that Nomad 2 now, continuing on the mechanics train here for Intercambing and Matthew. Will this duo continue to be able to perform for them, getting picks on the board here? Sweden, they did take that Fremod 1, which was more of a mechanic-style pick, I do have to say, despite the rhythm switches and the interesting space patterning here. It definitely did fall more on the mechanic side, so I'm interested to see what Chile is going to put down on this.
The map is somewhat speedy, 234 BPM. It is fairly long as well, so I think Chile are going to feel good about this one. They're going to pick the faster maps in the pool and try and abuse that advantage over Sweden. But like we saw in the DT pick, Sweden is very capable of playing these faster maps. They're not speedy enough to trip up this Sweden roster quite yet. We'll see if some of these tech patterns get them instead. But I think this one could go either way. We're going to see Yunha in as well as Gonza. Just waiting for the last player on Sweden. It looks like it's going to be Grippe.
All right. Looks like we got the roster set. It's Grippe, Reedcat, Endros, and Silla versus Gonza, Intercambing, Matthew, and Yunha. This is, again, the same roster we saw from Chile on their first pick. And it went well for them. And I imagine that this roster of 4 here will continue to perform for them. It did come down to Intercambing and Matthew to put it a little bit of extra work at the ending of that map with that double FC on the DT, but we are looking for some good team performances from them on this. I imagine Sweden will be a little bit more confident on the non-DT pick. This is what I would say a bit of a consistency test. You know, this isn't really, this is a mix between like a Nomad 2, a Nomad 5, if we're talking traditional sense, and like kind of almost a consistency pick here with it being 4 minutes long. And that's really where these players are going to have to show their stuff. How long can you maintain your comfortable tapping and aim at 234 BPM? And almost 4 minutes here.
Matthew is shaking off the nerves early. Recat going to be doing the same. Interested to see how Grippe performs on this one. It is going to be their first match of OWC. Did not play the qualifiers, so it could be a nice addition to Sweden that they did not have access to earlier. Looking to put up a big combo here, and this map does take a little bit to get into it. Recat finds yet another miss, down at 94% accuracy already is fairly concerning. We haven't gotten into the hard part of the map, should recover as the rest of the players are holding on to their combos.
A little bit of a rough start for him. It did look like a miss-aim for that second miss from him there. Endros finding a combo break here is also not good. Again, Recat and Endros are two of those three players on the side of Sweden that you need to count on to be able to back up that star roster here, especially with Scylla being able to play through these types of maps so comfortably. Grippe is going to drop a little bit of accuracy there, but he's going to maintain the combo through the burst as he misses the last note of that one there. He's going to be trading out a break with Yunha, but that's 2 breaks to 1, and Chile now putting up a bit of a gap.
And you can't really afford to trade breaks if you are Sweden. It is currently nearly 3 FCs to the 1 from Scylla. Matthew is not too far behind, and so that advantage, that score lead is just going to keep growing if they continue to trade breaks. They need some unanswered breaks on the side of Chile. There's a lot of map to be played, and this map only gets harder as it goes on. Into this next slider tech heavy section, we're going to see some accuracy drops, may see some misses. We need to see Recat and Endros recover, but Grippe finds the miss. So does Scylla. That's the last FC gone on Sweden. All of a sudden, Chile's running away with it, but Matthew trades an FC back, still 2 on their end. And Andros now finding the miss as well. There's pretty much full combo reset. Oh, Recat was a Boncho miss, so Recat is still holding. There's something going. Gonza's found the miss. Now it's Intercamping versus Recat. If Intercamping finds the miss, Sweden can start to stage the comeback, but it is still Chile in the driver's seat for the time being, and I think that's a real miss from Recat. Disaster for Sweden coming into this break.
Absolutely no combo to speak of on their side, and here comes Intercamping. He's ready, he's swinging Chile into the final third of their second pick of the match right now. And who else but Intercamping, the star of the Chilean tournament scene, I would say. Their captain, nonetheless. He is putting out absolutely everything he can right now for his team. Matthew putting up some supporting combo now. Yunha and Gonza trying to do something here. Grippe finds a break into these longer bursts at the ending, and there's only so much Recat, Endros, and Scylla can do unless Intercamping finds a break here, and he simply is not letting up.
Intercamping so good at these picks, is such a key part of this team. 7th individually in the entire tournament in the qualifiers, continuing the trend so far in this match, looking incredible, and this is going to be a point for Chile. Evening things up 2-2 here. Sweden will have the next pick, but for the time being, we just have to see if Intercamping can hold on to this combo. Is he going to hit the big stack, drop some accuracy? The 50s for Intercamping holds on, and that's going to be the full combo.
Wow. What a play from Intercamping. The accuracy, a little bit to be desired there, a 96.65% into the last spinner, but he does end up putting up the full combo, which is exactly what they needed for Chile. Look at that, a 700,000 score gap between these two teams into the ending of that pick. And look at that accuracy from Matthew there, too. We talked about how comfortable he's going to be on these mechanics picks in here, and unfortunately, this map may be a little bit too aim-heavy for him to be able to put up a confident full combo on, but almost 99% on that. Very respectable. Yunha and Gonza as well, also sitting in those mid to low 98%. So well done to Chile. The good team performance to back up Intercamping's full combo, just a little bit better than Sweden was able to there, especially without that FC.
And it's 3 1-misses from the players that did not full combo, 1 on Chile, 2 on Sweden. And that is what it comes down to a lot of the time. You can full combo a map 6 times in practice, but what really matters is that consistency once you get to the match, once you are actually going. The one run is the only one that matters, and this time around it's Intercambing that finds the consistency. Now Sweden to pick, still waiting for them to go to that aim. Is their best option left?
It might be. I don't know if there's anything that's more desirable for Sweden here. I don't expect them to ever go in for that hidden one here. They definitely may be lacking overall in hidden, especially against TFGE and number 37 just existing permanently for Chile here. They may end up going in for some more free mods. You know, if they think that they've got the better Hard Rock player overall, they might, but they're going to go in for the Nomad 3 alt maps here. It's going to be junky. Banger.
Absolute banger.
Full of good songs. Full of good songs here.
Likely to see, you gotta go back in for this one on the side of Sweden, along with the 3 you see in the lobby. Oh, there he is. Just had to switch over to the right team.
I'm interested to see how this pick goes for both of these two teams here. Now, the two names that continue to pop out at me, and who I see both of these two teams kind of picking around a little bit, Sila for Sweden and Intercambing for Chile. And if you've seen either of these two players play Nomad 3s in tournaments, you know that the chances of one of them missing on this pick is quite low. So I'm going to leave them out of the equation for a bit of the analysis here and try and look at maybe a bit of the other sets of players on these rosters here. For Sweden, looks like that's going to be Reedcat Yagiko and Tony Reno. For Chile, it's going to be number 37 TFGE and one more to up to chance here. Now for Chile, it could be Chalk, or it could end up being Mathy if he is confident. And he is, yeah, I would expect a player like him to be confident on alternating. So I would say that, you know, he is definitely a good choice for them on the 4th for this pick here. He's confident in tournaments. He's got a high skill cap, so this map, and he's used to alternating, right? You know, these high BPM speed players, you know, very comfortable with, you know, going back and forth between the two fingers and the alternating style of play. So I'd imagine he's quite comfortable on a map like this. Now, for Sweden, I don't actually know quite what to expect from some of their players on an alternating pick like this, especially on an LE map, which is a little bit snappier than some other alt picks on here. Intercambing is going to find a little bit of a slip-up at the start of this pick, and that's what I'm trying to mention about these. They're just a little bit more awkward than your conventional early round Nomad 3. Sometimes you do tend to see a little bit more on the flow aim side of things, maybe a little bit more comfortable for these early Nomad 3s. But we're not going to be seeing that for this pick. You really got to stay on your toes. You got to watch every single one of these patterns. They switch directions. They go back in these kind of tight, dense triangular patterns here between the back and forths and the doubles. We're looking for a step up from either side.
Yeah, into these KI sections, there's quite a bit of overlapping patterns as well. And so there is that kind of added reading element to this map that you don't normally have with your standard Nomad 3 alt picks. And that can catch a few players up, but it's going to be Intercambing yet again, finding the miss. Not traded back. Okay, traded back by 3 players on the side of Sweden. And all of a sudden, Chile is off to the circus here. Nobody else finding a miss on that side. It's just Tony left over for Sweden. This is a long map, but Yageko finds another miss.
Ooh, Sweden all dropping the big combos on that solo, which is not good. That's one of the harder parts of this map here. But unfortunately for them, we've got a double FC riding now on number 37 and Mathy. Unfortunately, no triple FC for Chile. TFGE did find a break right at the ending of that solo section, so they won't be running away with as much score as they possibly could have here. It is a 1 full combo lead as Mathy and number 37 both have strong accuracy on their side now. Sweden does not want to let up a break point against this Chilean team here. Again, you know, you are the lower seeded team in this matchup against the number 10 seed here. They have a little bit of an advantage in terms of this early round matchup here. So if Sweden can pull out some stops here on consistency on these early rounds, they're going to be able to have a little bit better of a run in this tournament here, but they have to make those moves now. They cannot have any of these easy slip-ups here. Scylla and Yagiko both putting up some supporting combo now, but they need a break on Chile here.
The back and forth claims 2, but it claims Tony on the side of Sweden. That was their last big combo. That's the one combo they could not afford to drop. Yes, it's traded back by TFG, but you still have Matthew and number 37 holding those big combos. There goes Reedcat. There goes Yagiko. And with just Scylla holding this, looks like it will be the break point. 400,000 points in the whole Sweden here. They're going to have a tough time coming back from this one, and just a really solid performance from Chile. This is what they can do on these alt picks. Even if Intercamping does find the early misses, you have those supporting players that are just as comfortable on these kinds of picks, and they are showing why they're the number 10 seed and why they're a team to be feared in this OWC.
Unfortunately, nothing Sweden can do about it now. This pick is over at this stage, and number 37 and Matthew doing all that they need to do on this pick, and that's been a bit of a trend in this match here so far for the teams that have won their respective picks. It's just these strong performances from more than one player here. And it was number 37 and Matthew on this pick. Number 37 will be dropping the full combo into that last section there, but Matthew will be holding into the ending. Both of them, we'll say they both FC. That's pretty close. 30 combo off. Solid performance, but no FCs from Sweden there. Scylla with a very, very unfortunate slider break. But any solace to them, it would not have mattered. They needed a second score. And Tony Reno, he looked like he could have been that second score, unfortunately, unable to maintain for long enough for it to matter. Reedcat and Yagiko not having the best of times on that pick, the two lowest scores in the lobby. So hopefully Sweden's got something else up their sleeve for their remainder of their pick. They cannot afford one more of those.
Certainly hope so, but they're also going to need to take a break point off Chile, and Chile has quite a few good options left in the pool. You look at something like Nalv, that Hard Rock tech pick could be good for them. You know, you still have that free mod 3. You've just won the alt pick. Maybe you want to go for another alt focused pick and try and run it back after a pretty dominant performance. They have choices, and Sweden's going to need to pull out something big here if they want to make this comeback.
Now, the question is, what does Chile go for here? They've been the mechanics team so far. They go for the Hard Rock too. Okay. Now, that is an interesting one. I definitely would have pinned them on maybe a DT1 pick there, since they've looked so confident on speed.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great pick for Chile. Sweden really struggled with the previous Hard Rock, the somewhat similar Hard Rock pick in qualifiers. Hard Rock was by far their worst mod category there, so they're just going to look to pick on that. They don't really want to go for the precision, something that Chile didn't do fantastic on either, but tech with Hard Rock is going to be their bread and butter. Of course, we're going to see Reedcat in here looking to put up a very strong Hard Rock performance, but you've got Intercamping, as always, to mash with that Hard Rock, along with Yuna, Matthew, and very possibly gonna be Andros in as the last player. Fort Sweden is in.
I'm interested. I'm invested in this map now. We saw Sweden look pretty solid on that No Mod 4, winning their pick here. Now, the interesting part is going to be how well Sweden holds up on Hard Rock here. It was Reedcat on the free mod stream pick to be their strong performer. Unfortunately, this does not match up in terms of skill sets to that. So we're really looking for his overall Hard Rock ability to come out and shine a bit here. Again, Scylla going to have to be a heavy hitter. They're going to need a bit of an improvement in performance here from Andros and Spinks here. We have not seen a whole lot of stellar stuff out of the two of them so far in this match, and this is definitely the time where they would want to step up and start to make some big things happen. Because this is a strong roster for Chile here. We've seen this Intercambing, Yunha, Mathy trio multiple times now. Chalk Gamer becoming the latest addition to this kind of quad that we have generally seen so far. They're just switching out Gonza for Chalk Gamer on the Hard Rock here. Bit of an early break there for Andros. It looks like Spinks down on combo a little bit from some sliders at the beginning. We're going to count those out and see how they hold up in the rest of this pick here. But you got to be careful on these CS 6.5 maps. There is not a whole lot of room for error, especially on sliders.
There certainly isn't. We're already going to see some accuracy drops across the board. This is a very tricky map in terms of accuracy. We could see that play factor. Yuna going to be finding the first big miss of this match, traded by Andros, so it's going to even out, but it is Chile with the early accuracy advantage. This map is fairly tricky the whole way through. There's some short breaks. Mathy and Zedpin now trading misses, and it's two big combos, 2-2. It's anyone's game here. And as long as Sweden hold on to these combos, the accuracy can be overcome with one break from Chile. Halfway into the map now, this is where the pressure starts to build and the map starts to get a little bit trickier into the ending.
Chalk Gamer looking so confident, 98.75% accuracy, really putting that work in for Chile. Yunha is going to find one more break, and that one will go untraded by Sweden. And now Chile starts to enter a bit of a dangerous territory here. They've got the double FC to match, which is a big point of why they're still maintaining this lead, especially with that ACK on Chalk Gamer balancing out the 96 on Intercambing. But they have no supporting score to go up against either Andros or Spinks here. Sweden needs to maintain all four of these combos through these buzz sliders here, and nobody gets slow slidered on that. Sweden takes the lead on that section, and now we come into the last quarter. Oh my god!
Twice in the same map. Right. Chalk Gamer just traded back though, and all of a sudden they're even again. Sweden is going to be able to hold on to their lead there. There's not much time left, and if Reedcat and Scylla both hold on, it looks like it's going to be a break point for Sweden. They could even this right back up.
It looks like it. Chalk Gamer was one of those FCs for Chile, and now it's just Intercambing versus Reedcat and Scylla, the two heavy hitters on Hard Rock. Scylla has looked so good today, and Reedcat has been unwavering on Hard Rock with the basically full combo performance on the free mod 1. Now into the Hard Rock 2. It's going to be a double FC for Reedcat and Scylla. Intercambing can only do so much by himself on the full combo, and that's a break point right back for Sweden. The underdog team continues to fight and fight and fight as we approach the match point pick for Sweden. They have brought it back in their favor, and now this is their one opportunity to force match point on their own map selection here. The Hard Rock 2 went in their favor. We thought that was a pick you mentioned earlier that Sweden was going to go for, and Chile ended up pulling it out, and it did not go the way that they wanted it to. And now, where do we think Sweden goes? Do we think they finally go for the aim?
I mean, that's what I've been thinking for most of the match, but they have avoided it so far. And so maybe they want to opt in to something else instead, but I'm not quite sure what that would be. They could look for something like the HT2, although that would be very risky into a team like Chile, who has some very solid rating players.
I don't actually know. I mean, do they maybe go for the Hard Rock one over the Nomad one if Reedcat and Scylla are feeling good? I don't know.
I still think the DT1 might be their best pick here. They have looked really good on the DT aim, but again, Chile quite good on the tapping DTs. They might be worried about the Chile's general DT prowess.
Yeah, I mean, it might be too straightforward too for a DT1, right? Like a Senya satellite map, that's just so straightforward that anything could happen. But they go for the Nomad one, arguably just as RNG as a Senya DT1. We have Nomad one. It's aim time. And Sweden now going to try and show off what they've got. You mentioned this is one of the maps that they outshined Chile on in qualifiers, was the aim. And they're going to be looking to do it here on the Nomad 1. Again, higher BPM and a little bit longer, 230 for 3.5 minutes. Can Sweden maintain the aim, and can they maintain that consistency as they look to force a match point against the 10th seeded Chile?
that is the question, and it looks like Chile does need to get their lineup in. I do imagine we are likely, but I don't think Suntan is here for Chile. You know, Suntan has been one of those core players, along with Intercambing and Matthew, has been putting up big scores for this team, and not in so far suggests to me that Suntan is just not available. Otherwise, should be in for the Nomad 1. So instead, we're probably going to see TFGE and maybe Gonza or Chalk. Hard to say who that last player is going to be.
Yeah, I wonder if Yunha comes in for this map. One of the more experienced Chilean tournament players in Yunha, along with a player like TFGE, potentially, who has maybe one of the longest tenures besides Intercambing of tournaments. Yunha has been playing a lot of the maps for Chile tonight, and, you know, just based on that fact alone, maybe, you know, kind of warmed up and ready for the pressure that this map may be able to throw at the team. But again, it really is going to come down to the consistency of the players on either side here. It is going to be TFGE, so another one of the tournament veterans for Chile going to be in for this Nomad 1 in the high-pressure situation. It's going to be number 37, also a good aim player. So no Yuna, no Gonza. It's going to be number 37 and TFGE, who are kind of the two heavy hitters on Hidden, but Hidden aim as well. So all you're really doing is just removing their mod of preference. And I imagine they'll be able to hold their own here. Sweden running again with that Andros Binks duo on the side of Reedcat and Sila. Let's see what they're able to put up on a Nomad 1 here.
Yep. We will see how TFG and number 37 can do. I'll mention it one more time. Suntan did win the Open Rank Aim Cup just a few months back. Very good aim player, but not available today. So let's see if this Chile roster can bring themselves to match point, or if they will give Sweden a chance to win this match for themselves. This map is very spiky. The core sections are, of course, much trickier than the parts in between. And there are some really kind of awkward linear patterns that could very easily catch a few players out. You know, if they're nervous or not ready. And it's Andros again missing on the slower sections. We've seen this time and time again. Nobody actually missing on that first linear pattern. And so they're going to get a little bit of a break here before the first Ki. Really can't be seeing any more misses on these slow sections. It has to come down to these Ki's.
And we, you know, I've mentioned it for a couple of maps now, but we need to see some serious big improvements out of Andros so far, especially for the remainder of the tournament, regardless of what happens in this match here. Andros definitely not living up quite to his rank here in performance as he full misses two patterns there. Luckily, Matthew trades that one out. Binks doing much better for themselves on this Nomad 1 pick than we've seen on some other picks, which is fantastic for them as Stila trades a break with TFGE. It is now number 37 Intercambing versus Reedcat and Binks. Can they hold off Chile in order to get to match point here? Sweden really wants this upset. This would be huge for their bracket run in this tournament and would be extremely demoralizing for Chile as a majorly improved roster this year and seeding to have a rough time in the early rounds of this tournament. But they're looking good so far to match up with those breaks. Sweden really did not want to see that break out of Stila, the 99.6% accuracy. Quite a rough scenario to be in now. That could have been big for them.
No, and that's scorely. It's going to stay even until we see the next break. But into the next Ki section, this is where we're going to start to see some misses. This is one of the tougher Ki sections in the map side from the very. It's Andros yet again finding the miss. That is lower combo, but it's Scylla as well. Two combos down, and while you do have the two FCs, the supporting combos are there now for Chile. Matthew and TFGE have recovered really nicely. And all of a sudden, Chile going to be off to the races. They are putting up a massive score lead. That is going to grow exponentially. And now it's Sweden praying for some misses from Intercambing from number 37. But there goes that pin, and that's one FC gone from Sweden. Recat cannot do it alone, cannot fight the four big combos on the side of Chile. And this might be the break point. Third in a row.
I think it might be, and that's dangerous because Chile has DT1 as their remaining option in this match. Now, I'd say the score is a little bit too far gone now, 400,000. Even if every single combo broke on Chile right now and Reedcat continued to full combo the map, he has just a little bit over 200,000 score left to his name here. and that is not nearly enough to make a difference on these combos, let alone with full breaks. So Chile has done it. They've gotten the break point. They maintain their status as the higher seeded team in this match, taking 2 break points now against Sweden. Sweden was able to break point their first one. Now the question is, will they be able to do it again? They certainly need to, as Chile takes the win. 3.3 million team score into match point, looking to send Sweden packing to the losers bracket in their first match.
They certainly have their chance, but it's not going to be easy for Chile by any means. We saw them try once, and we saw them fail as Sweden got that breakpoint back, but they're wasting no time with this one. They're going to be opting into Hidden One Darkness Parade. This is going to be a custom song for ODC by Cygnus. I'm not 100% sure how you pronounce that one. Cygnus?
Cygnus.
But this is going to be the hidden stream pick, and this is the kind of pick that Intercambane and Matthew can absolutely go off on. They are just picking at this point, I think, for Intercambane and Matthew. Let them do their thing, and you should have some solid supporting combos as well from a player like TFGE especially.
This is a smart pick from Chile, because despite being a fairly confident mechanics team, they have TFGE in number 37, who I spent a little bit earlier talking about on the free mod how confident those two were on Hidden usually, just as a duo in general, especially number 37. And when you throw Intercambing, who is also confident on Hidden to some extent, at least comparatively to those two, that makes for a pretty scary trio to begin with, and it's going to be Gonza in for the final for Chile. For Sweden, however, this means that they basically don't get to use Reedcat here. He might stay in for the map, but if there's one thing in this world that would probably make Reedcat log out of his game and go to bed, it would be a Hidden pick. He absolutely hates Hidden. He despises it. It's his least favorite thing in the entire world. So you're taking out one of those kind of heavy performers for Sweden here, and you really need to replace that with somebody who can back it up. It's going to be Phelan and Tony Reno now, along with Scylla.
Yeah, and we talk about these big names, but I actually want to look at Phelan and number 37. Phelan, very good hidden alt aim control player. This is why Phelan is on the roster, had the same role in qualifiers, and I think is going to pick up a big score for them. And on the other side, you've got number 37, who I remember placed very, very highly in the hidden only tournament, is a very good hidden player. I think the question for number 37 is whether he can hold up to this aim control, but I think should look strong on it, and so I think we might be seeing some big combos from one of these two players. We'll see how it goes, as this is going to be a bit of a longer map, 3 minutes long. Reedcat and Gonza going to trade early misses, not going to be too important.
Well, the accuracy on Reedcat is unfortunately going to be the important part for him, and again, the density of this map really just getting to him, not comfortable on this. TFGE is going to find a break, however, to trade that one out, and that makes this a little bit more interesting, because Phelan and Scylla are very good at Hidden of this level, and it doesn't look like number 37's accuracy is quite matching his combo right now, 98.3.
Yeah, but Reedcat is really struggling with the accuracy, down at 78. Once you start getting into that, 15-20% accuracy difference range, it really matters quite a bit for your score, especially with a score V2. And there's a big miss from Phelan. That's an FC gone. And now it's 2 FCs to 1, and that's on number 37 and Intercambane. And Scylla now, that's the last FC down for Sweden. Things are looking dire. Intercambane finds some 50s, but holds on to the combo.
Man, Phelan and Scylla with their accuracies, you would never have expected a break out of those two in this section of the map. Unfortunately, the density just a little bit too much, and now it's number 37. He's strutting his stuff. The hidden star for Chile, pulling his weight into what is looking to be the final pick of this match as we approach the last third of Hidden 1, with no combo to speak of on Sweden to match up to number 37.
Love seeing the specialist player absolutely pop off on their maps, and it is number 37 that is going to close out this point for Chile, as the rest of the lineup Everyone on Sweden falling apart into this ending. Number 37 showing no signs of slowing down, still on nearly 99%. Incredible accuracy, far ahead of most other people in the lobby, and that is going to be the last point for Chile. They're going to be taking this one 5-3.
So impressive. This map is tough stuff, even for a round of 32. You need to be a very proficient hidden player to be able to play this well. And number 37 just showing us exactly what we should be expecting, especially from some of these higher seeded teams that we're going to be seeing in the remainder of this weekend in these matchups with some of the players we have. And that is it. Chile, the 10th seeded team, going to be prevailing in their round of 32 match against Sweden. They will be taking the win 5-3 and advancing to the round of 16 in the winners bracket.
Yep. And they're going to be facing the winners of Australia and Taiwan, so potentially another tough matchup ahead of them, but once again, just very well played by Chile. They had the big combos when it mattered. Intercambing stepped up with the FCs on a couple of maps. Number 37 on the last one. They were just able to pull out the FCs when they needed them most. And unfortunately, Recat didn't have a great time on that last pick. A little bit of fourth player syndrome for Sweden. It is going to cost them their chance at winners bracket. So they'll be dropping, but of course, not out of the tournament yet. I think they can definitely look to go far in this losers bracket.
They've got a tough match. They're going to be facing the loser of that Australia versus Taiwan match. So Chile facing the winner of that and Sweden facing the loser of it. However, their match will be next weekend. But that is the first match of OWC 2023. Congratulations to Chile. You are the first winners of the OS World Cup in this year. We've got plenty more matches for you this weekend, one of which taking place in just a few hours from now. We have the United States versus Thailand coming up next in about 2 hours. We've only got 5 matches for you today. On Saturday, 11 of our round of 32 matchups are going to be taking place on Sunday this week. But we've got a couple more for you today, especially this USA versus Thailand matchup coming in. That is, of course, going to be our, I believe, what was United States 3 versus 30 seed matchup. So, yep, that's going to be coming up in about 2 hours.
Yep, that'll be a good one. Will Thailand upset the Giants in the USA? Find out soon. In the meantime, that is going to be it for us. I've been iFlame, joined by Chilier. Thank you so much for the commentary, and thank you all for watching. Once again, huge congratulations to Chile on their win, and I hope you all have a good night.
Bye. Go buy your banners.
Bye now.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone watching. Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2023. It's time for our second round of 32 match, a matchup between the third seeded United States, the first time they have ever not been the first seed in the tournament since the usage of qualifiers started in 2019 in the OS World Cup, versus seed number 30 in Thailand. Don't let the seeding fool you, though. This matchup is potentially more interesting than it would look on paper. My name is Dio, and I'm joined for this cast by the one and only Mavs. Good morning, Mavs, or good afternoon, Mavs.
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon to all, and thank you very much for the lovely welcoming. I'm very excited to be here again for OWC, my second year casting here. And yeah, we've got a pretty good matchup, I'd say, for this second match of this year's OS World Cup. I think, as you said, Thailand is actually a little bit of a landmine for the United States. Now, does that mean I think Thailand could potentially win the match? I mean, maybe it's a stretch, but they have some very, very good round of 32 players in this Thai roster. I think some of these players are ridiculously good and, a force to be reckoned with, really.
They definitely do have a very good early stage roster, particularly in Lesperi and Chess in particular. Those two players terrorized the ranked restricted tournament scene for a while before finally ranking up to beyond the point where they could play 4-digit tournaments anymore. But that being said, the United States is still one of the favorites to potentially win the tournament, as they are every single year. This roster with Bashiman, Cheeto Blast, also known as Kama, Fiery Rage, Rectagon, Taquito, Vaxei, Window Life, and Woodchi is still one of the best rosters in the entire tournament, and frankly, an upset here in the round of 32 would be one of the biggest upsets we have ever seen in the OS World Cup. So I think the full expectation is for the United States to win in this matchup. The question on everyone's mind is by how much of a margin, rather than whether or not the United States will win this match. But don't count Thailand out completely. They do still have the potential to upset, of course, banning out some speed picks. That's the one area where Thailand really did tend to struggle in the qualifiers. And the United States, of course, banning out some of the gimmick maps in the Hidden One. This week it is an AR8 CS5 Flow Tech hybrid Hidden One, which is very, very tricky. And of course, the United States instantly first picking speed, as this roster is pretty strong on speed, especially in comparison to Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one of the quickest ban and pick phases I think I've ever seen. So we're actually almost getting straight into things here, as we've got the instant speed pick from the United States. As you said, Thailand, definitely their weakest suit being in that speed area. They do have a player in terms of Master this year who came in specifically for these DTs. I don't know if he's going to be in for speed. Definitely kind of like a DT1 oriented player, more of the generic kind of aim. But we do have a couple other players coming in this year. Arigato being one of them is going to be in for a lot of these speed picks, it seems, coming in for this DT2. And of course, that Lesperi and Chests, just kind of the staple for this Thailand roster. Lesperi this year in 4WC was just ridiculous. Probably by far and away the best performing player in 4WC. So keep an eye out for him. Mind you, this is speed and it is going to be Thailand's weakest skill set. So I'm not expecting an upset here by any stretch of the imagination. But of course, we're going to have the US roster come in as well. Vaxei finally making his return here in OWC, joined by Woodchi and Window Life, who are definitely new and upcomers for the United States. If you want to talk a little bit more about them, Dio.
Yeah, both of these players are speed players through and through. That is what they're on the roster for primarily. Both Window Life and Woodchi can play some of the Hard Rock picks as well, and you may see them fill on those if a member of the core roster is particularly uncomfortable on one of those maps. But for the most part, on these DT picks, you're going to see two members of the core roster. In this case, it's Rectagon and Vaxei. Could also see Kama and Taquito on some of these speed picks, depending on the type of map they are, alongside Window Life and Woodchi, who are two of the best speed players in the United States. I think if you're looking at speed players to put on a roster like this, you're looking at among tournament players, these two in particular, right? Arison and Scytho are not really tournament players, and so you're not going to be looking at them. You're going to look beyond them to players like Woodchi and Window Life, who are shred demons on some of the speed maps. This should be light work for most of these players, especially Woodchi and Window Life, who are frankly comfortable on much higher BPM and much longer streams. This is the round of 32 speed pick So I don't expect them to have all too much trouble on it. And actually, everybody besides Woodchi having a pretty easy time so far for the United States. Woodchi just dropping the AK a bit down, but already a break from everyone on the side of Thailand except for Arigato. So it's looking pretty good on the first pick for the United States so far, a quarter of the way into the map and already a very large score lead.
Yeah, and this one in particular is just going to be pretty much 2.5 minutes of straight tapping, a little bit of finger control in there at 220 BPM. So have to see if that catches anyone off guard. We're going to have Arigato going down there as well, followed by Lesbury dropping a little bit earlier in the map. Still the 4-way holding for the United States, and there is no FCs on the board for Thailand. So things are already looking very, very favored to the United States, as you may have expected. They actually doubled the team score, over doubled the team score of Thailand in the qualifiers on both of the speed maps. So this is very much to be expected. I think these speed maps are going to be by far and away the most one-sided maps in the match. You know, I think maybe when we get into those aim picks, you know, we might see some much more closely contested battles. But for now, yeah, this is just a slaughter. I mean, this is just a 4-way instantly for the United States. What else do you expect, really?
Yeah, I mean, Window Life was, I think, number 2 USA overall ranking last year. He was a very, very high-ranked player purely off of speed. Is still number 2 USA, ahead of Flary, ahead of Scytho, primarily with speed and maps, rank 14 global. So you're going to expect Window Life in particular to be really, really comfortable on a lot of these speed picks. And then same goes for Woodchi, who is still top 100 with pretty much all speed maps in his top plays. And this is why these two were brought on the roster, is to round out skill sets like speed, where sometimes their core roster isn't going to be as comfortable. That said, I mean, you still have the double FC on both Vaxei and Rectagon as well. So the core members still pulling their weight more than in the first pick for Team USA. And I think qualifying as 3rd seed made them maybe a little hungry in round of 32. Looking very good for them to start.
Hungry indeed. Yeah, because they're going to kick things off with a 4-way. There it is, a 4.65 mil from the United States, actually. Just straight away. They're not here to be messed with. Like you said, maybe getting number 3 in those qualifiers really kind of sparked something. They're not going to start things off slow whatsoever. Like they have maybe, a couple years in the past. I think US kind of renowned for always losing maps in the very first round of OWC where no one would expect them to.
That's something you really want to be renowned for, but unfortunately, it kind of held true for a couple of years in a row there. Not the case right now.
Yeah, Turkey incident, of course.
Israel incident last year, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's just an incredible showing there from the US. Of course, as you'd expect, Thailand not really having a full 4-man roster for speed, and I think that's kind of how things are going to be this whole tournament. I think I also want to mention as well, still pretty great of Thailand to qualify this year. Probably doing a round where I think most people would expect after losing some of their big hitters, ones that come to mind specifically being Phantasma, Salvatore last year. Salvatore playing very, very well for them on kind of low AR and just hidden maps in general. And also losing someone that I think a name that people usually wouldn't bring up was Chaipak Chet, who last year played extremely well for this Thai roster. So losing some big hitters for Thailand, still coming in and qualifying. And we're going to see now if they're able to kind of carry on the tradition and put a point up against the United States in the round of 32. And they're going to kick things off with the Hidden 2, which, no, is not going to be the ARA.
This is actually AR9 awkward aim for the Hidden 2 in this round. Hidden 1 is actually the low approach rate map. This is also Hidden 1, by the way, is the only OS original in this round, made by Cygnus. This one was the announcement for Will Stetson joining the featured artist lineup. So this is now a featured artist song, and happy to have Will Stetson on. It's mapped by Lucent. Pretty standard wide angle, awkward aim sorts of jumps. Lots of wide angle jumps, lots of anti-aim where you've got high spacing into low spacing and vice versa at these kind of really awkward angles. It's pretty stock standard for a lower star rating early round pick of this style. And you're going to see a lot of the kind of staple hidden players for the United States, as well as a couple of their core roster. In this case, Vaxei and Takedo coming in from the core roster, and Bashiman Fiery Rage coming in as the hidden specialists for this map. Both of them on the roster to play the hidden maps and anything gimmicky that the core roster doesn't really feel that confident on.
Yeah, and we're going to have, of course, Lesbury and Chests, as I mean, we're going to see them two players in for pretty much every map on Thailand, joined by Depuforce and Kadama. Depuforce kind of being that player in for Tech and Hidden this year, it seems. So, you know, don't count Thailand out on a map like this, and also don't think that they're just picking kind of the generic sort of aim maps in the pool just because they're kind of more 50-50 orientated. I would say Thailand is one of the very few teams, just in general, in both, you know, 4WC, 3WC, and OWC that have an actual good aim roster. Like this team is actually really good on aim consistency. And I think a lot of that comes down to Lesbury being as consistent as they are, as well as Chests. So we'll have to see if they can put one on the board. If there's anything they're going to do it on, it is going to be kind of your generic aim. Although this one is a little bit more awkward than maybe they would like. But, you know, they're very, very good at Hidden, of course. You know, that Hidden one being banned out against them. So I think there's definitely a chance here. And we're going to expect more aim picks from them going into this match. But early on, it's going to be Kadama to find the first break for Thailand. Still a 7-win.
Yeah, and this is a pretty consistent Hidden roster from the United States as well, with Chess breaking there now as well. It's starting to pull away pretty quickly in the favor of the United States, already up above 75k is the score lead, as Bashi, Fiery, Vaxe, Taquito all still holding on to the full combos right now. Collective 2 100s among the USA team, with 0 breaks or misses between them. Still very good scores for Lesbury and Depuforce right now, but unfortunately there's not much Thailand can do about the 4-way full combo going on the side of Team USA at the moment.
Yeah, that was a very tough break from Chests, by the way. So that's not a great way to start things off. Very much could still be a 3-way for Thailand. Very, very unfortunate break for Chests. But yeah, the 4-way going strong as Bancho tries to get things under control. See if maybe Bancho can kind of mess with the match a little bit here. And then Vaxe misses now.
Nice try. Nice try. It doesn't work the way you want it to. The curse only manifests when you're trying to help someone. Then it comes in to
that's
spite
very
you.
true.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not how it works, unfortunately. You can't call it at will. That's an advanced skill for only the most sadistic of commentators. All right. And we're going to have to leave that one on the table.
Would USA 4-way like every map this match? I'm rooting for it, of course.
It would actually be that would actually be a statement match if they 4-way full combo every single map. But no, there it is. There it is. Nice one. Nice one. Good job, man. There goes Taquito on the miss there. As we do our best to manifest the commentator curse. Unfortunately, it's going to find its way over to Team Thailand as well. Kadama going to find the break. And at this point, I mean, that's 400,000 score up for the United States. 3-way full combo still intact. Kadama and Chess missing once again. It's just Lesbury and Depuforce. They're going to see that at the break. And with 3 full combos still intact for the United States, I don't think there's really any doubt this is going their way as well. They're going to be starting up 2-0 in the first match of round of 32 for the United States.
Yeah, and I mean, a great performance from 2 of the players on Thailand at the very least. I mean, Lesbury, the one you would expect to kind of be up here. I mean, of course, he is just one of the most consistent players in this game on these low ASR pools. I mean, he's just insanely consistent. I don't know how the guy does it. Depuforce, so coming in for their first map.
There goes Vaxe and
WC 2023. Oh, wow, yeah. Fire Rage finding a break and Vaxe as well. So it's just actually just the Seoul FC. Lesbury actually finding a miss. I've cursed him right at the end. Yeah, Depuforce coming in for their first map this OWC, pulling out the FC. So that's always a good confidence booster. And like I said, yeah, this one was much, much, much closer than the speed pick as things kind of are going to be. But we're very much going to be expecting another speedy pick here, I think, from the United States. And fortunately for them, there is a lot of maps in this pool that are kind of just 230 BPM. So I think they have a pretty wide array of choices here, and they are going to go with number 2. I don't see it in the chat. Yeah,
going to be number 2. It's already picked. The map's already selected here. Also want to shout out the X100 full combo from Boschman on the side of the United States. So 2 full combos in the lobby there. One for Depuforce, one for Bashi. Unfortunately, the full combo from Depuforce not enough compared to the rest of the team score for the US. And this is probably going to be a repeat of what we saw on DT2. You might be saying, but Dio, isn't Nomad 2 a stream map? Well, let me tell you folks, it's no longer a stream map in this OWC. In this pool, it happens to be a speed map. Maybe it'll be something else next week, who knows? But right now, it's a speed map. 234 BPM burst consistency. This is about 6.6 stars local and gets buffed to over 7.2 stars online, which tell you quite a lot about how bursty this map is. It's pretty much non-stop with 234 BPM bursts for about 4 minutes. OD 9.4 makes it a little difficult to ack as well, so if you're not pretty solid on your accuracy, you're going to have a rough time there. Expecting Window Life Woodchi to come back in for the United States, and there they are. It's going to be Rectagon, Vaxei, Window Life Woodchi for this map. Pretty similar roster for Thailand to the DC2 we saw earlier as well. Lesperi, Chess, Kendama, Arigato in once again. So pretty much the same rosters and very similar style of map, just higher BPM, which begs the question of if the map is going to go the same way. I'm going to say probably yes, but you never know. There's always potential.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, the BPM of this map is actually higher in comparison to DT2. However, this one has the stream, like kind of the streamier parts in this map are nowhere near as long as DT2. But, you know, as far as things go, it is still kind of just pretty much a speed map. It's something you would be used to seeing in your kind of general Nomod 5 slots in a lot of different tournaments. But this time around, it's in the Nomod 2, and not only is it kind of just bursty speed, it's also techy. Pretty techy just in general, so kind of a speed tech slot, I would say. But yeah, we'll have to see. Lesperi, Kendama, Chess, Arigato in for Thailand. As you mentioned, the same roster they had in for that DT2, and just the same speed roster for the United States as well. So we'll have to see if there's any chance of Thailand in this one. I'm definitely going to be favoring any sort of speed pick the way of the United States, as we already see 2 early breaks from Thailand. Kendama and Arigato are going to be going down. It's just the Thai duo, the Thai powerhouse duo in Lesperi and Chess holding on for them.
Early miss from Woodchi as well, right about at the same spot as Kendama and Arigato. So 3-way full combo versus the 2-way full combo on the side of Thailand in the favor of the United States as we head into the first bursty section in the map. You can see just triple after triple, quint after quint in this section with single taps all in between. Some more misses to come out of Arigato. Everybody else still holding on to the combo during this section, but Arigato in particular really struggling with holding on to the combo here. 94 ack for Chess though, so even though it's the full combo, it's not adding nearly as much score as you can see from, for example, Vaxei's score 99.6% ack, or Lesperi's score 99% ack is still way out ahead of Chess' score, unfortunately, because of the accuracy. There is that reverse choke on Woodchi and Kendama, so both of them matching. Really the difference at the moment is just Arigato with the discomfort on this sort of map, and the rest of the United States roster doing very, very well on this one so far. It is still early stage map pooling, and we are still less than half of the way through, so still either team's victory at the moment, but sizable lead built up for the US right now.
Yeah, I mean, Chess just doing what they do best in those low ACK FCs, you know? We saw it all year if you watched 4WC. Really just gets a low accuracy and holds the combo the whole time. Just don't know how he does it, but yeah, I mean, we're into this more difficult section. A little bit of a ramp up here, and these doubles into sort of high velocity sliders, and he is going to catch off Chess. He is going to find a break for Thailand. Everyone else holding on. Kendama finding a miss, Arigato finding a miss, and it's just Lesperi for Thailand as US hold on to the 3-way. Woodchi finding another break, but it's not the one that matters. Window Life as well. It's Rectagon and Vaxei and Lesperi all to hold on through that difficult section. And now 2 FCs to 1 into the final third of the map.
But look at the score difference, Mavs. It's 470k and climbing still for the US. There's only so much score left that a full combo can earn for you at this point, right? We're past the 500k mark for all of these FCs, and the score difference now is over 500k. We're in no mod, right? This is not modded, so even if all of the full combos, even if all of the combos break for the USA right now, it's not enough for Thailand to bring this back, and this is pretty much all but over going into the ending here. This is the most difficult section of the map, streamiest, most stamina intensive as well, and there is the long, I think, 48-note stream at the end of the map to contend with as well if you're holding on to a full combo. We'll see if any of these FCs can manage to hold through that. Lots of breaks on the triple spam there from the side of Thailand, but nobody from the side of the United States breaking, and it's going to be close to a 1-0 team score diff by the end of the map. Yet another very convincing win on speed for the United States up against Thailand here.
Yeah, and I mean, here we go.
Here we are.
Accuracy. Here we go. Let's
450s for Lesperi. He held He still got it.
Lesperi dropped like 2%. 2% gone, but FCs. Yeah, and the double FC for US, of course, the two kind of, I'd say, carries this year for the United States. Rectigon and Vaxei pulling home the FCs. And I mean, as you mentioned, it was 2 FCs. Yeah, that AC is ridiculous. 7 100s, by the way. But 2 FCs to 1, and the score difference was that big, and I think that's definitely just a testimony to show how difficult kind of a speedy tech map like that is to act, especially for a team that isn't very comfortable on speed in general. It's just that accuracy diff was so large, because not only do you have the speed element to worry about, it's also techie, and there's a couple weird patterns in there and weird bursts. You know, there was a couple 1/3s that really just catch you off. You need a little bit of rhythm to hit them with perfect accuracy, and that, you know, combined with the speed element just makes acking something like that really hard if you're not comfortable. But it is going to be DT1 instantly picked here from Thailand, and you might be a little bit confused thinking, you know, this one is, it's a weird pick considering they don't like speed. Well, this one is only, I believe, 225 BPM, and it's pretty generic as far as things go. There is, of course, a few bursts in here, a few streams, but I don't think it's anything that Thailand aren't going to be able to handle at only 225 BPM, and there's not too many of them, so I don't think the stamina is going to be clawed away at that much whatsoever, but they're going to be putting in Freeze here for their first map of the tournament.
Yeah, Freeze, one of the players who did play the DT1 for Thailand in qualifiers. Now, DT1 in qualifiers was a little bit different, much higher BPM. That was like 280 BPM in qualifiers, or 275, I think, in qualifiers, with not a single burst in the map, so it was just pure high approach rate DT aim. This one, lower approach rate, lower BPM, and a little bursty. It's not a speed map, though. So I think this is still going to be completely playable for all of these Thailand players in terms of the bursts, and you're just looking at this as a DT aim consistency test, effectively. It's a satellite Senya map. If you have ever played your local 3-star satellite hard diff of Senya, just make this a little bit harder, and that's pretty much what the map is, right? Like, the man has mapped Senya in this style since 1400 BC. So if you haven't played one of these styles of maps, you're just living under a rock at this point. Go check out one of the very many satellite Senya maps in this game. Looking like another DT roster for the United States here. Kama coming in for his first map for the United States this time around, though. Cheeto Blast replacing Wuchi. Wuchi definitely much more of a kind of pure speed player than Window Life or Rectigon or Vaxei. And especially Kama, very, very well-rounded with high BPM bursts and high BPM aim, but not so much the kind of longer streams that you find in the Nomad 2 this week and the DT2 this week. So makes a lot of sense for him to be coming in now rather than some of the other mechanics picks for this team.
Yeah, we've also got, as we mentioned, Freeze coming in, who did play DT1 for them. They played it quite well in the qualifiers, but also Master, who the only map they played in the qualifiers was DT1, and they FC'd it. So we'll have to see. Of course, as you mentioned, very, very different map from the qualifiers, but we'll have to see if they can carry over those performances this week for Thailand and see if they can put a point up on the board. Because if they can, the United States is going to be breaking the curse that has kind of held on to them for the past couple years in the round of 32. Maybe it was the seed number 1 curse. Maybe it wasn't the US after all. We'll have to see if I've just, if I've cursed them myself as we move into this DT1. Still an 8-way, as we're about a quarter way through the map here. Everyone holding on to their FCs, and accuracy is pretty good across the board. It is going to be favoring the United States because of the slightly lower accuracies from Freeze and Master, but Lesperi and Kadama putting up very, very good acts themselves. It's only a 60k difference into the first break.
Yeah, really, really good scores across the board right now. I mean, the lowest accuracy is about 97%, but 6 out of 8 players above 99 right now. So very, very good scores for everybody in the lobby. And this is kind of what's expected, right? You have a lot of very, very good DT players on the side of the United States and a lot of very good aim players on the side of Thailand. And this isn't, forgive the phrasing, this isn't DT enough for this to be, only playable by DT players, right? It's AR10, 225 BPM. So it's really not locking out your Nomad consistency players. And there goes Cheeto Blast. Kama actually with a miss halfway through the map. That is huge for the United States. Kadama to trade it, though, right after for Thailand, and that is so unfortunate. The underdog almost able to take a lead there, but Kadama not quite able to hold on to the combo, and now it's still a deadlock between these two teams. 3-3 in combo.
No.
There it goes again, though. Master with the trade. Kadama with another miss for Thailand, and when it starts to look like a deadlock 3/4 of the way in, it all starts to fall apart for Thailand. The United States pulling ahead yet again in this match. Up 3-0, very likely soon to be 4-0 on this DT1. So sad. And Mavs, I have a fun fact for you. If you listen to the lyrics in this upcoming section, this is actually the lyric breakdown in Japanese Goblins.
Oh, I see.
Vaxay with a miss.
We love Senju
United
maps.
States, by the way.
We love Senju maps. That's amazing. Yeah, Vaxay fighting a miss there as well. Dude, as soon as I heard the solo coming in, I was so worried for Thailand, because you just know, like, every time you hear a solo in a DT1, you're like, okay, here comes the tapping. Here comes the more intensive tapping section. And yeah, of course, Master found the break, and that's kind of where it just went downhill from there. Unfortunately for Thailand, putting up a good fight. 3.55 mil is quite good, but I mean, the second 4 mil score from United States of the match is going to be on the DT1.
Yeah, what are you going to do? 5x100 FC from Rectagon, 12100 FC from Window Life, and I mean, the lowest score on the team is 770k from Cheeto Blast. It's still a pretty solid score overall, only the one miss with 700s. So it's a tough team to beat, right? And that's kind of the point of this roster, is that they are well-rounded enough on every single skill set that it's going to be tough to beat them on any one thing in particular. And that includes ult, despite Thailand being a team that honestly is probably pretty solid at this in comparison to a lot of other rosters. They had some okay scores on the Nomad 3 in qualifiers, and had some all-right scores on the Hidden one in qualifiers as well. This is a relatively straightforward alt map. I think a lot more straightforward to read than something like the Nomad 3 this week. Your Hidden players are going to struggle with reading more because of density, and obviously your Hard Rock players are going to struggle a lot more with the raw aim consistency and aim control on this map. But overall, I think a relatively straightforward free mod 3 pick here from the United States. How do you think Thailand does on this, Mavs? Is it the 5-0, or is the dream still alive right now?
Well, I mean, they are going to have Minecrafter coming in for them for their first map of the match, and Minecrafter last year, from what I remember, was pretty good for them on Hard Rock. I'm almost certain Minecraft is going to be in for that Hard Rock, and you're going to be having Depi Force come in for the Hidden, who so far this match has been playing pretty well. Did pretty decently well on those kind of hidden sort of techie sort of maps in qualifiers as well. This one's going to be kind of ulti. But yeah, and of course, Lespree's been playing like a monster all match. Kadama as well. So hopefully, I mean, there's a chance here, of course. I think having Minecrafter in for the Hard Rock might have to be the difference maker. We'll have to see if they can put something up on the board. I'm surprised to not see chests in. Never mind. There it is. Actually, no, I am expecting Minecrafter in for the Hard Rock, but potentially not happening, because
We'll see.
he is their kind of dedicated Hard Rock player, but yeah, not coming in for this one, actually.
Interesting.
It's going to be, chests, Kadama, Depi Force instead. Lespree, of course, going to be in for every single map, and it's chests on the Hard Rock, so they were swapping that Hard Rock over last second.
It's actually an
they are gonna
overmod
have
for
a double
Thailand,
hidden.
by the way.
Yeah.
2 hiddens.
Yeah. I think it's worth. I mean, you're at this point in the match, right? You're down 4-0.
Yeah.
Take any advantage you can get. You know, maybe if it gets really, really close, it could be the difference maker. You never know. I don't think this map is anything that's, too favorable for the United States, where Thailand have 0 chance of taking this. They absolutely have a chance in this one. But we'll have to see how things go. It's not starting off good for Thailand as Kadama finds a miss, but Fiery Rage as well is one to trade it. So 3 FCs to 3 early on in this 3.5 minute almost map here. This one is kind of just what you'd expect from a more conventional no mod 3 nowadays, but it's just going to be in this free mod 3 slots with kind of mods banked on top of it.
Yeah, not at all surprised about the mod selection for the USA, by the way. Hidden on Takedo is a no-brainer. He prefers to play Hidden on Tiebreakers, for example. And Hard Rock on Rectagon is also a no-brainer if you look at all of his top plays. Yes, he's also very good at no mod, but definitely more comfortable on Hard Rock than either Vaxei or Fiery Rage at this point in time. Vaxei and Fiery Rage both very, very good and consistent no mod alt players. There goes Takedo on a slider break, but it's matched by Kadama on the side of Thailand, so no change in game state, and that's good for the USA. 215,000 score up, ACK advantage, combo advantage at the moment, with the double full combo still intact on Vaxei and Rectagon, and Fiery Rage ahead of Depi Force in combo on the no mod. Still looking good for the USA, but still within touching distance for Thailand on this map. We are only halfway through. Not nearly close to being done with this one quite yet. There's still a long way to go. I'm just waiting for more breaks from the USA. If you're rooting for Thailand right now to take a point, if you have 5-1 in your pick'ems, you are rooting for the USA to break. If you have 5-0, you are praying for the clean sweep and the clean end to this match on the third pick for USA. A lot of very consistent alt players on this team to try and make it happen.
I reckon most people definitely, I wish we could see statistics for it. I reckon most people have 5-1 in their pick'ems, but Chests actually did find a break there, I believe.
Yeah,
which is not good for Thailand. That is one of their mod players as well going down. So it's just Lesbury now trying to be supported by Depi Force and Kadama building the combo back up, but it's still the two-way and the near FC from Fiery Rage on the United States. It's just getting more and more out of reach for Thailand. Can the US finally finish a round of 32 in a 5-0 fashion? It's looking like it, Dio. So far, it's already a 600k score gap. Yeah.
I think it's time to call it, Mavs. It's 5-0 for the United States in round of 32 for the first time, and I don't know how long. It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute since we've seen the United States 5-0 round of 32. I'm happy to see it. This is a team that made some controversial roster changes this year with the exclusion of Decaton from the roster, and I think was really needing this kind of mental boost to just be up 5-0 in this match and clear it out cleanly and easily in the round of 32. Very, very convincing wins on every single map from the United States. 5 100s, 1 slider break on that from Takedo. Hard Rock full combo for Rectagon. No mod full combo and no mod choke from Fiery Rage to clean it up as well. Very, very solid scores from Team United States in this match, and I think a really, really solid start to the bracket stage for a team that has, for the first time since qualifiers existed, found themselves not the first seed.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe it was the seed number 1 curse, like I said earlier. Maybe it's South Korea's turn this year. We'll have to see.
Everyone with South Korea 5-0 and shaking in their boots right now, Mavs.
Exactly. Like, I wish we could have seen statistics, because I bet you like 90% of people had 5-1 for US. But yeah, they are going to be your winners, so big congratulations to them. And very well done there from Thailand, putting up their best efforts, bringing I think 1 or 2 maps quite close, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. I would have been very excited to see how this Thai roster would have performed maybe in this same matchup if they still had Phantasma, if they still had Salvatore, Chaipuk Chet, alongside those powerhouse players in Lesbury and Chests. It would have been a very, very interesting roster, but nonetheless, they are going to be, unfortunately, dropping down to the lower bracket here, and US are going to be moving on into your round of 16 uppers, as expected, I think, from most people.
Yeah, I think all according to expectations so far for the results here in the round of 32. USA sweeping Thailand into the losers bracket. They will face off next against the loser of Italy versus New Zealand. So good luck to Thailand in the losers bracket. The United States, of course, facing off against the winner of that matchup. And next up, we actually only have 3 more matches on Saturday, Mavs. Only 5 matches out of 16 on Saturday. It's Poland versus Argentina at 17 UTC. That is in about 11 hours and 25 minutes. Quite a quite a long time from now. So go catch some Z's if it's late night for you, like it is for me. Otherwise, you may have to stay up a little late for Poland versus Argentina, Great Britain or the UK versus Turkey, and France versus Brazil. Some good matchups coming up, especially I think France versus Brazil is going to be a very, very close match at 18 UTC.
Yeah, absolutely. And also excited to see the return here of kind of this UK powerhouse roster with Bubbleman coming back, the Akali Bed in the form that he has been in, obviously in the kind of on the solo leaderboards. So yeah, excited to see that United Kingdom roster up against Turkey there as well. Poland, Argentina. I mean, everyone's excited to see this Polish powerhouse team who, you know, were extremely close to taking #1 seed, by the way. I don't know if people are aware of how close it actually was, but it was a hair's margin between South Korea and Poland in those
It's so close, they
qualifiers.
actually had higher average score than South Korea in the qualifiers.
Which is
super
crazy.
close. All that said, congratulations again to the United States. Very, very clean match here in the round of 32. Very well done from them. Commiserations to Thailand and good luck in the losers bracket. That is going to do it for us. We'll see you all back here in about 11 hours and 20 minutes. In the meantime, you should check out the Osu store and purchase some banners to support your favorite teams. You can once again purchase banners in the Osu store that appear on your profile in support of your favorite teams. And this year, you can purchase multiple. You can actually purchase as many as you want. You can purchase multiple for the exact same team. So you can make your profile, theoretically, with infinite money, you could make your profile infinitely long with OWC support banners. Whales out there, you know who I'm talking to. So go check out the Osu store, buy some banners in the meantime, or just buy one for your favorite team. If you happen to buy the one of the team that wins the entire tournament, it'll stay on your profile until you next buy a World Cup banner or until the next World Cup starts, whatever is first. So yeah, go check them out. Thanks everyone for watching. Congrats again to the USA, commiserations to Thailand. Thanks Mavs for commentating with me, and we'll see you in about 11 hours for Poland versus Argentina.
Take care.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all watching at home. We are back once again with the Osu World Cup 2023 round of 32. It's going to be another high seed, low seed matchup here with Poland versus Argentina. Poland qualifying in as the #2 seed in the tournament. Argentina qualifying in as seed number 31. So definitely a sort of David versus Goliath matchup here to continue our Saturday run of matches. My name is Dio. I'm going to be joined on the cast by Fiery Rage. Good morning, Fiery.
Good morning. It is 10 a.m. and I'm ready to cast a match. One thing also, I think, worth noting that you didn't really mention. Poland actually has the highest overall score in the qualifiers, but they're still seed #2, just how the seeding works. They didn't get a single map score below, I think, top 10 in the qualifiers. So this is going to be a very, very uphill battle for Argentina. There's not really a weakness that they can exploit, especially in the early stage here. It's going to be very interesting, I think, to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you look across the qualifier results for both of these teams, and you compare both qualifier runs for Poland to both qualifier runs for Argentina, and both runs for Poland on every single map are better than both runs for Argentina on every single map. So there really is not any sort of weakness for Argentina to exploit. Like you said, this is a Poland team that is extremely well-rounded, even in places where you don't necessarily expect the Polish roster to be well-rounded based on previous years. Again, this is a Poland team that has the highest overall average score out of the qualifiers and is ready to make a run to the finish line this year, or at least they're going to try to. Unfortunately, no protects, so we're not going to be getting a hidden one protect by...
I'm not sure what was going on there.
That's kind of funny. But Yeah, like you said, highest average score for Poland. We talked about that yesterday as well when we were looking at some of the seedings in the USA match. But this is an Argentina team that probably is going to try to lean into speed. A lot of really good speed players for Argentina, even if they have a lower, placement on all the speed maps in qualifiers. I think that's still where they're going to be most comfortable. And yeah, we were talking about the bans beforehand. Hidden One, probably the hardest map in the pool. AR8, low AR, high circle size, alt tech reading hybrid sort of map. It's very difficult. Pretty no nonsense sort of ban for Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina struggling quite a bit during the qualifiers on the Hidden and Hard Rock pools especially, so it's not too surprising to see them go for Hidden 1 here. Hard Rock 2 was the other ban I was thinking might be a possibility, but Hidden 1 is by far the hardest pool, or hardest map in the pool, so it's not too surprising to see that ban. Free Mod 1 out of there for Poland, the flow aim-oriented free mod. Also, not too surprising, Argentina, outside of double time, is good at flow aim. They had a pretty good No Mod 2 score overall in qualifiers. So,
yeah, definitely not too surprising of a ban there. And even though there are some flow aim picks in the No Mod pool, like the No Mod 3 and No Mod 4, for example, they're not really the type of flow aim that Argentina had a good time on, which is more just pure stream-based flow aim. The type of aim control or tech streams in No Mod 3 and No Mod 4, respectively, are not really their, it's not really their forte, so to speak. And I'm a little surprised by this first pick for Poland. We talk about Argentina and how they are a relatively good speed team. They have a lot of really comfortable players on speed, and Poland just picking right into it. Picking this No Mod 2. Usually you expect a stream map in this slot if you follow the tournament scene. Not the case in OWC this year. There will be a variety of types of maps and a variety of slots, and this speed map in No Mod 2 is a good example of that. 234 BPM, primarily speed, secondary tech skill set in this map with a couple of tech streams, max LT cell stuff, and a couple of slider patterns in this map. But yeah, a little surprised by this pick, Fiery. I think Argentina is going to have an okay time on this map overall.
yeah, traditional No Mod 5 and No Mod 2 slots and slot pooling is dead in this tournament. It's not going to be your traditional No Mod 2 flow aim, No Mod 1 generic aim all the time. Granted, some slots are still the same, but you have the speed map in No Mod 2. And yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how this goes. I do think Poland obviously still has the advantage just off the fact that their roster is so much stronger than Argentina, unfortunately. But I do think Argentina has a chance on this. Richo in particular, very, very good at these sort of speed maps. So I think they definitely still have a pretty decent shot at this.
Well, a decent shot is gonna have to be transformed into a very good shot if they want to beat this Poland roster on any sort of maps. Yes, we're talking about Argentina being relatively comfortable on speed with players like Bomilk and Rico and BTG in particular. Probably one of the best players on this Argentina roster, despite currently being ranked around 9,000 global. And a very, very comfortable speed player at that, is known in the ranked restricted tournament scene for being one of the best speed players in 5K and 4 digits. So definitely a force to be reckoned with, but more than something that Poland can reckon with, that's for sure. Definitely this Poland roster has a lot of very, very good speed players. You see Rafał, also known as Wypan, Rafis, Malashevsky, and Kasia Borowica in for Poland. This is a roster that is filled with really good speed players, both in solo and tournament. Early break for Malashevsky, actually. This is not what you expect to see out of probably the best all-rounded player in the tournament.
We also have misses from Rafis and Rico, or Richo, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but those two traded early on, so still going to be an advantage for Poland just off accuracy alone. Bomilk not having the greatest time in the accuracy department. It's going to be pretty much where all the score gap comes from. Bomilk actually missing as well earlier, and I did not see that. Rafis as well going to be missing once again, and that's still a combo advantage now for Argentina in the early stages of this map here.
Yeah, it's looking good so far, and this is why we were kind of skeptical about the pick for Poland, or not skeptical, but interested to see how this would turn out, because these are, this is what the players on Argentina are most comfortable with. This is kind of what we expected them to pick into, is these sorts of speed maps. This map, the DT2, the DT3 in this pool, So for Poland to pick into this means they really need to turn it on in the back half of this map. Combo lead now squarely with Poland, though, as Rico finds the drop going into the second half of the map for Argentina. Accuracy advantage still with Poland as well. The 95% on Bomilk definitely struggling a bit. And there goes BTG, 98.5%, but no combo left. Only Kagami standing for Argentina, as Kasia Barvika, Rafał still standing for Team Poland, with Malashevsky and Rafis holding on to pretty good supporting combo as well. And there goes Kagami, there goes the hopes on this map for Argentina. And Poland starting out strong, even on a pick that the opposing team is honestly pretty good on, considering their qualifier results.
Yeah, just an unfortunate collapse during that hard part there. Third of the map remaining. Score lead is already pretty much insurmountable and is just going to keep on climbing during the slow section. There was a miss from Rafis earlier to offset some of the misses in that hard part, but with Waipan and Kasia still holding on to the FCs, Malashevsky with the recovery combo after the unfortunate early miss that he had there. Going to be a pretty solid first point for Poland.
Not much else to say. Now we're just looking for the full combos from Kasia Barvika and Rafał, hoping that Waipan and Kasia can hold going into the ending of this map. There is that, I think it's 48-note stream at the end of the map for them to contend with, so maybe we'll see some act drops on that, but hoping that they can hold on to the combo through the burst spam, through the slider spam here. Both of them still holding the FCs. Very well done for Team Poland. Over a 1 million team score gap on Nomad is absolutely huge. Even replacing one of these scores or two of these scores with a full combo for Argentina would not have made the difference. That just goes to show how ridiculously strong this Poland roster can be. A little bit of an act drop for both Rafał and Kasia Barvika on the ending stream, but they both hit it. Two-way FC for Poland to start things out.
Malashevsky also missing on the last slider there, unfortunately. But yeah, very solid first point. 1.3 million score difference and 2 FCs to none. It's going to give Poland a very convincing first point as we get into Argentina's pick now. And they're going to be picking into free mod 2, potentially? Maybe? Apparently not. They are thinking, I guess.
I don't think they want to pick the free mod 2. He did not mean that. The instant, wait, no, don't actually pick that, please. It was just a prank. DT34, DT2.
How does that work?
I think this is a fine pick. I think either DT3 or DT2 for Argentina would be good. Poland won the Nomad too, right? Poland is also seed number 2 overall, had the best score in the qualifiers on DT2, had the number 2 score in qualifiers on DT3, had a really good performance in qualifiers overall, highest average score in qualifiers, right? The chances of you winning a pick, even if it's something that you're strong on versus this team as seed number 31, is very, very low, assuming that both teams are playing at their best potential, right? So you just got to go with what you're comfortable with and hope that Team Poland has some unfortunate mishaps, slider breaks in the middle of the map, for example, and on a map where you are most comfortable, that sort of thing is more likely to happen.
Well, we definitely saw a couple of unlucky misses from the side of Poland. If that happens again and Argentina holds their nerve and gets those combos sorted out, then upset potential is pretty high on this. We'll see what happens as we get into the start of the map here.
Yeah, pretty much the same roster for both of these teams. No surprises there. Early slider break for BTG is a little surprising. Maybe some adjustment issues going into the higher approach rate on this map for BTG. Accuracy starting to claw back up for him now after those early act drops and breaks. But there's another miss and another act drop for BTG. Not looking good at the start of this map for Argentina. Accuracy for Poland all pretty good outside of Waipan. Rafał holding the 96, but even then 2% up on BTG with those breaks included. So 4-way full combo to 3-way full combo, definitely favoring Poland a quarter of the way in right now.
Higher overall accuracies on the FCs as well. 98% across the board on the FCs for Argentina. 99 except for Rafał. it's going to be pretty much staying that way. No breaks from anyone outside of those early breaks from BTG as we get into nearing the halfway point of the map.
And this is exactly the kind of point in the map where you're hoping, if you're rooting for Argentina to take a point, you are hoping and praying that one of these members on the side of Poland finds some kind of unfortunate slider break, or ideally two of them, but you can only hope and pray for so much, right? This is a really, really consistent team. We already saw it on the Nomad 2, and this map definitely a little bit more comfortable for most players than something like the Nomad 2. Yeah, there's these doubles in the middle section, but none of these players really struggling with that whatsoever. Very high accuracy on both Malashevsky and Rapis as well, 99.75 and 99.45 respectively for those two players. Not quite 99% for Kagami on the side of Argentina, their highest accuracy. Very closely followed by Bomilk, but unfortunately those early breaks and early act drops from BTG kind of haunting this Argentina roster, as everyone on Poland still holding the full combo. 4-way FC intact into the last quarter of the map, Fiery.
Yeah, we already saw a 4-way FC on this map earlier from the United States, and this kind of is just going to be, I guess, a replication of that. It's literally the only misses from BTG making the difference right now. If those misses didn't happen, Argentina actually could have had the lead, potentially, as Kessia drops quite a bit of accuracy at the end. But as we get into the ending, nope, that's not going to happen. And another 4-way FC, and it's a 3-way FC, and basically a full combo from BTG. But it's literally just those misses, and that made all the difference, the 300k difference.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even if BTG had full comboed the map with that accuracy, would not have made a difference. 337k score difference, and you can only get 1.2 million with a double S on Score V2 for double time, so there just would not have been enough score on BTG's full combo to overcome the accuracy difference that Poland put up. 3x100 full combo for Malashevsky, definitely helping contribute to that act diff overall.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that, unfortunately. You have a very, very good team score in Argentina on that. 4.4 million is nothing to scoff at, but just can't really compete when there's a 4-way FC on the other side with 99% across the board, and they're going to just immediately pick into DT3. They just do not care.
I mean, even Argentina is saying it in chat. They're like, "Come on, man, that was our pick. Like, what are you doing? We want to pick this map." But Poland is just confident enough in their DT and speed skill to pick into this kind of stuff. Again, this is the team with the #1 run on Double Time 2 in qualifiers, a much harder speed map at that, and really the only kind of pure test of speed that existed in the qualifiers map pool. Yeah, there's DT3, but that's more of a like 200 BPM sped up alt style map with
I was gonna say,
290
that's not
triple section and aim section, right? It's not really a speed map in the traditional sense, like this DT2, DT3, and Nomad 2 are. And so for Poland, they have supreme confidence in their speed because they've already shown that they can be the single best speed team in this tournament in the qualifiers.
Oh, let's see how both these teams perform on the next speed pick. 260 BPM bursts on this one, mostly 5 bursts, if I'm remembering correctly. And it gets right into it. There's not really any hesitation with it whatsoever. You just immediately get blasted by the speed after these slow sliders in the beginning.
Little high approach rate on this map also. AR 10.2 exactly, so AR 8.8 before double time. This does say 4.7 stars with double time. This is closer to high 6 star rating local, or low 7 star rating online. Early break from Rico on the side of Argentina. Bomilk, Kagami, BTG in once again. This is the speed roster for Argentina and the speed roster for Poland once again unchanged on this map, as they've just kept in the same 8 players for both of these teams the entire time this match has gone on. We have only played speed maps, and Poland continuing to come out on top so far. First quarter of the map, a 90k score lead based purely off the early misses for Bomilk and Rico, alongside the ACK gap that once again exists on this map. 3 members at high 99 for Team Poland, Kasia Borowica as well with 98.7, which is better than any accuracy on Argentina right now.
BTG as well, dropping a miss. It's just Kagami now, holding on to the FC for dear life against still 4 FCs on the side of Poland, 3 99s and an almost 99 from Kasia. And it is already not looking too hot. Halfway through the map, and this score lead is at 350k and climbing.
Yeah, this is just kind of what you expect from this matchup, right? It's Argentina at seed 31 and Poland at seed number 2 with the highest average score of anyone in the qualifiers and the best speed score of any team in the qualifiers, right? So this kind of consistency is what we've kind of come to expect from this Poland roster. Players like Malashevsky, who are consistent even into much higher star rating pools than this round of 32. Rafał and Rafis, both with very, very good DT scores in tournament over the years. Rafał more recently, being known as Ypan, and setting tons of really good scores for Poland, especially in 3-digit World Cup. And of course, Rafis, one of the oldest players on Team Poland at this point. And Kasia Borowiecka, the new member, I'm honestly pleasantly surprised that he is this consistent in tournament. I think it bodes really, really well for their roster going into some of the later stages of the tournament if a player like this, who is brand new to the roster, can be super consistent in tournament, even in the early stages where consistency issues are really the only thing that can plague these higher skill cap teams. By the way, Rafał did find a miss, so it's not going to be the 4-way full combo, but the conclusion is already foregone in this map.
Yeah, Poland really likes double time. I think is the conclusion we can get from this. 399% FCs. Malashevsky holding on to a 1x100 for a good chunk of that map. Still going to be above 1.2 million thanks to that spinner alongside Rafis. And yeah, completely outclassed is the way to say that. 2 million score gap. Not much you can do about that. Just move on to the next pick.
Yeah, 3 members at 1.2 mil for Poland on that one. 11 100s for both Rafis and Kasia Borowiecka, 150 for Kasia, but not mattering there with the extra spinner. Malashevsky 4x100 on that map and above 1.2 mil. It's just one slider break for Rafał. That's the only break on the team, and only 12 100s as well for him, so... What can you do, right? What can you do if you are Team Argentina in this situation, right? You have lost now 3 speed picks in a row. You have to pick something else. You don't want to pick into more speed when this Team Poland is clearly outclassing you on it, but this is forcing you now into picking something that you are much less comfortable with as a team, which is never really where you want to be. And yeah, Rico saying they're grinding gears, thinking about the pick, trying to figure out where to go from here. I can tell you where they're not going to go is the Hard Rock and Hidden pools. Poland with far, far better scores in the qualifier on both of those mod pools. So I'm thinking it's probably a no mod pick.
As you
it's
say
Hidden
that.
too, actually. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking DT1 personally. I mean, obviously you're still probably going to get outclassed by Poland on DT, just how DT2 and DT3 went. But DT1, I think, is probably the best chance Argentina has remaining in the pool. No, Hidden 2 is going to be the pick. Not the low AR Hidden this time around. It's going to be the awkward aim Hidden that you normally see in the Hidden 1 slot. Brought to you by Will Stetson, new featured artist announced this week.
Shout out to Will Stetson. Yeah, like you said, this is not the typical or traditional Hidden 2. That pick is more so in the Hidden 1 this week, and targets the same skill sets as Hidden 1 from qualifiers, but with AR8. So this one a lot more comfortable. Still awkward, still AR9, still with the Hidden mod, and at 200 BPM there is a significant enough object density in this map to make it a little difficult for a lot of players to deal with. But Argentina hoping the aim consistency will help them out on this one. Different rosters for the first time in this match. Mastash and Michny joining Malashevsky and Kasia Borowiecka. Excuse me. Bullmilk, Kagami, BTG all staying in. PP Poo Poo 977 joining Argentina.
I could just tell you did not want to say
I mean, somebody's got to do it. Am I right? Somebody's got to do it. Early break.
That's a soundbite for Dio right there.
OWC names. OWC player names, everybody.
Mustache as well. Trading the early miss from Bo Milk, so combo is going to remain relatively equal. Accuracy lead in favor of Poland with the double S from Michny and Malashevsky. PP Poo and Kagami going to be missing as well. So Poland now with a pretty sizable combo advantage going into the first chorus here.
Yeah, and honestly, this is kind of what we expect, right? Poland is also a very, very good hidden team. Players like Michny and Mustache are very, very comfortable on hidden. Mustache with hidden applied on a lot of his top plays, which are more difficult with hidden than something like this is, that's for sure. And there go a couple more misses for Bomilk and BTG. Not that the Team Argentina is bad at hidden, but that they are... we've said it before on the DT, simply outclassed by just how good this Team Poland roster is. It's an uphill battle on every map for Argentina right from the start. And unfortunately now with no full combos left and another combo break for Kagami and BTG versus the three-way full combo still intact for Michny, Malashevsky, and Kasia Barwicka, alongside the really good supporting combo for Mustache. It's looking a little bit doomed. Looking a little bit doomed for Argentina here.
Yeah, Poland just not putting out anything for Argentina to really capitalize on here. Still two double S's on the side of Michny and Malashevsky as we approach the halfway point of the map. This is where I think we might see a couple of the FCs miss. There are a couple linear patterns in this section in particular that I think are miss potential coming up right around here. There goes Michny on that first one, and there goes Mustache on the next one. But other than that, two FCs still holding on through that section. It is pretty much over.
Yeah, I mean, look at the score lead. It's 900k and climbing for Poland right now. PP Poo Poo with another miss for Argentina, and Kagami and Bomilk to trade it out as well. Kasia Barwicka will find the drop for Poland, so it will not be the two-way FC, but Malashevsky still holding on with the double S intact 3/4 of the way into the map. Seemingly no trouble for Team Poland on this pick either. No four-way FC or three-way FC this time around for Poland, but it's still going to be a very, very convincing win on this hidden two. And at this point, it's all about what the last pick for Poland is going to be. Maybe we see them pick into the DT1, the last remaining double time in the pool. Maybe we see them go into one of the Hard Rocks, where Argentina had a pretty rough performance in the qualifiers. But Poland really with pick of the litter at this point for whatever sort of map they want to try and play up against seed number 31.
I also wanted to just confirm for myself, since chat was saying it, Malashevsky SS that map with an MP3 that had about 100 milliseconds of delay.
Oh.
So, you know,
huh.
we do a little bit of trolling.
Just listen to the hit sounds. Just listen to the hit sounds. That simple.
I mean, whatever works, you know. But yeah, Poland now with their next pick, and they have pretty much the entire pool that I think they could pick at this point and have it be reasonable. I think realistically, probably a DT1 or Hard Rock 2 pick, just based on how everything has gone from this match so far.
Can agree with that.
Might see a couple of weird throwbacks though. Oh, DT1 is going to be the pick.
Yep. Satellite Senya DT. Just look up your local 3-star hard diff mapped by satellite and make it a little bit more difficult. That's exactly what this map is. If you haven't played Satellite Senya Double Time at this point, you've just been living under a rock, right? Like, this is one of the staples of Standard at this point is Satellite Senya DT. Something that has been around for years and years and years, and continues to be a staple for DT players and farm players alike. It's mostly aim. There's some bursts, but they're pretty low BPM. It's only 225 BPM. This map is also only AR10, so not quite high approach rate like we had in qualifiers or for Double Time 3. So this is going to be pretty comfortable for the vast majority of players, even if you're not a DT main per se.
I do want to add on, I don't necessarily think newer players would have the familiarity with Senya satellite maps. I don't think necessarily they're as well known as they used to be about a couple years ago, but nonetheless, very much a staple in the mapping community if you are into that sort of thing. And what you see is what you get. Aim map with some bursts. AR-10 after double time.
Not a lot else to say about this. Same roster for most of Poland as the previous speed picks, and yeah, same 4 players for them. Amuro coming in for Argentina and Slina coming in for Argentina to join Bomilk and Pipipupu.
I'm sorry.
Can we change this guy's name? Can we get a name revert? Like,
No, you just call him 997. Just call him 997. There you go.
That's a good one. We'll go with that. 997. Early break for 997, and that's kind of it. That's the only thing that's unfortunately holding Argentina back right now. Accuracy for Slina really struggling at the moment, though. 96% accuracy compared to 99 plus for every member of Poland.
Yeah, not really that much you could say. Going into the break, they're going to see that. And they're just going to have to hope that Poland collapses. And just based on how the other maps have gone so far, not looking very likely, all things considered. Early miss from Pipipupu and the accuracy from Slina. It's making all the difference right now. We'll see if it changes as the map progresses halfway through. So still opportunity for Poland to maybe get some unlucky misses here and there. If there is a map to get unlucky misses on, it is the aim pick. So we'll see what happens.
Fiery, fun fact, did you know that this lyric breakdown is the same as the one that's in Saigetsu, Japanese Goblins?
I mean, it's a Toho remix, so it's kind of expected.
Oh, Raph is actually finding a break there right in the middle of the map. This might be the opportunity Argentina needs. Hold on now. Everyone on Argentina is holding. It's 3 full combos to 3, and there goes Bomilk and Slina. Okay, well.
Why did you have to mention it? There goes all the FCs.
The door was open a little bit. The door was open a little bit, but unfortunately, not enough time for Argentina to slip through, that's for sure.
Pipipupu with the highest combo now inside of Argentina. I will say it if you're not going to say it, Theo. I'm taking one for the team there. Rafael as well with a miss. Not going to matter, though. Double FC on the side of Poland still with Kasia Malashevsky. That's going to just about do it.
And there goes Pipipupu 997 as well.
No!
There goes all of the combo for Argentina. 4 million plus team score for Poland. 99.87 on Malashevsky. 99.61 on Kasia Barwicka. And that is GG. 5-0 sweep for Poland. Sweeping Argentina into the losers bracket with aplomb, honestly. Picking right into the strengths of Team Argentina and still convincingly winning every single pick in this match.
Yeah, not much you can do about that, Poland. It's number 2 seed for a reason. They are very good. And you saw that with the round of 32. Lots of high scores across the entire board. 4-way FC on DT2. 3-way FC on DT3. This team is a hell of a force to be reckoned with, and they're going to be progressing into round of 16 pretty convincingly. Argentina now dropping to the losers bracket, not out quite yet. They'll have another chance at redemption in there.
Argentina will be facing off against the loser of France versus Brazil, so it will be a chance at redemption, but going to be a pretty difficult chance, that's for sure. France and Brazil are both pretty solid teams in this World Cup, so good luck to Argentina versus them. Poland facing off against the winner of that match. That'll be coming up next in about 28 minutes, and again, 5-0 win for Poland. What else can you say? Really solid stuff from seed number 2. It's what you want to see out of your top-seeded teams, right? Is very easily winning these early stage matchups versus low-seeded teams in the round of 32. Poland and the USA both pulling those off 5-0, so very well done from them. We're going to be back in about 28 minutes with France versus Brazil. Congratulations again to Poland. Good luck to Argentina in the losers bracket. Thank you all for watching. Thank you to Fiery for casting with me. Remember to buy your banners in the Oath store to support multiple of your favorite teams this year. And we'll see you back here in about 27 minutes for France versus Brazil. Don't go anywhere.
See you guys then.
Hello everyone, welcome back. OS World Cup 2023, round of 32, France, Brazil on deck. Doland here, and I'll be joined by Vorty to get you through this one. Should be a good one. Vorty, how you doing?
It is nice to be here, Doland. I think this matchup is going to be one of the closest this weekend. We have seed 15 up against seed, I believe, 18. So seed 15 France up against seed 18 Brazil. One of the closest matchups on paper. And I do think if there's any matchups this weekend that have potential to go to tiebreaker, this is going to be one of them.
Indeed, indeed. Let's go over the rosters for Team France. In red, Charo Lee, Akoro, Daye, Flavin, Hifkill, Mbappe, that is Just Man, and Musty. For Brazil, it's going to be Korean Maliko, Dafons, Exodal, Liramin, Victor Skull, Zubs, and Ju. Or Ju. However you say that. We need a pronunciation guide, 40. Just get out of hand.
A pronunciation guide would always go off. I believe one of the Dafons is My Angel Flare, if you know them from that username. But two pretty stacked rosters, two rosters which I think will be very comfortable at this mid 6-star rating. I think there's going to be a lot of close maps here in qualifiers. A lot of the maps both of these players played ended up getting very, very close. Not too many distinct wins. You obviously had France, who had a very big lead on No Mod 1, but in this pool particular, there's nothing really too similar to the No Mod 1 in the qualies pool. I guess the closest you'd have is something like Hard Rock 1, but I do think the biggest obvious ban for Brazil is going to be that low AR hidden slot, which they just immediately banned out, and that is completely fair. I think that's really where France has a massive lead on that low AR hidden comfort, but France instead banning out the DT3, so not really feeling too good on the high BPM tapping.
I believe we saw the same exact pair of bans in an earlier match. I can't remember if it was US-Thailand or Chile-Sweden, but Hidden 1 has been a popular ban.
Yeah, I do think Hidden 1, it's one of those skill sets. Obviously, Hidden 1 being Hidden 2 in conventional quote-unquote pools, it's low AR hidden. It's such a polarizing skill set. You'll have some teams who have 4 players who are really good on it and they'll put up an insane score, and some teams who'll put half that score on average. It's not like other skill sets where you can have like a pretty good fight. It's very, very polarizing, so it's a fair map to have a common ban on.
Indeed, and also it's throwing a lot of people for a loop here, because typically you see that low AR hidden pick as the HD2 slot. The map poolers decided to be cheeky here and switch things up. Hidden 1 is Hidden 2, and Hidden 2 is Hidden 1.
Yeah, not too hard to remember just for this pool in particular. I believe because Hidden 1 is the custom song of the pool, not just the custom map, the custom song. They wanted to kind of put that in full showcase in the Hidden pool.
Had to give it top billing there, and we're still waiting on the opening pick here. Not sure who got it. I believe it's Brazil picking. It's going to be No Mod 4.
Yep, so Brazil picking the tech map of the pool. This is one of those skill sets where Brazil did have a good little lead on France. I believe they had a just over 300k lead in qualies, and Brazil, honestly, a very strong tech country, and this is I guess this is one of the more conventional maps of the pool. This is just your solid tech map. If you're a tech player, you'd love maps like this. Definitely a little bit on the diff spikier side. There's notably a few sections which lean very heavy on cuts, some cut doubles, some cut streams, but this map is just what you're looking for if you're a tech player.
And we see the stars coming into the lobby. It is a star-studded lobby. 2 countries with a lot of experience and depth in their respective communities, as well as great fan bases. This should be a good match here, Vorty, for us, as we see Musty, Mbappe, and Akoro in the room for France. Exodal, Dafons, and Korean Maliko lining up for Brazil.
Yeah, and I mean, on one hand, like, this is obviously Brazil's first pick, but man, the roster that France is putting up here looks pretty scary. Obviously, France has done some pretty scary things on tech in some other tournaments, but I do expect this is going to be a matchup where pretty much every pick is contested from both sides. I could imagine breakpoints being traded left and right, but we'll see how this one goes. Brazil's first pick, No Mod 4.
Indeed, Star Command about to get in the chat. Referee about to get us started. Bracket K puts the command in, and this one is ready to rumble here. Winner takes on Poland.
I do think in this map in particular, you do not necessarily want to be missing super early in the intro. That's where you're going to have some time to build up a little bit free combo before you get into the first quote-unquote difficult section.
You know, the big question here is how do we pronounce that one player's name on France? Is it Fie? Is it Faya? Is it Faye?
I think it's Fie. I could be wrong.
Fie? F plus vowels?
Yeah, I believe it's Fie.
We're gonna go with that. It sounds pretty nice. But anyway,
see a nice relaxing intro here.
Yeah, nobody getting caught out here. It's just a slight accuracy advantage for the French at the start here. And we will await somebody to blink here. Zubs struggling a little bit, is the difference maker. Again, it's only 30k.
I was fine to break though, and so does Defons. That is an unfortunate start if you're Brazil going into your first pick, as nobody on the side of France misses in that build-up.
And it's a short map. We're already over a third of the way through. That double miss is killing Brazil at the moment. France still quad FCing, and you just can't do anything about that.
And this is a short map. It's a little over 2 minutes, and a good chunk of that is free combo. So having two players drop is really, really rough in that section. You're going to need France to drop pretty much now, but right now there's just not much to drop on. We're going to have to see multiple breaks from France in this next difficult section, and we're going to need to see the rest of Brazil hold if they want to win their first pick.
Yeah, it would take a meltdown. It's already 400k. We may be able to call it here, but the accuracies are just looking so nice from Okoro, Faye, and Mbappe. Musty the only one struggling a little bit on France, but maintaining the FC, getting the job done. Korean Maliko going down. That is going to spell an opening break point for France.
Yeah, it is pretty much sealed. Unless we see a quad chain miss break from France, but everybody getting through that section, hitting the cut streams. Okoro does find a drop, but still the rest of France. Musty also breaks, but Mbappe and Fie are still holding on.
Yeah, they're going to battle over that MVP slot, but it's too little too late for Brazil. They're down over 700,000, and France starting strong with a break point. Mbappe and Faye coming in clutch, and it is going to be Mbappe just nudging out Faye for that top slot.
And that is a monstrous team score for France here. I mean, this is a really tough map to be consistent on. Exotl had a really good score. Korean Maliko with the S rank and really good recoveries from Defons and Zubs, but France just held bigger combos across the board, more comfortable accuracies as well. I mean, looking at the result on the screen, you'd expect this to be a France pick, but that was Brazil's pick, and now France has a nice little lead to start with. When you have a matchup that's 1st to 5 for the victory, a single breakpoint is so huge, and you're not really dealing with that many points.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and to have it as your first pick, I mean, France can really take advantage of this opportunity and try to run up a lead here. Obviously, that's the goal, but now they have the pick. And you look at what Brazil banned, and you have to wonder, do we go for that hidden 2 pick?
Yeah, I believe Hidden 2 is a lot more comfortable. It's still pretty dense being Pro Trading 9, but it's a lot more comfortable. It is something that Brazil is going to be a lot more able to play than the Hidden 1. But I mean, considering that No Mod 4 result, you could honestly go into something like Hard Rock 2, which is the Hard Rock tech. Alternatively, you could lean into France's aim strength, go something like Hard Rock 1. No Mod 1 is a little bit different to your normal No Mod 1 aim, being a bit higher BPM. A little bit less spacing, but more snappy on the high BPM aim, but we'll have to see what they go for here. Lots of options.
Free Mod 1.
Yeah, so Free Mod 1's another interesting one when you're looking at slots similar to No Mod 1. Has a little bit of that aim consistency, but a lot more focus on flow aim consistency, especially on the modded players. You're going to need players who are really comfortable in either Hidden or Hard Rock to get that good team score. And I think notably for France, I mean, you have Justman and Okoro. Justman's going to be a machine on Hard Rock. Okoro is going to be a freak on Hidden. I think this free mod team overall is just really, really strong for France.
I'd have to agree, and also this is, because of the breakpoint, it's a perfect opportunity for France to really warm up their players on their respective mods. So I do like this free mod 1 pick, leaning into that aim skill set that favors them, you mentioned, but also allowing their players to warm up on respective mods. a brilliant chance. You don't get those that often.
Yeah, it's always nice to be up. A break point at the start of the match gives you some leeway, gives you the ability to lean into a variety of skill sets, and this is a great way to do it. I mean, this map alone opens up so many possibilities if it goes well.
And we'll see how Brazil respond. Liramine and Zubs checking in. And we'll see how the mods line up.
Curious to see the mods here. I expect to see Kareem Maluko take maybe the hidden. I have to see. It's not going to be Just Man on Hard Rock for France.
Yeah, it's going to be Flavin checking in here for
Actually,
Mbappe.
A Koro no mod, Musty hidden, Flavin Hard Rock, Exoddle Hard Rock, and Lyramin hidden.
So no overmods.
I mean, I think no overmods is completely fair. I would say in terms of the skill cap, the skill difficulty, modding this map is going to be one of the biggest challenges of this pool. I think you'd rather just take that consistency, having more no mod players than the greed of the overmod.
Yeah, especially if you're Brazil here, you don't want to get greedy with the overmod. You just need a breakpoint in return. An early miss from Zubs here. Not going to affect things too much, but it is going to give France about a 20k lead.
Yeah, much longer map. Obviously, No Mod 4 was a little over 2 minutes. This is a little over 4 minutes, so plenty of time to recover. And so many breaks.
Death across the board. Four-way miss.
Slow aim pattern.
Yeah,
it's actually two. Yeah, both of the No Mods gone for France.
Yeah, that caught everybody on France except for Musty. And Faye, another miss following up. Brazil looking good though, pulling that score gap back. Exoddle was the only Brazilian player to miss during that flurry of trades.
I mean, it is fair. It's going to be the Hard Rock to drop for Brazil, which is probably the hardest combo to keep up anyway. Flavin was dropped to the exact same section. I think the most important combos in this map is going to be No Mods, and it's going to be that hidden comfort player. And so far, Brazil is winning out on those players.
Yeah, so far so good, but we're only a quarter of the way there as Flavin finds yet another miss for France. 40k for Brazil and growing.
Other 1/3, nobody missing.
Yep, you're definitely going to see some accuracy sacrificed for sake of keeping that combo.
A well worth trade.
Yeah, especially in those tricky 1/3 sections. Everybody makes it through, and that favors Brazil. 100k.
I mean, we're seeing it. I think I mentioned this is a matchup that could just be Breakpoint City, and we're already sort of seeing the start of that. France looked so good on Brazil's first No Mod 4 pick, but now Brazil has a significant advantage on France's first pick. And if they can keep up their combos for another 30 seconds, 1 minute, it's going to look really, really good for them.
Oh,
that does find a break, though. That gives France a chance.
It was traded by Flavin, but Exoddle also found a miss before that. And as you can look at that score differential, it's just barely going up in favor of Brazil. Another miss from Flavin. Going to put things further in the Brazilians' hands now, halfway through.
Really up to Lyramin and Zubs holding on to those big combos, the two biggest in the lobby. If they can do it, it's going to look really good for Brazil, but as soon as one of those combos potentially drops, it's going to start swinging back towards France.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Faye and Okoro have built up huge no-mod combos. So France are there. And but Musty goes down. That's crucial. That was a huge supporting combo for them. Now they desperately need Zubs and Lyramin to drop.
That supporting combo from Musty was going to be one of those key pieces in getting France back into this map. But really now it's just up to Lyramin or Zubs missing. But they're just looking so strong.
Yeah, Lyramin and Zubs versus Faye and Okoro, and down goes Okoro, and that is going to seal the deal. Breakpoint for breakpoint here.
Love to see. It's still a quarter left in the map. Lyramin does find a break.
It shouldn't affect things as long as Zubs can hold on a little longer here, just because of the trades that have come out from France.
Yeah,
but Exoddle dropping again.
Trade.
Yeah, I don't think they can lose 350,000 points. Oh, wait a minute.
Luka does find a break.
No, wait a minute. Let's not do that caster curse thing.
I think we would need to see Zubs find not just a break, but a chain miss to also lower their score. But look at that accuracy. They are powering through this outro.
Zubs getting dubs. Flavin and Zodal trade, and that will seal the deal. A 300,000 point win for Brazil. Breakpoint for Breakpoint.
Love to see it. Zubs with that massive score, securing the breakpoint for Brazil. I think there was just a few misses really early on into the map, and then just a really solid, pretty much reverse choke. And now 1-1, both teams basically picking for each other. Just goes to show how close this matchup is. And now it's Brazil for their second pick.
All right, so both teams now kind of able to settle down here. Landed a break point on each other. And now they're going to try to get their footing, establish themselves on their own picks. And you have to wonder what will come out next here from Brazil. You have to wonder if France are going to eye up Hidden 2 on their next pick.
Yeah, I mean, for Brazil, in terms of a mod that they had an advantage on in qualies, it is that DT pool, but it was only by a small margin. I mean, Brazil won out on all of the DTs and qualies, but only by like 100, 200k. I don't know if that's enough to really be super excited to pick into the DT pool, especially because the DT maps in this round a little bit more comfortable, a little bit lower star rating, especially something like the DT1. It's going to be something so many teams are going to be comfortable playing. I don't know if you're going to find a significant advantage there, picking that map.
And it's also very risky given the fact that there's only 2 double time maps in the pool left, right? So if Brazil were to pick one of these double time maps, get absolutely crushed by France, France are just going to come right back over the head with the other double time pick. And it's going to be Nomad 1. We've seen Nomad 1 pick several times already today.
Yeah, this Nomad 1 is pretty spicy. Traditionally, I guess in normal pools, you have 2 different flavors of Nomad 3. You have flow aim heavy Nomad 3s and snap heavy Nomad 3s that are usually lower BPM. This map is obviously 230, so definitely not in the Nomad 3 BPM range, but it's kind of that type of mapping style. Still, it's going to be very single tappable for players who are comfortable at single tapping, but it has that snap Nomad 3 vibe, essentially.
Nomad 1 with a hint of Nomad 3.
But I have seen a lot more Nomad 1s in recent tournaments be pulled at a higher BPM to give it a little bit of a distinction. I think when you pull Nomad 1s that are a little bit too comfortable at this round, they become very scary to pick because too many players can play it comfortably, so it feels very RNG. But these types of maps are a little bit more spicy, and that gives teams a reason to pick it a little bit more, so you feel like you might have an actual advantage there.
Also want to thank Wobble for the raid, bringing 73 viewers into this France-Brazil matchup. If you're just joining us from his stream, welcome. Breakpoint for Breakpoint here. 15th seed France versus the 18th seed Brazil. Nomad 1 is the next pick from Brazil as they assemble their roster.
A raid from the Polish legend himself.
The one and only. And just in time for the third round of this one, roster set Mbappe, Flasta, Hipkill, Faye for France, Exodal, Zubs, Defons, Korean Malico for Brazil.
I think we've seen pretty similar rosters from Brazil for the most part, but obviously that's just what happens when you have a few very strong core players. But so far, neither team has won their pick, so let's see if Brazil can break the mold and win this Nomad 1.
Quite a lengthy one here, 3.5 minutes. Everyone making it through the intro all right. Slight app drop from Hifkill there, but no drops, no misses.
It's nice to see at this BPM range, you see a good mix of people alternating and single tapping. Korean Maluko finding several breaks in that intro section. Hopefully they find a way to recover. Not a great start.
That was quite a hefty drop there. several misses, but recovering now. It'll be about a 12,000 advantage for France. Faye is going to also drop. That'll trade the miss from Korean Malico. So things are going to be relatively even here. A quarter of the map's already gone. And this has been the theme of this match. That score bar, for the most part, staying pretty close to the center.
Pretty much just those two breaks from Faye and Korean Maluko. Question is, who else is going to be the one to break? Exotl breaking on maybe that burst. Finding another break right after.
Ooh, Faye trades.
Trading
Yep.
back, but that was the low combo on the side of France. It's still 3 FCs to 2 with that supporting combo from Korean Maluko.
Oh, but another miss from Faye. That's going to stop the French from running away with it. Keep that score gap to about 10k. Brazil fighting, but as you said, that's not a miss that Brazil needed. France with 3 FCs.
It's still pretty close with Korean Maluko now having recovered. I think it's still going to be slightly France favored, but it could flip over at any moment.
Yeah, as long as Faye doesn't miss here, are we getting... Oh, Hifkeel's going to go down, and you could tell the frustration there from the cursor dance. That was a big miss. Brazil now running away with this one. 30k, just like that. Mbappe is down!
And now it is looking fantastic for Brazil. It was so close, but France just falling apart in the middle of the map.
It's Zubs and Defons. Flasta the only FC for France. Korean Malico and Exotl building the supporting combos. But an absolute meltdown from France here in the mid-section of the map is going to put this one out of reach unless we see a meltdown from Brazil.
Yeah, pretty much as long as they can hold on for just a moment longer, this is going to be secured.
And pretty much already is, just barring, well, them not playing. I think that did it. It's insane how just like that, everything changed. It was a 10k gap half the way, and now it's 500k. And poor Flasta. Yeah,
Team question mark.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's gonna have to watch the VOD, figure out what happened there.
Yeah. I mean, losing 2 of your big combos near the middle will do it. Zotl finds a break, but it's not going to matter. Korean Maluko and Defons do find drops, but it's already done. Zubs with, I believe, the full combo.
I don't know if that's a full combo or if Zubs missed at the start, but either way, a brilliant score. I think that actually is an FC, you're right.
Yeah,
It is.
I mean, Zubs with back-to-back insane scores, having the reverse choke in the last map and the FC here.
Yeah.
There's the
12,100.
machine on the side of Brazil. Yeah.
Not bad. 99.2 from Zubs. Zubs getting the dubs here has been the hot hand for Brazil the past 2 maps.
I mean, especially for this map, there's plenty of rhythm switch-ups to find act drops on, so 12/100s is very impressive.
And now France will have to respond. 2 unanswered points from Brazil. They have the pick. And again, now you gotta wonder, is this when they pull the hidden card?
Yeah, I mean, I do think Hidden 2 is a favored pick for France, just considering how strong of a hidden roster they have. And after Brazil wins their second pick, you know, I think it's a fair pick to just go lean into right away. If you're France, you're probably picking it at some point in the match. Could just do it now. Especially because it's first to 5, you don't have too much time to lose on breakpoints unless there's another map they're feeling also super, super confident on.
Yeah, I'm sure they wanted to kind of keep that hidden 2 pick in their back pocket for when they really needed it, but you just never know how a match is going to go, and you never know when you're going to get the opportunity to get the breakpoint, get a chance to get a 2-point lead. But France need to tie it up, and they're going to go with double time too. So interesting. France are going to be the ones to open the DT door here and test the waters.
So this was a map or a skill set that was very contested in qualies, but this DT2 a little bit lower starting. It is also funny that France is the one picking the map with the Goku background against Brazil with the Dragon Ball Z collab.
Made by Dada.
an insane, like I think one of my favorite collabs of the tournament. But yeah, this is a Dota map, Dota, no DT2. And yeah, it's pretty much just a good test of stamina and finger control. I do think France, notably for these types of maps at a little bit of a lower star rating, is super consistent.
Yeah, and this plays a bit differently than Double Time 3, which is the map that they banned.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't negate the fact that this is a very risky pick here from France if this does not go their way.
Yeah, if this doesn't go their way and Brazil is up 3-1 going into their next pick, that's a very scary place for France to be in. So it's going to be a very important map for France to get the win on.
All right, rosters being assembled for the French. Flavin, Flasta, Akoro, and Charlie. For Brazil, it's only Zubs and Liramine right now. And that is not the real Defons, that is the fake Defons. I don't know who the name change was. I hate these players.
Defons.
Defons 2.0. But all right, here we go. Star Command is in. And a very important round 4 for France. DT2.
It's going to be a very important map for France to win. I believe just with how these early round, first to 5 matches go, it's very unforgiving if you lose too many breakpoints. 219 BPM. Not going to be too straining for players at this caliber. I think this is going to be more of a consistency test. I believe everybody here will be able to play a map at this difficulty. The question is, who's going to find those silly drops like we saw in the No Mod 1?
It all comes down to who blinks first here. And so far, the accuracy advantage with France by about 15k. Of course, we're pretty sure it's going to come down to a miss or two. But a quarter of the way through, they're looking good.
I mean, if it did come to an 8-way act battle, that would be cool. But Flavin does end up being the first one to break. That does give an advantage to Brazil.
And there is still plenty of time, but with how well these 7 players have been comboing the map this far, you have to wonder if they're going to get another chance at Flavin with another miss. Going to put France further behind the 8 ball here.
Looking good for Brazil. They can hold on a little bit longer. And Flaste drops as well. 2 combos gone for France.
And it is a 4-way for Brazil. There's absolutely nothing France can do. They need a miss here out of Brazil. They need 2 misses. And there's one from Liramine.
There's one, and it's in the middle where the score cap you get from a break is the strongest. So that does give France an opportunity to start clawing their way back.
But they can't actually start making progress until they see another one. And Brazil is not providing them that chance. Final quarter of the map, it's only another miss from Liramine. That's not the player France needs to miss, and Charlie goes down!
Charlie! With that break from Charlie, the hopes for France to take this pick back is pretty much vanquished. You would need to see a triple break from Brazil. But with how we've seen some of these players play, it's going to be unlikely to see.
And Brazil making a statement here. Making a statement here with Korea and Maliko, Zubs, and almost Defons.
I actually think that is an FC from Defons, just a Loak FC, which is, that's combo over act.
Combo gamer. We love it,
I think
Brazil.
It is, I think it's Akora with the best score in the lobby, a 99.45% FC, but it's going to be Brazil with that triple FC and that solid backing score from Liramine going to take that breakpoint, and now they're up 3-1 going into their third pick in a fantastic position in this match.
Yeah, Akoro and Zubs really cooking on that one. 12 misses and 10 misses. But the DT pick backfires. And now you have to wonder, where does Brazil go? Do they go DT1? Because that went so well. Or do they go for the Nomad?
DT1 is a little bit scary because it's even more comfortable than the DT2. But if they can find a pick that they can win and convert on here, they're going to be up 4-1. And at that point, you're in such a good position to win the match.
And I wouldn't be shocked to see a timeout come here from Brazil if they're not sure or if they're deciding between two picks, because this is the crucial moment of the match for Brazil. You want to get this right. You want to convert and have that 4-1 lead.
This pick for Brazil is extremely crucial. I mean, considering how the Nomad 1 went, you could go for the Nomad 3. It's obviously very different, but still, if they feel like they want to play that type of map. I mean, they did pick the Nomad 4, but they're actually going to go for the Nomad 2, which honestly is a fair pick. So Nomad 2, not your traditional stamina flow aim Nomad 2. This is a little bit more of a speedy map, a little bit more of an aim consistency / speed map.
All right. Brazil will lead with Nomad 2 here in the top of the third round of picks. Camellia special here. And one of the longer maps in the pool, coming in at nearly 4 minutes.
I think we've gotten to see a good chunk of the longer maps. I do expect to see Zubs perma-lobbying with just how insane they've been playing. I think they're all on like back-to-back FCs with a almost FC on Nomad 1, so just an absolute force for Brazil right now.
Yeah, a reverse choke and 2 FCs. Pretty good stuff out of Zubs right now. Keeping Brazil in it.
And I think for a map like this, which is going to be, I think, one of the harder maps in the pool to FC, having a player like that on your team who's super consistent, can pump out those FCs, it's going to be super crucial.
And, fun fact about this matchup, I just looked at the pick'ems. 78.6% of people predicted France to win this match. Only 21.4% predicted Brazil. Technically giving Brazil that underdog bonus on the pick'ems.
Ooh, that's going to be huge for whoever went Brazil on the pick'ems.
Because I believe it's 25% or less. I can't remember. I was too late on my pick'ems, as I am every year.
I think I was on time by like 50 minutes on this round, because I am also normally always late.
See, I was an hour behind you. It did not go up. But here we go. On to Nomad 2. Brazil looking to advance to match point here. France have Hifkil, Flasta, Akoro, and Charlie against Korean Maliko, Zubs, Defons, and Exodal.
Considering France did ban DT3, the high BPM map, this is the next highest BPM map you can go for Brazil, so I think it's a pretty fair pick.
Yep, an early miss coming out of Akoro here. Of course, it is a tricky intro. Zubs not going to be FCing this one, an early miss. Will another reverse choke be in the cards? We'll have to wait and see.
It's the intro, plenty of time left to find recoveries.
You do love those little breaks at the start, just so you can catch your breath in case you missed an intro. But here we go, into the first major key eye of the map.
Hifkil, that is going to be a big break. Quarter into the map breaks already start mattering quite a decent amount.
And Brazil's starting to open up a small lead now, 35k. France still in it. They need to hold and they need to see a miss. Oh, Charlie and Exodal trading. And you can tell from the way that Charlie just spun, not happy about it.
Yeah, I think Exodal in the same situation, but those misses pretty much even out each other. You can see the accuracy on Zubs right now, pretty much countering the early miss.
Yeah, that is some stellar accuracy out of Zubs, 99.5. The best in the lobby. And here we go, Exodal going down once again. That will help France as it is not traded, but Charlie is going to trade it right back. So back to square one now. 100k advantage for Brazil. France halfway through needs some help. They could use a couple of Brazilian player misses right now to be score cap. And Zubs is going to be the one.
Ooh, not the player you would anticipate to find the big break on Brazil, especially with how consistent they've been. That's going to give France the advantage. The score should the Haskell and Flash, they both break. It's now just a Koro on the reverse chuck, and we have Korean Maluko and Defons now on the 2 remaining FCs of the map.
Oh dear. Things just changed very quickly for France, and now they're still in the same situation they've been in. They need a miss out of Brazil, and it needs to come from Korean Maluko or Defons, and it needs to not be traded. And it needs to happen pretty soon. Hifkill going down.
I mean, with the score lead Brazil has accrued, I think you would need both of the FCs to break and a Koro to hold.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. They need both the FCs to fall. But that's not happening. Korean Maluko combo gaming, low AC, high combo.
I mean, this is one of the, I would say, the most mechanically demanding maps of the pool.
There goes a Koro.
Oh, yeah, with that break from a Koro, it is over. This will be the win on Brazil's 3rd pick, and they're going to be up 4-1 after this, which is a pretty dominant position to be in a 1st to 5 matchup.
Yep, here we go into the death stream. Exodal gets caught out. And Defons and Korean Maluko will hold on to their FCs here. Job done. Look at Defons. That is the definition of combo gaming. 95% FC in the World Cup. 864k. You love to see it.
I mean, that 95 still matches like a good chunk of the accuracies on France. Brazil clearly a lot more comfortable on the high BPM. Makes sense why France banned the DT3, but a very good pick from Brazil to notice that weakness and capitalize on it.
And now the problem for France here is I feel like their pick is forced. I feel like they have to go for that hidden pick.
Yeah, I think I would agree. The hidden 2, I think it's just France's best skill set. If you really, really want to go for it, and you need a pick, you need your best map pretty much at this point. You cannot afford to lose a map. You can't just win your picks, you also have to win Brazil's next pick, but I think it's just hidden 2 here. It's a lot more comfortable than the hidden 1, but I think it's still going to be a map that France has a comfort advantage on.
Yep, so even if France does win this, they will have to win 2 more to force tiebreak. The question is, what are they going to go with? We might see a timeout called, we might not. I just feel like you have to go for hidden, considering that Brazil banned hidden 1. But like you said, best map is what matters at this point.
If they have a map in mind that they feel even better on, obviously go for that, but I can't really see what that would be. Hard Rock is a very scary thing to just delve into when it hasn't really been explored yet other than the Hard Rock players on Free Mod 1.
Yep, and we now see the official calling for the pick, so time is running out. It's going to be Free Mod 2.
You go Free Mod 2, interesting. So it is the small circle / low AR Free Mod, and actually I'm surprised I didn't think of this, obviously because it is, you know, AR8 or AR 8.5 CS5, and most players are going to likely want to go no mod. This is effectively the other low AR option, and that plays into France's low pro trading strength.
And we now see the real Defons coming back in. Subbing in for the stunt double.
Yep.
And Mbappe checking back in. Ah, yes. France have realized they're down 4-1. Subbing Mbappe back in will surely lead to the reverse sweep.
Surely. Now, I imagine Mbappe, also known as Jessman, probably goes Hard Rock on this. Expect to see either a Koro or a Musty on the hidden. On the side of Brazil, I think we did see Liramin go... I think, hidden on the last free mod, and then Korean Maluka Hard Rock, so we could see a similar lineup.
Now, I'm wondering if we see an overmod here out of France. I mean, I don't think we will, just because of their situation,
yeah.
but when Faye checking in.
I don't think you would see an overmod on France, but just because I think they'd rather have those players play the low pro trading no mod. I couldn't anticipate an overmod on Brazil just by going over on Hard Rock if they don't have enough comfortable low pro trading players, but we'll have to see what they want to go for here.
The mods, it's going to be Flasta on Hidden, Mbappe on Hard Rock.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, Flasta is like the hidden machine.
And
I mean, they have several hidden machines on the side of France, but it's going to be no overmodding.
Oh, Exodal on Hidden. Okay. Korean Maluka on the Hard Rock. So, bottom row is all no mod. Makes it easier for your viewing pleasure.
Very nice, very well coordinated by the teams.
They're looking out for us.
Yeah, this map, very slider heavy, lots of long sliders and ticks. Mbappe going to be the first to break on the Hard Rock combo. And I think the accuracy is going to be pretty brutal on this map, especially on the Hard Rock. Korean Maluka also trading. I think this map is just insane for the Hard Rock players.
I think we're already getting a little taste of how difficult that is going to be for the Hard Rock players. Misses from both of them already. But the accuracy advantage is with France. And looking at these hidden player accuracies, Flasta 95% versus Exodal, who is on a 90% hidden FC right now. One of these players is definitely more comfortable than the other. Defon's going down.
Oh, that break from Defons is so unfortunate, especially because it was the highest AC combo from Brazil. And now in the intro, that's going to give France the advantage.
Oh, we see a trade.
Will drop though.
And we see a trade, but that's actually going to favor Brazil. So that takes an extra FC off the board. And right now, the combo advantage is pretty much nil. I think it's slightly in favor of France, but both teams have about the exact same amount of combo.
Yeah, but it's a little bit scary because one of the big combos right now on the side of France is that Hard Rock, which is very volatile just by the nature of Hard Rock on this map. But if anybody can hold it, it's Mbappe. But obviously right now... Oh, but Lirabin finds a break, and now Defons as well. That's going to be a huge advantage to France now.
I think Defons was client, but Liramin's break is definitely going to put them further behind the 8 ball here. Over 100,000 points in favor of France now, and as you said, it's really Ekoro, Faye, and Mbappe.
And Exodal finds a break as well, and now it's just a monumental lead for France.
Yep, this could have been the money pick here for France. Brazil not really having somebody who can enjoy hidden on this map. Because we noticed during the last free mod it was Liramin on the hidden, so maybe they just didn't have anybody who was really comfortable on hidden on the free mod. Exodal doing their best.
I mean, it is tough. I do think France was always going to be favored on these low pro trading picks, unless you had an insane overmod on Hard Rock, but then you're playing multiple Hard Rocks on this map, which is just really brutal. Yeah. Mbappe does find a break on the Hard Rock combo, but it's still a Koro and Faye on those FCs with Flaste on the big recovery.
Yeah, the damage has been done despite the miss from Mbappe, and you see they're still actually gaining, building up that score lead as Liramin goes down. So France looking really good on this. They should walk out of here with their second point.
And a crucial second point that is. Obviously, every pick from here on out is match point. This puts France back in the match, gives them the opportunity. If they can break point on Brazil's next pick and then convert on their own pick, we could see a tiebreaker, but it's still Brazil 4-2 after this pick.
Yeah, Korean Maluka now dropping, and that is going to seal the deal. No big combos left on Brazil. All eyes on Faye and Ekoro.
This is a pretty monstrous score from France right now. This is a brutal map to be consistent on.
And you can just tell the no mod is the difference right now for France. I mean, they did better on mods too than Brazil, but you look at the difference in the no mod scores, and that really does tell the whole story.
Exodal actually going to be the highest score on the side of Brazil with Hidden over the two Nomad scores. And I think that's just goes to show the difference in the third and fourth player comfort for low approach rating. I think it's notably why they banned Hidden 1. But obviously you can't ban all the low approach rating maps, and they did end up having to play that map. But it is Brazil for their fourth and actually last pick. This is going to be their last pick no matter what. So if they can convert, they win 5-2, but if they end up dropping and losing the breakpoint, it could get very, very spicy.
Yeah, it could get spicy, but again, France are still not out of the woods. We're going to the top of the fourth round of picks here. Like you said, Brazil's last pick. A chance to put the final nail in the coffin. And we'll see where they go with it.
I mean, you mentioned the DT1 earlier, and I wasn't super sure about it just because of the comfort.
Yep.
Yeah, they do go for it. I mean, considering they won the DT2, they won the Nomad 2, both maps. I mean, DT1 is literally sandwiched in between those two in terms of BPM.
Right.
I think this is just the pick. Brazil has been so consistent on these more conventional maps. I think you just go for it. France has found some, I want to say, uncharacteristic breaks on these types of maps. So I think you just bank on the fact that as Brazil, you're super comfortable at the skill set. You're going to get hopefully a good, very, very good team score. Hope to see France get one or two silly misses and convert on the pick. But I mean, what can you say? Satellite Senya.
Yep, Satellite Senya.
This is just the DT1 dream, the heaven for a DT1 player.
And they really didn't have many other options. It was either this or Nomad 3. Because, I mean, Hard Rock made no sense because neither team had picked Hard Rock up to that point. And the only Hard Rock that had been played was on Freemod. But DT1 looks to be just the right choice for Brazil. That's what they're hoping for, anyway. And they've got their four already lined up. Korean Malico, Exodal, Subs, and Stunt Double Defense.
Stunt Double Defense. I mean, considering the prior maps in this match, I do think this is Brazil favored, but it's still such a comfortable DT1 that France is going to be able to play it. So if Brazil does find some silly drops, France holds on. This is definitely a break-pointable pick, but definitely in favor of Brazil for this one.
Also, something we need to keep you updated on. The other match that is going on in progress right now is tied at 3 between the United Kingdom and Turkey. They just played Hard Rock 2, in which Turkey won by over 600k.
Yep, if that match is still going on when this one is done, I believe we will swap over.
Yep. Yeah, we would have normally put it up on the B stream, but unfortunately we didn't have enough staff available to get a second stream up, so if that match is still ongoing after this one is concluded, we will switch over and take a look. But right now, it is round number 7 here. Brazil's pick, double time 1. They're looking to close it out. For France, it's Hifkill, Blasta, Okoro, Mbappe. For Brazil, Korean Malico, Exodal, Zubs, and Defense.
Just looking at the players, the names in this lobby, like I can assure you all 8 of these players, you look at their leaderboard, it's going to be like 5 FCs on this map. But we see Hifkill with the first break. It's just the tourney pressure, the tourney nerves at the end of the day. Can you be consistent in the moment? Hifkill will be the first to drop, but it's obviously super, super early on. That miss won't matter too much. It's going to be the misses we see later into the map.
And sometimes an early miss can be a blessing in disguise. It gets the nerves out quicker, You can't think about missing if you've already missed.
Yeah.
But right now, it's the only difference maker here. The miss from Hifkill and the accuracy is putting Brazil up by 60k, and that's a relevant margin as we're already a third of the way through, so... But again, one miss changes everything here.
As you mentioned, the accuracies on Brazil are... I don't even want to mention the double SS going on right now.
A little...
But it's looking pretty good.
A little in and out double SS right there from Korean Malico and Zubs. And France giving chase combo gaming, which is exactly what needs to be done because they are right there in position to pounce if a miss comes out. Halfway point coming up. Will anyone get score capped?
In the middle, the worst place to find a break. So far, everybody holding through.
No misses, and Brazil is slowly growing the advantage off of the accuracy, which is absolutely insane. 130,000.
Looking so extremely comfortable. It's literally, even if Hifgil was holding on, the accuracies from Brazil would have them winning anyway.
Yeah, but now France are getting into a position where they need 2 misses, and Mbappe goes down! And that could be all she wrote, unless we see a double miss from Brazil. And they are cooking!
With how Brazil's been playing, I don't know if we're going to see that double miss, especially right now. It's a little bit of a slow section before we get into the last Kiai.
And that, I'm afraid that's it. Hifgil going down. Yep, I don't think there's anything France can do. Brazil are 4-way FCing, looking to put the final nail in the coffin, deliver the first seed upset of the World Cup. It is Zubs going in, delivering dubs for Brazil. With the rest of the squad in tow on a Quad FC, another 4.5 million. Make it 4.6 million for them. Unbelievable.
A monstrous scoreline from Brazil to seal the match out, winning 5-2 against France, which I don't think is a scoreline most people anticipated, considering France was the notable favorite in Pick'ems. But that is the first, I think, notable upset of the tournament, as you said. And yeah, fantastic performance from Brazil. I think Brazil playing super consistent today. Zubs with, I think that's their 3rd FC of the match. And France just having a few more of those unfortunate misses and ended up being the difference for them.
Yeah, it turns out that double time pick that went the other way really came back to bite them. But Brazil played so well for a majority of the match and just deserved the win. Zubs undoubtedly the MVP here today. There are your winners, Brazil. They will be moving on to the winners bracket round of 16. They will face Poland. France still alive in the losers bracket. They will play Argentina next week. What a match, Vorty.
Yeah, what a banger. Good luck to those teams in the future, but I think assuming UK is still going, UK versus Turkey still going on.
It is still going.
And is Turkey up 4-3 against the United Kingdom?
The last I saw it was tied at 3. That might have changed during that map. Let's see. And indeed, oh no, the UK is up 4-3. The UK just secured the 4th point.
The UK, okay, okay. Yeah. Awesome.
But things are getting spicy. That's a break point, actually, and the UK are picking next. So we're going to try to get into that match. Staff is working on it. Don't worry. Hopefully we can catch the tail ending of this, a potential TB.
I will be completely honest, a TB from UK Turkey is not what I would anticipate.
This is the 8th seeded United Kingdom against the 25th seeded Turkey. So Turkey putting up a fight. You love to see it.
A David versus Goliath moment for Turkey. I mean, Nomad 3 has been picked.
And again, we are working on getting you visuals as soon as possible. Here we are, so let's see how things have shaped up. Turkey with a hidden 1 ban.
So it is United Kingdom up 4-3, and they just picked Nomad 3. So it is their last pick no matter what, but they're United Kingdom picking the alt map.
Yeah, I believe for some reason it's saying Turkey picked it on screen, but this is the UK's pick.
Yep. Always when you're quickly swapping into a different match can be a little bit scuffed on the layout, but it is United Kingdom's pick. And I do think this is a good pick for them. I think notably in this matchup, United Kingdom is, you could say, the higher skill cap team. And I do think this type of Nomad 3, which is a little bit on the longer side, very difficult to consistently combo, I think it's something United Kingdom does want to pick, because you're not going to find too many low-seeded teams who are going to be able to put a good format on this.
Yeah, but let's talk about Turkey real quick, because Turkey, I don't know if you remember, a couple of years ago, they were the 32nd seed, taking a point off of the United States. They have grown into quite, how do you put it, a early round team, a low SR team, as they have clearly been proving in this match with Raikoho and the gang. With a few more client issues, we're going to get them set up and synced up.
right. So it was Turkey winning out on DT1 with a 3-way and really solid supporting combo. Over 4 million support for Brazil there. Turkey also winning out on the Hidden 2 and the Hard Rock 2. So a good mix of skill sets that they've won on.
And I believe the United Kingdom is down 2 of their players for this match. So that might explain why Turkey has been able to put up such a brilliant fight. But hey, credit to them. You still have to score the points.
I did notice no Akali Bed in this map, which I believe Akali Bed, the highest performer on UK. I believe if you had Akali Bed, he would be in on pretty much every map. So potentially not in this match.
No Akali Bed and no Easy Champ for the United Kingdom.
Ooh, yeah, those are some pretty rough players to lose out.
Yeah, so this is very much a real match here. Trades coming out from Hante and Shinkiro. Nomad 3. So can the United Kingdom close this out on their own terms, or will Turkey be able to force a tiebreak?
Drop from Raikoho.
That is going to put them further behind the United Kingdom, 30k. But this is a lengthy map, so Turkey have plenty of time to recover here. 3.5 minutes.
Any of time to recover, but I mean, this roster on United Kingdom, this type of skill set, which is hard to, consistently FC, you want those consistent players in Bubbleman and Kingling. Consistency is just the word I would use to describe them.
Yep, by the way, Bubbleman, before this match, just won a DDR tournament, we were told. So, he's locked in.
And Levi going to also find a break, as well as Orke. It's now only Shinkiro on, I believe, a reverse choke with Raikoho on the supporting combo. And it's still Bubbleman and Mr. Fudgeface with the FCs. UK in a fantastic position on their last pick.
Yeah, UK looking to close out here. Kingling did trade one of those misses from Turkey back, but now Turkey are down by over 200,000 points. They're going to need to see a miss from Hante, Fudgeface, or Bubbleman.
I think you would need almost 2 misses, because right now Hante is matching Shinkiro, and then you have Bubbleman and Mr. Fudgeface basically uncontested. Kingling does find another break, but it's not the important break on the side of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, definitely not the break that Turkey needs. They need to see Hante, Fudgeface, or Bubbleman go down, because we're just now past that halfway point, so that score cap would be nice and benefit them. But the United Kingdom now, 350,000 and growing. Levi going down. And this may be all she wrote for Turkey here.
I mean, yeah, already a 400k score. Hante does find a break. Okay, that's one drop. If we see Mr. Fudgeface or Bubbleman break, and Raikoho and Shinkiro hold on, there's maybe potential. But honestly, I think we would need to see Mr. Fudgeface and Bubbleman drop, but that's asking Bubbleman of all players to drop, which I don't know will happen on this map.
Well, and the problem is Orke and Levi have been chain missing essentially, so it's kind of erased any chance Turkey had of coming back, even if those misses were to come out. And unfortunate we couldn't get the really exciting bits of this match, but Turkey able to make a little magic happen and take advantage of an opportunity. The UK being down 2 players, but it will still be the United Kingdom coming away with the win. 5-3, as Bubbleman, Fudgeface put the exclamation point on it.
Yeah, I think 5-3 is still a scoreline you can be really, really happy with if you're Turkey. This is obviously United Kingdom, one of the big teams, a top 8 team in the tournament. So that is not a small feat to take 3 points away from them in the round of 32. But that will be United Kingdom to win on their 4th pick with a nice FC from Bubbleman with the 4 100s, a monstrous score.
Bubbleman, the man, the myth, the legend. And that is going to be game. United Kingdom win it 5-3. They will get the winner of Indonesia, Ukraine, and Turkey will play the loser of Indonesia, Ukraine. So GG, well played. No Akali Bed and no Easy Champ, but they get it done.
Get it done, and Turkey with a really respectable 3 picks. I mean, despite having 2 missing players on Team United Kingdom, it's still just such a strong country to get 3 points off of them. As one of the lower seeded teams is still something to recognize. But I believe that will be all she wrote for now.
Yep, and that is going to do it actually for all of the Saturday matches. That was the last block for Saturday. Our next match is going to be Sunday, 5 UTC. Philippines, Mexico will be the next match, so make sure you don't miss that. Make sure you check out the store and buy all of the banners you want. You can do that now.
You can even buy multiple banners of the same country if you really like that country.
You know, I love how they did this until after I tried to do it years ago and only got one displayed and bought like 2 or 3. But it's okay, I'm not mad. Not jealous, not mad. Take advantage of it. But
Yeah,
anyway,
pleasure casting with you, Doland.
likewise, Vorty, likewise. Chat, don't go anywhere. 10 hours, be back here. Philippines, Mexico. You don't want to miss it. Vorty, any final thoughts?
No, just excited for a lot of the banger matchups on a packed Sunday. See you all there.
We'll see you next time. For Vorty, I'm Doland. And for Leo FLT, he's a part of the team too. Streamers deserve love. We'll see you next time.
See you there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Offworld Cup 2023 round of 32 stage. Going to be starting off Sunday with the match between the Philippines and Mexico, 5th and 28th seeds, respectively. Joining me today is someone who has dreaded the thought of casting the Philippines, as everyone knows the name collab, which is currently pinned in stream chat, was revealed. This caster did not want to cast them, so much so to the point where he said he would actively dodge all their matches. Hello, Azer. Turns out that didn't really work out so well, did it?
Yeah, some things went wrong there. Change of plans, I suppose. So I'm here. Well, it does look like, at least on the client, it does show the wrong names of the old players that they had. I'm not sure what happened to them. I think on their Twitter page, I mean, it said all of them got tourney banned or something. So now we just have 8 Heoks. I don't know who these posers are, but they're clearly not here today. So anyway, that team is going up against Mexico, which has a lot of very familiar players, I think, for the most part. A lot of returning players that we've seen year and year again. Right, Wolfie, right, Saint. We can definitely... Cambros as well, I think, did pretty well last year. A couple of new people as well. But we can definitely expect to see that core 4 playing a lot more.
Yeah, Mexico doing fairly strong on Hard Rock, especially in qualifiers, all things considered. Philippines, obviously, pretty well-rounded, kind of underperforming on the Nomad 2 in qualifiers, but I feel like that's kind of more of an outlier than anything, as this team is more than comfortable on stream maps with players like Enri, Zone Luis, and all that.
Otherwise known as Heok and Heok.
Yeah, Heok and Heok. You're going to be hearing that a lot this entirety of the... Oh my god.
As you can kind of expect, though, with the seed disparity like this, you did say it's seed 5. That's a pretty tough opponent, no matter what, who you're up against, right? If someone is able to seed number 5 in the qualifiers, you're gonna have a really hard time, and the scores in the qualifiers definitely show that as well. If you just compare their qualifier scores, it is entirely in the Philippines' favor. I think the closest map will be DT1, which was only a 250k difference, but that's still quite significant. So a very, very tall order for Mexico here to be able to win this match as a first opponent. But I mean, in round of 32, it's kind of to be as expected. I'm pretty interested to see the Philippines, because we've been hyping them up for such a long time now, a couple of years where they get better and better and better, and now it seems like the roster has been kind of like fully realized, like the fact that they're able to seed at number 5, and we've seen a lot of them really pop off in community tournaments this year. So I'm pretty excited to see, maybe not the round of 32 pool, maybe it doesn't really allow them to shine that much because it's pretty easy, but later on, I think they'll be a strong contender.
Yeah, a lot of Philippines players having issues with military service and whatnot, much like kind of South Korea's rosters over the time have been kind of affected by that. This time around, no issues with them whatsoever. They're pulling all the strings and getting everyone together, and they are ready to prove themselves on the big stage and get one of their highest placements yet this year in 2023. Band phases are already done. Hidden 1 banned for Mexico, not too surprising. That's the hardest map in the pool by far. It's the low AR hidden map. Philippines banning out DT2. Kind of interesting, all things considered. Hard Rock 2 and DT1, I think, were a bit closer in their qualifier scores, but just probably not wanting to deal with speed now, which is fair enough, I suppose. Getting into now the first pick for the Philippines.
I think in situations like this, when you're the higher seeded team, you're probably familiar with this as well, right? As a player for the
more than
USA.
familiar, yes.
I think it's not too uncommon to just try to ban the consistency maps, like the ones that are easier to FC in the long run, just because it might prevent you having a little bit of an oops moment, right? If like one person gets a miss and the other team happens to have it 4-way. DT2, in my opinion, is definitely one of those maps. So we are going to open with Hidden 2, Koala by Will Stetson. In case you missed it, there was a little bit of an oopsie within the communication with a lot of people involved with pooling and featured artist stuff. I guess this would more be commonly known as a Hidden 1 to most people that are watching, right? It's a map by Lucid. You're going to have your awkward aim. Very simple. This is also a map that we've seen pretty high scores on, at least very high accuracies. There's not much complexity in this. It's just nice little chill aim. It's relaxing.
Yeah, awkward aim, abounds, not really anything else to speak of. There's no streams in the map whatsoever. A couple triples here and there, but other than that, it's all about your awkward aim and whether or not you can play it with hidden. And oh my god, this chat is going to be impossible to follow. I just realized that right now. Oh my god. Oh no. It's starting to really hit me how doomed this is.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Oh my god, this is so doomed. Anyway,
It took us like 2 years to get used to China and their lulls, and now this is just like another level. Like I don't know if anyone is willing to get used to this.
In any
here
case,
we go.
It's Nathan Ram, Henry, Hyok, and I believe that is...
Yeah, we gotta consult the sheets real
I
quick.
have to look this up.
I think that is Impowster.
You are correct, it is Impowster. So going to be the 4-man roster. We are just going to refer to them as Hyok from now on. So if any of them miss, good luck trying to figure out which one of them missed. They brought it on themselves.
It's just always gonna be Hyok. Oh wait, the real Hyok with the first miss here.
Yeah, that makes things easier. That's going to be a slight combo advantage now for Mexico in the early stages of the map. Plenty of time remaining, with 3 minutes to go, and we're not even at the hard parts of it yet. There
The leader
goes
is down.
There goes another one. There goes another Hyok. So 2 FCs now to just 1. Make that, or not 1, make that 3 on the side of Mexico.
We do see 2 breaks though, Saras and Wolfie trading their breaks, so score is going to equalize a little bit here while Hyok and Hyok keep it going for the Philippines.
This is going to be so bad. Alpha dropping another FC on the side of Mexico. Just Saint now holding on to the FC against Hyok and Hyok. As we get into the first third of the map done. There goes another FC on the side of the Philippines, so it's still 1-1 now. And, okay, as I say that, there goes Henry, or better known as Hyok, and Saint now, the only combo remaining, and it's going to be a slight lead for Mexico now as we get into this next part.
This is pretty surprising considering Saint did not really play any of the hidden picks in the qualifier pool. He played 1 and got like 200k. So this is a pretty cool score to see from Saint. It seems like it's not quite yet enough to get the lead, but we do see another miss from Hyok. He did have a pretty big combo building up, so I think Mexico slowly might be able to take this one back. Saros and Wolfie still struggling a little bit, but very slowly but surely it's going back in their favor. Philippines here. Oh, okay. Wait, no, a couple more misses. It's just Saint alone.
Yeah, it is only Saint with the combo. We're going to need to see some linear misses here, and none of the Philippines players drop on that, so even with this SS coming from Saint, there is another drop from the Philippines, but it's going to need a bit more than that since none of Mexico can hold combo outside of Saint right now.
Yeah, at this point, I think even if he keeps going, it doesn't seem like anyone else is really able to hold a combo in his team. So, looked like a bit of a shaky first pick for Philippines here, getting a little bit of those nerve misses, but it seems like they're still okay for the time being.
We'll see what happens as we get into the ending. If oh well, okay.
Oh,
there goes that, I guess.
You hate to see
that
it.
is one way to miss on an FC, I suppose. But just like that, Mexico's chances of winning this pick are now entirely gone as we get into a 200 score lead or 200k score lead and climbing for the Philippines. Pretty solid first pick from them, all things considered.
Yeah, 0 FCs on this first map here. Not exactly what you'd expect, but still, you know, at the end of the day, still a almost 400k point lead for the Philippines. Not too bad of a first pick, but yeah, a little bit shaky.
There's a lot of unlucky misses.
Yeah, Hyok with a couple of 1 miss plays here, and Hyok is again with 2 misses right at the beginning and at the end.
Shout out to
pretty good
Hyok
for
with the 99% accuracy.
Yeah.
Very good stuff from them. And first pick for Mexico, kind of what we expected, just based on how they did on qualifiers. DT1 is going to be me at first pick here.
The obligatory Satellite Senya DT1. Who doesn't love exactly this?
It's been shifted around a couple times in different tournament slots. Granted, sometimes it's in DT2 or DT3, but yeah, this is about as staple as you can get in tournament settings at the very least.
Yeah, this is one of those like unnamed traditions, you know, like unspoken traditions. You must have Senya Satellite in your tournament.
Fairly generic map, this one. 225 BPM bursts here and there, primarily focused on the aim component though at AR-10. Fairly straightforward. We've seen a couple of FCs, or 3-way FCs I believe, in some matches on this already, so fairly straightforward. We'll see what Mexico and Philippines can pull off here.
Yeah, it looks like Mexico's going to bring in Dreams and Tonal Twister, which both have played this in their qualifier runs as well, with pretty solid accuracies. So I think it is the first time they're playing in OWC, both of them.
Zone Luis coming in on the side of the Philippines, better known as Hyok, number 7. That is a valid strategy. I think we could just refer to them as their ending numbers. That's probably a lot easier.
Yeah, this should also be one of the easier maps in the pool, just to keep your combo on. This is like the most popular skill set in the game, so it's very easy for teams to fill 4 players on this. On the flip side, though, it's just as easy for Philippines to kind of just cruise along. Henry did have a SS on DT1 in qualifiers, so we'll see if he would be able to do this again under the different name Hyok number 5. If anyone's keeping track, that's Henry.
Just off what we saw in the Hidden 1, though, things could get pretty tight here, especially if they find unlucky misses like they did on the Hidden 1. Right now, it's going to be a fairly solid start for them. 2 SSs out of the gate. Accuracy on the side of Mexico kind of lacking in comparison. It's not going to be the end of the world, though, because we just started. Fairly consistently difficult map on this one, so not too much to say. Just getting into the chorus, which has the harder parts of the map.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those where you'll expect a lot of people to just give very high combos here. 1 or 2 misses on either side can decide the whole map, really. Just a matter of when or if.
Yeah, so far, no misses from any player. Just the accuracy lead on the side of the Philippines, keeping it straightforward as we get into the first break, third of the way through the map here.
That is actually a pretty significant accuracy lead, though. 25k at the start here, just from accuracy, right? Very high 99s on everyone in the Philippines, and no one's really there to match on Mexico's side. Everyone, like all 4 players in the Philippines have higher AC than the 4 players in Mexico, so very clearly a comfortability difference here that is very noticeable right off the bat, even with no misses. But like we said, any single miss can change everything.
We get into the second chorus here. Let's see if anyone loses their nerve here. Seems fairly good for now as we get into the last patterns. Seems fine, and now we get into the guitar solo.
Oh!
That's the first miss. It's traded immediately after by Tonal Twister. That's the real Hyok dropping. So 2 FCs gone for both sides, and it's still an even battle now. It's just the accuracy lead from the Philippines, but any miss at this ending from either of these teams is just going to immediately shift that score lead over.
Yeah, that was just a perfectly even trade. He's missed on pretty much the same pattern on both sides, so story doesn't really change here. 70k AC lead in the favor of Philippines, and no other misses so far.
As we get closer and closer to the ending, it's looking less and less likely like anyone is going to miss, and I think with that last pattern, it's just about over, and unfortunately, despite this very good team score from Mexico, it's just not enough. 3 FCs on either team, 6-way FC across the lobby, 1 slider break from Hyok, and 1 miss from both Riot and Tonal Twister. Riot getting a miss at the very end, unfortunately.
Yeah, the triple Hyok combo there. Hard to beat, honestly. But even with that 4.1 million team score on the side of Mexico, still not enough. The Hyoks are just too strong.
So that's why they name changed. We finally figured it out. On to Philippines. Next pick. See what they decide to go for here. I'm not too sure if they would go for something like the DT3 or Nomad 2. Probably going to stay mostly in, I'd say, tech-oriented maps, so I wouldn't be surprised
I was going to
see
say that as well.
Yeah,
I
Nomad
would
4.
be expecting Rolling Beat or something along those lines here.
Nomad 4, Hard Rock 2. Arguably, maybe Hard Rock 2 is not probably the best pick in this scenario, but it is a potential one. But nope, it's going to be Nomad 4.
We should just join the hive mind. We are so good at predicting what they're doing.
Wow, it's like we played the game before, Acer.
The
Or
world
we were
needs
professional
more
players.
Well, yeah, I mean, looking at qualifiers for this it's not even close. It's really not even close. I think Philippines had one of the best scores in the tech pick in the qualifiers. I think Edry also just had a single 100 on that.
Yeah, number 5 overall team score in qualifiers, 600k higher than Mexico, so that kind of sets the stage for how this is probably going to go. Not the highest score gap, granted. Nomad 3 had about over 1 million in qualifiers, so still possible for Mexico to scavenge something up here, especially if there's some unlucky misses like we saw with Hidden 1. Nothing is guaranteed, especially in these early stages.
Yeah, on the flip side of that previous map where it's really easy to just keep your combo and it was always just going to be an ACK battle, I think this is the complete opposite. This map has so much snap aim patterns that are so easy to just accidentally miss aim, right? You're probably very familiar with this as you're going to be playing. You've already played, right?
Yeah, we already played,
yeah,
but I
already
did practice this, so... yeah, there's a couple of cut streams here and there that can trip you up. A lot of spaced flow aim that you need to keep track of. Ending in particular kind of spikes in difficulty with a lot more intensive slider aim. I think the first half is mostly straightforward in that regard, but
somehow
still...
this completely slipped past me as well, but I'm pretty sure this map is a Filipino mapper collab.
Oh
so
yeah,
really
it
on
is.
brand for them.
Opsu Philippines. This is, I think, a collab between Amateur and a couple of other Filipino mappers, so home field advantage, I suppose. We'll see if that works out for them. So all players except Hyok can get through the first flow aim section, no problem here. Here's the first tech-oriented slider aim.
Yeah, that miss at the very beginning so far going to give Mexico a small lead, but we are getting into one of the more snappier patterns here, so it's very easy to miss on any of them. We do see Wolfie trading, but Hyok also missing, so Mexico at the halfway point here with a little bit of an advantage.
3 FCs going into this slower section. It's very important to keep the combo through this part, since it's not really anything super difficult in comparison to miss on here. As we build up to the next hard part. It's going to give Mexico a bit of a buffer as we get into the next hard part starting around here. See who misses on the next flow aim section. I think that's going to be very important as Riot slider breaks there. Not a good start.
Wait, was it Wolfie? Yeah, Wolfie was a Bancho miss, so that was a 4-way until that Riot miss, actually.
Never mind. That's not as bad then, and Hyok anyway drops as well to counteract the Riot miss on that flow aim stream there, so still very much a Mexico lead here as we get into the harder part of the map. We'll see if any of the combos drop here, but I think this is pretty solid for Mexico, especially with another Hyok dropping. Saint drops in response, but not really much to do, not much map left, and that is a solid break point from Mexico, all things considered.
Okay.
300k points.
All right, Mexico just putting their guns on the table here. What was that? What did they just pull that out of? To beat Philippines on the Filipino map with 3 FCs and Riot. I mean, Riot was essentially just a FC as well, right? It just missed on the slow part.
The Saint, I think, as well, is also basically an FC, just missing and very solid scores from everyone there, honestly.
I'm pretty surprised about that one, considering I think this was the biggest score gap between both of these teams in qualifiers. So, I mean, if you're Team Hyok here, I think you've got to reconsider maybe what Mexico is capable of, or what even happened to them. There was only 1 FC on their side, I believe, from Hyok number 5. So, might need a change of plan if you were looking at Tech. Maybe, I guess we were wrong too. We both thought this map was going to be pretty good for them.
Yeah, I thought this would be fairly strong for them. Just unlucky misses from them all around, and that's all it takes in these early stages to shift score leads over. I think Nomad 3 probably is the Philippines' next best bet, and a 1.1 million score lead on them in qualifiers on that map in particular, so definitely think that's something worth considering. In the meanwhile, though, Mexico trying to look for a consolidated break point. 3 mod pools open, 1 double time, 2 hard rocks, and 3 no mods remain. I'm not too sure what they'd actually opt to go for here. I suppose maybe if you wanted to abuse your strength, I think Mexico has a bit of a hard rock strength, but it's going to be a flow aim strength instead.
Fremont 1, okay. Well, if you missed the showcase and you're familiar with the old slot pooling terms, this is essentially just a Nomad 2 with mods. It's just a bog standard stream map, but you need a person on Hidden, you need a person on Hard Rock. Mexico does have a few of those players that are pretty prominent on some of those mods, so I kind of like that for them, right? They do have probably Wolfie playing this Hidden, and I would assume Riot would come in to play this with Hard Rock. Could be wrong though.
There's a couple of players in Mexico, I think, that could take Hard Rock on this reasonably well. But I imagine we're probably just going to be seeing the 1 Hidden, 1 Hard Rock from both these teams. No overmods really to speak of on this. This is definitely a map where if you're comfortable on Hard Rock or Hidden, you might as well take no mod if one of your other players is already doing the mod. Don't need to really risk overmodding in that case.
Looks like they aren't changing anyone here. None of those people are coming in. So who is going to be playing the Hard Rock for Mexico, I'm wondering?
I think Hyok is going to be playing Hard Rock, and Hyok is going to be playing Hidden, and wouldn't you know, I'm correct.
That is the safest bet of all time.
Alfra going to be on the Hidden, and Saint SFT, which I was kind of expecting on the Hard Rock for Mexico. So Wolfie not on the Hidden, but on the Nomad instead, probably wanting the more safe, more or less guaranteed FC, I think. Probably from Wolfie on Nomad on this.
Yeah, I think on the mods on this, it's pretty easy to just catch random misses, but on Nomad, this map is straight enough forward that I think it's pretty hard, honestly. I think you're more likely to like missing one of the stream patterns. But I mean, on Hidden here, the flow aim aspect of this can be pretty tough to keep up with. You definitely need to specialize in that mod a little bit. The Hard Rock, obviously, is always going to add more aim, right? So it's always more likely to find some misses here, but so far at the beginning here, Philippines going to be finding themselves in a slight accuracy lead. Seems to be a consistent theme so far.
A miss from Saint SFT is traded out by Zone Luis on the Nomad, so it's going to favor the Philippines in that regard. As we get into the first hard part here, let's see if anyone misses on this build-up. Nope. Getting a slider break from Alpha, I believe, unless that was a Bancho miss. So that's going to be shifting things over quite considerably to the Philippines early on here. No trades coming out, especially near that end. So Philippines getting a bit of a buffer here.
Yeah, it's really worth noting that this map is also very lengthy. It's over 4 minutes long. So there's always a chance for these misses not to matter nearly as much. But considering everyone else has been holding pretty good since that beginning between Hyuk and Saint, we do start to see the effect of that miss a little bit, but we're only about a third of the way in, right? So the lead is not insurmountable yet.
No one having any issues with those cut streams there. There's a couple people missing on the earlier ones, so yeah, it's just a miss from Alpha right now, making pretty much all this score lead difference. Can easily shift over in a second, though. No one missing on that flow-in pattern. I thought somebody would miss on the cut there, but I guess not.
It did look like Wolfie did.
Oh, Wolfie did, yeah.
Yeah, just sneakily in the corner there.
So that's going to be a pretty massive combo lead now for the Philippines, assuming they don't trade it in the second part here. Still possible, though, all things considered. Just need to... If you are Mexico right now, you need to pray that Hyuk and Hyuk at the very least miss right now. And it's not looking too likely as Wolfie drops yet another miss.
Again, though, if you look at all of their accuracy, everyone looks really comfortable on the side of Philippines for this, but for me, I feel like whenever it's the case for one of these maps, it's just in your comfort zone. It's always super easy to just slip up on just some random object, right? And that can cost you so much.
A 1x100 right now from Henry on the hidden mod. Worth noting as well, but pretty much everyone on their team FCing Zone Luis with the early miss, but it's not really going to matter in the long term as Wolfie drops once again on the long stream there, and I think this is going to be all but said and done. Philippines going to be going up 3-1, no consolidated breakpoint from Mexico. This is a very good team score from the Philippines on this, very consistent.
Yeah, Hyuk's kind of good.
Hyuk is my favorite player on this team.
Even without Hyuk on the field, though, they're still doing so well on this. I would really think they would put in Hyuk for this. But they don't even need him.
This will get boring at some point, hopefully. Anyone missing on the ending? Nope. Okay, never mind. I literally spoke that one into existence. That's my bad, Zone Luis. But at the... Oh my god.
Oh, man.
We
don't talk about that one.
Nathan Ram with the slider break. I was about to say, at the very least, Zone Luis wasn't the FC he missed earlier on, but it's going to be 2 FCs and basically 4 FCs from the Philippines. Very solid team score from them on that map.
Yeah, this is, I think, a little bit more towards what you would be expecting from a match with these seeds, right? That was quite one-sided. There's kind of no sugarcoating it. I mean, Philippines pretty much with 4 FCs on that is a little bit of a mountain to climb. Saint and Cambaros did very well for their part, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, Alfredo with one unfortunate, I believe, 1x slider break, and then Wolfie struggling a bit on a lot of the the heavier flow aim patterns. Just unfortunate on the side of Mexico, but still in this. They still have that 1 breakpoint lead. That gives them a bit of a buffer at the very least, but Philippines with their next pick here, looking to get to match point.
Yeah, so what's next now?
I was
After
thinking...
that last that last pick didn't go so well. What's the plan?
I was thinking Nomad 3 still, just based on qualifier results, but I can potentially see either of the two free mods, honestly. I think Nomad 3 or either of the two free mods are probably the more likely picks here. Nomad 1, Hard Rock 1, maybe? I don't see them picking into Hard Rock 2 or the speed maps. We'll see what they decide to go. Okay, never mind. I am a liar and a fraud.
Okay. I mean,
Precision.
you were saying this map was quite similar as well to Nomad 4, right? It's got a few tech elements, not a lot, but well, I'm wondering if that's maybe another mistake here for them. Hopefully, they have a better run than they did on Nomad 4 for their sake.
It is worth noting Mexico did fairly strong on Hard Rock as a team, all things considered, in their qualifier results, so I'm kind of interested to see how this goes. Philippines still did better on this sort of precision-oriented map in qualifiers as well, but I think this is a bit more of a toss-up, and considering how Nomad 4 went. Granted, two different skill sets entirely. CS 6.5 does make a very noticeable difference with these sorts of maps, but something worth noting at the very least that Mexico is very capable of playing these types of maps, so we'll see what happens, I suppose.
All right.
Gonna be having Riot come in on the side of Mexico. The Hiox staying the same. No new numbers to speak of in that regard.
I think there's a couple of Hiox we haven't even seen come in yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen Milk Teism, no, we saw Imposter for the Hidden One. We haven't seen Milk Teism, Xylaz, or Miggy, and I think Xylaz and Miggy are absent for this match, so just haven't seen Milk Teism at the moment. Nothing really to speak of in this beginning section. A couple slider breaks here and there from C-Ross, but it's just going to be getting into more of the tech-oriented section starting around here, where we're going to be seeing a couple misses. No one missing on the stream, so here's the finger control.
Yeah, I think with a map of this nature, you're definitely expecting the overall accuracy to be a lot lower than some of the other maps we've been seeing. Holding a 99 on this is honestly quite challenging, especially during this section. I mean, the highest accuracy on board right now is just Hiox with a low 98. I think as the finger control kind of goes away, it's going to go back up here soon, but I mean, right off the gates here, Philippines looking a lot better off on this one, with Saint and Cyros finding a miss on the side of Mexico.
2 FCs to 4, halfway through the map. No responses from the Filipino side for those misses as we get almost through this entire first hard part here. It's a little bit of a slow section to build up combo, and I think if everyone on the Filipino side holds throughout this next section, I think this is kind of doomed from the outset. Starting, I think, right about now, if they all held this. One miss, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, that score gap is... I feel like that score gap is way bigger than it really seems. Because Mexico still is holding 2 combos here. I mean, Saints recovered, but 600k deficit here at the end is a little bit of an impossibility at this point.
Yeah, with how short this map is, it's pretty much just a couple seconds left, so not anything to really be done about that. And with Riot missing as well, one of their high combos, the score lead is going to be probably just shy of 1 million. Very solid team performance once again from the Philippines on that. 3 FCs and just that 1 miss from Hiox. Getting a 3.8 million.
Starting to think this team's kind of good.
No!
They've definitely showed up so far this match. I mean, it's only round of 32, but even we see a lot of the newly hyped, I guess, top contenders, I should say, still drop a lot of early points in round of 32, round of 16, and all that. But Philippines here, they did lose one map, but other than that, I mean, and they're here to play. I mean, several FCs on everything so far. We'll see if they can wrap it up with just one more pick here, but it is on Mexico's pick next, I believe.
I think probably the best situation for Mexico now is either pick into a speed map or an aim map. So going to be seeing Nomad 1, Hard Rock 1, DT3, or Nomad 2 likely here. Any of the remaining free mods in Nomad 3, I do not think is going to be a good pick for Mexico in this scenario. Philippines, despite losing Nomad 4, seem to recover their overall consistency and tech prowess nicely, and it's going to be Hard Rock 1. So sticking with the Hard Rock pool. This is a very old map.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure.
Good chance that people are familiar with this one.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if this was a farm map back in the day. I think around probably 2014, 2015, it might have been, but
I don't remember it being. I don't think Cryo's maps were ever farm maps. They're always well beloved, though.
There was a DT map from Cryo, I remember distinctly, that was a farm map, but I don't know. The style doesn't really fit farm, as you'll probably see. Couple of awkward jumps here and there. Focus on this is a bit more on the streams, I'd argue. That's just probably because I can't play them, but it's a lot of 190 BPM bursts and streams in this map. So you have to be on your toes for that, being able to play the flow aim required for those, as well as the jumps. Could be seeing Dreams swap in here, Wolfie as well coming back in. Same roster for the Philippines.
Yeah, a bit of a tall mountain for them to climb here. They did manage to get one pick, so it's not impossible.
How the Philippines have been looking the past two maps, though, it's going to be an uphill battle, to say the very least.
So I'm a little bit curious as to Mexico's Hard Rock lineup on this, because if you look at some of their qualifier lineups on a few of them, it seems like they don't really have... What's really common with these lower seeded teams is they don't really have a fourth player for everything. And I think that seemed to kind of have been the case for some of these Hard Rock maps. So I'm not sure if that's going to be different for this one, but if that were to be the case, I think that it's a little bit of a questionable pick. We already see Wolfie with 92% AC at the very beginning, right? So I hope that can recover. It's not a massive lead so far, but I mean, right off the gate, just at the intro, 7k lead for the Philippines just off of accuracy alone.
I think that might have been an offset issue. He seems to be recovering nicely now. Just getting used to the rhythm of the map. Stuff like that happens, so it's not anything to worry too much about. Score lead is going to be a bit more of a pressing matter as Kimberos misses on the first jump section. But Hyok trades it, so Luis to trade immediately after, so it's going to equalize. Get into a more aim-intensive section here. Dreams, the first one to miss, not responded to any of the Filipino players. First hard jump section, no one having any issues there. Just get through the first chorus with Dreams. The only miss. Just gonna give Philippines a considerable combo lead here.
Yeah, still looking very, very comfortable on the side of the Philippines here. Only one miss so far. Halfway in, it's looking a little bit grim for Team Mexico.
Luckily for Mexico, this is a very long map, so opportunities for all the Filipino players to miss. Still plenty. We'll see if that happens. Get into the next hard part here. It doesn't seem like anyone really wants to miss right now, unfortunately. Just everyone having the time of their lives playing a jump map with Hard Rock right about now. So unfortunately for Dreams, his misses are just not going to be traded at all. And that's going to be making all the difference right now.
We're just cruising to the end of the match here. Very slowly.
If all 3 of the FCs break, I see the vision, but it's very unlikely. As it gets closer,
it's
and
looking a
closer
little
to
bit
the
more
end.
unlikely, dude.
As it gets closer and closer, the less likely it becomes. I think it's kind of doomed at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah, still a pretty good performance though for the Team Mexico here. I mean, just not really enough when you're up against seed number 5 here against the Philippines. There's still quite a good showing.
Yeah, like solid team scores from Mexico on a lot of these maps. DT1, Hard Rock 1 right now. Very good team scores, like 3 million plus, 4 million in the case of DT1. Those are very good. It's just unfortunately you're up against one of the higher seeded teams and they're 3-way FCing it. So these misses that you're getting just count all that much more.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on the lowers bracket next week for Mexico, because it's still quite a good performance. Unfortunately, we've said this before, but Hyuk is just too strong. The collective
Hyuks.
hive mind, Hyuk and the Hyuks showing up victorious today with almost 4 mil on this last map here in a very dominant fashion.
Yeah, very strong performance from Mexico, all things considered, against seed number 5. Looking forward to see how they perform in the losers bracket. Not out quite yet. We'll be dropping to the losers, facing the loser of Romania and Singapore, which is going to be happening later today. Philippines facing the winner of that match in round of 16. That's going to about do it. Finally, we don't have to say Hyuk anymore. At least until round of 16.
7 days of freedom.
Finally.
Hey, who are all these people?
Hey, who are these people? Get these guys out of here. Get the Hawks back. But yeah. Next match, I believe, is at 10 UTC. So in about 4 hours from now. It's going to be the next match. It's going to be Australia versus Taiwan.
Oh, that's a banger.
That's that is a
round of
fairly
32,
interesting one.
Australia, wow.
Yeah, Italy and New Zealand as well, happening around the same time. We'll see if we can get both streams up for that. So stay tuned for both OC Live and OC Live _2 for that. See if we can get both of those matches, because those are both going to be very close.
Those are
I
both
think.
insane matchups. Those are. I would just go on ahead and say those are probably the 2 best matchups of this weekend. At 10 UTC, that's a little bit unfortunate for the Western brothers, but
Good night.
hopefully you'll be there to catch it. If not, check the highlights, because this one's going to be real good, I can tell you that. But that's going to be it for now. We'll see you guys in 4 hours. Thanks for tuning in, and have a good one.
See you guys later.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening all. Welcome in to the OS World Cup 2023. We've got a banger matchup here for you today. It's going to be Italy going up against New Zealand. New Zealand, a team has finally come in with kind of a good qualifier results this year, finally. And Italy as well, actually qualifying quite well in comparison to the past few years. I'm Mabs, and today I'm going to be joined by none other than the guy you've probably heard casting with me if you've heard me casting a match before, and it's going to be Vordy. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Mavs. It is a pleasure to be able to cast with you on the OS World Cup stage. But yeah, as you mentioned, banger matchup. Both of these teams are new and improved versions of prior iterations. New Zealand picking up a lot of well-rounded players in the other slots. I think New Zealand's had an issue in prior to OWC World Cups where they haven't really had those good backing third and fourth players. And Italy having Chihuahua, formerly known as Arge, as you might know, who's stepped up this year and has performed very, very well in the qualifiers. I believe getting the highest qualifier result on his team. And surprisingly, not Zoomer or Saikyu, but Kim Suye, I think recently name changed to Kyujin, also doing very well for his team in qualifiers.
Yeah, and another thing worth mentioning just before we get into this matchup, get into a little more analysis, there is a B stream currently live that is going to have Australia versus Taiwan. So if you do want to check that one out, make sure you head on over to the B stream, which I'm sure we'll get linked in chat here in just a moment. But yeah, I'm a little bit gutted, you know, as an Australian, a double Australian cast here. We are going to miss the Australian match, but
that is rough.
You know, it's all good because we are here for one of the middle-seeded matchups, which is, of course, always bangers in the round of 32. And as you mentioned, yeah, some pretty standout performances from a few of these players on these teams. Obviously, Chihuahua, also known as Arj, like you said, putting up the numbers for Italy. And like you said, yeah, Kim coming in over Zuma, like, was kind of crazy. He went off in the qualifiers. And both of these teams getting quite respectable seeds. Seed 14 for Italy up against 19 for New Zealand. So middle seeds, not really what they're used to over these past couple years. New Zealand usually falling barely short. But this year putting up quite a good qualifier. And yeah, I mean, looking at qualifier results, things I think are going to get a little bit interesting in this matchup. I was scratching my head a little bit at these results as, you know, it's a little bit all over the place, Woody.
Yeah, so obviously 14 versus seed 19. It's still mid-seed, but quite a big difference of seed 5. I think the biggest difference between these two teams was that Italy's three-man core of Chihuahua, Kurochi, and Shadow Moriko is just really, really solid. All three players performing so well across so many skill sets. Meanwhile, New Zealand's core three being Kyujin, Saikyu, and Zoomer, but just a little bit less consistent, and that resulted in Italy's higher seeding. But New Zealand's biggest strength in this matchup is going to be tapping. It's going to be stamina, and that's why Italy just banned out No Mod 2, the high-ish BPM speed map, around 230 BPM, and New Zealand banning No Mod 3 because Italy had a very standout performance on the No Mod 3, No Mod 4 compared to New Zealand, notably off Chihuahua FCing both maps. So I think that's going to be a skill set that New Zealand should fear from Italy.
Yeah, it always is kind of a force to be reckoned with when you have those players in these lower seeded teams that can manage to sort of pull out No Mod 3, No Mod 4 FCs on those kind of maps that are really difficult to FC in a match setting, you know, those long, consistent alt maps or tech maps. And speaking of tech maps, we actually are going to get the instant first pick here from Italy, and it is going to be the No Mod 4 Rolling Beat. Yeah, I mean, this map, it is about as standard as tech gets, just as far as things go. Kind of a bit of a classic one, I would say. You don't really see tech maps nowadays kind of mapped in this sort of way. It's a lot more sort of slider spam in recent tech, but this one, a little more standard. It's got a bit of everything. It's kind of your jack of all trades tech map, and I would say it's probably the easiest map in the pool. So as far as things go, I could see this one going either way for sure.
It's definitely a little bit diff spiky in terms of the cut sections. It's really going to come down to which players, which team can have the most players get through those sections unscathed. And look at the lobby right now. Remember those three core players on either team Chihuahua, Shadow, Modico, Kurochi for Italy, Zoomer, Kyujin, Saikyu for New Zealand. Those players are likely going to be seen quite often. We also have Arancino stepping up for Italy and Kit stepping up for New Zealand. Kit, I don't think we saw too much of in the qualies. I think they only played the double time 3, but maybe a little bit more comfortable at this star rating for Tech.
Yeah, Kit kind of a bit of an up-and-comer, I'd say, for New Zealand, putting up some really, really good performances in some of the recent iterations of ANZT. So good to see them here on the world stage in OWC. But we are going to be getting into the No Mod 4 here now. First pick out from Italy. Here we go. Seed number 14 in Italy going up against seed 19 in New Zealand, kicking things off with a bit of a banger.
Yeah, this is Italy's first pick, and a fair first pick indeed, because other than that No Mod 3, which was banned, No Mod 4 was also a map that Italy performed very, very well on in qualifiers compared to New Zealand. So definitely Italy favored in this matchup, but you never know with these types of maps. It's very easy to have a silly miss even if you're really, really good at the skill set. Pretty much anything can happen at this level of play.
Yeah, round of 32, you know, really anything can happen, as you mentioned, especially when we're getting started on probably one of the easier maps in the pool. But we are going to see one of the first little diff spikes coming up here, and it is going to catch two New Zealand players, Saikyu and Kit, falling. Meanwhile, still the four-way intact for Italy. There goes Arancino, 3 FCs to 2 now as we move in through this first Ki. The real diff spike starting to pick up as well as it will throughout the end of the map. But only catching a few players off so far. Kit again with another drop.
I think that break from Arancino is going to give New Zealand a fighting chance as they're halfway through the map now. Obviously, just over 2 minutes, it's not too long of a map, so those early breaks from Saikyu and Kit matter quite a lot. I think that second miss from Kit was Bancho, but still Italy favored right now, but if they find some breaks into the next transition into the last Ki, could see something spicy happen.
Yeah, the end of this map actually gets quite difficult as well. As far as it goes, like this map may be one of the easier maps in the pool, but the ending does spike quite heavily, as we were mentioning before. So it really can change in the snap of a finger, especially when it's 200k difference going into this ending, and there's still 5 FCs up on the board, as well as 3 huge recovery combos. And there it goes, Kurochi, the first to fall for Italy, and that's exactly what New Zealand need to claw this back. The score lead is flying over towards New Zealand's side, but this is the hardest part of the map. Definitely the biggest diff spike. All of New Zealand hitting everything. Arancino finds the miss, and it's looking like it's going New Zealand's way. I don't know if there's enough time, though.
I don't think so with that break from Kyujin at the end. I mean, I think even if Kyujin did hold, there just wasn't enough time in the outro. Italy just holding on to those combos from earlier on a little bit longer, those drops from Saikyu and Kit making the difference. But still, considering this was Italy's first pick and honestly on one of their most dominant skill sets in qualies, that ended up going very, very close. So could be a peep ahead as to what the rest of this matchup is going to look like.
Yeah, if Kyujin and Kit actually held, that may have been enough. It would have been extremely close because, I mean, Kyujin would have had like another 90k or so, and then I think Kit probably would have had another 50 or 60k, which, I mean, the score diff was 150. So yeah. I think that would have been deadly close if they held, but nonetheless, Italy taking the first pick, and I mean, that's what you want if you want a close matchup. Probably expecting, at least for the first couple picks here, for both sides to kind of take their own points. I think they've got a couple maps where they can pick into where they think they should have the advantage, at least, going off qualifier results at the very least.
Yep, and New Zealand immediately picking DT2. I was just about to say, it's the last really stamina-heavy map left. Also, before I forget, sure, we got 3 100s there on that FC, which is kind of bonkers on a map like that. Very well done on the accuracy department. But yeah, New Zealand picking the DT2, the stamina-heavy, also pseudo finger control map. This is one of New Zealand's greatest strengths in this matchup. It's going to be that tapping roster where they have a really dominant lineup. I believe we're going to see something like Zoomer, Saikyu, Kyujin, and It's Going Up. Imagine we're going to see a roster like that. But that's genuinely one of the skill sets where I do think we're going to see quite a big New Zealand advantage. Also have DT3 after this if they want to lean more into the speedy department instead of just stamina, which I also think they'll feel pretty good on, considering the No Mod 2 ban was more of a speed ban than a stamina ban.
Yeah, and this one might be worth mentioning, but this was actually a custom map for last year's OWC. If memory serves me correctly from watching the map pool showcase, Data mapped this one out and they decided not to use it, but they brought it back this year from the graveyard and it's in the pool now, and it fit well with the other maps in the pool. So here it is, DT2. It's pretty stock standard DT2. A lot of finger control, a lot of longer kind of streams, and a lot of stamina in this one. So yeah, definitely, like you said, this is New Zealand's bread and butter. They have the roster for this. They have the really good players for a map like this. I would be very surprised to see Italy take a breakpoint on this one, even more so than New Zealand potentially taking that breakpoint on Emerald 4. But we'll have to see. Things are always possible in the round of 32, as we mentioned.
Yeah, and for the side of Italy, we're going to see Kurochi stepping out and Arancino and Ryuzaki coming back in. I believe Ryuzaki is the kind of tapping specialist on Italy, playing all of the stamina and speed-heavy maps in quals, and being one of the best players on the roster for that skill set. So we'll see if they have their shining moment here.
Here we go. Getting right into the DT2. This map doesn't really give you too much time to warm into things. It's kind of just almost straight into a lot of the tapping, as here already a long stream, and we're moving straight into it. It's going to be pretty much constant doubles into triples, so if you do blink a little too much, if you manage to fall asleep, you're going to miss one of these doubles, maybe overtap them, maybe undertap a triple. So you do have to be on alert playing a map like this, no matter how easy it may be. You know, you've definitely got to be on alert always with these kinds of patterns, and everyone seems to be in the zone, as it is still an 8-way moving into the second quarter of the map now. Oh, there it is, Ryuzaki, the first to find a drop for Italy. 3 FCs now, 2-4 for New Zealand.
Not what you want to see. On these types of maps, especially when you're really comfortable at tapping, the scariest thing is to miss on aim. Ryuzaki may be having some tapping struggles. However, we saw Zoomer traded on the side of New Zealand. New Zealand is still going to be favored, but that break from Zoomer will give Italy a chance to start taking this back once again.
Yeah, the AK is firmly in the favor of New Zealand, which I think is the only thing that's going to stave off this advance from Italy. Although things are staying pretty even, all things considered. It is about 100k diff, but yeah, I mean, like, 6 FCs on the board. It's only Ryuzaki and Zuma to both drop, both with the same combos, but Zuma just has like 3% more accuracy. So that definitely is going to be doing them a lot of favors, as we're already into the final third of the map here, and we are still looking at 6 FCs on the board, Bordy, and 2 big recovery combos.
At this point, it's pretty much the question of, does anybody break? If nobody breaks, New Zealand is going to win this off accuracy, which you love to see on a tapping heavy map, but the jury's out, a quarter of the map left. Any miss will flip it the other way distinctly, but nobody seems to budge right now.
Yeah, a single miss from NZ would do
Hyujin,
a
Shadow
lot, and
Monoko,
there's
and Ryuzaki.
3 misses! Shadow Monoko, Ryuzaki, Hyujin, all gone, but that's going to favor New Zealand, as they still have 2 FCs on the board and a recovery combo. Italy only with the 2 FCs, make it 1. Arancino finds the miss right at the end. Not that it's going to matter. NZ going to close things out here with the 4 million score, maybe, on this final stream. There it is, should be 4 mil off the spinner. Very good first pick there from New Zealand, and a very good effort from Italy. I mean, 3.6 mil, nothing to scoff at. 4 mil though, closing it out. Very well done there from New Zealand.
Once again, a really solid lineup from the losing team. Chihuahua getting the highest AC again on the tapping map this time. Just 1 less 100 than it's going up on the side of New Zealand, but just the 4-man for New Zealand on the skill set is so strong. The player you'd probably least expect to miss on that map being Zoomer. Obviously, everybody knows how good at tapping that player is, but Saikyu and It's Going Up held the line and got them their first pick.
Yeah, very well done that from New Zealand. A few of the players stepping up, especially when, your carry player in being Zuma, he's the guy, he's a very high ranked player. He's the guy you expect to just sort of be there, be the consistent guy for your team scores, especially on those sorts of maps. He happens to have a little bit of a slip up, but the rest of the team, they all step up, they all put on a performance. And there it is. That is a very much needed first pick. As moving on into this match, I'm going to go ahead and say, I think as we get into these later picks, it's definitely going to favor Italy. I think they just have more choices just in general, I think.
100%. I do think New Zealand has that distinct advantage on tapping, but when you look at what tapping is left, it's pretty much DT3. DT1 has elements of tapping, but Italy went insane on the DT1, so I don't think they're really going to struggle on that level of tapping. They had a slight hidden advantage, so that's something they can look to as well, but after you exhaust the hiddens and the remaining tapping map, I don't really know what you're left with. And Italy going to pick free mod 2, a little bit interesting because unless they want to overmod this on Hard Rock, they're going to have a lot of players go no mod or hidden, and that's going to result in them playing low pro trading, which is a skill set that New Zealand had a little bit of an advantage of. Compared to some other maps that Italy could have picked, a little bit unsure of this one, but clearly it's their second pick. They have a plan for this, and honestly, that plan might be going Hard Rock, like really overmodding on Hard Rock.
Yeah, you'd have to think maybe Italy, they have to have some sort of specific strategy for going for a free mod so early in a match where you've kind of got clear avenues into potential points already. Just looking at qualifiers, you've got maps you can go for where you probably feel pretty confident in taking the point. But to go for a free mod so early in a match, especially with possibly little info on another team, you haven't seen them play free mods this tournament. You got to think Italy, they're either very, very confident in this pick or they have something up their sleeve like an overmod, as you mentioned. Because, I just think free mods early on in a tourney, early in the match, they can be a little risky. You're kind of putting all the skill sets on the table and you're letting both teams pick into mods that they're comfortable with. You don't force all four players under one mod,
Yeah, for sure, but I do think Italy does have such a strong, low, small circle size Hard Rock roster. I do anticipate that they could really perform well on this with an overmod, assuming they're comfortable, and that won't just give them a comfort advantage potentially if they're able to comfortably combo the AR-10, but also obviously a score multiplier advantage. We're gonna see BGM stepping in. I believe this is their first map of the match. We also have Aussie in the lobby for New Zealand.
Yeah, Aussie's first map of the match as well.
And I think, is this also Buff Correll's?
I think so. Yeah, Buff Corell as well, who are formerly known as Emil Bus, I believe, stepping in for their first map as well. So as you mentioned, I'm probably expecting possible overmod on Hard Rock from Italy, and if that's the case, this pick 100% makes sense.
Yeah.
We still have obviously that Hard Rock 2 up on the board as well, and I think that's also going to be a great pick for Italy going forward. But no, it's actually not going to be
no overmod. Interesting. We're going to see Kurochi play the hidden Chihuahua on the Hard Rock, Saikyu on the Hard Rock. Saikyu on the Hard Rock makes a lot of sense. Zoomer on the hidden. So no overmodding. A little bit interesting to see. So clearly the low pro trading, notably on no mod, may be a lot more comfortable for Italy, which sometimes makes a difference. Some players really good on low pro trading on no mod, but not as much on hidden.
Yeah, and actually Aussie did step out, was in assuming he was going to take the hidden, but did step out for this map. Zuma coming in for the hidden instead. And they've got Kyujin on the no mod. But no overmods anywhere to be seen. And we had a couple misses early on, but sometimes it tends to be the case on these sort of low AR slow maps early. You kind of just aren't ready for how slow it really is sometimes.
Yeah. Especially the accuracy, notably on Hard Rock. Acting on Hard Rock on low BPM slow maps is way harder than doing it on more normal BPM maps. And we can see that right now. Chihuahua just over 93 or under 93 now, and we saw how good his accuracy was in early maps. Saikyu on 96, and he's one of the premier Hard Rock players. Finding a break there. Even the no mods are struggling on accuracy. Kurochi right now, just under 99, is kind of insane, on hidden especially.
Yeah, that's kind of nuts. This map is definitely, you watch the map and it does not look as hard as it actually is to play, especially when it's this long. Some of these sliders with these slider ticks are so easy to break combo on. As you can see, the whole lobby has just been breaking combo constantly, as we only have 3 FCs remaining in the lobby, and those 2 FCs on the side of Italy is going to favor them moving forward in their second pick. But this map is over 4 minutes long, so we're still in for a bit of a ride on this one, and I think this one's pretty even. I don't know. I think NZ have almost just as good of a chance to take this, and that is a big miss for Italy there. Shadow Monaco finds the break, and now that is going to favor New Zealand just because of that extra supporting combo.
Yeah, it was obviously Italy favored with that break from Shadow Monaco. It's now going to start swinging back as long as Buff Corell can hold that FC and the rest of the team on New Zealand can keep up the supporting combos. But even then, it's still just swinging a little bit to the side of New Zealand. They're holding off, and I think that's partially because of Kurochi's high accuracy hidden FC just making all the difference.
The extra mod, as well as the accuracy in comparison to Buff Corel right now, is got to, I mean, look at the score difference. It's 70k difference because of that ACK, because of that mod. So that is holding off New Zealand's advance right now as we get a few more breaks. Kyujin finds one, BGM finds a couple of breaks there into this more difficult section. Buff Corel finds the drop, and that is a huge drop. Chihuahua finds the break as well. Everyone dropping in this diff spike, but Kurochi refuses to find a miss. Still holding on through this difficult section on hidden as well, nonetheless.
This play from Kurochi is absurd right now. Holding such a strong combo. Getting through that section. Hitting the fire slider. Yeah, this map is deceptive. It doesn't look as anywhere near as hard as it actually is to play.
Yeah, dude, that was nuts. Kurochi hitting the flame slider. Actual flames.
Fire.
Man. Yeah, Psyche building up the recovery combo. That slider break Psyche got earlier in the map, quite unfortunate. Definitely would still be on FC if it wasn't for that silly little SB, but I mean, Kurochi putting on the performance right now, up and over 700k and climbing. Score lead just going further in their direction. Any other breaks at this point aren't really too relevant. Kurochi, if she continues to hold this FC through the rest of this map, it is going to be done and dusted. And it looks like it's going to be the case as we close things out on a nice, slow, little chiller ending.
Yeah. But I mean, a really solid effort from Psyche. This map is no joke. Hard Rock just found the break early. I mean, this is an insane skill cap play from Psyche right now. Kurochi, I mean, what can you do? We were talking about what is Italy's plan picking this free mod 2, and I think the plan was this Kurochi score. That was the reason they went for it, and clearly it worked out.
Yeah, incredible play from Kurochi, and as you mentioned as well, very, very good score from Psyche, considering the Hard Rock, considering that really kind of unfortunate slider break Psyche got. And, you know, at the end of the day, it only ended up being a 90k difference, so Psyche might be kicking himself a little bit for that, but I mean, he did everything he could to try and pull that break point. It just happens, you know, on a slow map like this with just funny sliders, you're bound to just find some funny slider breaks. Someone in the lobby's bound to get them. A few players probably got them. That may have just been the only one I caught, but yeah, I mean, it just is what it is on a map like this, especially at 4 minutes in length.
Yeah, it is brutal indeed. Obviously, Buff Corel also the S rank, so would have had one or two unfortunate slider breaks there, but you know, the format of New Zealand actually really strong there. It was just the difference of Kurochi FCing and Psyche just a little bit shy of an FC, but honestly, it could have swung the other way. So far, all three maps that have been picked have been relatively close. But New Zealand now going for the DT3, the remaining tapping-heavy map of the pool. This time it's going to focus more on the high BPM. I believe this is 260?
Yeah, 260. I think it is, yeah. So this is definitely the highest BPM map in the pool. And it's, I mean, aside from No Mod 2, which is already banned, yeah, this is the only speed really remaining. So it makes sense for New Zealand to get this one. If they don't get this point, it is not going to be looking good for them whatsoever, because, dare I say, winning that free mod 2 from Italy there, especially with that insane score from Kurochi on the hidden, it kind of opens up a gateway for that hidden one pick, I'm not going to lie, which, of course, the hidden one is AR8. It is not the aim, it's not like generic aim, like you know, in standard pools. So that AR8 is possibly an option for Italy. It's also really hard. They still have the Hard Rock 2, which is like precision tech. They won on tech. They really like precision. They've got some really good picks remaining in this pool, whereas for New Zealand, I'm not too sure where they're going to go after this. There's the DT1, obviously, but Italy definitely can play DT1.
Yeah. Definitely, as the pool thins out and you're left with less options, it does become more Italy favored, and that really shows the difference in the 14 versus 19 seeding. But this pick, I think, is still well in favor of New Zealand. When you look at this lineup, Zoomer, Psyche, you've seen some of the insane tapping scores they've been putting out, you know, 1Ks from these players. Then you have It's Going Up, performed fantastically on the DT2, has been sort of the unexpected tapping carry of the roster, and Kyujin as well. Just a really solid, well-rounded player. Meanwhile, for Italy, I don't really think this roster they've put up together was really made for these types of maps. We'll have to see how they can fare.
Yeah, definitely. I think almost anything tapping, I am going to favor New Zealand going into it. And if you're hoping for a close match, you probably want to be favoring them as well. Probably want to be cheering for New Zealand if you're hoping for a close match. So let's get into it. DT3, this one is about as classic as it gets. I mean, pretty old map, if I remember correctly. And your stock standard speed. It really is nothing special, to put it bluntly. It really is just raw speed for 3 minutes. Well, if that's not converted, I don't remember if that's converted. I don't think it is, right? It's less than 3 minutes.
I will double check. It is converted. Yeah, so it is actually 250.
Right. 3 minutes of just this, pretty much. I mean, if you don't like Quints, you're not gonna like this map. This map is just raw speed for 3 minutes and is as standard as it gets.
Yep, and I do think that is what you want if you're New Zealand. The DT3 in quals was a little bit weirder. It was more on flow aim, finger control, but this is way more in the wheelhouse of New Zealand. There wasn't really a map like this in qualies, so I think this is a sort of unknown for the most part in this tournament, as we're only in the round of 32. But this is going to be something New Zealand's really going to like to play. I would say this is maybe more favored to New Zealand than the DT2.
Possibly, yeah. We will have to wait and see. Shadow Modico did find a break early on in that intro, but here we go, getting into these quints, and that's pretty much all it is going to be. It's going to be a lot of quints. Obviously, you've got a couple sliders and a tiny bit of aim in between here, but nothing that any of these players shouldn't be able to handle. If you're missing on aim on this map, you're probably going to be pretty upset. But Zuma actually is going to find a break.
I was just about to say, when you're really good at tapping, these maps are just aim maps, because you're not going to miss on the tapping, you're just going to miss on a silly aim. You know, 260 BPM aim, it's still not super easy. Like, you're going to find breaks, but Arancino finds the break to match Zoomer. Still going to be New Zealand favorite, especially with Kurochi, and it's going up trading. It's now Chihuahua and Saikyu up against Kyujin and Shadow Modico in the recovery, so still New Zealand favorite, especially in the actually, not really in the act department. Italy's holding up pretty well right now.
Chihuahua found a miss. That is huge.
Kyujin trades though. Kyujin trades.
Oh my god. It's just
still
Saikyu.
a chance. Oh, but Shadow Modico breaks, so now it's literally only Saikyu with any combo in this entire match, and he's going to take it home if he can hold this through.
Yeah, Saikyu putting on the carry pants right now. The only one with any sort of combo, aside from Zuma, maybe with that 500. But Saikyu finds the miss, but he may have already done enough for his team. It's 280,000 in the favor of New Zealand, and Zuma has the only significant combo remaining. Kurochi trying her best to bring it back with the 470 combo, but I think it's enough here from Saikyu to do it for NZ on their second pick. Zuma closing things out for the boys on the New Zealand team. As we move into the final, sort of 10% of the map here. Yeah, Zuma gonna run away with this one, and it's already 300k, so that's gonna seal it. Yeah, I mean, great second pick, and an expected pick, obviously, from New Zealand. But it's good to see that they didn't fumble any of the tapping picks.
Yeah, really solid recovery from Zoomer, not, you know, losing concentration, losing focus after that first drop. Also, shoutouts to Kurochi for getting the highest act in the lobby, and Chihuahua with the S rank. Honestly, it's another pick that could have gone the other way. For a pick that I expected to be a little bit more one-sided to New Zealand, so far every single map that's been played has been very close. You know, at most like 200k difference.
Yeah, a lot of these maps have been super close. What, the last map was only 90k, and then this one was 200k. I think one of the other maps was like less than 100k as well, if memory serves. Yeah, I mean, like, at least 3 of the maps this match have been super close. It was the Nomad 4, yeah.
Yeah, Free Mode 2 was like less than 100k. But now Italy going for Free Mode 3, and this is a very fair pick. Obviously, No Mod 3, the ult map, was banned away from them, considering they had a fantastic No Mod 3 performance in quals. But this map is also an ult map, and that's going to be something Italy's really going to want to play, notably with Chihuahua being a monster at these types of skill sets.
Yeah, not only is this kind of an ult map, it is also definitely, if you know, the No Mod 3s you're used to seeing, which is sort of like the standard, they've got some snap aim, a little bit of flow aim, and they're kind of just your stock standard No Mod 3s. The No Mod 3 this week is a lot more weird and a lot more difficult to combo through. This map in your Free Mod 3 slot is a lot more standard of an ult map. I think Italy definitely are going to be favored going into this one. Not only that, they've also got choice of mods on a map they're already going to be feeling very, very confident on, so definitely putting this one the way of Italy.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, obviously, when you have, I believe, honestly, for this skill set, Chihuahua is going to be the star player. Do you put them on no mod, or do you put them on a mod? Obviously, the idea of putting them on no mod is they have a higher consistency, so they might get that FC way more often. But if you put them on the Hard Rock, you know, maybe you get a really big score, and they're going to opt in for the Hard Rock option, a double Hard Rock overmod. Kurochi and Chihuahua on the Hard Rock, Shadow Monaco on the Hidden, matched by Saikyu on Hard Rock and Zuma on Hidden, so an unexpected overmod, honestly.
Yeah, if this wasn't AR 9.2, I would be calling them psychos right now.
Yeah.
Because that is some psycho. That is psycho. To put a double hard rock on this right now, but I mean, it is AR 9.2, and that to me has to be the only reason there is a double hard rock right now. If this was 9.4, 9.5, I do not see this being the case. But here we are. It is going to be the double hard rock.
I mean, 9.2 at this BPM does indeed make it pretty dense, but we saw how well Kurochi could play that low approach rating on the free mod too, so I think this just might be a case of they think they can FC at Hard Rock, so they might as well. Shadow Monaco does drop on the Hidden though, and so does Julio and Buff Corel, but still gonna be pretty even with Kurochi. Oh, and Chihuahua broke! So now it's literally only Kurochi up against the double FC from Saikyu and Kyujin.
This is not a great start for Italy, yeah. Still 2 FCs on the board for New Zealand, it's just Kurochi now. The only FC, and the accuracy is being matched by Saikyu. In fact, it's being outdone by Saikyu. Does have a slightly better accuracy on that hard rock. So score lead is going to stay in the favor of New Zealand. Julio finding another reset there. Yeah, 1 FC to 2 right now.
And this is, I think, the first pick where the opposing team is winning on like the first break, right? I think so far it's generally been an advantage, if not a significant one, but an advantage nonetheless. But right now, New Zealand favored as long as Kyujin and Saikyu can hold.
Yeah, watching some of these ult patterns play out on Hard Rock is a little nerve-wracking, especially when there are 2 of the FCs in the lobby right now, and there's only 3 on the board. Kyujin's FC is extremely important, especially on this no mod. They know that they have the opportunity to run away with this one on that no mod. Just don't choke. It's not really going to be a test of pushing mechanics whatsoever. It's just staying consistent on the no mod. These players on Hard Rock, on the other hand, are going to have things a little more tough as Saikyu and Kyujin break. That's both FCs gone for New Zealand. It's only Buff Corel with the combo. Shadow Monaco, Julio, Chihuahua all gone for Italy. It's Kurochi up against Buff Corel right now, but Kurochi has Hard Rock and has 300 more combo.
Absolute disaster for New Zealand. They were looking so good in this last third of the map, but now it's just Kurochi once again to put on the performance. Buff Corel does find a break, but just like we saw in Free Mod 2, Kurochi's an absolute monster. Doing it on low AR Hidden the first time, and now doing it on a Hard Rock on an ult map. Kurochi just doing the impossible for her team.
Literally just popping off right now. Kurochi having a match. This is a score, man. Hard Rock on like any consistent ult map, especially at like over 3 minutes, just FCing that is just hard in general. It like doesn't matter that it's round of 32. Like this is just an impressive score so far, and she's just running away with the lead. It's 250k, 280k, finds the miss right at the end, but she's done more than enough for her team here. What a insane performance from Kurochi this match so far.
Yeah, good fight from New Zealand, but what can you do against that monstrous score from Kurochi? Unfortunately, doesn't find the FC. Would have made a difference, but still would have been cool to see. But now Italy up 3-2, and now this is where it gets scary for New Zealand, because as we mentioned, they had those really solid picks in DT3, DT2. They go for Free Mod 1, which actually I do think is a good pick. This Free Mod 1 is much more flow aim heavy than aim heavy. Now, obviously, 180 BPM, not very stamina intensive. I believe the players on Italy will be able to tap this, but the question is, can they flow aim this, especially on the modded players? I expect to see Saikyu on Hard Rock, and Hard Rock flow aim for Saikyu is really where you want to be. And if we can see an FC from Saikyu on this map on the Hard Rock and a solid backing team, which I think we can see from New Zealand, this pick might actually go very, very well for New Zealand.
Yeah, I mean, You've got, I think this is like their next best pick, of course. You know, it is streams. It's not really going to be testing the stamina, I don't think, too much of Italy. Although in saying that, Kurochi is still going to be stepping out, not opting to play these streamier sort of maps, which, I mean, that is a good thing for New Zealand. Kurochi has been playing out of her mind so far, so, you know, go for the stream mod 1. Maybe it's a toss-up, but you're getting Kurochi out of the lobby at the very least. Never mind, no, you're not. She's back. I summoned her. I literally summoned her. That's crazy. Comes back into the lobby. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think this is gonna, you know, push her stamina.
Yeah, I mean, considering she got like over 99 on the DT3, I think when a player is this on fire, is just playing this well, you pretty much want to keep them perma-lobbied as long as the skill set isn't extremely hard for them. But this is the lineups we're going to see. Saikyu, Kyujin, It's Going Up, and Zoomer, the tapping roster of New Zealand, up against Chihuahua, Shadow Modico, Kurochi, and Arancino. Gonna see how this goes, but another long banger of a map, 4 minutes, 10 seconds, very flow aim intensive. I do think it's one of the harder maps to be consistent in this pool. We'll have to see how New Zealand goes. I think they really need to win this pick to have a close match, because after this, I don't really know what to go for.
Yeah, also worth mentioning that in the qualifiers, although the No Mod 2 from the qualifiers is quite a bit different from this Stream Mod 1, they are both stream maps, and in those qualifiers, New Zealand did win by 670,000, and they also had a 99% FC on It's Going Up, who is in the lobby on the No Mod. Gonna have the Saikyu on the Hard Rock, as we mentioned, Zoomer on Hidden, going up against, Chihuahua on the Hard Rock, and Shadow Modico on that Hidden. Every other player on No Mod. No overmodding here on the Free Mod 1.
I think no overmodding is the right choice. I think in maybe prior OWCs, if a play is really, really good, I think overmodding was more common. But I mean, round of 32, it's already past the 6.5 star mark. It's already at the point where if you add an overmod, you're making this like a 7-star plus Hard Rock map. There's not that many Hard Rock FCs on this map in ranked. I think even if you're a really strong player, you just want to keep the minimum amount of mods that you need.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, these OWC pools are only getting harder and harder. The qualifiers pool this year was obviously like the hardest one we've ever seen in OWC. You know, these pools are just getting harder, and we're at the point now where putting mods, especially Hard Rock, on the round of 32 free mods is starting to prove a challenge. I mean, these scores that Kurochi just set on those free mod maps with Hard Rock, with Hidden, they were impressive. And like, this is round of 32, but you know, maybe a few years ago, everyone would be slapping on the overmod. You know, the maps were a lot easier than nowadays. But, you know, overmodding on round of 32 now is, I mean, it can be very risky.
Yeah. And it's not going to get any easier as we go week by week in the map pools. Just get harder and harder. Here are the lobbies. I think we saw a technical error for the abort, but now we're all in and ready to go.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, New Zealand playing very well on the No Mod 2 in qualies, and this is essentially the closest thing you're going to get to a No Mod 2, considering the actual No Mod 2 in this pool is more speed heavy and obviously did get banned, but so far, Kurochi going to be the first to break, and that's the player that we've seen who's been on fire for Team Italy. Unfortunate to find the first break, but still a very, very long map. Plenty of time for a lot of things to happen to start swinging things back for Italy.
Yeah, miss from Kurochi is going to be pretty big. It was some tough flow aim. I won't falter on it. Everyone else in the lobby, though, hitting it. Quite impressive stuff. Flow aim on this map is going to get pretty intensive with some of these accelerating space streams. But a little bit of free combo as we build up towards the next diff spike. Just Kurochi still the only one to break. 7 FCs on the board. Kurochi as well, one of the no-mod players, but Shadow Modico, one of the modded players, is going to be dropping 2 FCs to 4 now. New Zealand still holding onto that 4-way.
Kurochi finding another break, seeing some struggles. It's now 2-4, and 2-4 is such a large advantage. It's Going Up, does find a break though. It's now 2-3. Only basically a third into the map. We have a bit of a 1/3 section here, but nobody breaks. Back into the streams. Obviously with the map this dense and this consistent, although New Zealand does have a nice advantage here, could go away immediately, especially if one of those modded player breaks. But right now, Saikyu on that Hard Rock FC, being matched with Chihuahua on 99.4%. Quite a ridiculous score.
This accuracy from Chihuahua is ludicrous. Yeah, that is crazy on Hard Rock right now. 99.45 is ridiculous, considering how good Saikyu is on Hard Rock streams. And Chihuahua's Ack is that good? Yeah, that's pretty nuts, but everyone is still holding. We're only halfway through this map. This is over 4 minutes of just space streams, and everyone hit that pattern. I
That
don't know how
1/3 was
missed.
pretty scary to look at.
Yeah. Everyone is kind of playing this insanely well. All the players that have missed, building up the recovery combos, but it is still the 3 FCs for New Zealand, and the only player who found a miss on their side was one of the Nomad players, which is going to be beneficial. And there he goes again. It's going up, finds another break, but it's not the one that matters.
Chihuahua breaks.
That is a big break for Italy. New Zealand are going to start running away with this one quickly if they don't find misses soon.
That is the biggest combo. The high ACK Hard Rock FC gone from Italy. It's now Psyche uncontested on the Hard Rock, Kyujin and Zoomer on the double FC, being matched by Arancino and the double recovery from Shadow Monaco and Kurochi. But right now, with that big FC from Psyche, one of the best Hard Rock Floating players in the game, showing what he's capable of. Zoomer finding a break on the hidden. That's going to give Italy some leeway. It's now 2 FCs to 1 FC and 2 really good recoveries. If we find another big break from New Zealand, this could start swinging back.
Yeah, the combo advantage is actually firmly in the favor of Italy right now, just because they've got 2 huge recovery combos. It's about 3,800 total combo, or 4,000 total combo to New Zealand, and Italy are sitting at over 4,000 combo. It's slowly going their way, but I just don't think it's going fast enough. As we approach the last sort of 1/8 of the map now, it's looking like it might already be said and done, unless we see one of the drops on the FCs from New Zealand. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's going up misses, but it's not the one that matters. It is going to swing over faster towards Italy, but I just don't think there's enough note density left in the map here.
I think we would have need to seen a chain miss from Psyche on the Hard Rock to lower his score, but he's not going to do it. Is he going to close out the FC in this ending? And he does. A monstrous score, Hard Rocking the free mod 1, getting a big FC, and that ended up being the difference for his team. Kyujin as well with a fantastic FC on the no mod. And New Zealand winning their 3rd pick, bringing it 3-3, evening out the match. You can see 4 S ranks on the board. Also an FC from Arancino on the 99%. Very well done, but just the slightly more consistent lineup from New Zealand being the difference.
Yeah, Arancino stepping up to the plate this time around. It just wasn't quite enough, unfortunately. Trying to do their best Kurochi cosplay on this free mod, but it just wasn't quite enough this time around. New Zealand's performance just a little bit better than it was in the previous 2 free mods. But yeah, I believe Arancino's first really big score of the match, so very well done to them there. Putting up a really, really nice score. Like, you know, a 4+ minute free mod, it's just impressive to FC at the end of the day, regardless. But that from Psyche was pretty ridiculous on the Hard Rock to FC that one.
Yeah, I think Psyche is going to prove to be a huge Hard Rock player on the free mods for the lineup. I think it really gives New Zealand's free mod roster like a lot of skill, especially when you have Zoomer who can hit in a lot of these maps to a pretty solid extent. Ends up doing pretty well, but now Italy is going to pick the no mod 1. Now, as far as quali results, as well as the qualifier difference, this was one of the biggest differences in qualies, Italy performing significantly better than New Zealand on the no mod 1. But this no mod 1 is quite different. A lot higher BPM, less spacing. Depending on the comfort level of the players on New Zealand, they may or may not prefer this style of no mod more. So we'll have to see if this ends up being a lot closer than what we saw in no mod 1 in qualies.
Yeah, if you haven't seen this No Mod 1 thus far this tournament, it's very much so not your stock standard No Mod 1. This is not your PP farm map. It is 230 BPM coming in at 3.5 minutes, and it's just filled with sort of weird, like I would say awkward aim, and as well as a bunch of kick slider aim. It's not really generic No Mod 1 in any stretch of the imagination, so yeah, interested to see how this one is going to go. Of course, qualifier results worth mentioning, as you said. New Zealand's still doing pretty well on the No Mod 1, all things considered, but, you know, they had a bunch of 500k scores. Kind of just is what it is sometimes on aim maps, I don't know. So, yeah, this is an interesting pick. I mean, was Hard Rock 2 open?
I think Hard Rock 2 was open.
Yeah, I'm definitely surprised not to see them go for that.
It's always scared because it's just very hard to compare this map and the one in qualies because it's just such a different skill set. The BPM, you know, if you're able to single tap this, it does still just feel like a no mod 1, but you have also lots of rhythmic elements, little finger control sections that can trip you up. We saw players miss on those patterns in prior matches, so have to see how this goes. Can't tell if that was Arancino. Wait, no, that was definitely Banship. Yeah. I was gonna say.
Yeah, and also worth mentioning, I believe Australia just won against Taiwan 5-0. If chat's not telling me lies,
I believe they are. I'm looking at the MP. The boys did us proud. Let's just say, Mavs.
There it is, man. So, congratulations to Australia for that win. Commiserations to Taiwan for that one, but nonetheless, we are getting back to our match here, and that is going to be a double break for New Zealand on the Snow Mod 1. Saikyu and Kyujin find a miss. Arancino finds the trade, but it's 3 FCs to 2 now in favor of Italy.
Yeah, and as we can see, I mean, it's a weird BPM because I think, especially at this skill level, a lot of players will be able to single tap this and effectively becomes a high BPM no mod 1. But if you do have to ult this, it kind of becomes like a low BPM no mod 3. So it's a very interesting middle ground of skill sets. But right now, Italy on the 3 FCs, or basically FCs, 2 on the side of New Zealand, or 1 now.
Oh. Yeah, Kit finding that break is big for Italy now. Still with the 3 FCs, Arancino found another break, but it's not the one that matters. And here you can see this is anything but a normal Nomad 1. These weird high SV sliders coming into play, as well as some of these awkward back and forth, like almost square-shaped patterns. A lot of them are very, like, blocky. It's weird. It's just awkward to play, I think.
Lots of awkward angles. Especially, it's also relatively dense. I mean, AR 9.4 for 230 BPM definitely leaves it in the higher density, way more than you would expect from a normal map of this slot. Right now, Zoomer, Kyujin, and Saikyu still holding on, but with this triple FC from Italy, their lead is going to only increase. But in the middle section, if we find a break from Italy, it could make a massive difference with New Zealand.
Yeah, worth mentioning, Saikyu and Kyujin only missed in the intro, so they're almost FCing. Kit finds a break. It's not the one that matters for New Zealand, thankfully. Arancino's trying to build things back up, but yeah, Arancino finds another miss. Again, not the one that matters for Italy. Just these 2 players finding repeated misses, and still the 2 FCs and the near FC from Kurochi intact for Italy. The 1 FC and 2 near FCs for New Zealand still intact. It's quite close, but I mean, the combo is just in favor of Italy.
Yep, still a little over 200k score gap that could start flickering if Italy breaks, but all of these 3 players, all above 99% act, looking so comfortable. The 3-man for Italy, but Chihuahua breaks, and now New Zealand is the one with the combo advantage. They can hold on through for the rest of this map. This could go the other way.
Oh my god, on the free combo as well. Chihuahua missing on the free combo. On like a really slow section. That is tragic for Italy. Shadow Motoko and Kurochi trying to hold things down. It's 200,000, but look how much of the map is left, Wardy. I don't think there's enough time.
I don't, unless we find another break from either Shadow Motoko or Kurochi. I think Italy will still take this. I don't think that break from Chihuahua is going to be enough.
Oh, they are going to try and do their best, so New Zealand, they're going to give it their best shot. 130k, but the map is coming to a close. That little pie chart in the top right is just filled already. I think it's already too late, unfortunately. New Zealand, maybe if there was another 20 seconds in the map, could have had enough time to bring things back, but it's not quite there. Italy taking their 4th pick. New Zealand's taken 3 of their picks. Everyone taking their own picks so far in this match. And now it's up to New Zealand to take their final one, and unfortunately for them, there's no tapping left in the pool. There's no streams, I don't believe, left in the pool either. So, what do they go for?
I mean, if you're just looking by the qualifiers, Hidden was that mod pool where New Zealand had a small edge, notably on the low AR, I believe, or potentially a Hidden one. Actually, yeah, the Hidden one, but there's really no similar map to the Hidden one in this pool. This Hidden 2 is a lot more aim focused, and I don't really know if New Zealand wants to pick aim against Italy, even if it is low pro trading Hidden, especially if, with what we've seen from Kurochi. So I don't really know what you go for here. I almost wonder if you just go, I don't know. I don't think you want to go DT1 against Italy here either. You probably just pick a map you feel really confident on and hope you outperform Italy. I don't know if there's a map here that really targets Italy's weaknesses that New Zealand is going to be super strong on.
Yeah, I agree. I think you just go for whatever you feel comfortable on as a team. I don't think you really take into consideration Italy's skill sets anymore at this point in the match. You've not really got any weaknesses to target, like you said. And
it is
did
DT1.
Well on Hard Rock 1 and Quals, but yeah, it's going to be DT1 They are going to stick with the tried and true DT1 is going to be a custom map for this week. Senya map, satellite map. Yeah, this is a pretty straightforward DT1. It's not really tapping focus whatsoever. I don't think Italy are going to have any troubles on the left hand. So this is just going to come down to the aim consistency as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, this is pretty much a situation where all 8 players that are going to be in this for the match are going to have the capacity to FC. They'll probably have a leaderboard full of FCs on their locals, but it's really just going to come down to who has the best nerf control right now, who is feeling the best. And if it's going to be New Zealand, I hope it is, just because I love to see tiebreakers, but we'll see how they go. They can definitely play this map very well, but so can Italy.
Yeah, would this be the first tiebreaker of OWC 2023, I wonder? I actually have not checked. Unfortunately, Australian time zones can't really be awake for every single match that gets played. It's a little tragic. Yeah, I believe this would be probably the first TB of the tourney. So this would be intense. This would be insane.
Please, I crave tiebreakers.
Here we go. Cracking in to the DT1. It's going to be a Senya map.
Senya satellite DT1. It's the best. I always say it every single time I commentate a Senya DT1. It's the best. It's like the best style of DT1 mapping in my opinion. It's pure comfort, pure juice. And we'll have to see if these players can perform.
And not only that, it's only 225 BPM. So as we were saying, this tapping I don't think is going to catch anyone off guard. There is a solo in this map, if memory serves correctly, where the tapping picks up a little bit, which I'm expecting to see a break or two probably in that section, but it's still not like really difficult tapping by any means.
Yeah, I think with a map like this, it's pretty much just gonna come down to any random break from any one player, and especially if that break happens closer to the middle, that alone might make the difference, because the comfort level of this map is so high that the amount of FCs we expect to see is going to be a lot higher than the other maps.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone getting through those kick sliders. We've still got 8 FCs intact, and this map is only 2 minutes 50 seconds. We are almost 1/3 of the way through the map already. 8 FCs at the break, 5k score difference. That is not what you want to see at the break for your nerves. Everyone in this lobby knows it's the match on the line and that they need to hold their FCs.
Yeah, this would be nerve-wracking, especially when this map is fine. I know I can play it, I know I can FC, but why is my pen hand shaking? Why am I so nervous? Yeah. Do not break for my team. This is for tiebreaker. This is for the win. Everything rides on you not having a silly miss. Is going to be the one to break for New Zealand right in the middle of the map, and now Italy up 4-3 FCs, the worst place to break in the map. And now if Italy can keep calm and keep these combos, they are going to take this.
Oh no, Julio finds the trade. It's 80k. He did enough to bring it 80k in the lead, but it's going back towards New Zealand now. 1/3 of the map remaining. Getting into this solo, this is where I said the tapping picks up a little bit. As you can see here in some of these patterns, but not catching anyone off guard so far. It's already back into the normal map. Solo over. And why can every player feel the tongue on the roof of their mouths right now? Julio finds a break.
So does Julio as well.
3 FCs for New Zealand, the 2 FCs for Italy. It is going to go over in the favor of New Zealand. 1/4 of the map remaining, and they are going to run away with this one if they all hold on.
It is now. Oh, she breaks to the slider tick.
Oh my
slider tick. That is tragic. That is so tragic. And that pretty much seals the deal. New Zealand, barring a catastrophe, is going to take their last pick, and I think we will see tiebreaker maps.
Oh man, the slow slider from Kurochi, over 4 mil from NZ, man. There it is, the tiebreaker, I believe our first tiebreaker of the Oswald Cup 2023. This is gonna be awesome, and Morty, I've said this before, when I cast, I don't, when I look at the map pool showcase, when I go through the maps, I don't look at the TB. I don't like looking at it, I don't play through it. I love seeing a TB for the first time when I'm casting. It is just so hype when you get into the map. I'm very excited. I have no idea what this map is, So I'm so keen to get in this tiebreaker. Italy up against New Zealand.
I think it's funny for this map in particular. I did not check in the map pool, but I've already played this map. I believe it was ranked a good bit ago. This, all I can say, I'm not going to spoil the map. It's just a banger. It's just a bop, a banger consistency map, a perfect tiebreaker map for this level of difficulty. And already, I mean, round of 32, it's just already at a point where if we see any FCs on this map, I believe it's going to be pretty damn impressive.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, with how much more difficult pools are getting over the years, and just because of the fact that tiebreakers are always, like, they're always generally the hardest maps in the pools, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the exception, but, you know, 80% of the time, the TB is always a bit harder than everything else in the pool, or sometimes considerably harder than everything in the pool. So, yeah, I would love to see someone pop off here. And we're not just getting your stock standard 5-minute type TB either. It's coming in at over 6 minutes long, 6 minutes 10 seconds, almost 7 stars in round of 32. Almost a 7-star map with no mod is crazy. 200 BPM, 9.6 approach rate. Here we go, man. This is going to be awesome. Is that Ozzy stepping in for his first map on the tiebreaker? I wonder if that's real.
If that's the case, that will be wild. I'd be pretty surprised to see. I mean, just because of the nerve factor, when you haven't played a single map in the match, and your first map is the tiebreaker, the stress that can inflict on a player is pretty solid. We obviously see Kurochi, I believe, stepping out for this one. Maybe this map just not really something she feels like playing. We're going to see Chihuahua and Shadow Monaco, Argentina, and Ryuzaki for Italy. So we're going to see Zoomer, Kyujin, Saikyu, and Ozzy. I mean, Ozzy, yeah, this is insane. I guess if you have just a player who's really comfortable at this type of map, you know, being consistent on the skill set, you bring him in, but we'll have to see how he does.
The only concern I have is I know what it's like playing in OWC, and when you come in for your first match ever of OWC, your first map, nerves are through the roof. It's very nerve-wracking. You've got 3,000 people watching you come in to represent your country, and you're playing for the first time on this world-class stage. It is very, very nerve-wracking. So that is the only concern I think I have here for Ozzy coming in. Unhidden nonetheless.
Dude,
this is just Don stuff right now.
How often is it the case that somebody's first map in a OWC, their first time playing for their team, is a tiebreaker? I cannot imagine that has happened many times in the history of OC World Cup, but it's happening right now. The tiebreaker for Italy versus New Zealand, and I'm just excited to see this.
Yeah, this is going to be hype, man. I have no idea what to expect in this map. As I said, I've not seen the map myself. I like to keep these TBs a little bit of a secret, and we are going to have a couple misses early on. Saikyu and Ryuzaki finding some breaks. 3 FCs to 3. Chihuahua also found a break that I missed, so 2 FCs to 3.
Super long, super consistent. Honestly, this is just your kind of standard DNB style mapping. Good amount of aim, good amount of finger control and burst, but just for 6 minutes straight, does not really give you much time to breathe. Zoomer will find a break there as well, so now it's 2-2.
Yeah, and get the nerves out of the way early, and it doesn't seem to be affecting Ozzy too much so far. Still holding on to the FC for his team. But yeah,
Arancino and Ryuzaki breaking as well.
Yeah, Arancino is a big break there. So it's just Shadow Monaco for Italy. Arancino finding another miss, and still the 2 FCs on the board for New Zealand. And the recovery combo from Saikyu is matching that recovery from Chihuahua. Zuma with the unanswered combo on top of that finds a miss on nothing at the end of that pattern. As we are about a minute and a half through the map. Getting into the second quarter now. Things are probably going to start to heat up, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's just Kyujin and Ozzy with those FCs up against Shadow Monaco's FCs, and Saikyu and Chihuahua on the recovery. Still New Zealand favored right now. Also, that hidden multiplier buff from Ozzy countering his, lower act. Ryuzaki and Zoomer finding breaks again, but...
Oh, man. Yeah, things really are... Why is it so tense right here? Oh, man. Still the double FC from NZ. Saikyu building it up. Everyone getting through that stacked stream. Still the Soul FC from Shadow Monaco. Chihuahua doing his best to bring things back for Italy as well. But the 2 FCs and that unanswered combo from Saikyu is going to keep them firmly in the lead. Things really are heating up in this TB. This section is no joke, but no one wants to falter.
We talked about how your first map nerves of OWC is just so strong, it's so powerful, but right now Ozzy defying that with the hidden comfort mod. still holding the FC along with Kyujin, and Saikyu recovering well as well. I mean, this is just so close right now with everybody with the big combo holding through. So they're gonna come down to who finds the first break on one of those big combos. It's gonna be Ozzy! On the hidden, right in the middle of the map, the worst place to find a break. And with that, I believe it is Italy favored, with Arancino having recovered and Saikyu and Kyujin being matched by Shadow Monaco and Chihuahua.
It is ever so slightly Italy favored. New Zealand getting through that stream section, their bread and butter. Ironically, the only player who isn't in for the stream maps was the one in the miss there for New Zealand.
Shadow
Monaco though! That's huge! That is enormous for New Zealand now! As they're going to start to pull this lead further and further. We're over halfway through the map. Ryuzaki finds another reset. It's Chihuahua to hold on for Italy. Arancino doing their very best to pull things back. But these two combos from Kyujin and Saikyu alongside Zuma is going to be giving them the lead and giving them more of a lead. Zuma finds a miss. So that's the start for Italy to start to bring things back, but the score lead is going to stay Kyujin! Saikyu misses! They all miss! It's just Chihuahua! It's Chihuahua! Seoul FC! Left in the lobby for Italy, formerly known as Aj. Oh my god.
On the slow section now, the nerves are settling in. I pray there is not a break after this, but all of New Zealand is gone. They still have a 100k score advantage, but that's going to start flying over to Italy as long as Chihuahua can hold. It's all up to him, but he's shaking right now. I hope he can contain his composure.
Oh my god, the
redeem Italy.
Oh, the nerves from Chihuahua here. I'm so thankful for him that there wasn't a break there for him to see the scoreboard, but God, I hope he did not tab in the slow section.
Yeah, that would have been brutal.
Holy, it's going over so quick. It's 30k 40, it's going, free combo.
It's about to flip.
Deep breath right here. It's all on Chihuahua. Italy's winner bracket dream on the shoulders of Chihuahua right now.
The highest performing player for Team Italy in qualifiers, showing his skill cap on this tiebreaker right now, still holding through. The score lead has flipped over to Italy after that catastrophe from New Zealand. And honestly, even if Chihuahua breaks right now, the supporting combos from Ryuzaki and Shadow Monaco are a little bit stronger than the New Zealand combos, but Arancino breaking does mean Chihuahua still has to hold this 99% in the outro. Can he do it?
If there was someone to step up to the plate, it would be the player that topped their qualifier performances, Chihuahua, also known as Aj, coming in, possibly FCing this TB. I think it's more than done. Ryuzaki did find a reset, which is going to stave things off a little bit, but unless Chihuahua misses right this second, yeah, I think that's done.
I think it's done. The clutch up from Chihuahua. I don't think this is an FC. I think this might be a reverse choke with a break early on in the map. But what a match there.
Let's
Chihuahua
go. Okay.
does it.
Yeah, missing at the very start, did he? I didn't.
Yeah,
didn't
I think
even
so.
remember.
I think so.
Yeah, but there you go. The reverse choke. Pretty much an FC there from Chihuahua. Crazy stuff. It was in New Zealand's favor almost the entire TB, and they all just found misses. Chihuahua held it on when they needed to the most, and that is going to give them the victory. The highest seeded team coming in, the script writing itself, and the script being correct here as the better seeded team does come out on top ever so slightly 5-4 in this intense matchup. The seed number 14 going to be going ahead in the winner bracket, going up against I don't know who.
I believe the United States. So what a matchup that will be, but a fantastic performance. New Zealand putting on such a good fight. I believe every single map there was close. Any single map, including the tiebreaker, could have gone the other way for either team. So that's about as close as you can get, exactly what you want to see from a mid-seed matchup, but it will be Italy to take the victory, and they will be moving on to go up against the United States in the next round. But obviously New Zealand not out of this tournament yet. They will be going down to verse, I believe, Thailand. So obviously the team that United States won against, and with that performance, I think they have a good potential for a good losers bracket run.
Yeah, a good matchup, I think, for New Zealand actually up against Thailand in that lower bracket. But make sure you catch that one next week. Congratulations to Italy. Yeah, and like you said, going up against the United States in the round of 16 is not what you want to see. But, you know, it is what it is. And that, of course, is going to close things out just for this moment, I believe. Yeah, so we had, obviously, Australia and Taiwan did play at the same time there. If you caught that one on the B stream, or if you want to watch that one back, that one is on the B stream. Australia winning that one 5-0. Congrats again to Italy. And the next match is going to be coming up in 56 minutes from now. It's going to be at 12 UTC. And that is going to be kicking things off for a big block of our Sunday matches here. Almost every single match, bar 2, I believe, is going to be getting played in that block. I'm sure we're probably going to have a bunch of B-stream matches there as well. But yeah, 56 minutes from now is going to be Indonesia versus Ukraine, which I believe is also a fairly contested match.
Yeah, I wonder what the seedings like that are for. But yeah, definitely going to be a banger of a match. Hope to see you there. 55 minutes from now. Do not go anywhere.
Take care, all. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back everybody to the OS World Cup 2023 round of 32, where we have Indonesia up against Ukraine, two stacked teams. Indonesia being represented by Dito Hakuikiori, who I think is formerly known as Ryudo. Nazuna Amamiya, formerly known as Mindfrost ID, Rosemi Lovelock, formerly known as Rexys. Those are the, VTuber name changes, as well as Lifeline, Rose, Skydiver, and that noob guy. On the side of Ukraine, we have Dench, Magnata Gamer 123, OQ, Roman and Roman, but the one with the 0 in the name is also known as Lapen. Then we have RapGPO, Tapak, and Unavel. I am Vorty, and joined by me on this cast is Azer, coming in to step up for Doomsday as he wasn't able to make it today.
Hello. I'm not quite British, but I'll have to, I'll have to just do. Unfortunately, it's just me, but at least we do have a little bit of a banger match here, honestly. I'm always pretty excited to watch both of these teams play. Most notably, Ukraine, I think, tends to make a lot of waves in early rounds. It's not a roster that a lot of people have on their sites, but I mean, for a couple years now, we've seen Dench and RapGPO pull off some pretty crazy stuff. So I'm wondering how they can square up here against Indonesia.
Yeah, I think Ukraine here definitely punching above their weight. I think Ukraine, as you mentioned, commonly a team that doesn't seed super high. Obviously, this is Indonesia as seed 9 up against Ukraine as seed 24, which normally these matches end up being relatively one-sided, but Ukraine is a team who plays these early round pools so well that despite Indonesia playing the qualifiers very well, obviously that was 7-star plus pool, it's not the same level of skill cap as this round of 32 pool, and I do think Ukraine is going to be able to perform very well. Also, as you mentioned, RapGPO, a fantastic player on Team Ukraine, didn't play that much of the qualifiers. I believe he only played DT1 and DT3, which is surprising because I do think he is one of the big players on Team Ukraine. So we'll have to see if he plays a little bit more of this round of 32 than he did in the qualifiers. But it's going to be Indonesia opening up, banning Hidden 1. So maybe one of the skill sets they're not super comfortable on. I was expecting them to ban a stamina map, as I do think Ukraine looked pretty good on the stamina in quals. DT2 was one of the only maps that they performed better on than Indonesia, as well as having a very close score on Nomad 2, the stamina heavy map in qualies. But they're going to ban Hidden 1, which is a little bit
pretty
surprising
common
to
ban.
see. Yeah.
I think this has been by far the most banned round map of this round, and to be fair, a lot of people are also saying it's probably the hardest. So it does make sense. In these early rounds, it's always super important for teams to feel comfortable with their picks, and I'm not sure if there's many teams that are can afford to be comfortable on such a weird skill set. And to follow that up, we will see Fremont 2 banned as well. A little bit more of a similar story with that one. It's such a slow song, very slow paced swing. It's a little uncommon in the tournament scene, so I'm not too surprised that some people also don't like that one. That does leave quite a lot of the, I would say, mechanics pick open, so maybe that's something that both teams are looking to prioritize here.
Yeah, both of the low approach rating gimmickier maps gone from the pool now. I'm a bit surprised to see Indonesia ban the Hidden 1. Obviously, the low AR Hidden, just because there was quite a big differential between Indonesia and Ukraine. Indonesia playing the Hidden 2 in qualies significantly better than Ukraine, so I expected to see them, leave that one open, but maybe they're just not as comfortable with it. This low AR Hidden is a lot more focused on flow aim. The one in qualies is a lot more on jumps, so maybe that means they're a lot less comfortable, but it's going to be Ukraine to pick first.
That's right, I know why they banned it. It's an Indonesian song, of course.
Dude. Genius. But yeah, it's going to be Ukraine with the first pick. I expect them to pick maybe tapping, maybe something like DT2, Nomad 2. Just because I think that's something they're going to be pretty comfortable on, and it's something that Indonesia isn't as strong on.
Yeah, I think on the side of Indonesia, usually I think they like to play around some of their more mechanics players, I would say. At least in the past, I know that these rosters have been changing a little bit, but a lot of these names, I don't think any single person on their team is actually new to the World Cup. It seems to be a repeat roster of last year, or at least some people that have played in the previous years. So we kind of know what to expect from every one of their players, right? So I'm sure we'll see a lot of Row and a lot of Lifeline popping off, I would assume.
Yeah, especially for this map, the DT1 satellite Senya. Oh, just perfect diff. But yeah, I mean, this is one of the most comfortable maps in the pool. It's one of the maps I think we've seen the highest average team score on, and for good reason. It obviously plays very, very well. Just mechanics focused with some aim, with some 225 BPM, finger control and tapping. Not necessarily finger control, but just burst checks in between. Test of your accuracy, but this is going to be something both teams will be able to play very, very well. I think Ukraine just picking something that they know they can potentially put a very good team score on, which I think when you're the low seeder, you're the underdog in this matchup, you just have to forget about what the enemy team's bad at. You know they're going to be able to play a lot of skill sets, maybe even better than you can, so you just have to go for maps you know you can put up a really good score on. I think that's what they're going to go for here with their first pick.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't anything new, honestly. The Lower City team picking the very simple and sweet DT1, right? It's super hard to get a miss on this, so tends to be a pretty favorable pick when you're the underdog. I would, however, like to see Ukraine, I think, dip into tech a little bit. I think that's probably the outstander score difference from their qualifier runs, right? It seems like the thing they have the biggest advantage on. Yeah. However, the qualifier maps are a little bit, more difficult, so it's not always representative of, what's it gonna be in a round of 32 match when the maps are pretty significantly easier. But we are gonna get into DT1 very shortly here. Not the first time we see Senya Satellite as a first pick. Year-long tradition, decade-long tradition now.
Yep, a decade-long tradition indeed. We're going to be going in, the rosters are going to be Row, Hackwork Yori, Lifeline, and that noob guy for Indonesia. For Ukraine, we're going to have Tapak, Roman and Roman. The Roman in the top right, I'm just going to call Lapin, just so we know, when one of them breaks or, full combos or gets a ridiculous act, we can differentiate them, and as well as Dench.
Nope, they're both Roman.
They're both Roman, you just have to figure out which one I'm talking about.
I had to cast the Philippines earlier, and they're 8 Hyoks. These are both Roman, okay?
Did you actually just call them all Hyok?
Yes, we did.
Cast? That is, you know what? I guess if they want to have that username, they want to be called that. That's fair. Yeah, nobody fumbling in the intro, as you would expect at this caliber of, all of these players are so good. They'll be able to play this map quite comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be one of those maps where everyone is just cruising nicely. High 99, most likely. We do see a little bit of a high AC lead on Indonesia at the start, but yeah, it's all just, we're all just watching 8 people FC until suddenly someone doesn't. This map is just like that. I mean, I think we've already seen a couple of 8-ways on this, haven't we?
8-ways? I don't think I've personally seen an 8-way, but I think we've definitely seen a few where, I think the last one I casted with Italy, New Zealand, it did come down to a few silly misses at the end.
Anyway,
but yeah. It's definitely a map you'd expect to see a good amount of 4-ways on strong teams. Currently nobody breaking, it is just that slight AC lead from Indonesia. And if there was any map you would see an 8-way AC battle, it would be this one of the entire pool.
Oh yeah.
In the middle now, hopefully nobody breaks here. Don't think we will see any.
You never know. Don't blink. It happens real quick.
Yep. I think we have a solo coming up soon, which even if nobody breaks on, is some potential to find some act drops. And that might end up being the difference, as Indonesia is now 30k in the lead. Just the fact, but Row dropped Oops. And there it is! The fabled miss, and so does Hakuya Kiori. It's now going to be Ukraine with a massive lead. They have a 4-2 FC advantage. And that's all it takes. Just a couple
That's kind of a death
unfortunate
sentence
breaks.
on this kind of map too. I mean, there's not much left going on at the end here. It's just more of the same. So 2 breaks on that solo part just means Ukraine's going to fly away with this. So very, very good first pick for them. Dench does find a miss at the end, but doesn't really matter this late into it. I mean, it's still 3 FCs to 2. They've built up a massive 300k lead at this point and look to run away with their first point.
Yeah, it looks like Ukraine with a solid first pick, just more consistent on the DT1. And honestly, at a certain point, this becomes more of a nerve control check than anything. and they win it.
There's a little bit of rolling the dice. You know, you never know which run is going to be an FC or one miss. And unfortunately for Indonesia, they've rolled a 1 critical failure on 2 of their members.
All S ranks as
dropping
well.
2 of the
So
FCs.
unfortunate.
Yeah, the accuracies on everyone's super
Yeah.
good here too. You can tell like every single person in this lobby was super comfortable. But Ukraine gonna come out ahead with this consistency pick.
Yeah, you can see Roman with the highest stack at 99.55%, matched by Roman with the second highest stack on Ukraine. Love to see it. Dude, those names, that was going to get interesting before we go into this match. Yeah, Ukraine opening up with a solid first pick, and now it's going to be Indonesia to respond. And I think while Ukraine will have to fight for a lot of their picks, Indonesia does have some notable skill sets where I think they will have quite a distinct comfort advantage. I think they have No Mod 3, Free Mod 3, like all of those Gimme Here alt maps, Indonesia's going to be a lot more consistent on.
I think Indonesia here, as long as it's not tech, you're just looking to pick for some of the harder maps in the pool, some of the more skill check testing ones. I think I'd like to see No Mod 3. And maybe Hard Rock 2 as well. I think they could probably do well on.
Yeah, Hard Rock 2, I guess...
It does have a little bit of tech elements,
Yeah.
however, but
It's
on
a
Hard
bit of a
Rock, so it's a
techy
little
Hard Rock
bit weird, yeah.
But I do think Indonesia is still just the stronger 6.5 precision team. So it could still be a good pick for them, but depending on how the No Mod 4 goes, you know, if when Ukraine might eventually pick that one up. But yeah, I do think No Mod 3 is a great pick, so is Free Mod 3. Those really difficult, consistent maps where it's going to be very, very difficult to find 4 players who can all get a big combo.
Yeah, they seem to be taking their time as well, making their decision for their first pick. I like to kind of analyze, though, that we do see the No Mod 3, so that's about what we were just talking about. I do like to see what the first pick of each team is. Usually it kind of tells you what their game plan is, you know, like what kind of thing they're prioritizing to go for.
Yeah.
And so far, no big surprises. You know, Ukraine with the consistency pick as the lower seed, and Indonesia picking probably the hardest map to be consistent on, I would say. No Mod 3, very easy to get random misses on. Probably one of the more, skill check-y maps of this pool, so...
Yeah, I mean, finding 4 players who can play this is definitely going to be very doable for both teams, but finding 4 players who can FC this time and time again, that's the real challenge. That's where you're only really going to see some of the higher seeded teams who can consistently do that, and I do think Indonesia is one of those countries. You're going to see Rosemi Lovelock stepping in, I believe that is Rexy's. We also have Nazina Amamiya, that noob guy Indito. On the side of Ukraine, we're going to have Dench, Roman, Magnata, and OQ. I think Magnata only playing one of the maps in qualies, and that was the hidden one, which was a little bit of a aim control hidden, so fair to see them in this map.
Yeah, I also believe this would be OQ's first map in OWC, I think. Unless that's a name change I'm not aware of. I think if they're rookie this year, I guess this would be their first map being played.
Maybe so. I think they were Sherry Tori before, so was that name change? Going into the map, and I think one of the bangers of the pool, just very consistent alt gameplay. This type of skill set, you could find a miss literally anywhere. There isn't really free combo when it comes to alt maps. Always have to be on the ball.
Yeah, these alt maps nowadays too require so much aim control on very random places constantly. I do see a little bit of issues getting everyone in the lobby, hoping that's not a DC and just a turning client issue.
Not super sure. I think that was Rosemi Lovelock in that slot. So not sure if we're gonna get an abort or it is just a visual bug, and we'll just have to imagine. No, I think it is an abort there.
That is an abort. Yeah, it looks like they never connected.
Yeah. Just went offline apparently.
Well, at least it was at the very start. These are never fun when they're midway in. There's no winning situation for these.
Yeah, it's much better that it was at the very beginning. I think apparently he just completely went offline, so they might need to get a different player in as a replacement.
Yeah, that's usually going to have to be the case. Yeah. No big delays here. Going to get another player in, looks like.
Looks like we have Hakui Kiori stepping in, one of the core Indonesian players.
It's always unfortunate to have a disconnect like that, but I mean, at least in the case of this where it's super early on, round of 32, nobody here is really going to be struggling on any of these maps, especially on a map like this that's not a mega specific skill set, like it's not that difficult to get 4 people that can play an alt map on an OWC roster, especially when you see number 9. I'm sure they have more than that, so it would suck if a map was a little bit more specific, but I think thankfully in their case, I mean, I don't think Lifeline, which looks like he's coming in for this one, I don't think Lifeline's going to have any issue playing this this 6-star map, right? So
yeah, we'll see. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Lifeline just single taps this, because he's one of the few players who probably could single tap a 150 BPM, effectively a 300 BPM map.
Yeah, might as well. Big flex.
Yeah.
Looks like we're confirming the swap as well, so Lifeline is going to be playing this. We'll get right back in.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a big hit for Indonesia having, your ideal player drop for a slightly less comfortable player. I think they'll still be able to put up a really good score regardless of who they get as a replacement. Especially being the seed 9th team, the skill cap on the roster is very, very high.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, just looking at the qualifier scores, Lifeline did get the best score out of every, all 16 players here on the Nomad 3 qualifiers. So I think it's, on paper, a pretty adequate replacement. A little bit of an oopsie at the start here, maybe not expecting to play this, but hopefully they can recover pretty quickly. But even with that, I mean, the miss from Roman still gives Indonesia a little bit of a lead at the start here, so.
You can see the problem here. Lifeline is not single tapping, and that is why he broke. That is the difference.
This guy's using 2 keys.
Probably not super used to having to do that. Just has a slight comfort diff, but still, Indonesia with the other 3 players FCing on pretty solid accuracies. Lifeline now recovering from that early drop.
No other drops happening here. Just a little bit of oopsies at the start, but we do get to start seeing a little bit more of these aim control-y snap patterns. Of course, this type of map is going to be known for. Dito, though, finding a pretty important miss. And it's going to go over to Ukraine as well with one more miss on the side of Indonesia.
That is quite unfortunate. I mean, with that recovery from Roman and Magnata on those very, very early misses, OQ does drop, which does give Indonesia a chance. And so does Magnata. Now it's 2-2. Slight score lead for Ukraine, but that could have started rocketing the other way if OQ and Magnata held. That's going to be pretty even.
Yeah, and I mean, Lifeline having fully recovered as well. It's still just very, very slowly going to go back in the side of Indonesia just because those broken combos are going to be a little bit higher. But that can always change, right? This map doesn't really change much in difficulty. Lifeline does, however, find another break here.
Now it's just that noob guy on the side of Indonesia keeping it together for the team. As Dench as a Roman has an uncontested combo. Nazuna and Dito now building up again, but so is OQ and Magnata. Just that 1v1 from Dench and that noob guy. If either player breaks, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, it's still a pretty big advantage for Ukraine, but it's still not... The score diff is not that high here.
Yeah.
And new
that
guy
new
breaking
guy
the FC
dropping.
here on the a little bit
On
of a
the
circle
wiggles.
pattern, the wigglies.
Yeah.
That's going to be a little bit of a death sentence here. Not much of a combo in Indonesia, and Dench and Roman just chew through that pattern with no problem at all. So Ukraine here looking to take a break point, starting this match potentially 2-0.
Yeah, not something I think most people would anticipate. I think winning their first pick, Ukraine being a really strong team, especially in these early rounds, not super unexpected, but Indonesia losing their first pick is pretty wild as a seed 9th team. Ukraine starting the match 2-0 is going to be very, very good for them, especially as it is their next pick. As Dench and Roman are still holding Dench on the FC. Huge score.
Yeah, they are having no problem at the end of the map here. Dench and Roman here just putting on a show. Weren't really expecting Ukraine to come out so strong on this one, but 500k score difference on their side here. It's pretty insane, honestly. And even with this score difference, even if it wasn't Lifeline playing this, right? Even if they had the disconnected player before that they intended to put in there, that score difference still barely adds up, right? Ukraine, I think, would have still won regardless of that player.
I mean, unless Rosemi
Must have
was
been like
able
an
to get
SS or something.
a borderline SS. Yeah, that's essentially what you would have needed in place of that Lifeline score. So I still think, regardless of the player difference on Indonesia, Ukraine would have still taken that.
I'm telling you, man, Ukraine in low stages is so scary. Starting 2-0 here, I mean,
And that's
really,
the
really
thing.
solid performance. And now we're back on their pick too, right? So like, what do they want to do? Are we playing more into that tech? Are we playing? They could go for speed DT. They had a pretty good qualifiers run on that. That's an option as well. And to be honest, that DT2 here, Unlimited R, is also a very similar map where it's super easy to just keep your combo on, right? So it can just come down to accuracy battles. So we'll have to see what kind of thing they'd like to go for. I think, in my opinion, it's either going to be this or probably Rolling Beat.
Yeah, I think it's between one of those three tapping maps, DT2, DT3, and Nomad 2, or Nomad 4 Rolling Beat. I think all of those are good options for Ukraine. And they go for DT2, so they go for the Stamina Figure Control map. This was the only map in qualies that they ended up outperforming Indonesia on. It's a skill set they're going to feel pretty good on. And yeah, I think this is a solid pick, just a by the books, picking something that just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, if they manage to win this one, this puts Indonesia in a really tough spot, to be honest. Being down 0-3 like that, being just one map away from match point is always a super scary situation to be in, especially when you're kind of the favorite here. So we'll see if Ukraine can keep up their momentum that I'm sure they're super glad to be having at the moment.
Especially when it's first to 5, you only need 5 wins to win the entire match. Being up 2-0 and potentially 3-0 is an insane start, because to convert from that to an actual win and have an insane upset is pretty close. You don't need that many maps to go the wrong way if you're Indonesia. But this is their chance. If Indonesia can take this break point and then win their next pick, they'll even it out. This is their opportunity as they decide which players they want to get in.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for that, just to see who gets in the lobby, I have a little bit of a fun fact about this map actually being involved with the pooling team. Since this map is a custom that was made for last World Cup, that we decided not to use because of a Senya Satellite song where the skill sets overlap too much. And oddly enough, it almost happened again, since in this stage, DT1 is also a Senya Satellite map that has a pretty similar skill set, so we almost delayed this map by yet another year. Unfortunately for Dota, though, we do have this one in this time. So, yeah.
Which round was this going to be used for last year?
I think it was round of 32 as well.
Round of 32 as well, interesting. Yeah, I assume it's either this or the 16. We're going to see the rosters in. Rosemi Lovelock coming back, so I think they have fixed their internet issues. Lifeline, Roman, Nazuna, Amamiya. Hopefully they don't disconnect again. And then we have the double Roman, OQ, and Dench for Team Ukraine.
The double Roman. Yeah, this seems to be similar to their qualifier lineup as well. So.
I think it was the same as their quali lineup.
All right, a little bit of a steeper hill to climb for Indonesia here. A little bit of unexpectedly down 0-2. Ukraine now on their pick, opting for some more comfortable DT. We'll have to see if they can keep it up.
And we did say, and Ukraine did beat out Indonesia in the qualies, but I think part of that was Skydiver was in for the DT2 and got a 300k, not super comfortable. We now have Lifeline stepping in for Skydiver, and I think that might make the difference. If Lifeline is significantly more comfortable, they could get a pretty solid team score. So by no means is this like super Ukraine favored. Indonesia still has a great chance to take this point.
Yeah, tiny accuracy lead for the favor of Indonesia. Seems like OQ had a little bit of a drop pattern, a couple hundreds here. Percent or two lower than everyone else on the board, but nothing really, well, actually it just went back all the way in because Rosemi Lovelock also dropped a little bit of accuracy. So back and forth here in terms of score lead. I think similar situation to DT1. I think we're just looking to see, where that first miss is.
Yeah.
And what side it's on. A lot of these flow aim patterns that we're oddly enough looking at right now. Thanks, pause. A lot of these, stacks into flow aim patterns is going to be pretty easy to accidentally get a miss on here. So a little bit of finger control in this, or rather aim control in this one that could catch some people off guard. And I think that's a row miss.
It is. Row going to be the first to miss right in the dead center of the map. And that's going to put Ukraine at a massive advantage if they can hold their combos. Yeah, I think as you mentioned, it's those start and stops that are probably going to be the easiest to break on. Not necessarily because of the tapping, but because of the aim control. Everybody hitting that based one of the more space streams of the map. But Ukraine just looking so solid, holding the four-way. It's just that break from Row that's making the massive difference, but could start flipping the other way if Ukraine finds any breaks. This is not happening.
Oh, and another one here on Rosemi Lovelock. Not looking good for Indonesia on this one. And I mean, Ukraine looks so comfortable. Look at this four-way almost at the end of the map here. We're definitely playing to their strengths here. They know their pick, and they're playing really well on it.
Roman does find a drop, but so does Lifeline, and now it's just a 1-3, and this is almost definitely going to go to Ukraine at this point unless catastrophic. I mean, actually, I think it's basically impossible, unless they all stop playing. Ukraine is going to take this.
Even if they stop playing at this point, I mean, we're right at the end of the map.
Yeah.
Only one FC on the side of Indonesia as well. Man, what is Ukraine doing?
Yeah, Ukraine is just going right now, and they're going to be up 3-0 against the seed 9th in the round of 32, looking to cause quite an upset if this keeps going.
Yeah. Now, as I said earlier, I mean, Indonesia looking at a 3-point deficit here. That's pretty rough. Almost a 1 mil difference on that one. I kind of wonder what they're gonna go with. I mean, their pick didn't really work out super well. They at least know that DT is definitely Ukraine's territory today.
Yeah, I think you definitely don't want to pick into Nomad 2 or DT3 after those performances from Ukraine. So you got to go a different direction. I honestly wouldn't mind them going for something left field, something like Hard Rock 2. At this point, you're in for quite the long haul if you're Indonesia. So you're going to be picking quite a decent amount of maps in this matchup. Maybe go into some Hard Rock, could go into... I mean, they had the Nomad 3 not go well for them, but if they do feel like that was an underperformance, you still have Fremont 3 as an option in the alt lane they could go for. But this next pick is very, very important because if Indonesia cannot convert a win on this next map, it's going to look very, very rough for them.
This got really interesting real quick. I wonder how many people had this in their pick'ems.
I mean, I think we could probably I'll probably check to see how many people put Ukraine up against, and they go for Nomad 4.
That's so okay.
I'm a little bit surprised because we did mention this was one of the closest maps in qualies and something that Ukraine might have looked to pick at some point. It's actually going to be Indonesia picking, and maybe just feeling super comfortable. But I mean, this is a scary one to pick for a map you pretty much have to win. It's just over 2 minutes, a little bit div spiky on some of the patterns. Very
I wonder
easy
if
to
that's
get
a
some
little
misses
bit-
on.
I wonder if that's a little bit telling of maybe they don't feel comfortable on this pool. Like, even I'm having a hard time placing a good pick for them here. And apparently, I mean, I don't know. This one just feels like a little bit of a coin flip, and that's a pretty brave thing to do when you're, potentially facing match point here. So hopefully they know better than we do, and they have a little surprise for us here, because I mean, they definitely need one at this point.
Yeah, they do, and I did just check the pick'ems. 8.5% of people put Ukraine to win this match.
Wow.
So those people, if Ukraine can do it, make the magic happen, they'll be very, very happy.
Okay, we do see Unable come in as well. I believe first map in OWC as well.
Love to see it. I think Unable also only playing the hit-ins in qualies. Be stepping in for the Nomad 4. Yeah, this map has a pretty chill intro, but it's pretty much going to come down to who finds the breaks on the build up to the Ki and in the Ki, on the cut streams and on the cut doubles.
I think
Really
it's
where it comes down.
snapping on some of these pretty ridiculous slider patterns.
Yeah.
They're just randomly really far away sometimes. It's so easy to just get a slider
Yeah.
break everywhere in this Ki here. So I mean, it's do or die here for Team Indonesia. So hopefully this pick is going to work out for them. We'll have to see. We'll sit through this very relaxing intro that hopefully no one misses on, or else I'd be kind of worried.
That'd be very worrying to miss in this section. You would be slapping yourself in the face if you did. Stakes are just too high, and Unable does unfortunately find the break on the relatively relaxed intro. I think that maybe is some of that first match of OWC nerves. Hopefully they can find a recovery. It is still pretty early on, but honestly a pretty short map. I want to find too many breaks like that.
Yeah,
Just get
I
into
don't
the
think it's
build-up.
going to matter much at the very start here. And I mean, already 2 trades, Lifeline and Hakui finding a miss there. And as we start getting into some of the trickier patterns in this, Ukraine will be taking a little bit of a lead, still holding 3 of their FCs, but that could change at any time here, as this is probably the hardest part of the map.
Yeah, I think the hardest part outside of the ending in Dench will be the one to drop near the middle. Lifeline breaks again though, not super comfortable. It's still that 2-2 with Hakui, Fiori, and Unable on the recoveries, but Unable a little bit bigger of a combo right now.
Yeah, I mean, that first miss at the very beginning pretty much just doesn't matter for Unable at this point. You could almost consider this a 3-way for Ukraine, and I think we'll be seeing the point lead slowly grow towards them, especially since we're on a little bit of a chill part here. Not much to miss on, so they get to fly away with it a little bit. Until the last Ki here, where things are going to be picking up again, but this is potentially looking really good for Ukraine again.
Lifeline's finding so many struggles right now, breaking several times during this map. Into the next build-up, we're going to see a cut here. Nobody breaking. I'm shocked nobody broke in that section, honestly. But that's exactly what Ukraine wants. That's Ukraine favored, as they already have the lead. Lifeline breaking again. Everybody on Ukraine
There's
hitting this
no one
ending.
else just missing on any of this?
Is that going to be Ukraine with the 4-0 lead? OQ does find a break, but I think it's too little too late for Indonesia. That is going to be Ukraine getting their second break point, up 4-0 against Indonesia as the 9th seed. This is something I don't think anybody would have anticipated.
What is happening? Like, what?
Yeah, this is why.
Let's
wild.
just take a moment to process that seed number 9 Indonesia again against seed 24 Ukraine is down 0-4 match point in their first match here. I don't think many people, if anyone, would expect to see something like this.
Ukraine is now, guaranteed tiebreaker. They have 5 more chances to win this match and cause quite an upset. Even better, they have their pick, so they could make this a 5-0, which would be pretty wild.
So I wonder if they just go for DT3, considering the other DTs went super well, but it is fairly different from the other ones, and I think this DT map in particular is going to be a little bit harder, so I don't know if they want to go for that one, but honestly, they have so many maps to mess around with, right?
Yeah,
Only
they have
one more
so,
needed for them, so...
They just need... They're gonna have 2 more picks, and 2 more chances for a breakpoint, I believe. So any of those work in their favor, and tiebreaker at the very end if they need it. So this is gonna be an uphill battle for Indonesia to try to take this one back. They're gonna go for the hidden 2. A little bit surprised to see a very consistent AR9 200 BPM. It just has aim, but very uncomfortable aim patterns. Lots of opportunity to find silly misses. I'm a little bit surprised to see them go for this one, though.
Me too. Oddly enough, I think this is one of those maps where we'd probably give the edge to Indonesia, like, pretty favorably. But at this point, I don't know anymore. Because some things are happening here that I don't think anyone was really prepared to be seeing, so...
Yeah, I think nobody could have anticipated Ukraine to be up 4-0 against Indonesia at this point in the match. I mean, Ukraine's first 2 picks made quite a lot of sense to me. This one's a little bit out of left field, but we'll see how it goes. They might be sensing some kind of a reading deficiency. I mean, Indonesia did ban out the hidden 1, but they also played the low AR hidden pretty well in qualies. So, let's see.
We have been seeing quite a few misses on this map, even though everyone is super comfortable on this, right? There's nothing tricky about this map. It's just, you know, a pretty bog standard, you know, awkward aim, you know, loose and hidden. Everybody's played at least one of those before, if not like 15 of those before. But yeah. I mean, this is still this still has a lot of pretty big jumps that, contextually might be a little bit unexpected in this map. So we are usually seeing a lot of random misses on this one, but I mean, Indonesia here, having Dido, and I'm surprised Rosemi Lovelock isn't playing this.
Yeah.
But I mean, Dido pretty notoriously being pretty good at this kind of thing as well. So I think this is one of those maps where there may be, that like solo carry potential. But I mean, with how good Ukraine's been playing, the mental advantage that they have right now, like, cannot be understated. Like they are not only just winning in points, but like the mental game here. All the adrenaline that you get just from potentially pulling off such a crazy upset, right? Like that does things to you. So we'll have to see if they can keep it up on this one. Here we are seeing 2 pretty early misses, but not going to matter too much. We're right at the very beginning, and we've got 3 minutes to go.
I think you had mentioned this is one of those maps we've been seeing a lot of breaks on, despite its comfort. It's pretty comfortable, but at the same time, I feel like it's like a no mod 3 situation where you can hit every pattern, but every pattern's missable. AR9 200 BPM hidden, just a little bit too dense to just have any lapse of concentration. Other than those early breaks from OQ and Haku Ikuri, it's pretty much dead even. But I don't anticipate this is going to be one of those maps where we see that many FCs.
Is it going to happen? Are we going to see Ukraine with a monumental upset sweep?
Yeah, not just an upset, but an upset sweep would be wild. Right now, Indonesia with slight advantage, as Haku Ikuri did break a little bit earlier.
Okay. Oh, Dench finding the first hiccup here right at the middle too. So Indonesia having a little bit of life in them right now, as for once they are, I think maybe the first time in this match, they do have a pretty sizable score lead here at the very middle. I'll have to see if they can keep it up though. Still running pretty much a 4-way.
Yeah, pretty much.
Other than that random oopsie at the very beginning. That seems to be Hakui's only mistake as well. I think they're on a 1-miss SS currently, which is pretty funny, actually.
Dido!
Okay, I think...
Oh
no.
My God.
Oh no.
Is it happening? Nazuna
no.
and Dido both find breaks in this last third.
Oh,
Haku Ikuri breaking as well. It's now only Lifeline with combo on the side of Indonesia, and that score lead is going to start blasting over to Ukraine. And there,
Oh my God.
Dench finds a break, but that wasn't the big combo for Ukraine. Ukraine is on pace to pull off one of the most insane upsets. There's the break. Let's see if they can hold their nerves. As Roman on the SS, Unavel and OQ both holding massive combos as well. Can they do it? It's just one more section left.
It's just one section here. I mean, they do see that they had the lead during that break, right? But, I mean, they have not been, they've had no breaks at all this match. Everyone on the Ukraine team has been playing so insanely well. Way better than you'd ever expect for a Seed 24 team here, performing like they're the USA or something. Like, what is happening to this team? And they will wrap it up with a 300k score lead. Ukraine 5-0 sweeps Seed number 9 Indonesia. I don't think I would ever be saying this, but here it is.
I feel like I am in a dream, Azer, and I have not woken up yet. This is not at all what I anticipated. Ukraine playing a fantastic match. And I mean, just this score on Hidden 2, we were doubting the pick, but plenty of much higher seeded teams did not play this map as well as they did. Philippines being one example. Like, this is a hard map to get these massive combos on, and they do it. Winning 5-0 against Indonesia. Indonesia, I don't think they played to their potential, but I mean, Ukraine just played so well. I don't even think it would have mattered if they did. I mean, just a fantastic match from Ukraine. Very surprised to see this.
Definitely seems like a bit of a perfect storm for both sides, right? Ukraine definitely playing way better than expected. And I kind of agree with you, though, with the side of Indonesia. Definitely not showing their their full potential today. Everyone here on this team has been playing a lot of community tournaments, showing they're able to do so much better than this, as well as the previous years. So, hopefully it's just a little bit of a hiccup. They do have a lower bracket run that they can do, that they can go through, right? It's not over for them. But maybe a little bit of a misstep here against the wrong opponent here, Ukraine. I want to see, at the end of this round, when all the stats are, I want to see, like the average score that Ukraine is getting compared to all these other top teams, because I'm quite sure this performance is something that they just pulled out that you'd expect to see from like a top 4 seed or something. Like they 3-wayed, almost 4-wayed every single map here on very different skill sets. Across so many different players, right? I mean, I think at the start we're talking about RapGPO and how well they've been doing in the past, and they didn't even play. Ukraine just did this with 7 people, I think. So pretty crazy performance from them. So I mean, I'm sure they can be happy about this one. It's still I've got a little bit of a lack of words here.
Awesome. Quite a fantastic 5-0. Ukraine will be moving on to go up against the United Kingdom next week, which honestly, now with how Ukraine played, I think that's actually going to be a banger of a match.
Oh yeah.
If they can bring what they brought today to next weekend, it's going to be a close one. And Indonesia moving down into the losers bracket to fight up against Turkey, who UK knocked down to that bracket early on. But that is going to be it for this match. In 18 minutes, I think, do we have 3 consecutive matches?
We sure do.
Oh my god. We have Korea up against Kazakhstan, Russia up against Netherlands, and Hong Kong up against Finland. I assume one of those won't be streamed potentially, which is quite unfortunate.
We only have 2 streams, unfortunately. It's a little hard for us to have more than that. But on the rare occasion where there's more matches like that, I mean, we'll still be updating you guys on the match that isn't streamed on one of those streams. It's a good moment to shout out the B stream for the EOS Live if you're looking into one of these other matches. If the main stream isn't showing that one up, we will be streaming one of them on the other channel. But yeah, I'm pretty. If this is the one we're going to see on the main channel here, Korea. I mean, the team that we've been hyping up so much. Flying Tuna's return. A lot of people are very happy about that. Their insane performance last year, the first time anyone's taken USA to the lower bracket. And on the other side, Kazakhstan. I mean, we're making jokes about this team a couple times, but no, now they're in. So I'm pretty excited to see them play for the first time ever, past qualifiers. So I mean, against Korea, it's hard to do. It's still likely to be pretty one-sided, but I'm still going to be pretty interested to watch that one personally. So yeah.
It's going to be cool, and see if they can do something like Israel up against the United States. winning
Oh, yeah.
those two quite wild picks.
Better yet, Ukraine against Indonesia, baby.
Yeah, Ukraine did. But I still can't believe that much just happened. Absolutely ridiculous performance from Ukraine. Yeah, that is going to be it from me. It was a pleasure casting with you, Azer.
Of course.
And, see you in the next match.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. 2023 OS World Cup round of 32. Doland here, and I'll be joined by Kano for this next match, South Korea versus Kazakhstan.
This one is going to be a very interesting one, especially after what we just saw. Anything is possible in round of 32. I mean, Ukraine just, I don't know, they did something very, very special in that last match, and who knows, we might see the exact same thing. We do have seed number 1 coming up against seed number 32 here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, but I mean, obviously Korea looking very dominant this year, and Kazakhstan making it in for another year. What are your thoughts on this match, Dolan?
Well, obviously, you know, when you're the 32nd seed going into your round 1 matchup, you really have nothing to lose here. And, you know, Kazakhstan, I guess they need a little inspiration, a little motivation, and Ukraine kind of displaying how it can be done. So we'll see what Kazakhstan can do, but South Korea, number 1 seed, defeating the United States and Poland and everybody else in the qualifiers, Kano. They're looking for that top spot.
Yeah, we've definitely seen them improving each year. I mean, obviously last year I think they were 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it's been like 3rd and then 2nd. And I mean, obviously here they're looking to take number 1, being the number 1 in the qualifier. So it's looking good for them so far. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, coming in as the underdogs, obviously being seed number 32, just making it in. But I mean, it's still in the early stages, so anything is possible. The round of 32 pool this time around is a little bit harder from what we're used to, but for the most part, I mean, I would say a lot of these teams have improved throughout the years, and most of the players here are capable of putting on very, very solid scores across all of the maps throughout this pool. So anything is possible.
Anything is indeed. And a little fun fact about that last matchup, that's not the first time Indonesia has lost as the 9th seed this year. Their Catch World Cup team also lost round of 32 as the 9th seed, but not in that dominating of a fashion. Ukraine are an insane 24th seed. I am looking forward to their matchup next week against the United Kingdom, I believe. I think that's the Ukraine are playing next. But back to the match at hand, as we set up the lobby here. South Korea and Kazakhstan, I mean, and if you're Kazakhstan, you're just looking to get a point on the board here, right? You take them one at a time. That's how you get the upset. And we finally see the lobby.
Yeah, they're going to be hopefully diving into some of their more comfort picks. I think that's pretty much the only thing that you can really do when it comes to being a little bit more of the underdog in this one. I think based on the qualifier results, it seemed like they did have some pretty close scores to South Korea when it came to things like Hard Rock and Double Time, so we might see them dive into things like that. That might be pretty much where their comfort skill sets lie. But for the most part, it's going to be pretty hard to take away some breakpoints from South Korea because, as mentioned, this team is just looking so strong this year. They have so many star players, and they are just a force to be reckoned with. I'm very curious to see what the actual bans in this match are going to be because I'm looking very much at like Hidden One being banned. That map is just brutal. I'm thinking Kazakhstan are probably going to remove that one straight away. When it comes to South Korea, I'm not entirely sure. They might just go for something they don't feel too confident on, but
Well,
It's really hard to
especially if you say that Kazakhstan have some decent, respectable scores on Hard Rock and Double Time, I could imagine that South Korea might go for a Double Time 3-man or a Free Mod. We've actually seen Free Mod 3 get banned a few times, so it's going to be DT1. Okay, so they're going to take away the Comfort Satellite Senya DT. That makes sense.
Yeah, they want no comfort for Kazakhstan at all. None whatsoever. They want to put them in, a little bit on the back foot. And we're seeing that Cygnus Darkness Parade being banned there from Kazakhstan. Honestly, that map is just so brutal. I took a look at it, and I would honestly say that's arguably one of the hardest maps in the pool. Especially if for teams, which honestly, a lot of teams these days don't have the most confident rosters when it comes to Hidden. Like, you'll find that a lot of teams structure their rosters more focused around No Mod, Hard Rock, Double Time, and things like that. And sometimes there'll be a little bit of a weakness in Hidden, and we might be seeing that kind of thing being the case in Kazakhstan. I think in this case, South Korea probably looking to go for something Free Mod or maybe Hidden early, potentially, as a pick.
Yeah, they're probably just going to look to really just target the major skill sets, like we kind of saw Indonesia try to do there with Ukraine. No Mod 3 potentially, unless Kazakhstan have good alt scores. But it's going to be Free Mod 3.
Yeah, this one's a bit of an interesting one, actually. It does have a lot of flow aim and a lot of... It plays pretty much like an alt map. There's some like tricky little quads and stuff that might throw off the players that are playing Hard Rock. You might see some accuracy drops and things like that. But this is an interesting one to start off with, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we've seen this map picked this weekend. I know this is the first time I'm seeing it on a match I'm casting. I've seen it banned, I think, in one of the other maps. Brazil, France, we saw this banned.
I think that's the same case for me as well. I haven't really seen this one played or picked much. It might not be the most popular one to go for, and obviously in some of the matches that have been 5-0 so far, sometimes it might just be one of those picks that people lead to as backup, but it's very interesting to see this one being picked as a first pick. Could be the song, who knows? It's a bit of a jammer.
Or maybe just looking to use the element of surprise to catch Kazakhstan off guard here at the start. You never know. But with South Korea, you really don't have to worry about skill. Look at the lineup in that lobby right now.
Yeah, when you see those names, you've got Kasha, Worst Hard Rock player, Amamaya Kokoro, Allegrissimo. Those players are just so strong and so solid. These are probably going to be some of the players... I would say these are going to be the players that we see on quite a lot of maps for South Korea. But again, just such a dominating force. You've got Revexi, Tenefus, Plombier, and Kamenchik coming in for Kazakhstan. I believe Kamenchik and Revexi are definitely like the 2-star players to look out for, but with that said, there's a lot of other players in particular who are very solid and do, they definitely surprise sometimes. They come out with surprises. I'm not too familiar with the Kazakhstan roster, but we're going to be getting into this first map. And
from what I saw of their roster, it was kind of like 2 or 3 higher ranked players, and then it could just be a bunch of specialists that they plug in for different maps, and that can work. We've seen that strategy work in different modes as well, with just the same kind of premise. You have a core of 2 players that can essentially play nearly everything, and then you just need 2 other players. And they don't have to be the highest ranked players in the world, they just have to be good at the skill sets you need them to be good at.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, honestly, when it comes to a map like this is definitely one of the more specialist maps. This is a very interesting map, and with that said, it's free mod, so you've got players that are forced to play with Hidden, Hard Rock, and also No Mod. To no surprise, there is no overmodding coming from either one of these teams, both of them just rocking the individual Hard Rock and the individual Hidden. We do see a couple of early misses coming in from Plombier, but so far, everyone just chilling.
Yeah, and that being the Hard Rock player, that's going to swing things quite violently for South Korea, the most valued player. But there's the trade from Kokoro. One of the No Mods down. So that'll keep South Korea from running away with it. But Ravaxe going down, a No Mod traded from Kazakhstan, and now another one as well from Turnefus.
Yeah, Kazakhstan having a little bit of a rough time towards the first quarter of this map. We do see 3 breaks coming in from them, Kamenchik being the only one to hold. Pretty much going to need a miracle at this point when it's 1 FC against 3. Things are looking very grim, as we do have a bit of a slow break, but getting into the halfway section.
Yeah, you know, Kazakhstan the score capping. The score capping I was about to mention. You don't want to get score capped, and there's a triple miss from Kazakhstan. South Korea is still looking good.
Yeah, they've still got those 3 full combos coming in strong, as well as, you know, both of the modded players still holding on here. Kasha with Hard Rock, West Hard Rock player with Hidden.
And now, through the middle section of the map, that lead just going to grow above 400k.
Yeah, they're going to be running away with this one if things keep up the way that they are. I mean, obviously, Plombier has managed to pull back quite a combo since the beginning miss with Hard Rock as well, but unfortunately for the Kazakhstan side, we're just seeing chain breaks all over the place. We do end up seeing Karcher drop on Hard Rock there as well for the South Korean side, but for the most part, they will be running away with this one on their first pick.
Yep, all eyes on Alegrissimo and worst Hard Rock player. Coming in with the full combos. Plombier actually with a respectable recovery on the 1 miss.
Yeah, not to mention with that Hard Rock as well, that is definitely a very challenging feat. Oh, but we do say that it does happen to break on the star snap pattern there.
Still a good score nonetheless, but South Korea gonna get the job done on their opening pick. 1-0.
Alegrissimo and worst Hard Rock players still holding on. Can they do it all the way to the end? Are we going to see 2 full combos coming in? Alegrissimo right at the end does get cursed.
But we will see a hit FC out of worst Hard Rock player.
Very impressive stuff. I mean, 3.3 mil score coming in on that first map. That is a brutal one. Obviously, there's a lot of snap patterns throughout that one, as well as the flow aim. We did see breaks all over the place from both sides, so that really just goes to show how difficult this pool actually is. You know, South Korea is the number 1 seed. And even then, we're still seeing players struggle a little bit throughout this one.
Now Kazakhstan will have their first pick of the match. You have to wonder if they go for the classic Nomad 1 coin flip.
Well, funny that you say that, Dolan, because I don't know if Nomad 1 this time around is actually more of a coin flip. I mean, it kind of is. It's still a little bit like that, but they've kind of abandoned like the slots. Like, slots are dead in this map pool now.
I'm telling you, man, ever since they swapped Hidden 1 and Hidden 2, my brain has not recovered.
It's one of those things, you know, the map poolers like to do a little bit of trolling from time to time, but yeah, it's just what we do. That is what we do. I mean, I say that as someone who previously map pooled, but obviously not so much anymore these days. I'm a little bit out of that scene. But it's going to be interesting to see what we do.
Deep down, you're the one who's most upset about it. This is not how we did things.
It was the way we did things. But
I had a system.
I kind of like the changes, to be honest. I think that it's a very welcoming change. Keeping a lot of randomness throughout the pool makes things a bit more interesting, but I definitely think it makes a bit more of a harder task for us as casters. You know, when things change a little bit, we actually have to really research the pools, don't we?
I mean, it's not just that. I mean, the name changes, the pronunciation, guys. We don't get any help, Kano. We're just thrown in here. And it's going to be double time, too.
Yeah, I mean, going back on what you were saying as well, not to mention as well, the players have also been changing their names to confuse casters left, right, and center. But yeah, we're going to be getting into this next one, Double Time 2. This one's an interesting one, actually. It features a lot of long bursts. It has a little bit of like tricky aim to it. There's like a lot of doubles as well, so there's some control. But for the most part, you see a lot of like sort of stacking into spacing kind of streams. And I think that's going to be probably where we see a lot of the misses coming in on this one. But as we mentioned, Kazakhstan going for that double time pick. We did think that they might dive into double time and hard rock, and this is exactly what they're going for.
I mean, it makes sense. Put your best foot forward, right?
Exactly. But yeah, we're gonna have to see. This one definitely does play pretty comfortable if you're capable of playing the BPM, which I would say, you know, players these days have gone so much faster, and this is a pretty common skill set to have. So 220 BPM should be pretty comfortable for the most part. I think we might see a pretty close score on this one between these two, as Kazakhstan did put up some pretty solid results in the qualifier, specifically on double time and hard rock. I think that was pretty much what pushed them over the edge just to make it into the top 32 here.
Now just waiting on South Korea to fill in their final slot.
Yeah, seeing a little bit of a roster switch up here. We've got Parasia coming in, as well as Restia and Flying Tuna, the return.
I was about to say, we should see the Flying Tuna, indeed we do, joining Karcher.
We've got Kazakhstan rocking the exact same lineup as the previous map. So it does seem like maybe they are going for probably a similar lineup throughout most of this match. Maybe they're missing some players, or maybe there's just some players that aren't feeling too confident right now. I mean, again, you know, it's OWC. It's the first match of OWC, so the nerves are always going to be very strong coming into these ones, especially when you are seed 32 going up against seed number 1. Like,
I think we just had a very weird client oopsie there. Those were not real misses at the start. And it's actually going to be Kazakhstan with the accuracy advantage here?
sometimes the client does do a little bit of light trolling from time to time, but yeah, still early days right now. This one definitely does have a lot of tricky doubles and patterns and things like that going on. We could see a lot of accuracy drop as we do sort of see this flickering back and forth between the two teams. We are seeing that there's a couple of players with 99 accuracy, but then there's some dipping down into the 95s.
And so far so good. Smooth sailing for our 8 players. I say that, but there's the first miss from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, Kamenchik unfortunately finding a break there. Some of these bursts are definitely going to catch a few other players off guard. As I mentioned, you know, it's a lot of stacking, a lot of awkward spacing at times. You know, you got that stack there that caught Turnifus off guard. Once again, finding yet another break on that. It's those triples that stack into themselves, featuring a little bit of spacing at the end of it. It's absolutely brutal sometimes, especially, you know, like this map might feel a little bit slow to some of the players as well. Like, you do have a lot of players
Karcher
capable of such incredible speed nowadays, and Karcher finding a break as well.
I mean, Kazakhstan are going to need far more than that, but that is a start. They need to see at least 2 more of those 3 Korean FCs fall. It does not look like they're going to provide any misses.
Yeah, those players that I'm seeing right now are looking so solid. Oh, but we do see a miss from Flying Tuna coming in there. It's still possible for some sort of comeback from Kazakhstan. You do have Kamenchik, who did recover from the beginning, as well as them still holding into the 2 FCs. Turnifus is matching Karcher's full combo here, but...
Another miss from Flying Tuna. Kazakhstan still need help, but oh, there goes Plombier. A double miss from South Korea, but they still have 2 FCs.
And with Revexi's break there, it's going to be pretty much all said and done. That is all the full combos from the Kazakhstan side. You do have Restia and Parasia just running away with this one. Still holding on to their FCs with 99% accuracy as well.
Well, I mean, it was close until it wasn't there. But just Restia and Parasia with the double FCs, not much Kazakhstan can do. Kamenchik with a very nice recovery will clock in over 1,000 combo, and Kazakhstan will still turn in a 3 million score, but alas, to no avail against South Korea here. 2-0.
Yeah, 3 million is definitely still a very, very solid score. Nonetheless, something that would definitely, you know, put other teams, you know, sweating a little bit. Now, what do we see South Korea going for next here? We did see them go for the free mod early on. I'm really curious to see what their next pick is actually going to be, because I'm kind of out of ideas. I mean, maybe they might go for no mod 3 if they're feeling confident, but it's pretty similar to the free mod 3, if anything. That might be where they might want to go.
I feel like they're likely just going to stay away from Hard Rock and Double Time. They don't want to really risk picking into anything Kazakhstan might be decent at, and No Mod 4 is going to be the choice from South Korea.
Yeah, definitely a very solid choice for them nonetheless. I still think, yeah, pretty much as you said, I think they're going to be wanting to avoid Hard Rock and Double Time as much as possible. If anything, those are going to be Kazakhstan's comfort picks. And No Mod 4 is definitely a good shout.
Yeah, I think they can definitely just alternate between the no mods and the free mods. And should be able to put up a decent amount of pressure. But this one's a shorter map, Kano. 2 minutes, 19 seconds.
Yeah, and honestly, this map is pretty tricky. You know, you've got a few little like light techie parts as well as like a lot of streams. There are some pretty brutal streams, especially later on throughout the map. I think the further that this map progresses, the harder it kind of gets in terms of like space streams and accelerator types of streams and things like that. Those are probably going to be the parts where I expect a lot of players to miss on. This is definitely more of a specialist type of map and not so much on the conventional side. Still plays pretty comfy considering, you know, the style of map that it is, but there are some parts that are definitely a lot more brutal than others.
And do we see some substitutions coming in for Kazakhstan? Looks like we do.
It's very possible we might see some different players from their roster coming in. Do still have Kamenchik and Plombier here. Got Revexi coming back in.
Or are we just being baited?
We most definitely might be being baited, Dolan.
Oh, wait! Oh. We do get one sub. Gonna be Shastia coming in for Kazakhstan.
It's always going to be tough to break the nerves here on this one. This is the first map for Shastia. We see the same lineup from South Korea that we did on the first map. So not much really changing in terms of players. But we're going to be getting into this one very shortly. And as I mentioned, this one definitely gets a little bit progressively harder. Not too much, but a lot of the focus is definitely on a lot of these sliders and some of the stream patterns. They are just absolutely brutal. So it's going to be interesting to see how the players do perform on those. I think from memory, there's like a really nasty space stream somewhere around like 1000 combo. So if there's players full comboing, we might see breaks somewhere around there.
Well, all right. Into Nomad 4 we go. And Plombier not up to the best of starts there, but plenty of time to recover. And Shastia gonna find a very early miss. Gotta knock off the nerves, you know, knock off the rust, settle in their first map.
It's always important to get that nervous miss out the way. That was definitely something that I used to do in a lot of the tournaments that I used to play in. Plombier finding a break early along with Amamaya Kokoro, as well as Shastia. Oh my goodness, there's just breaks all over the place at the beginning here, as we do get into one of the harder sections.
Yeah, now these breaks are going to start to hurt as we approach that halfway mark. Potential of being score capped. South Korea still with 3 FCs to 2 on the side of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan still very much in this, but that double miss is going to change things. They now basically need a team miss from South Korea to get back in it.
Yeah, something we've seen throughout a lot of these stronger teams is that a very common theme is that you often see them 3-way FCing for quite some time, if not the whole map. And that is again once again the case for South Korea here. They're going so strong on this one. Kamenchik is the only full combo for the Kazakhstan side. Plombier does happen to make a bit of a recovery from early on, but we're getting into one of the hardest sections here. This is where we're probably going to expect a lot of misses coming up very soon, if any.
Yeah, and even if the misses do come out that Kazakhstan need to see out of South Korea, there's not enough time. It's over 700k. Oh, Restia is going to get claimed by that stream.
I'm honestly surprised by the fact that so many players hit that. Restia was the only one to really miss there.
Everybody else just decided to be a insane gamer for 2 seconds, and Restia did not get the memo, but will the FCs hold coming in? And we're going to see a 3-way FC on this, which is pretty nuts. Karcher, Allegresimo, and Kamenchik coming in with some great scores, but it'll be 3-0 South Korea.
Yeah, that's crazy. Both of them matching each other's AC as well. You know, 99.74. That's pretty impressive stuff. That's what we like to call consistency. But yeah, Kamenchik getting the full combo for the Kazakhstan side. Unfortunately, not enough. But we're going to be seeing what they do opt for now. I think, like, once again, you know, they're probably going to be going for the hard rocks and the double times. We do still have Enter Shikari Wall, which is going to be an interesting one because that's very speed
It's
oriented.
free mod too. They did not even
Ooh.
waste any time picking that. And the thing that I was about to say is they might need to take their time because this could be their last pick if they don't convert it. But it is going to be free mod 2. They seem confident. And I don't think it's a bad option for him. You know, even though they would tend to lean towards the hard rock, the double time. I think the strategy for Kazakhstan is just, we're going to go free mod. We're going to put our best hidden player on hidden, best hard rock player on hard rock. And we'll get some good no mod scores in. And maybe get a point.
Yeah, without a doubt. Free mod is definitely always a bit of a gamble. You know, you obviously have to have like the specialist players on the mod combinations. And this map is definitely like a weird one for it as well. It's like CS5 for, you know, the regular players, CS 6.5 if you're rocking hard rock, which is just brutal, and then AR 8.5 if you're on hidden. It's like, I don't really know how to describe this map, but it's just like a lot of like slow sliders. It's got like a lot of interesting rhythm and things. There's some like snappy sections, like snappy doubles and things like that. It's a very chill song though.
Approach rate 8.5. Clocking in at just over 4 minutes. So they've switched the skill set up about as much as possible.
Yeah, mixing it up from what we expected for sure. I mean, we were thinking that they'd be diving into hard rock and double time, but you know, they did that once, but here they are saying like, you know what, we're gonna play free mod 2. We're gonna try it out, we're gonna see how it goes. And at the end of the day, there's a good song to enjoy.
Here we go, Star Command in from the referee, Nick. Shoutouts to Nick. Shoutouts to all of our officials. We love our staff.
We love our staff. Putting in the work behind the scenes and, I mean, out there on the field.
It's the thankless role, but it must be done. But here we go. Into Kazakhstan's second pick here. Down 3-0, looking to get on the board.
Yeah, as I said, when it comes to this map, I really don't know what to expect. Like, this is just such an interesting map. Like, it has a lot of like slow sections, and then all of a sudden it like starts going more snappy, focuses a bit on rhythm, then sometimes it's flow aim. Like, it just does everything. It really, really does everything. But it just, I don't know, sometimes it feels slow and then it feels really fast, and it can catch you off guard. But Revexi is going to be the first one to miss, as well as Karcher and Plombier. Do see a few random breaks happening across this one, and that's pretty much what to expect from this map. You're just going to see random breaks on different things.
Yep, and we, you know, I just noticed now that Kazakhstan going with the overmod here, double hard rock. Only one no mod. Gotta respect that little gamble. Kamenchek is gonna find a drop on the hidden.
Yeah, the double hard rock is definitely some Chad status when it comes to free mod. I don't think we've seen many teams really opt for overmodding, so this is the first case of it. You
And
see a reset from Karcher.
Yeah, Karcher gonna find another drop, but that is not the miss that Kazakhstan really need to see. They need one of the other 3 FCs to drop. Of course, you know, the score bar is actually not taking too far off to the left-hand side. You see, it's just slowly growing for South Korea, so... Oh, that miss from Kamenchek is really going to change things.
Yeah, as we approach this halfway point, this map definitely does take a bit of a turn towards the second half. There's a lot more focus on like snappy patterns and things like that. And some of these are very brutal, especially on the lower approach rate. But even as a hard rock player, you know, you're going to have some crazy precision for this kind of stuff.
And Revexi is going to go down on the hard rock, leaving only Plombier. The Turnifis for Kazakhstan right at the halfway mark, so unfortunately Revexi is going to be score capped here. And now we look at the side of South Korea, and it's still a 3-way FC.
Yeah, once again, I was talking about that trend, you know, like these teams, they get that start off, and it just seems like they either do end up 3-way FCing, if not 4-way FCing, but, you know, they tend to hold on to it for quite some time anyway. And this is going to be a pretty brutal map. I will be surprised if we see a 3-way FC coming in on this one, but yeah, we're getting into one of the harder sections now where things start to ramp up a little bit. You start to see a lot more snap patterns, a lot more control.
Yeah, and now that Kazakhstan have lost one of their big combos in Tournevis on the Nomad, things really looking bleak now as Plumbeer drops. That should seal the deal. And now the question remains is, will South Korea turn in a 3-way FC?
They are looking very confident on this one. Karcher pretty much being the only player to struggle, but with that said, that's kind of expected when you're being the hard rock player for this one. This is pretty brutal, the precision involved for this. All these snap patterns are very, very awkward. Also, just like a lot of the slow aim and things like that, When we're talking about CS 6.5, this is just nasty.
A nice recovery there from Kamenchek, Kazakhstan, but just nothing you can do about a 3-way FC, really. And it looks as if that is going to be the case for South Korea as the map comes to a close.
That's going to be South Korea up 4-0. One more point, and that's going to be South Korea taking it away. Or will we see Kazakhstan take away one of their picks?
Well, it's going to have to be a break point if they want to stay alive.
Now the question is, what does South Korea opt for here? Because, we've seen them pick free mode, we've seen them pick a no mod. I think that's probably what we're going to expect. I really don't think they're going to be going for any double time or hard rock here. So I think the best option for them right now would definitely be Junkie. If not, probably Storyteller or something like that.
Yeah, the Nomad 3 just seems like it would be appropriate given the skill sets they've tested and the success they've had.
Yeah, it plays very similar to the one that they did pick earlier, the Fremont 3. And I'm thinking, I just feel like it has to be picked, I feel like that's got to be the way that they go, but maybe not. Maybe they've got something else in mind for us.
Maybe Hidden 2?
A cheeky little hidden 2? Maybe. It's very possible. At the end of the day, Kazakhstan did ban the Hidden 1, so...
Nah, but it is going to be Junkie.
Yeah. This was definitely one that I was expecting them to pick a little bit earlier, especially after that Fremont 3, but... this is going to be one that I expect them to have a very solid performance on, especially after how they did on Fremont 3. These two maps play somewhat similar, and obviously the only difference here being that you don't have to rock any mods on it. Focuses a lot on a lot of flow aim. It plays like an alt map, so you've got a lot of flow aim, there's a lot of like random zigzag type of patterns, some snaps here and there. And there's a lot of different miss sections throughout this one as well. Like, it gets pretty brutal. Like, it has a lot of like build up every like 300 to 500 combo or so.
This map, quite a popular one. It's been played, I think, in almost every single match this weekend so far. Maybe not quite every single one, but it's been a popular one nonetheless.
Yeah, when you put a banger of a map and a banger of a song together, it's definitely going to be one of the popular ones that gets picked throughout the matches. It's also a really, really good test of skills as well, Like, this is one of the harder maps, I would say, in the pool. Definitely requires a lot of control, especially like the snapping, like the aim snapping in this one is pretty brutal in some sections. And that's probably where I'm going to expect a lot of misses coming in from these players.
Looks like we have our 8 players set up here. Karcher, Flying Tuna, Amaya Kokoro, and worst hard rock player for South Korea. For Kazakhstan, Ravexi, Kamenchek, Tournevis, and Shastya coming back in.
It's interesting. We've seen a lot of similar players throughout this entire one. I don't think I've seen the other 3 players on the Kazakhstan side. It seems like they've just been rotating like the same 5. And it's also a similar thing for South Korea as well. You know, you're seeing a lot of like the same names and faces, but you know, sometimes it's about whether or not the players are actually there. Like sometimes people can't make it to matches, but with that said, you know, sometimes there's just people that either probably want to play more. They're more eager to play. They're more practiced, feeling more confident at the time. There's so many factors that can affect whether or not you'll see people be playing in these matches.
Last chance for Kazakhstan to get on the board against South Korea.
Bit of an early nervousness coming in from Shastya. But nothing too bad on a map like this. You know, it's 3 minutes and 21 seconds, so plenty of time for recovery. If anything, it's best to get your miss out that early into it.
And Revaxi is going to follow up with a miss of their own. And that's going to be 2 misses, but Shastya's very early miss. Kazakhstan basically have 3 full combos still.
We're getting into one of the first build-up sections here. This is probably going to be one of the sections where I'd expect a few misses coming in. Turnifist does actually happen to find one of those. Karcher also finding break.
Yep, so finally a drop from South Korea, quarter of the way through. Kazakhstan are going to need a lot more help than that as Turnifist goes down once again. Flying Tuna is going to follow up though, so there's 2 FCs down for South Korea. The problem is Kazakhstan just don't have much combo, really. As Shastya goes down, it's only Kamenshek. Kazakhstan need worst HR player and Amaya Kokoro to drop soon if they want to have a shot at taking this point.
Yeah, Kamenshek has definitely been putting up some very solid scores for Kazakhstan so far. And it's pretty much the saving grace right now. Like, it's all on them, and also the 2 full combos from the South Korean side will need to drop in order for any form of comeback here. But we are approaching the halfway point, and we're only going to be getting into harder sections as we do progress throughout this map.
Oh! Double miss there from Turnifist and Shastya. And South Korea looking very strong, very comfortable. Recovery's coming in quite nicely from Karcher and Flying Tuna.
We're seeing a little bit of a different trend this time. We're not having the 3 full combos coming in, or at least not early on in this match for South Korea. We do have just the 2, but Karcher and Flying Tuna have made a pretty solid recovery from their early misses. Revexi has managed to build up a bit of a combo. Oh, that brutal section as well. I forgot about that. The back and forth, the zigzag patterns, catching a lot of the players there off guard for the Kazakhstan side. Everyone on South Korea hitting that though, and Kamenshek also still managing to go God mode through it.
I mean, Kamenshek has absolutely, done the best you could really hope for from Kazakhstan. I mean, has been the absolutely undisputed best player on that team. Has been basically on par with South Korea this whole match, but it is going to be all about the team consistency, Kano.
Yeah, and South Korea is just showing that right now. They are showing why they are the #1 seed this year. Coming in with a very, very solid performance, very dominant performance on some of these maps. Again, this round of 32 pool is quite difficult, and I think it's a pretty good reason for that. You know, like obviously we've seen like upsets happen and things like that in the previous years where there's been teams that, you know, are capable of playing on some of these like slightly easier maps, but this time around, South Korea just running away with that one.
Double FC. From worst HR player, it will be a double S. To end it in style, 5-0 the final score. South Korea get it done. They break the dreaded 1 seed curse. They show that it is only a United States trend.
That was an unbelievable performance from worst HR player there, coming in with the double S. So, like, this player is just going to be the one to look out for throughout this entire tournament. There's so many star players that we've seen throughout all of these tournaments across all these different rosters, but that is what a performance.
I mean, that is exactly what you want to see if you are a South Korea fan. That is exactly what you needed to see to start this off. Consistency, getting the job done, and ultimately not even allowing your opponent a chance into the match against the 32nd seed. Job well done from South Korea. They move on to the round of 16 to face the winner of China-Japan, whom Kazakhstan will get the loser of in the losers bracket.
Yep, and what a match that was. I mean, at the end of the day, we did see Kazakhstan a little bit on the back foot there, but they did put up some very solid scores that definitely would have rivaled some other teams. And, you know, they still have a good shot throughout the rest of this. You know, even in the losers bracket, it's very possible they could go much further.
Let's also give you some quick updates on the other two matches going on. Over on the B stream, I believe it is Hong Kong and Finland. It's 3-2 in favor of Hong Kong. They're working on their 6th map. And the Russian Federation currently hold a 4-1 lead over the Netherlands at the moment. That's the latest we have. But that's going to be it for this one. 5-0 South Korea over Kazakhstan. And the next match that will be streamed here on the A stream is going to be 12th seeded Romania against the 21st seed Singapore. That should be a good one.
Yeah, that's definitely one to look forward to. You've got those mid-seeded teams going up against each other.
It's been a spicy World Cup so far, Kano. We have seen some action, some upsets, a tiebreaker, and more upsets.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I've spoken about this before, but just it seems like overall, all 32 teams have just improved so much in the previous years that, like, there's players that just prove that they're all capable of rivaling each other. Like, you know, sometimes you might just have like that odd one hard carry that can just go crazy, or like you have like a full solid like 4-man roster on both sides that can just put up crazy scores. And I mean, we're seeing that this year. Like we've already seen from Ukraine, for example, being seed number 24, just absolutely like I want to see like how their scores in particular compare against how everyone else performed throughout this one, because I think that they're going to be like easily top 8 based on this round of 32 performance from them. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be other teams that are also sort of in the same boat, you know, like being in the lower seed, but still putting up performances that can rival the other teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at New Zealand's performance against Italy. Putting a point of fight.
That was such a banger of a match. I was watching that one from the edge of my seat. I was just like, whoa. The tiebreaker was definitely very nerve-wracking for Italy. You know, it was all down to Chihuahua to hold on to that one.
But that's where we stand right now. So we also have another block of matches coming up in 20 minutes. Romania, Singapore, China, Japan will be featured on the B stream, provided that the match currently on the B stream ends before that match. That's where things stand. And then after that block, we'll only have 2 more matches for the weekend. And we'll be done with the round of 32 and on to the round of 16. So, Kano, as always, I thank you for joining me.
It was a pleasure as always, and thank you guys for watching.
Hello everybody and welcome back to OWC Round of 32. We could not have asked for a better start to this weekend. We've had a couple upsets, we've gotten tiebreaker, and now we are here with Romania versus Singapore. I am iFlame, joined today by the incredible T1G. How are things going today?
Things are great, man. I woke up in Eastern Time Zone of the United States to some things just on fire this morning after all those matches in the early window that had some pretty crazy results. The very unpredictable nature of the round of 32 rears its head once again, and so we've gotten some good matches so far today, and some more still yet to come. And man, Romania versus Singapore here. Another one of those matches that you really got to feel like the underdog on paper is definitely looking to make a splash here, as Singapore, you know, quote unquote the weaker team, but we've seen crazier things happen than an upset in round 32. So Romania looking to embark on their endeavor to repeat their top 6 performance from last year definitely has to watch out, because nothing is free in this tournament.
Let's talk about these two rosters. Of course, on the side of Romania, you've got your core 3, Badu, Eternum, and Lucrece. Especially Badu and Eternum. This is going to be their 6th OWC together. They have been the backbone of Romania for so long. They've gotten this team so far in so many OSO World Cups. Looking to do so again, and they've got a really solid supporting roster around them this year. Sylvian, Camosiala, Howlpleb, Broly, and Rosé. These are a lot of new players outside of those core 3. Every other player did not play last year. On the side of Singapore, it looks like we are already getting into bans, so we'll go over it very quickly. Demonical, of course, is going to be the big star. But another solid roster in Tevi, Yellow, Just Blank, Astronaut, Dawn Wing, Eagle, and Amelia, but no time for rosters. We've got a Hard Rock 2 ban out of Singapore. Not many surprises there. This was, I believe, one of the bigger struggles for Singapore in the qualifiers. And for Romania, I think it is going to be the HD1. HD1 has been the most banned map so far in round of 32 by quite a good amount. And now we've got the pick for Romania coming up.
Yeah, I do want to correct real quick. I do believe that more of the players on Romania were on the team last year than you had mentioned. So just quick little correction. I think the only actually new player to this roster this year is Sylvian. He's come in to replace Nanoya, who's playtesting this year. Everybody else, I think, is repeating from last year. So just real quick to mention that these are more experienced players. Or Kamotian may not have played last year, but he has played in the past. Anyway, yeah, this is going to be, I think, an interesting match stylistically. We think of Romania, we think of players like Badu who are super good at reading, but I actually feel that they're an underrated mechanics team. In general, they have players who are really good at aim and tapping and such, more so than, you think of Badu, you think of a player who's not great at tapping, but the rest of the team is pretty mechanics solid. And Singapore, for their part, traditionally has been very, very good at reading and gimmick maps. So seeing Team Romania, seeing Badu banning an AR8 hidden is a little surprising, but at the same time, when you consider the context of the matchup, not as surprising as it might otherwise be. And we're going to start off with, I think, the longest map in the pool, so that's a way to get things going. It's going to be Free Mod 1. It's going to be Anti-Euphoria Holic as the first pick. Again, a little surprising coming out of a guy named Badu, but for the team ballistically, I think it's going to be fine. This is a flow aim consistency pick.
Yeah, and Romania as a whole have really excelled at this kind of pick so far. Especially a player like Badu who can very easily take the HD on this. And we have seen a couple players try and overmod this. I wouldn't be surprised to see a player like Eternum going for the hidden Hard Rock. And I think for Singapore, we're likely to see Tebi and Demonical in for most maps. GS Blank, very strong hidden player, could very well be taking the hidden on this. And while this is certainly Romania favorite, it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, it really is the beauty of these early rounds where the pools just, let's be frank about it, the pools just aren't that hard for these players. Unless you are one of the, very, very least experienced and least skill cap players in the tournament, most of these pools are going to be pretty straightforward for most people, especially in a matchup like this full of, really 15, 16 tournament veterans. Like, everyone on these rosters has played a lot of tournaments and has a lot of experience with any map that a pool can throw at you. So it becomes, about who can pick the right mods and perform the best in the match, because most likely everyone's got FCs on a lot of these maps in their practice scores. So definitely the types of maps that can go just about any which way. And it makes for some very exciting matchups when you've got some of these big names matching up early on, like the ones we've got on the screen right now, just waiting on the fourth for Romania.
Yep. And these two teams have faced off only once before in the history of OWC. Singapore took out Romania 6-4, and so now Romania has a chance, finally, 2 years later, to get their revenge. Who do you think that last player is going to be for Romania? They have quite a few solid options. Roily is a good option, and okay, it is going to be Roily, is going to be one of their players in for most of these stream and tapping focus picks if we do see a speed map later on. Roily is going to be in for that too, I imagine, so solid fourth player addition here.
Yeah, I think these are pretty solid rosters for this type of map for both teams, so pretty much set to get going here. Also, we'll note, if memory serves from last year, 2022, round of 32 had, I think, 2 total upsets, and Singapore was one of those lower-seeded teams to defeat a higher-seeded team in the early round, so they've definitely proven that they're capable of pulling off upsets in early stages here in OWC. So, Romania gotta be on their game today if they want to cleanly get through this match. And we're going to get started right now. It's going to be Rosé on the hidden. You've got Roly on the Hard Rock on the other side. GS Blank is on the Hard Rock, in fact, with Eagle on hidden. The other 4 players all running Nomad as we get underway. Map number 1 here, Free Mod 1 in Romania versus Singapore.
Yeah, a little bit surprised not to see the overmods. GS Blank, that was a great player to have the Hard Rock on. This is going to be his 10th OWC, probably the most experienced tournament player here. Has been on the Singapore roster for quite some time. There was an early miss for Rosé, but because of how long this map is, it's not going to matter too much, as players are going to have some time to settle their nerves, really get into this match, and start to get a little bit comfortable here as we get into the first Ki coming up in about 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah, this map gives you plenty of time and plenty of combo. There's a few maps in the pool that are kind of like this, where it's just really, really long and for the most part, very consistent. That lengthy flow aim consistency pick, as we mentioned. And it's just going to throw in plenty of flow patterns throughout, as well as these slider aims sections into these little doubles. It's easy enough to miss on those if you're not careful with your snap aim out of the slider end. So want to make sure you're careful with the cursor control, want to make sure you're careful with the flow aim. And so far so good. Just the early break from Rosé, that was in the first 100 combo, so it does give a tiny lead to Singapore, but it's really nothing to write home about. That, though, is going to be a big break from Eternum here in the first Ki, 1/3 of the way through, and that's when the FC is dropping. FC misses once again, and that's on Nomad too, which is practically inexcusable on an early round like this.
Yeah, and the combos are so big now, the score is going to go over fairly quickly to the side of Singapore if they don't find a miss shortly. Miss really hurts, but it is the no mod. It is important to hold on to those modded full combos that are worth just a little bit more, especially if they can keep the accuracy up here. But there goes Rolly. That's 2 FCs gone for Romania up against the 4 from Singapore. There goes Rosé. Now it's 1 versus 4.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, this is dangerous territory here already, halfway through. Lucrece has got to carry the team, but it's a 4-way FC for Singapore. And this is what you talk about. I mean, some of these teams, they may not be the top seeds because they don't have quite the same skill cap, but the skill floor is definitely there. GS Blank is going to be their first break. He's on that Hard Rock FC until then. But it's a 3-way FC against 1 FC, iFlame. It's Lucrece the only one left.
So far this weekend, we've seen many teams put up around 3 million point scores on this map, so players are regularly getting anywhere from 600 to an FC on this map. There's not really any spot where you expect to see the Singapore roster just fall apart, so there's a lot of pressure on Romania right now, and this one's kind of out of their hands. They need to find more misses, and they're very clearly running out of time. The Singapore players are just so consistent, and they're not giving Romania a chance back into this one. There is one more Ki section. We'll see if Romania finds the misses they need.
Yeah, Romania needs a lot of help here, and with that lead going out to 470k, it's going to be the point of no return, realistically, with only a quarter left to go. There goes Rolly once again. They need every combo they have to hold the rest of the way through, and they need a full meltdown from Singapore, and I just don't see that that's very likely to happen at this juncture. Singapore looking pretty comfortable. I mean, look at the accuracy on all 3 of those FCs, staying quite high. Even the 99 for Eagle on Hidden, not doing too shabby. The accuracy, in fact, better for Romania, but you just can't have the misses that they had. 600k lead. I think this one's done and dusted.
This one's in the bag, and this was the first pick for Romania. This is a very early break point, and Singapore has their first pick now, and they're going to have a chance to put themselves up by 2 very early on in this match and give themselves just a bit of a mental edge, as Romania will be on the back foot for at least the beginning of this match. Of course, they're going to look to take that break point right back on Singapore's next pick.
Yeah, Romania, obviously, there will be plenty of opportunities left, but in these shorter best of matches, every point feels like it counts, maybe just a little more. We're not in one of those best of 13, first to 7 situations. I mean, this is only first to 5. So every point, especially those early break points, feels just that little bit more important. And that is a very impressive team score from Singapore, might I say. It's a 3-way FC and a 572k on GS Blank on Hard Rock. That is quite well done from them for a win of 757k. Really outstanding performance on the first pick from the opposing team. And now it's going to be the Singapore first pick, and very curious to see where they go.
Yeah, I would think they're going to look towards some of these more tapping focused picks, especially looking towards something like that DT3 that was left open by Romania. You throw in Tebi, Demonical, Yellow, Blank, and that's a solid speed roster that Romania may have a tough time keeping up with. They could also opt for something a little bit slower, but still somewhat speedy in that No Mod 2 kind of speed tech pick, but it's going to be the DT1, that consistency pick. And this one is somewhat surprising. Singapore didn't have great DTs in the qualifiers, but they do have good players for it. Demonical especially does tend to look very strong on these DT picks.
Yeah, Singapore got gapped pretty hard. It looks like when you compare their team scores on the DTs and qualifiers, but I mean, those qualifier DTs were a lot harder than a round of 32, which drops the difficulty back down pretty far. So perhaps, just a greater degree of comfort with this particular pick. This DT1, it's 6.9 stars, 225 BPM. It's got kind of a hybrid of tapping and aim, and also kind of repetitive, right? So you're playing the same stuff over and over, so it's definitely going to test your ability to stay consistent and concentrated. After the way Fremont 1 went, I'm kind of surprised to see this being the direction that Singapore is going in for their own first pick. Going from just a lower BPM flow aim to a speedier DT pick. But obviously they know their team scores, they know what they expect to be good at, so can't do anything except trust them.
That they do, but what they don't know are the team scores of Romania, and Lucrece really are the kind of players that can put up really strong performances on a map like this, and I think we're going to be looking towards them to put up the big scores, match some of these stronger players on the side of Singapore, and we'll see if Romania can get one back here.
I think Romania does have a very solid mechanics roster for maps like this. As I was saying at the beginning of the match, you've got Lucrece, Rolly, Eternum, Halpleb, all really, really solid on DT1s. Tebi just blanked Demonical Dawnwing though. No Swatches themselves, especially on an early round DT1. We've already seen in the first pick that they're a team that is capable of being very consistent on these early stage pools. Looking to repeat that performance and get the quick consolidated breakpoint. This would be pretty huge. I mean, the 2-0 doesn't look like a huge amount, but again, when it's only first to 5, 2 maps, you're already 40% of the way there. And all you have to do is win, a couple more of your own picks and you're home free. So 1 held point here for Singapore would mean the world.
I think on this map, more than potentially any other on this pool, consistency is going to be so important. This is one of the easier maps in the pool. We've seen even some of the lower seeded teams putting up 4 million scores, getting 3 FCs and nearly a 4th. So this map could very easily come down to 1 or 2 misses towards the end of the map. Even in the middle, it's not going to be a ton of drops, and so we're going to see some big combos going into this map, and might see some nerves come into play here. And just for now, all players holding as they should, but Howlpleb is going to find the first miss coming into the drop, and players get to see the scoreboards, so Singapore is going to know they've got an advantage.
Yeah, and that's right into a slightly slower, quieter section too, which means there's just a little bit more free combo there for Singapore to build up, and they're continuing to just shred the 4-way full combo, hanging on comfortably. Lowest stack on their team is 99.42. Meanwhile, you've got Rolly down 98.48 and Howlpleb all the way down in the 96s. So clearly the comfort level a little bit in favor of Singapore in this pick in the early goings. Halfway through now, that leads 170k. They've got to continue to hold for a while. I mean, this is a pretty note-dense map. There is plenty of combo to be had in the back half of the map as well. But so far, so good for Singapore on their own first pick, looking to get that breakpoint in hand and consolidate it. And man, the comfort level is just there. I don't know, then the comfort level is no longer there. That is Dawnwing breaking on the solo section, and that means the door is going to open back up here for Romania.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. There goes Demonical. That's a big miss. Now Romania are going to make this comeback as long as they can hold on to their combos, but they've looked solid so far. Howlpleb does find the miss. There goes Eternum. That's a big drop, and things are relatively even now, but even is not what Romania needs. They're down by 150,000, and so they're going to need another break from Tebi or GS Blank. There's really only one tricky section left. We'll see if these two players can hold on.
Nerves are going to be huge here coming into the last Ki. It's about 180k though, so it's okay for Singapore. They're doing fine. They do only have the 1 FC though. It's going to come down as GS Blank found the break. Lucrece trades. It's Rolly versus Tebi on the only FCs. Howlpleb has not enough combo to bring this back, considering Dawnwing is doubling his combo, so it should be okay for Team Singapore. Just by the skin of their teeth, that lead came down pretty sharply in the last Ki, but fortunately for Singapore, Lucrece with the late break prevents the comeback from happening. That slider break, 150 combo from the ending, and Tebi holds on to the FC to match Rolly to ensure Singapore consolidates the break point for the 2-0 lead. The upset-minded team getting things off on the right foot here.
Yeah, potentially. This is the beginning of another upset. Romania are going to have to reorient themselves, reconsider their pick strategy, and think carefully about this next pick. That being said, I do think they have quite a few good options. They could go into some of these more aim-focused picks that I do think would be quite good for them.
Yeah, we're going to see... What are we going to see, actually, is the question. I mean, I'd be curious to see Romania pick into one of two things, like completely opposite directions from each other. Either a raw speed map or a gimmicky pick that you can put Badoo in for. Because first two picks he was not in, and I know that, you know, historically they've kind of transitioned away from him being their solo carry, but I think he is still probably the most reliable player on that team on their own map. So something like, you know, a Nomad 3, Nomad 4, maybe even a Hidden 1 that Badoo would come in for might serve them well. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think the free mods could and should be a solid set of picks for this Romania roster. They've just got such a strong depth when it comes to the different mod options. You know, you've got Badoo, who can play the Hidden. Eternum, if needed, can play the Hidden and the Hard Rock so well. Even Lucrece can take these mods, so they've got a lot of options depending on who's feeling good on the map, and they're going to go for the Nomad 3 instead. It's going to be Junkie, and it looks like they're just going to be going into Ald, which I do think is a great skill set for them. Lucrece has been performing very, very well on Art, of course, as well as Eternum, who honestly just performs on everything. He has been such a good player for Romania for so long.
Yeah, and I feel like presumably you have Badoo in for this, who's automatic typically on alt maps, but not in the lobby yet, so we'll see what happens there. Again, though, you know, I mentioned before we got started that regardless of what Romania may pick, a lot of these early stage, not gimmick per se, I mean, alt doesn't really feel like gimmick, but, you know, all the early stage non-mechanics picks, Singapore definitely strong on these as well, as Badoo does come into the lobby, so he will be here for this one. But these alt maps, I think, are probably pretty contested in this matchup. And to be honest, it sort of feels like Singapore's maybe playing a little more consistently at key moments for these first two picks. So we'll see if that continues on through the third map here. Because, you know, on a 3.5 minute long alt map, you've got to be consistent on some of those little aiming patterns, and they can make or break you if you're not careful.
And that's what it comes down to in these early rounds, is just the consistency. The maps are much easier than a lot of the players on some of these higher seeded teams are used to, and so the skill cap isn't nearly as important. I expect we're going to see Yellow come in for a second. Has been the specialist on some of these more tapping focused maps, you know, plays the alt, plays the streams, plays the speed, and so going to be in for this Nomad 3, and I think is probably going to be one of Singapore's stronger players on this one.
Yeah, I'm looking... probably Yellow Tebby? Like, it really is at the point, I mean, where it feels like pretty much anyone can pick up and be successful on these maps, so we're just gonna get into it and see. Like, there's only so much analysis you can do on a sub 6-star pool, you know what I mean? Like, when the maps are just not that hard, like, it's more about who actually performs on them than their theoretical ceiling, because the theoretical ceiling for all 8 players in this lobby is an FC.
Exactly, and I'm sure most of these players have numerous FCs in practice, and that's why it just comes down to what happens on the day, and that's why you do see the upsets some days. You can get 10 FCs in practice. If you don't find the FC during the match, then you can very easily get upset by the team. Here we go into the Nomad 3. This is going to be another fairly long map. Players are really dragging this one out. They're just going for all the long ones.
Well, it also doesn't help that this pool is just kind of long in general. I mean, there's 3.5 minute maps in the Nomad pool, 2 4-minute maps in the Fremod pool. Like, this pool is just an average of like 3.5 minutes long, which, I don't know. I mean, people can have their opinions on that, but it certainly is going to test consistency. And it looks like we're going to get a quick abort and restart. Not entirely sure what happened there, but a little in-game issue, so we'll hopefully get this going on the second try.
yeah, neither Tebby or Dawnwing loaded into that one. Yellow noticed immediately, stopped playing, and so we'll get right back into this one in no time. And anyone who found an early miss is going to have a chance to try again.
Yeah, I think Lucrease broke right at the start on that first little imp pattern. So definitely good for him at the very least. Yeah,
and then we're gonna have the players. Well, hopefully not, but there's usually one I find on these restarts that just find the miss on the earlier stage of the map they didn't have before. So we'll see if that claims anyone. Of course, the early miss is generally inconsequential, but fun to track regardless, and might take a moment as we get into this one.
Yeah, if the players are having issues getting into the lobby, it can sometimes take a minute or two to get it sorted out. So we'll watch chat here and see what happens.
And why don't we talk about some of the players in the meantime? I really want to highlight Demonico, who feels like has really stepped up over the last year and has become such an incredible tournament player at the open rank level. Has really started to compete with the best of the best, playing in quite a few high ranking open rank tournaments and having some really solid performances against some of the best players in the world, the likes of Henry and Nineric. And so Demonico is going to be absolutely huge for Singapore, and I think if they can get into these later stages, he's going to be a massive asset for them, as well as Tabby, who doesn't have quite the skill cap of Demonico, but is just in for every single map, is so good at every single skill set, and is really consistent for the Singapore team, has been playing well so far in this match, and it's nice that they can rely on that consistency from Tebby. And I think Singapore can potentially place a bit higher than their seed.
Yeah, they were, I want to say, right around top 16 last year. Always a team that is dangerous, especially in these early stages. The skill cap, not always quite as high, even with the Monocle team-wide. But, excuse me, definitely a team that's capable of performing super well on the lower star pools. Very high amount of consistency, as you said. So Romania had the higher skill cap team, but that just doesn't matter when the pools are only 6 stars.
But Romania, on the other hand, is a bit lower seeded than last year, where they did place top 6, now seeding 13th. Losing Megumik has potentially hurt them quite a bit, but we'll see if they can have a similar performance this year, as we are finally back into the No Mod 3. All the players are ready, and each one is loaded in. Romania needs to get a point on the board here. They cannot afford to give up another breakpoint.
Yeah, this is kind of mission critical status here if you're Romania, and early break from Rosé, that's right at the start, not going to be a big deal, but if it, bodes poorly for the rest of the map, something to watch out for is he's not quite as comfortable on this pick. We'll find out how it goes. Singapore just looking to do the same thing they've been doing on these first couple picks, where they were just out consistencying, yes, not a word, I'm aware, their opponents, but there is a very early break from Yellow also, so it's going to be combo advantage to start for Team Romania in this really pretty straightforward early section.
And it will, of course, be a fairly easy early section. We're finally getting to the cat. We're going to start to see some misses. This is a bit of a trickier map than I think some of the ones we've seen so far, so we may see quite a few more misses. Lucrease going to be the first to drop the big combo, and so yet again it's Singapore off to the early lead and Romania on the back foot. So far, Romania has not been able to recover from these early deficits, but there's still a lot of map to be played, and they're bringing things right back as Dawnwing trades the miss back, and now it's Romania with the advantage for the first time, it feels like, in this match.
Yeah, I mean, there is a break from Padu, so that's going to stifle that that comeback and try to put an end to the score gains for Romania. It is Eternum Rosé. Rosé had a very early break, but he's nearly on an FC against the matching FCs of Demonico and Tabby. The backing combo on Yellow is huge, though. It's going to bring this score lead back over to Singapore, and once again, it's just going to be a matter of who can be more consistent through kind of this middle stage of this pick. As Romania loses the lead over once more, it's Singapore with their noses out in front just by a bit. It's all about whether or not you can stay consistent with the nerves, though. And there goes Dawnwing. That's actually not the end of the world. He already had broken. It's more about Yellow, Tebby, and Demonical if you're looking at Singapore's score. But that lead should probably head over to Romania here shortly.
It should. They've got Yellow there with the massive supporting combo, and Lucrece and Badoo do have some recovery, but not quite enough to match Yellow yet. And with the third of the map to go, they bring it back over, actually, just off of the accuracy. Yellow finds a big miss. Now Romania has a chance to run away with this one. That miss is not going to be traded back, and this is the heart of the hardest map, though, so Romania have to be careful.
Yeah, it's got to be a Tournament. Rosé holding their combo through this last Key Eye section into the ending. They've got an FC on a Tournament, big combo on Rosé. And Tebby and Demonical need to hold and can only kind of sit and watch and hope that Badoo, with like somebody from Romania, finds another break here in this inning, maybe a couple, because that lead quickly shooting up to 140k. This is what Romania has needed the whole way, and there's a break from Demonical. That's going to settle the score at 2-1, pretty much set now. Romania is going to get their first point up on the board with a very, very strong performance from their leaders on this pick. It's a little surprised to see Badoo not one of those FCs, but great plays from Eternum and Rosé, and that is going to be the point that Romania really needed. Like we said at the beginning, could not afford to go down 3-0 double break. You just can't. And so they are going to avoid that fate, and they're going to get a point up on the board.
Yep, not going to make the same mistake twice, winning their own pick this time, and they're going to give themselves at least 2 more chances to win on Singapore's pick, and of course that's going to be more likely as we get later into this match and the Singapore picks become a little bit harder. And I still do think we're going to see likely Singapore go towards some of these tapping focus maps. May not be the next pick, but I imagine we're going to see the DT3 at some point for Singapore. There's a chance they don't feel comfortable on it, and of course it is going to be easier than the qualifier speed pick. They're going to go for DT2 instead, so the other tapping DT, and this makes a lot of sense. The tapping DTs feels like the one thing that Romania has struggled with a little bit. Of course, you have Lucrece and Eternum who are very good at those tapping DTs, but when it comes to that full 4-man roster, it's just not quite there for Romania like it is for the other skill sets in the pool.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually do think that this is another map that should be pretty contested. You know, again, with it being an early round, and honestly, I want to say this has been score-wise possibly the easiest map in the pool. We've seen 4.6 million, 4.7 million from teams, even in kind of one-sided seed matchups. So kind of expecting this to be close because you basically have to put up several FCs on this map. And it's just going to be another one that's going to come down to who's more consistent on the day, because I think most teams are going to be able to field 4-player rosters that are able to be successful in this pick. You know, you've got Eternum, Rolly, Lucrece, Halpub, all of whom can do well with this. GS Blank, Yellow, Demonical, Tabby, likewise for Singapore. So I think I would not be surprised if we see like 6-7 FCs on this map, because it's very, very straightforward. And not particularly fast either as far as tapping picks go. It's 219 BPM, but nothing is incredibly death stream long, and it's not like you're seeing a 250 BPM pick or anything like that this early on.
No, it's exactly that, and unfortunately, the kind of ease of the map does eliminate a lot of the advantage of the actual skill set. We like you said, we've commonly seen anywhere from 4 to 4.5 million on this map. Even the lower seeded teams are getting close to 3.5 million, and so this one could very realistically be both teams getting anywhere from 3.5 to 4, and it just coming down to those last sections, again, 1 or 2 misses, and that's just been the case with a lot of the DT picks in this pool, the DT2, the DT3, that we have seen, I believe, the highest scores on of any maps in this pool.
And in we go. We're going to see if we get some more of those very high scores from these two teams. I suspect we will. Some very, very experienced players at any sort of skill set you throw their way in this match. So we will enter. You know, every map feels critical, but Singapore just needs to keep their nose out in front and win their own picks after consolidating the early break point. So this will feel very important all the way through. And another map that, you know, similarly is a little bit copy-paste in terms of the music, so it's just going to be testing the same skill set pretty repeatedly for its entire duration. There's very little variation in this pick. And so if you're good at it, you're good at it, and if you're not, you're not.
Demonical has found an early miss, and this is a shorter map than the previous ones we've seen, and because of how easy this map is compared to the other maps in the pool, that early miss could actually be quite impactful, especially if we don't see Romania miss until much later into the map. Map does not get a ton more difficult. Yellow finds a big miss now, and Romania is quickly getting off to a big lead. Eternum does trade it back, not the player you'd expect to miss, but Yellow missing again now. 3 FCs to 2 on this. Oh, Tevi has missed as well, so it's just blank holding on for Singapore. And Romania are in a great spot. Howl Pleb does trade it, but Romania have 2 full combos still. They're in a fantastic spot, and this map doesn't really get much more difficult than we've seen so far, so Royle and Lucrez could very well just close this out with a full combo. Not allow Singapore back into this one at all.
Yeah, if you'd told me that a team could win this with only 1 and maybe 2 FCs, I'd be pretty surprised considering the way this map has traditionally gone in this weekend so far. But that might be what ends up happening here. Royle and Lucrez do both have to hold. Fortunately for them, the backing combo is good enough to keep them alive even if 1 breaks. But GS Blank needs to hold the FC, and they need to find one of those FCs to break from Romania if Singapore wants to hold on to the breakpoint advantage here. And it's going to be Lucrez. That is going to be the break that they needed. And the problem is it's 220k. That's going to come down, though. It's 1,000 combo, but, well, Singapore just evaporated.
Yep. Whatever you're about to say no longer flies, because Singapore has lost all of their big combos, and it's going to be a decisive point for Romania. Scores not quite as high as we were expecting, but there's the break point that Romania needed, and all of a sudden they are tied right back up with the pick, looking to bring themselves to a lead with their next pick for the first time in this match, and I think they're in a good spot to do so.
Man, Singapore had such a great chance there at making that comeback in the last KI, and then GS Blank and Demonical just instantly broke the moment that Lucrez finally missed and said no sir to that. And Royle, the lone FC in the lobby, that's like probably one of the lower winning scores I've seen on that map so far at only 3.3 million. Relatively low for a pick like this, so maybe the player is just not quite as comfortable as we would have expected them to be on this map. But it's well done to Romania, and it ties things up. So both teams going to have 2 picks to go. It's going to be 2-2. Oh boy. Things have switched a little bit here. It just feels like Romania now the team that is a little bit more comfortable and a little more consistent on these last couple maps.
They have. Royle has had such an incredible match so far, is such a good DT player, and has so far been the best performer on Romania on these DT picks up against his, likes of teammates like the, Eternum Lucrez is really impressive. Now Singapore are going to look for the pick, Romania are going to look for the pick, and they're going to go for that Fremont 3 back to the Fremont. Like I mentioned earlier, this is another one of those maps. I believe in the last match we saw both teams taking a hidden hard rock on this, and I think this is the kind of map where I expect to see both teams over modding.
Yeah, this one a little bit more straightforward. It doesn't rely on, like hidden flowing. It doesn't rely on the low approach rate like the Fremont 2 would. This is an interesting pick. I can't decide how I feel about this map in the context of this match as a whole. Is kind of my thought. The kind of alt swing Fremod. It's not like really anything else in this pool, right? There's not a lot you can directly compare this to. Maybe the Nomad 3, I guess, which of course Romania did win. So maybe that's the play here. Is just something similar to that map.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this match, I definitely would have said any of the free mods seem great for Romania, especially the alt, right? I mean, Badu, Eternum, Lucrez, Razay is honestly about as good of an alt roster you can get. This is a alt lineup that can compete with some of the top teams on certain alt picks, especially on the free mod. Curious to see who is going to be, if Eternum is going to be on the hidden hard rock. We've got Amelia in for the hidden on Singapore. I believe this is going to be Amelia's first map of this match.
Yeah, I think so.
Demonical should be on the hard rock, but I could see very well Demonical taking the hidden as well. Hidden and hard rock.
Yeah, it would be maybe Amelia hidden only Demonical HDHR. Hard to say for sure as of yet, as the players are still kind of taking their time loading in.
And I think there's a chance we could see potentially Tebby on the hidden as well, right? Like we have seen teams run 3 players on mods, 1 on the no mod, with one of those players being hidden hard rock to cover that hard rock. Because based on what I've seen so far, the hidden doesn't add too much difficulty to this map, and players feel quite comfortable taking the hidden on this one and are feeling good about risking it. We'll see if it's the case here.
Let's see. It looks like somebody maybe didn't have a hard rock, so the discussion of overmodding maybe not going to be happening here. Let's find out. We load in to see Eternum hard rock for Zay hidden.
Just Demonical on the hard rock most likely. So neither team going for an overmod, playing it safe. And in a match this close, I don't think that's a bad idea. If you are feeling nervous, if you are not super confident in adding that extra mod, just play it safe. It's not worth missing out on that combo and finding the break. Play it safe, get up the big combos, and build a score lead that way. On these early pools, it just comes down to the couple misses.
And may come down to whether or not Dawnwing actually connects. I'm not really sure what's going on there, as we're seeing his screen not loading in. So gonna keep an eye on that one to find out whether I can't imagine anybody said anything in chat because they're still playing. Reconnect. Okay, we're recording. All right, neat.
Yeah, Poncho is having a field day with this match.
It's the classic like 14-16 UTC weekends where, and this, I mean, even this is like on the tourney server, but still, where we tend to have a lot of these connection errors. So, and there goes Eternum, so now we're going to have to wait for another player to come back. This is technical difficulties in the match, I suppose, as we continue to have problems, but hopefully they'll be resolved quickly.
Yep. Poncho just makes things a little bit interesting. That way the players get a bit more practice on the map, so they get to run about 10 seconds, in case they haven't practiced those first 10 seconds enough. It looks like we are getting back into it. Here we go. Free mod 3. It is going to be Eternum on the hard rock, Rosé on the hidden, with Amelia hidden and Demonical hard rock. So no overmods for either team. Playing it safe. This is going to be a big point. Can Romania hold on to their pick, get themselves a lead, or will we see Singapore take yet another break point?
Yeah, 3 in a row would obviously be huge. Romania pulling all the momentum in their favor. And no.
Well,
no hype here.
Nope.
Once again, a disconnect.
I spoke too soon. I apologize.
Sorry,
I shouldn't have said anything. We are not going to get into the match, but players are going to get one more rep on the first 10 seconds of the map.
Yep.
It will be well practiced.
Yeah, these guys are going to know the first 50 combo of this map like the back of their hands. And that is Dawnwing just not having a good time.
No, it's Dawnwing yet again. And, I mean, if Dawnwing...
They got to get a replacement.
Exactly. You know, you can only disconnect so many times, and if it continues to be Dawnwing that is the one having the issues, they are unfortunately going to have to switch somebody else in, but we'll see if Dawnwing can join back, or... Okay, looks like it's going to be Eagle in, so Dawnwing is out for this one. Going to be unfortunate for Singapore. Dawnwing, keep in mind, was one of the players you expect to have in, and so Eagle having to sub in last moment may not have been expecting to play this one, may not have practiced it nearly as much because there's no need to if you're not supposed to be in the lineup. So we'll see how that affects Singapore, and hopefully Eagle can put up a good score on this map regardless.
All right. Third try. The proverbial charm? Question mark?
I will say nothing until all players are loaded.
If I say anything, I will be suspended for 6 months. Or if I say what I'm thinking, yeah. Okay. I think we're playing Osu, guys. I think we are playing Osu.
We are changing things up. Now Singapore has the overmod. Eagle wants the hidden on this map, and so now Singapore has the mod advantage. We'll see if that extra hidden pays off for Singapore. or if Eagle will find a couple misses here and there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see like a triple restart into player swap into mod change. I don't know that that's a frequent occurrence, but here we are anyway. So we will at long last be playing the video game, and we will see it's Eagle coming in and Eagle going right back out the other way, down to 94% act with the early chain miss there. Not what you want to see, and it feels pretty unfortunate for Singapore to have to replace somebody and have that happen to that new replacement. There goes Rosé, Demonical, and Tebi. All right, well, this is starting off interestingly for everybody involved. Lucreece, Badu, Eternum still holding, as is Amelia, but there goes Lucreece, and now it is 3 FCs remaining out of 8 on the board.
Yeah, the first half of this map is much more focused on that aim control, on these rhythmic patterns, and on the finger control as well. So to me, the first half of this map feels a little bit tougher, especially for those Hard Rock players. There goes Tevi once again. Was not a big combo on Singapore, so they do still have one big combo, thankfully. It's going to keep it at least somewhat close for now, but very quickly getting out of hand. As we get into the second part of the map, it's going to be closer to your more standard flow aim, and so that might be a little bit easier for the players, where you might see some bigger combos. There goes Demonical once again for Singapore. No one able to build up a big recovery combo, aside from Eagle, who has looked pretty solid on the hidden, but the accuracy really struggling, down at 93. Amelia at 95 as well. Hidden players from Singapore not having a good time on accuracy, whereas on the side of Romania, you've got 99, 99, 98, and 97 on the hidden. They are looking to be in a great spot halfway through the map now.
Yeah, I mean, bearing in mind, Amelia is generally going to have somewhat worse act because of his playstyle. Even on maps that aren't tapping heavy, he just trends toward hitting more hundreds than other players due to the tap X. But yeah, that accuracy helping Romania here. I mean, and it's the combo and the accuracy at this point, really, where you just have multiple breaks from Singapore. But it's doing the FC against Amelia. Eagle with another break. I don't really know that there's any coming back from this one, even with a quarter of the map still to go. It's 400,000 points for Romania.
No, Eternum has found a couple misses, but as long as Badu holds, there's not really any chance. And it seems like Romania, yet again, going to be taking their third point of this match. Getting a second pick. There goes Badu, but Demonical as well. And unfortunately, Amelia is not going to be enough this far into the map because Lucreece is holding that big combo. Now, mathematically, if Lucreece misses in the next 5-10 seconds, there is maybe a chance, but not anymore. That miss had happened a second ago.
Yeah, Rosé was holding the combo as well, so I don't really think that was ever going to be doable, unfortunately, even though Lucreece does break here close to the ending. Amelia holds on for the FC, but it is just not going to be very meaningful. Unfortunately, the team not there to back him up. And at long last, after it took 3 tries to get started, Romania ends up comfortably winning their pick and taking their first lead of this match, 3-2. That's 3 points in a row. A lot of momentum going their favor now at this juncture in the match.
I do want to give a lot of credit to Eagle, though. Came in as the emergency sub, was not expecting to play this map on the hidden, and ended up putting up the second best score on the team. So great stuff out of Eagle. You love to see it. And Singapore wasting no time. We have got Hidden 2, Koala. This is going to be awkward aim, so I'm not too sure about this pick. Romania has a very, very strong aim team. Of course, you're going to look towards Amelia to put in a big score on this one, who is such an incredible hidden aim player, as we saw with the last map, the only FC on Singapore. But this feels like it could go either way.
Yeah, this was a map that I was actually thinking might be a pick for Romania if they felt like trying to get Badu involved in a pick that he would do super, super well on. So definitely a little bit of a question mark to me for Singapore picking it. But again, a lot of these early road maps kind of working that way, where both teams are likely to be able to put up good scores. And so a lot of picks that aren't super, super skill set favored really do feel like either team can win.
Should be Yellow, the last player for Singapore on this one. Could be Demonical as well. Demonical doesn't usually play the HDs on the Singapore roster, but of course this map is a little bit easier in the first round, so Demonical might feel comfortable enough, but it's going to be Dawnwing instead, so Yellow going to be sitting out this time around.
Yeah, I think I don't know. For me, it's a little hard to predict some of the rosters for these particular maps, just because it could be based on who's feeling comfortable and the fact that, like, for instance, Amelia now is in for some of these picks and he wasn't around for anything earlier. So definitely some roster switch ups capable, but hopefully. Oh, it's gonna be Qstronaut. That'll be his first pick, right?
That will be Qstronaut's first pick. This is an interesting substitution. Qstronaut has mostly played the Hard Rocks and the DTs, has not played any hidden so far for Singapore, and so we'll see how Qstronaut does. I'm just curious on the decision to go for Qstronaut over Yellow or Dawnwing, but I definitely could see Qstronaut putting up a big performance, and we'll see how it goes. On the other side, of course, Lucrece, Eternum, Badu, Reze, always a scary roster on these picks.
Yeah, this is definitely a terrifying sort of hidden awkward aim roster that Romania is putting up, but Singapore should be able to match them. I think they've definitely got the players to be comfortable with a map like this, all four in this roster. On that side, looking like they should be pretty capable of putting up good plays on this also. And as we said, it's hidden 1 in the hidden 2 slot, so this is just going to be all about the awkward aim, AR9 as well, so a little bit of, not reading difficulty, but it makes it a little harder to read than it would be if it were a higher approach rate in this particular slot. It's going to be early breaks from Qstronaut, though, not what you want to see. The new player to this particular match for Singapore has not played a map until now, is going to be the first to break, and it's going to be followed up by Tebi as well. So that is 4 FCs for Romania already, only 2 for Singapore. The momentum continuing to carry Romania in their quest to make this comeback win a little bit quicker than it may have otherwise been.
Yeah, and this map, while it is awkward, it's not super awkward, some wide angles, but nothing crazy, no massive difficulty spikes or anything that are going to catch out a bunch of players. There goes Eternum, once again, giving Singapore an angle back into this one, as both Qstronaut and Tebi have been recovering nicely since their misses, and again, this is a fairly long map, as many other maps in the pool are, so they've got a lot of time to start to mount this comeback.
Yeah, there's going to be still 2/3 of the map, roughly. I do think it's going to need to be somebody else breaking from Romania, though. Just Eternum, I don't know if that's enough. The combined... It will be if he continues breaking, because that combined combo of Qstronaut and Tebi will outscale the combo, but I do think it might need to still be another break. And there is that break! It's going to be Lucrece. And there goes Badu! What did Badu even miss on there? I'm not even sure what happened. And just like that, it's Reze is the only FC as Lucrece and Eternum both break once again. And look at that score go. It is 80k instantly and growing in favor of Singapore. The double FC on Amelia and on Eagle, and Tebi with that big backing combo. Look at that score just zooming off to the right-hand side of the screen. Romania just suffered the meltdown that you hate to see happen.
That score bar is a rocket ship, and they're blasting off to their third point. There's only a quarter of the map to go, and this one is very likely over unless we see a complete meltdown. Qstronaut has found a couple misses, but it just doesn't matter. There's no recovery combo on the side of Romania to even come close to matching these big combos. Amelia looking incredible once again. The accuracy up at 99.5, really impressive. Eagle, 99.65, really good stuff.
Yeah, it's all coming together for Singapore on this one. The AC is there, the combo is there, the double FC is there, and they've got everything they need as long as they don't just walk away from their PCs. I'm pretty sure this one over and done with. 350k the lead, even with that late break from Eagle. Amelia still matching the FC from Reze is all that really matters, because that backing combo nowhere near sufficient for Romania. And, this match is going to come down to the last pick for each team, as it is now going to be 3-3 in a best of 9. So one selection left per team, and who knows what could be awaiting us on the other side of those. Singapore getting the score they needed when they needed it is the most important thing.
Yep. And I just have to shout out, this is exactly what we saw in qualifiers from Amelia. Plays pretty much nothing else, comes in and destroys both of the hidden picks for Singapore, putting them in really good spots for the HD, and does it again today. Of course, Tebi and Eagle with solid scores as well. Eagle has been putting up some solid scores on the last couple maps, and Rosé did find the FC, but of course not enough, and now Romania has the next pick, and we're getting to the point where the picks are not as clear, not as obvious. There are less options left over in the pool, and any pick now is going to be a little bit more coin flip than the earlier maps.
Yeah, I kind of would just like to see maybe the Hard Rock 1 here if you're Romania. Just kind of go aim consistency. It's DT3 though, so it is a relatively speedy DT pick. This one's 260 BPM, air 10.2, and it is some aim, but a lot of tapping, a lot of those quints and triples and such throughout this one. So Romania saying, you guys may have picked the other two DTs, but we're gonna pick this one to try to force a match point in our favor.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Certainly wouldn't have been my first choice for a pick, but they are going to bring in, of course, Howlplub and Roily again, that tried and true DT roster for Romania. And Singapore is, of course, going to have GS Blank back in here. Demonical should be seeing Qstronaut sub out. Would be surprised to not see Tabby in for this one, but Dawnwing, of course, makes a lot of sense. Just, if I had to guess, Qstronaut out for Tabby, but maybe not.
Not entirely sure if this is necessarily a Tabby map. I'd have to look back. What were our other DTs? We had... No, we did have him in on DT1, so maybe it is. I wasn't sure necessarily on this BPM. He did play both other DTs, so...
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a Tabby map. I mean, certainly not known for the speed, but at this level of difficulty, again, on these DT maps, this is another one of the picks that we have seen teams getting 4 million scores on somewhat regularly, especially the high-stated teams. I think we saw a 4.5 million out of a couple of the top-seeded teams, and so this one could very possibly end up having high 3 million scores for both teams and just come down to a couple misses. And it looks like the rosters are locked in. Demonical, GS Blank, Qstronaut, and Yellow, the final roster for Singapore.
Yeah, Yellow was in... I think Yellow was in for both DTs at the start, right? So shouldn't be two... No, he was in for DT2, which is the more tapping of the two, so same difference.
These bursts in this map tend to be very dense, very simple bursts, so it really is just that speed requirement. The map isn't super long, it doesn't feel like there's a ton of stamina requirements, so not super concerning. You just have to be really consistent on these bursts throughout the map. Howlpleb and Qstronaut going to be trading these early misses, and the map is somewhat spiky, right? The Ki sections are going to be by far the hardest part, and so it's going to be even more important to hold on to your combos in these easier sections. You cannot afford to find drops in between the Ki's. That's when you need to build up the combos to take advantage if the opponents find misses. And here we go into the first Ki. Let's see who will be the first team to find the big combo drop.
It's well, nobody really. You had the early breaks from GS Blank and Qstronaut so far. Let's go into this next section. Will anybody find misses on the quints? Will anybody find misses on those sliders at all? The answer is hopefully probably not, right? You shouldn't be breaking on these if you are comfortable with this map, but it's a triple FC for Romania, just the early break on Howlpleb, double FC on Demonical and on Yellow, but that's a big break from Qstronaut. That's at the halfway mark. That's going to cap his score out pretty badly, and that's going to help Romania grow this score lead out as all 4 members made it through that section of the pick.
Yeah, Howlpleb not trading it back this time around, and they're just going to take off on this one. The map, we're already at the halfway point, and there goes Demonical, there goes GS Blank. Everybody drops from Singapore, and in a heartbeat, this map is over for Singapore. Romania are winning this one. It just fell apart in an instant. There goes Lucrece and Howlpleb, but I don't think it matters anymore. There's no combo whatsoever on Singapore. Even Eternum and Roily could miss at this point, and Romania's taking it.
Yeah, it's 400k and growing. Double FC on Roily, Eternum, literally nothing under over 250 combo on the side of Singapore. Just really unfortunate state of affairs for Singapore having the entire team reset there, but did always feel like a pretty solid pick for Romania to begin with, so Not maybe the most surprising thing in the world, but it does mean that it's going to be Romania getting the only match point we will see either team have in this match. It'll be in their favor, and Singapore is going to have to try to pick to force a TB, and that's probably already in the back of their mind at this point once they had those breaks. So going to be some decision making to come for Singapore, but well done to Romania, give them that little bit of a lead, give them that match point, give them that momentum heading into the last pick.
Yeah. And of course, this was Romania's pick. We questioned it. We doubted them, but they've certainly proved us wrong. They made this DT look great, and Singapore, 2.2 million, all missing at the worst possible spot. Means Romania is going to win this one with the biggest score gap of this match so far. Now it's on Singapore to find the last pick and make it count, give themselves a chance at this tiebreaker.
Yeah, and I mean, what is the map going to be is the big question. There's not a lot available. What do we have right now? We've got Nomad 124.
Yeah, Nomad 2, probably not something you want to go towards after losing that speed pick. The Nomad 4 could be a good option, but it's really risky, right? It is just kind of that more standard tech pick. Lucrez is an incredible tech player, a player to be scared of on a pick like that. And then you've got that Nomad 1, which is kind of that just a map, which feels a bit more RNG. It's going to come down to who is feeling good and who has the consistency. And on that last map, it wasn't Singapore with the consistency, so we'll see. Doesn't seem like there are any clear picks, but a lot of options that could work. None that are a guarantee.
I would maybe say just throw caution to the wind and go Nomad 4 here. 2 minutes, 18 seconds, get away from everything having just been nothing but consistency maps this whole match and go into something that's a little more gimmick with the Nomad tech pick. We haven't really seen anything like it. We've seen, you can look at the picks. We've seen a couple alt picks. We've seen a couple tapping picks. And we've seen the one hidden awkward. It's going to be Nomad 1 though. This is a little bit of a weird Nomad 1. It's a 230 BPM, but it doesn't really play like that intensity would maybe lead you to expect. It's, I would say easy? Dare I say easy? I don't feel like this map really presents that much of a challenge to a lot of these players.
That could be fair to say, but compared to some of the other maps in this pool, I definitely don't think it's the easiest. The aim is pretty tricky in the court sections. The map gets harder as it goes on. Each Kiai is going to be a bit harder than the last, so we could see some big misses into the endings. And there are some very awkward, kind of tricky linear patterns right towards the end of the first Kiai that could very easily catch a few players out. And after the first Kiai section, that's when the combos start to get big. So with the slow section right afterwards, so any misses on that linear pattern are going to be devastating for whoever finds that miss. And I could see this one being decided fairly early.
That's kind of how Nomad 1 always goes, right? If you suffer a break on the first diff spike and the other team doesn't, it can just be over in a heartbeat. So you have to be on top of your game and avoid any misaims, because that can really spell disaster quite quickly. But in we're going to go. It's going to be Lucrez, Badoo, Rosé, and Eternum against Dawnwing, GS Blank, Demonical, and Tebi. So tried and true rosters for both teams as Romania tries to make best use of their one and only match point we'll be seeing in this one. Singapore needs this victory to try to force the tiebreaker. It all rides on Nomad 1, which is a scary sentence to be saying.
Yes, it is. That's never something you want to hear on your final pick. Tebi finds the very, very early miss. It's okay, just getting the nerves out. Saving themselves from the miss later on in the map at some random section, we hope.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get the nerves out of the way in the first 20 combo, you might as well. If it means you're going to have... if you had an option to miss in the first 50 combo of every map, but with the guarantee that you're going to have to see the rest, I think you'd probably take it. It's going to be the early break there from Lucrez, so it's going to be combo lead over to Singapore, which is exactly what they need. Just about 1/4 of the way through. It's a very small lead in their favor, but it is a lead nonetheless. And we shall continue on through this pretty lengthy pick. It's another one. I mean, like I said at the beginning, this pool is just very, very long. There are very few short maps in this pool, so it's a lot about the consistency, and it's a lot about staying with that concentration throughout. And that's working out pretty well for just about everybody here.
Big accuracy drop from Tebby, found quite a few 50s, but holds on to the combo, and that's really all that matters for now. The combo advantage is small for Singapore, but you'll take anything you can get. Sometimes that's the thing that'll make the difference towards the end of the map when the scores are close. Nobody misses on that first linear pattern, and so far, everyone performing nicely. It's still just Lucrece with that very early miss. Everyone else going pretty strong so far, and now we're at the halfway point. This map starts to pick up a little bit towards the end, but nothing crazy. We'll see who can hold on. Gonna be down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, it's everyone holding for now. It's 60k lead for Singapore, but I mean, that's all you need. I mean, you only need it to be a 1-point lead, really. No, it's just going to be a matter of holding on to these FCs, but man, it is scary close. Anyone breaks, and this can go one way or the other in a heartbeat. It's going to be Rosé and Lucrece. It's a double break for Romania. You can't afford that. 2/3 of the way through, their score is going to be capped out. Their combo going to be capped out. Dawnwing will alleviate a little bit of that with a break of his own, but it's still GS Blank, Demonical, and Tebby holding onto a double FC and a big combo backing them up with a 180k lead. I think we might be headed a certain direction here because I don't know that there's much opportunity for Romania to try to bring this back.
We might be, can't say the word yet, but they've managed to hold on to 3 of their full combos into this slow section. Now the last Ki is going to be the hardest part of the map, but unless we see multiple misses, it might be too late. There is so much pressure on these last 3 players. GS Blank, Tebby, Demonical. All the pressure is on them. They have the chance to bring this one to one more map. Here we go. This could be it. Romania has 280,000 points to make up. Can they do it? Unlikely, but never say never. We're going to find out shortly.
Yeah, it's got to be. It would have to be a full meltdown from Singapore, and it's just not looking too likely. It's a break from Dawnwing, but that doesn't matter. It's a tiebreaker.
We are getting our second tiebreaker of round of 32, Romania, Singapore.
And it's at the same time as our third tiebreaker of the weekend, because China versus Japan over on B-Stream is also in tiebreaker. So maybe set up that quick little multi-twitch so you can watch 2 tiebreakers at once, which is something that just does not happen very often. But we've talked a lot about some of these OWCs getting closer and closer, and this is just another example of that happening. It is 3 TBs in 1 week, which I don't even like. Last year, I don't think we had we had 1 tiebreaker in round of 32 last year. We had no tiebreakers in round of 32 a couple years ago. But these teams are getting closer and closer together, and they're performing when it matters the most. Singapore clutching it out, and it's gonna be a tiebreaker once more. 21st, 10101. Don't look at the Hard Rock star rating on this map.
And as it turns out, the tiebreakers are going to be happening at pretty much exactly the same time. So if you have the second monitor, throw up both tiebreakers, and you can watch 16 players play the map in unison for a especially good time. But let's talk about the lineup. This is going to be so important for both teams. This is going to be the last big decision they have to make here. Lucreze's Eye, Eternum already in. I'm wondering if we see Badu. I'd have to imagine so for Romania. Badu has looked so good for them. Number 7 individual in the qualifiers. Great performance, and there's not really any crazy high speed on this map that you would think catch Badu out. This is just kind of a solid, well-rounded tiebreaker. Has some tech, has some aim, has some streams.
Yeah, I think we've kind of seen the base consistency rosters for both these teams. You've seen a lot of Demonical, Tebby, GS Blank. Looks like maybe Amelia coming in place of Dawnwing, who's been on a couple of those consistency maps for Singapore. Romania, Lucrece, Rosé, Eternum, and then just deciding, Badu, maybe Rolly, maybe even Halpa. I'm not sure. I will be honest. I'm not quite as familiar with this map as some of the others in the pool. I'm just like a player in that regard. Like, who looks at tiebreakers, right? But it gives you a little bit of everything, like most good tiebreakers do.
Yeah, kind of divided into sections, so different skill sets tested as we go throughout the map, but a bit of an aside, I wonder if we see the hidden for Amelia on this. Amelia is one of those few players that I feel like has been willing in the past to take hidden on some of those tiebreakers, is very, very comfortable on the hidden. But Amelia not in the last Osu World Cup, so not sure if Amelia would be taking the hidden on this pick specifically. That we'll have to see, but I think it's a possibility, and it looks like we are about to get into this one. The rosters have been locked in. It's going to be Rolly in for Romania as that 4th player.
Yeah, so no Badu, but obviously that must mean it's a map that Badu didn't feel as comfortable with. Maybe a little too much tapping to it. Hard to say.
It is quite a bit.
And it is going to be Amelia as that 4th. He is going to be running the hidden. He is
There
a
it
hidden
is.
comfort mod player. Rosé is matching it though. Rosé also a hidden comfort mod player. So no advantage gained really for either team in terms of mod advantage. It's just going to be their comfort for those 2 players. Everybody else on no mod. And we're 6 minutes away from finding out who's going to win this match. One of the longer best of 9s you're probably likely to see with how back and forth it's been. It's been a battle. And we're finally coming to the late stages. Who will win? Will it be Romania, or will we see a Singapore upset 2 years in a row in round of 32? Well, let's get into it and find out.
Yeah, takes a little bit to get into the map. So, while there's definitely no inherent advantage on the mods for either team, if we do see one of these modded players get a significantly higher combo than the other, that combo is going to be worth a lot more than a similar combo on the no mod. So we could see a mod advantage come into play later on in the map, depending on how they perform. We do see a couple early misses from Royally, Eternum, and Tebi as all the players adjust to the map. Actually, it looks like Eternum's was a Boncho miss, so still 3 FCs to 3, and it's just a trade from Royally and Tebi. The start of this map does have a little bit of aim. It's going to be a lot more bursty. Just Blank finding the first really big miss of the match, but again, this is a long one. Going to be lots of time for comes back, lots of time for recovery combo, and of course, lots of misses. Now Demonical though, Singapore quickly starting to fall behind here. They need to find some recovery combo.
And they're doing the exact opposite of that by finding more breaks instead. Just Blank and Demonical both missing once more before this little break in the map. A quarter of the way through, it's 58k, which does not sound like a lot, but when a map is 6 minutes long, that's more than it sounds. The combos aren't quite that big yet, but multiple misses early on from Singapore are going to be pretty rough. It's going to be them needing some help. Eternum did break just before that break, but it's still the FCs on Lucrece and Rosé against only the FC on Amelia. Some backing combo on Tebi, but Rolly is still outdoing him. So this is all Romania, everything going their favor so far. Only a third of the way through though, lots and lots of time still, and late misses can be very damaging just like early misses can. And there goes Rolly, the backing combo is gone. It's the 2 FCs for Romania, not a lot to support them. That's going to help out just a little more as Singapore tries to ensure that they stay in touch in this pick.
They are certainly doing a good job at that, and I just have to call out the accuracy from Lucrece was on 1x100 for the longest time, did just get one more. But accuracy looking great. Amelia as well on that tap X. We do get into the more slider tech heavy section. Just Blank now finds a big miss. That wasn't either one of the big combos on Singapore, so not going to be the end of the world. As long as Amelia and Tebi hold on, they're going to at least keep things close with Romania, but you can only afford to drop those recovery combos so much, especially if it's not traded back for Romania.
Yeah, and with Lucrece and Rosé both looking really comfortable on this pick, every combo matters for Singapore. They really can't afford too many misses for as long as those FCs hold on the side of Romania, and Rolly and Eternum both building up pretty big support combos as well. The same thing is kind of happening on Singapore. You do have Demonical and Tebi both recovering well, just like doing what he can, but not a lot you can do about this lead at this point. Singapore needs to see Romania breaking one of those full combos, if not both, to try and bring this back.
Yeah, but after the same section, if we don't see any misses from Romania, we're back into a bit more of a burst section, similar to what we saw at the start of this map after this kind of slider aim. So if Romania can get through the slider aim patterns, they're going to be a really good spot. No misses. Now it's just this kind of burst tech. There goes Rolly. That's a big miss. Will it be enough though? Amelia's combo is massive, but matched by Lucrece. Rosé finds a huge miss. That's the hidden combo down. Once again, Amelia's score is going to be worth more than Lucrece. The hidden versus the no mod coming into play. And it's Tebi with an advantage over Eternum. Demonical matched by absolutely no one. And even Just Blank now on a big recovery combo. Singapore are going to bring this one back. They need to hold on to their combos.
Yeah, it's going to be doable at this point with the combos being where they are, but they can't afford any misses on anyone because that lead was still at 100k. It's finally starting to come down a little quicker now as we head into the last quarter of the map. But Singapore still has some holding on that they need to do, and that's going to be a break from Tebi, so that's going to hurt the chances. Lucre still on the FC, matching Emilia. Demonical and Eternum on nearly identical combos. It is GS Blank, fortunately for Singapore, at more combo than Rolly and Rosé combined, but that lead's still at 55 to 60k, and really now seeming to stabilize a little bit. Romania might have just gotten what they needed with that break from Tebi to try to hold on to this one. We'll see. It's going to continue coming down, but not that fast.
No, I mean, it's Gods on the Moon, but it's not going to stop the bleeding completely. Or Singapore do still have the combo advantage, and this is a long map. There's still about 45 seconds to go. There goes Lucrece, there goes Rosé, and that might be it. There's just Eternum holding, and all of a sudden that score is going to go back over in an instant. Everybody on Singapore holds. Emilia does find the miss. Tebi as well. Demonical is holding. Just Blink goes too.
This is just breaks left, right, and center at this ending as the difficulty spike hits. It's Demonical, though, on a 1600 combo. He's going to try to hold off Eternum on his own, but it's a 616 combo from Rolly. It might be enough to bring this back over to the side of Romania. No supporting combo for Singapore at all. 14k and dropping slowly but surely into this ending, but will it be enough time? It's 9k, it's 8k, it's 7k, it's coming down thanks to Rolly's backing combo for Eternum. Demonical and Eternum dead even, but Rolly is going to make the difference, and it goes over, and that is going to be Romania taking the point by the barest of margins at the last second. It is a 16k win for Romania thanks to Rolly's big ending combo and Eternum just managing to match with Demonical through the entire last portion of the pick.
Wow, what a match. Romania, Singapore, 16,000 point difference on the tiebreaker. Romania, of course, takes it in the end. China and Japan going to tiebreaker as well. And it is an exciting time for the World Cup. Of course, huge congratulations to Romania. Played incredibly well. Rosé especially I want to highlight, who, you know, not necessarily that core three that we are usually the carries for Romania, Lucrece, Eternum, and Badu, but really stepped up this match, had some great performances, and they will be moving on to the winners bracket. They are going to be playing Philippines in the next round. Of course, the loser of this match, Singapore, are going to be playing Mexico in the losers bracket.
Whew. That should be a winnable one for Singapore down in that loser's bracket, but man, that was a nail-biter, to say the least.
Certainly was, and you know, as much as I'd love to talk more about these teams, we have got no time to waste. Germany versus Spain is happening right now. Did start, I believe, about 10 minutes ago, so see if we can get transitioned over to that. And I think that will be it for T1G. Anything else you wanted to add?
Man, I'm just trying to catch my breath after the ending of that tiebreaker. That was pretty intense, but congratulations to Romania, and a little heartbreak there for Singapore.
Yep, thank you so much to T1G for joining me on this match, and we are going to get switched over to the Germany-Spain match. Now, I am joined by Doland for the next match. How are things going? What do you think about that last match?
What's up with me and following the hypest of things to ever happen? But what an absolutely insane block of matches we just had. 2 tiebreakers simultaneously going on at once. A 16k margin for Romania. And now we have to play a little bit of catch up here on Germany and Spain.
Okay, we are getting right into the bans. No time to waste. It looks like Germany has selected the second ban, as you would expect. So, see if we can go over these teams super quickly. Of course, Germany being the 6th seed, definitely the favorites going into this one. They have such a strong roster with players the likes of Whitecat, of course, Kriller, who has looked incredible recently, as well as Okinamo, who has been part of OWC for so long. On the side of Spain, you've got Margot Manolo, Alaf Antonio, Creator, Harmonia, My Angel, and Okan. And it really has been Creator who has been an absolute demon for this Spanish team. Has looked incredible so far and really has been their star player. And we'll see what Creator can do against Germany. Likely going to be in for most things. And I honestly would like to see Germany ban out the Hard Rock 2 here. Certainly not something they're bad at, but has been one of Spain's best maps. And I think, to me, one of the better strategies against these early stages against the lower seeded teams is just ban out the maps that they are comfortable on, make them play something less comfortable, and take the points there.
Yeah, always a good tactic. We'll see if they do elect for that Hard Rock 2 ban, but Hidden 1 has been the map that has been banned the most this weekend. We'll see if either of these teams go for it.
Yeah, by quite a bit. Nobody really wants to touch that low AR Hidden. I feel like it's just because it's one of the more decisive skill sets, right? There we go. Hidden 1 banned out by Spain. No surprises there. Germany, of course, have quite a strong Hidden roster. And it's just the kind of map where it's either you can play it or you can't. And if you don't have the roster built for it, you pretty much have to ban it or it's a free point. And there's the Hard Rock 2 ban. I love to see it from Germany. And we are going to have the first pick for Spain.
So the underdogs a chance to start things off with their best foot forward.
Always a good choice. You just want to try and get the momentum going early on if you can, and first pick can be great for the mental. Now, it is not going to be easy to find a ton of picks for Spain. Germany had a lot of really good performances, but I think we could see them look towards the Hard Rock, something that I wouldn't say Germany struggled on it. They look good on just about everything, but they struggled on it a little bit more than the other mods, so that Hard Rock 1 will possibly going to be an option for Spain. I'm not sure if they go to it as a first pick, though.
Taking their time on this one. It's kind of hard when you are the underdog going up against a team like Germany when they're just pretty much good at everything. But I think one thing to note about Germany is the mechanics really stands out when you talk about Germany, their mechanical skill. So I really don't think we'll be seeing Spain lean into those super technical ones. Fremod 2 is going to be the opening pick.
Yep, it is going to be the kind of rhythmic map. One that we haven't seen picked super often so far this weekend. So first pick is going to be interesting. This is going to be, of course, the anti-mod pick. So AR 8.5, not as low as the usual anti-mods, but still adds quite a bit of difficulty, of course, along with the CS5, making it tough for the Hard Rock. And lineups in here, I imagine it's going to be Kriller on the Hard Rock. It's incredibly good there.
Both teams sorting things out here. Creator likely going to be taking one of these mod slots for Spain.
Yeah, I mean, I think Creator is more or less going to have to take a mod on this one. Not sure whether it's going to be a Hidden or a Hard Rock. Now, there is always the option of just putting Creator on the no mod to guarantee that big combo, but on a map like this, I don't think it's worth it. And this is also not the kind of map you're going to see any over mods on. I imagine it's just going to be one Hidden, one Hard Rock for both teams.
No reason to really over mod here.
No, none at all. And for those of you not aware, Tim Kakner is Akarinya, who is a newer addition to this German roster, has looked incredibly good, seen a ton of improvement over the last year, putting up an especially impressive performance in the 3WC for the German team, taking them very far, and was a star player of that team. So glad to see Akarinya moving up now to the OWC roster. And here we go into the Fremod 2 first map of the Germany-Spain match.
And as this one gets underway, it's going to be Kriller, Tim Kakner, Sheox, and Black Dog against Margot, Antonio, My Angel Ba, and Manolo for Spain.
Yep. And it's going to be Antonio on the Hard Rock, Manolo on the Hidden. I am quite surprised not to see Creator in for this one, but I'm going to be sitting this one out. And of course, Hidden for Sheox, and it will be Akarinya on the Hard Rock this time around. So they're going to leave Kriller and White Cat on the no mod, give them both a bit of an easier time on this one. We'll see if they can perform. It is going to be Akarinya with the first early miss. This map is a pretty slow start, but it's certainly not easy, and it can be quite easy to find some random misses on various sliders.
Yeah,
Yeah, so far we're seeing a lot of accuracy drops on both sides. Slight advantage for Germany of about 10k. Black Dog struggling, and Antonio is going to be the first drop for Spain here on that Hard Rock. Followed up by Tim Kackner for Germany.
Yeah, the size of these circles with the Hard Rock makes this map very tough. So definitely expect to see these two Hard Rock players struggle a little bit more than the rest of the lobby throughout the map. It is a very, very long one with not a ton of combo compared to most maps of this length. So if you can build up that big combo, it's going to be even more impactful than it usually is. And it's just going to be all things even for now, as both teams trading misses fairly evenly, and it's just 3 FCs to 3.
The accuracy is going to be a huge factor here on this one, as the score bar is set to flicker here. The Germans have been holding about a 10k margin steadily the whole time. Antonio's drop on Hard Rock is going to further cushion the lead here for Germany. 40k and growing.
Yeah, and there is a bit of a difficulty spike on the solo coming up somewhat shortly, so I think that's going to be the first point where we might see some players break, but it's going to be Akarini yet again on the Hard Rock. Antonio did trade not too long ago, so yet again it's Germany holding on to their lead, and right now they've built that up to 60,000 points, really just off the accuracy. White Cat struggling a bit, but matched by Angel and Manolo down at 95, Margot down at 93, and it really is just Kriller on the 96, as well as Shiox, that are doing the work for Germany right now.
Yeah, the trades have been pretty consistent. Only 70k, 75k for Germany here at the halfway mark. One miss could change everything though. But we still see 3 FCs on each side. Only the Hard Rock players finding breaks.
And when the combos are this big, 80,000, 100,000 points is nothing, but it's going to be a Manolo who ends up finding the next big miss. There goes Angel as well. All of a sudden, disaster strikes for Spain. Kriller does trade it back. That's 1 FC gone, but with White Cat and Shiox still holding, Germany, score lead is going to skyrocket. Angel misses again, and right now it is Margot into the world. There goes Shiox. So things are even, but they're probably going to need a miss from White Cat to make this comeback.
Yeah, the problem is White Cat held through there, and he stealing all the damage in the world, and now there's no combo on the side of Spain, and it's only White Cat, and Germany are going to easily walk away here with the first point.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of time left in this map, but the ending of this one is not easy. We're going to see some more misses out of the Spanish roster, I would imagine, and things are out of control, up to 500,000 points, and unfortunately for Spain, that's going to be a first point broken and given over to Germany.
It was a solid attempt by Spain. They were able to hang with it most of the way, and White Cat and Shiox are going to go down here at the end, so no FCs. Pure trolling here. Another one for good measure.
Yeah, not super surprising. This is one of the least comfortable maps in the pool, potentially one of the hardest. And really impressive recovery by Akarinia. This Hard Rock genuinely is very difficult on this map, so seeing Akarinia get back up to 800 combo is a really impressive score.
Yeah, over 500,000 points on a Hard Rock is nothing to scoff at. That'll be a comfortable 600k win for Germany. If they take the opening break point, we'll have the pick next.
Only S rank in the lobby on Kriller. Number 3 individual in qualifiers, has had an incredible start to the tournament. And I mean, Kriller has just looked incredible in every single tournament he's played for the past few months. And I imagine he's going to keep that up this OWC.
One of the big names on that German roster. Kriller has certainly lived up to the hype over the past few years, that's for certain.
Certainly has, and there's nowhere to go but up from Kriller. Germany now has to decide on their pick, and they have quite a few options here. They looked really, really good on the Hard Rocks. We could very well see them go for the... it's hard to say here. They could go for the Hard Rock 1 potentially. They did have the number 1 score on the Hard Rock 1 in qualifiers. Of course, this one's a bit different. They're going to go for the No Mod 4 instead, rolling beat, and they want to play some tech, and that's what they're going to get. Of course, Kriller, who we just highlighted, has been incredible for Germany so far, is so good at these tech picks. Whitecat as well.
And I mean, that's kind of what we were discussing before Spain made their pick. Just the tech and mechanics skill of Germany. They're definitely looking to skill gap the Spanish here. We see Creator stepping back in along with Harmonia for Spain.
And Acarinia as well. A lot of people not as familiar with Acarinia, but Acarinia is a very, very strong aim and tech player, the aim especially, but quite good on tech as well. This is 170 BPM, so has some slider tech, has some aim control, solid mix of patterns. I will say it is not that difficult. Tech maps, I feel like, are generally some of the tougher maps in a pool, but not so much this time around. This is one of the easier maps in this pool, and so we'll see how many FCs we get. I would predict
Okinamo checking in for Germany. And that is going to be the roster. So it's going to be Kriller, Tim Kackner, Okinamo, and Black Dog Whitecat. However you want to say that. I think we'll just go with Whitecat. We all know. We all know.
Yes, we do.
Unless you don't, then you don't.
It is true. Wiser words have never been spoken.
Up against Creator, Antonio, Harmonia, and Aleph for Spain. So a couple of substitutions on both sides.
Yeah, Harmonia does tend to play most of these no mod picks, is quite solid at them, especially when it's lower BPM. Harmonia can really shine. Here we go, into the first tricky section. Antonio misses beforehand. Didn't want to wait for the Ki.
So a slight edge to the Germans here of about 15k. Creator's also going to drop. That will further put it in favor of Germany, but Okinamo's going to trade one. That was a fairly big drop there from Okinamo, down to 96%, but will be recovering. But this is a short map.
And Harmonia has found the miss as well. All the FCs have dropped off of Spain. And it's Kriller, it's Acarinia, and Whitecat all holding. Accuracies are on point for each of them, above 99, and they're showing no signs of slowing down despite how short this map is. It is fairly consistent in difficulty. You know, there's no big patterns that's going to catch these players out, and so we could potentially see 2 or 3 FCs from Germany. I don't think they're going to let Spain back into this one.
Doesn't look like it, and if Spain are going to get back into this, they're going to need to see some immediate drops from these German FCs. We're now at the halfway mark, approaching 2/3. So, doesn't look like they're going to get score capped. With that score margin, there simply just isn't anything Spain can do.
No, there isn't, and they're just out of time now. The score gap is too big. Germany is going to be taking the second point. The only question now is, how many full combos do we see? I'm not going to name any of the players. Couldn't do that to him.
Yeah, that would be a horrible thing to do as a commentator. Aleph is going to find the drop, and we also see a nice recovery coming out of Antonio, who found just one miss there for Spain. He's been holding on since, but unfortunately the rest of the team is down, and the Germans still three-weighing. A one miss from Okinamo.
And
only a four-way would have beaten them.
Yeah, patterns are a little trickier into the ending, but it's looking good for now. And there it is. Three-way for Germany. A very impressive 3.6 million on this No Mod 4. And they are off to the races in this match. 2 quick, decisive points. Spain does have the pick, and this is going to be a very important one for Spain in these best-of-9 matches. It only goes to 5 points if you go down by 3 with your opponent's pick next up. Nearly impossible to come back from. Not that it hasn't happened, but I think this will be the key point of this match. If Spain can get their pick here, they're going to be in a good spot. If not, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Spain definitely need to get something going here. They're going to have at least 2 more picks in this match. They're going to take their time and eye this one up. They picked Fremod 2 last. Did not go their way. But you have to wonder, what is a safe pick for Spain here against a team like Germany, who just covers so much?
It's really tough. You know, normally when you are the lower seed, I would typically say, just pick the easier maps and hope that you can pull out big combos. The higher seeded team finds some inconsistent misses, but I feel like the easier maps in this pool are those DT picks this time around. Those we've seen by far the highest scores on, and unfortunately Spain doesn't really have the roster for a lot of these DTs, but they're going to go for the DT3 anyways, so opting to play some speed, I don't think this is a bad pick at all. These maps are, of course, a bit easier than qualifiers, so Spain aren't going to have nearly as much trouble with it. And they definitely have... We're going to see Margot in for this one, without a doubt, and Creator, for sure.
So they do end up going for double time here, DT3.
And it looks like we're going to be seeing Aleph in over Okana, who has played a lot of the speed picks for Spain, but not this time around. Germany, interestingly enough, has not quite the speed roster of last year. They have lost a lot of their speed players, in Neox and Shark, but they're still a terrifying team on the speed. Make no mistake, Kriller is quite fast. White Cat speed shouldn't have any problem on a map like this. It's not nearly difficult enough to catch out any of these players on the German roster. And Okinamo as well, not sure if we'll see them in for this one, but historically has been in for most of the speed picks for Germany as well.
Let's see. Zeitfraud coming in for Germany.
Yeah. And yeah, Zyfrost is really just here for the speed mostly. Is solid on a lot of the alt picks as well, but you do generally, I think, we're going to see throughout this tournament Zyfrost in for most of the speed picks. And it's going to be Akarinya, last one in. Interesting to go Akarinya over Okinamo. Akarinya, not necessarily a speed player, but I don't think we'll have too much trouble with this map.
All right, just under 2 minutes here. Don't blink. It ends quickly.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. And this is another one of those maps that aren't super stamina heavy. White Cat does find the first miss, but early on enough, it is only going to be 100 combo behind. And Germany are already off to the races just on the accuracy. Akarinya.
I believe Aleph also found a miss on the side of Spain there.
Yeah, shortly before White Cat, so accuracy will be enough for now. Spain is going to be relying on a couple more misses from Germany.
Yeah, but so far hanging close, keeping that gap to a respectable 40k margin. Quarter of the map gone.
And these bursts are quite simple. There's no super tricky aim patterns. They're all fairly small bursts. As long as you have the speed, you should be good to go. So it really just comes down to who is consistent on these bursts, and this is going to be one of the harder sections of the map.
And everybody is absolutely cruising through it.
Yeah, and that's great for Spain. All you need is one unlucky, uncharacteristic miss on the side of Germany. There it is.
There's the miss, and now Spain will start to eat away at that 60k gap. Right at the halfway mark, that means Zeitfraud is going to be score capped here pretty hard. And Spain flipping it and taking control for the first time in the match.
Yeah, worst time to miss for Germany in this map. Doesn't get much harder. There is one tricky section at the end, but it's not any more difficult than we've already seen. There goes Aleph! And Margot!
And just like that, it flips right back. And Aleph and Margot now really struggling. Unfortunate for Spain. They had something going there. But you just can't let Germany have any wiggle room here. As you see, White Cat has recovered from the early one miss. Kriller's going to go down.
That's going to be a big one, but unfortunately Spain doesn't quite have the recovery combo with Aleph continuing to miss. To make this comeback here, they do have Creator, and no, they do not have Antonio anymore. That is going to be it, and I think Germany is going to be taking this third point. Akarinya with potentially another full combo here.
The legend, Tim Keckner.
The one and only Tim Keckner.
I don't know Akarinya and White Cat. I only know Tim Keckner and Black Dog 5.
Of course.
That is going to be 3-0 Germany. They will have the next pick. And a nice score from Creator as well. 98% FC.
Yeah, Antonio not far behind, but just not enough. Germany has such good supporting combos. Kriller does find the miss, but still up at 900,000. And Spain had their chances and just couldn't capitalize. The ending patterns did claim too many of their combos. And now Germany has free reign of this map pool. Being up 3-0, they've only picked one map. They have so many options to choose from. And we could see them go right back to the free mod. You know, there is something like the free mod 1 that would probably be solid for Germany. They could even go into some of these stream-focused picks. Something like, I wonder, they probably don't see the hidden.
The White Cat mutual buff. That's why he FC'd.
There you go. Potentially, I do like the free mod 1 pick for Germany. They have a lot of really strong stream players in, of course, Okinamo, Akarinya even, and Kriller.
It could maybe see a no mod 2, but I think the free mod 1 is a better pick overall, if that's the route they're looking to go. But they're taking their time here, so I got a couple different forks in the road here.
Yes, they do. They are paralyzed by limitless options, and it is going to be the no mod 2. That is a good shout.
When in doubt, Camelia's out.
Can't go wrong with Camellia. RU still. Lots of X's. This will be speed tech. So going right back to a little bit more speed, I imagine we're going to see pretty similar lineups all around to the DT3. Okana, and this makes a lot of sense. Okana has been really good on the speed, really good on the tech. That's why Okana is on the roster, and excited to see what Okana can do on this one. And it looks like Creator is going to be out once again.
An interesting decision there.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of expecting Creator to be in for most things, but I guess just not comfortable enough on the speed, unfortunately. I know kind of the speed is the one weakness of Creator, and so Germany so far have been doing a really good job of just targeting the weaknesses of Spain's best player, essentially taking him out of the match as much as possible. And it will have to be Okona, Margot, Aleph, and Antonio who bring in the first point for Spain. There's Okinamo for the speed.
Yep, we'll see if they can do it. German's not going to change too much here. Kriller, Okinamo, Tim Keckner, and White Cat. Got the job done last time. Looking to do it again.
Yeah, I have a feeling throughout this tournament, we are going to be seeing a lot of White Cat, Kriller, and Akarinya. That's most likely going to be the core for most of these picks, with a lot of other very talented players filling in where they are needed. Here we go into the No Mod 2, 234 BPM. This map is very bursty to start out. So we're going to have to pay attention to the accuracy drops, see if anyone struggles to keep up with this BPM. Okana does find the first miss.
And that's going to spell a slight advantage for Germany here. 40k at the start.
Long map, 3 minutes and 53 seconds. We have such a long no mod pool. So Spain are going to have a lot of time to make up this tiny score difference.
Margot going to be dropping as well as Aleph. Now Germany really going to make some score advantage here.
And this is the speed test section of the map. This is where we're going to see who can hold up to these bursts.
So far so good for our 8 players through the burst section.
And this entire score difference. There goes White Cat, actually. That's a big miss. Spain are going to start to bring this one back, but it's not going to be fast. Despite a big combo advantage, Germany's accuracy is so good, and Okana does trade one back, didn't have the biggest combo, so not going to be the end of the world, but they would have liked to hold on to that supporting combo. And it is just Antonio, unfortunately, on the full combo, trying to match 3 German players.
Which unfortunately, you just can't do. Antonio's going to need some help. A drop from one of the 3 German FCs would do it.
That is the most of the speed, though. The rest of this map is a little bit lighter on the speed, focuses a little bit more on some of these slider and patterns, as we'll see. So, different style of the map. We'll see if that plays into the favor of Spain at all, but it is going to be Antonio. That's the combo you couldn't drop, and this might be it. There is still quite a bit of map left to be played, but they're going to need a miracle.
Yeah, they're going to need basically a team miss from Germany right here at the halfway mark, which score capped them quite nicely, and White Cat's the only one to find a miss. Antonio, Margot also going to trade Okanamo as well. Everybody's dropping except for Kriller and Acrinia.
Once again, it is Kriller, it is Acrinia holding those 2 combos.
And that is going to do all the damage needed to secure a 4th point for Germany. That margin now exceeds 600k shortly.
And that's going to put Germany on match point. Of course, this is just first to 5, so you really can only lose 2 break points. And all of a sudden, Germany has a chance to win it on the next pick.
The only good news for Spain is that since they won the roll and were able to pick first, they'll get the last say-so here. Have one more chance to get on the board, but a 1 million score difference is going to be a very decisive and dominant victory here for Germany in round number 4.
Yes, it is. Going to call 2 FCs for Germany.
Oh, you did it. Why would you do
Did
it?
you do it?
Why would you do it?
Surely neither of them miss on the giant burst at the end.
No, Kriller, no.
Kriller! I'm so sorry, Kriller.
Why'd you do
Had
it?
to be done.
Why'd you do it? Tim Kackner, Acrinia, the Lone FC. F's in the chat for Kriller.
Put it in the newspaper. Tim Kackner does not miss. I don't think Tim Kackner has ever missed.
Never.
Not
That is going to be
single
4-0 Germany. Top score to Acrinia, 987,000 points there.
And with this performance, I'm really looking forward to seeing the individual performance statistics. I have a feeling Acrinia is going to be up there. Probably top 20, possibly top 10. Up there with the best. We'll have to see. There is more maps to be played. Possibly just 1, but there could be 6 if Spain turns things around. I guess there'd be 5. Don't mind me.
All right, so Spain. I mean, well, where do you go here? Honestly, though, you have Nomad 1, maybe DT1 or DT2.
I wish I knew. It's hard to say. You know, there are picks that are okay for Spain, but none of them feel great. There's not much they can be confident on. You know, if I had to pick something for Spain, I would probably just go for the Nomad 1, hope for the best. They're going to go for the Hard Rock 1 instead. And just a very quick reminder that Germany top scored the Hard Rock 1 in qualifiers. So they're not to be messed with on these Hard Rock picks. We'll see if Spain can pull off a big upset on this one.
An interesting selection here. Of course, I still think this is a better pick for them than any of the free mods or no mod 3. So
And that's what it comes down to. It's just kind of the best of the bad options.
The rest.
yeah, pretty much.
Alright, so it's going to be Zeitfrod checking back in for Germany. Harmonia checking in for Spain.
And Shiox is going to be lending the Spanish team some help. We'll hop out of the lobby as we get the last player for Spain in. I would imagine that has to be Creator. I can't see who else would play it over Creator.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And Creator has been matching Acarina on the maps that they have been in for. Credit where credit is due. Looking good so far, just does not have the support, unfortunately.
All right, looks like they are set and ready to go. Nearly 4 minutes long.
And I don't think there's too much to say about this map. This is kind of your almost no mod 1, but Hard Rock.
Wait.
Oh?
I'm sorry, did Tim Kackner just type in roll like 10,000 and get 9? A million! He put 1 million and got 9!
9 in a million. Those are the odds of Tim Kackner missing.
Wow.
Incredible stuff.
I mean, it's a guaranteed FC.
It has to be.
Practically guaranteed FC there.
It might even be the SS.
Might even be. A couple early misses here for Kriller and Whitecat, so the Germans going to be struggling here. Aleph trades one of them, and Spain will have a slight lead to start this one off.
Yeah, and Kriller finds another miss, so not having a good time early on this map. And Spain, while they are behind in the accuracy, they are showing some signs of life here, and they might get some chances if they can hold on to their combos. We haven't actually got into the meat of this map yet. That's coming up shortly, and so this is where the combos are really going to start to matter.
Oh.
There goes Tim Kackner.
We lied. It's one of the 9 in a million. This is one of the 9 in a million runs. Unfortunately,
it may never happen again. Take a picture. And Spain are actually in a really good spot here.
Yeah, all jokes aside, quarter way through, they're looking pretty good here. They've got combo. Germany only have essentially 2 and, well, nearly 3 FCs. Creator dropping is going to help Germany, but Spain are still looking quite nice.
Yep, they're still in a good spot as long as they can hold on to these other 3 combos. Creator, really the last one I expected to miss, but I do expect Creator is going to be able to recover quite well and get back to that recovery combo. So if we do see any more misses out of Kriller or Whitecat, Spain could very easily take back this lead, and the combos are close enough that they're going to keep things close.
I think what it's going to come down to for Spain, what it's been coming down to for Spain, is the second half of these maps. They tend to fall off. It started really strong here.
Yeah, and I wonder if it is potentially nerves getting to them. As they get later into the map, the combos get bigger. Pressure really starts to build, and now into the second half of this map, this is where Spain has gotten caught out in the past. We'll see if they can pull through it this time. They have kept things close with Germany, only 40,000 points of difference.
Oh, and Aleph is going to get score capture. That's a big miss, and it's not traded, and Germany now are going to start gapping the Spanish here. 100,000.
And all those early misses on the side of Germany have been recovered nicely. Aleph finds yet another miss, and there goes Harmonia. Yet again, things are falling apart for Spain towards the end. It is just Antonio holding the full combo, but unfortunately, not enough, and with a third of the map to go, things are looking a little bit dire.
Yeah, it would take practically a triple miss coming out of Kriller, Black Dog, and Mr. Zeitfrod. Zeitfrod is going to go down, but that is not enough help for Spain with a quarter of the map left.
Fortunately, that Zeitfrost miss was traded back by Antonio and Creator, the only 2 combos on Spain. And so, unfortunately, that, I think, is going to be it for Spain. No FCs on this map, actually. Kriller and Whitecat with the early misses, but Germany still taking this one in decisive fashion. They will be moving on to the winner's bracket. Whitecat finds an early miss, and it will just be, yet again, Kriller and Actorinia holding on to these big combos into the end.
We'll see if Kriller can do the thing and end it on a high note. It certainly has been quite the match for Kriller and Actorinia.
Certainly has. There are a couple more awkward, tough jump patterns into this map, so it's not a foregone conclusion, but both players very capable of hitting those patterns.
Coming into the end, a couple misses here for Spain, but it's going to be Germany taking the 5-0 sweep here. The 6th seed looking strong in their opening match, and Kriller will clock in an FC.
Not quite, but we can
never
pretend.
mind. I'm sorry. Right, he did miss earlier. There were no FCs. That would be kind of insane.
Very, very well played by the German team, looking incredibly strong in this first round, and we do not know their opponent in the next match. One match in the round of 32 left to be played. That's Canada versus Norway. The winner of that match will play Germany. The loser will face off against Spain in the lower bracket, and that match is going to be 19 UTC, so not too long of a wait. That is going to be a good one.
Should be a great way to end the weekend. Was a crazy block. We've had 2 tiebreakers happening at the same time before this match, leading into this. And Germany putting up a great performance. Unfortunate for Spain, they looked so good in the first 50% of every single map, but just did not have the stamina, and Germany displaying the talent and the skill to nearly 3-way everything. They are your winners. They advance to the round of 16 in the winners bracket. We're seeing Spain in the losers bracket next week.
Yes, we will, and honestly, I don't think we could have asked for much more this weekend from this round of 32. So many great matchups, some upsets, of course, some tiebreakers. And one more match to go. Hopefully that one is just as exciting. So we hope to see you all back in 3 hours. Don't forget to get your banners to support your favorite teams. And I think that will be it for us.
That's going to do it. 19 UTC is going to be the final match of the round of 32. To wrap up the weekend, you don't want to miss it. Canada taking on Norway in 3 hours. We'll see you then. Have a good one.
Take care.
Satisfied now? Did you die now? Happily, happily. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Welcome, good morning, good evening, and good night. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at the OSU World Cup 2023 round of 32, featuring Australia and Taiwan for this matchup. We've had a couple of brilliant matches earlier in the day, but it's now the banger matches reserved for nighttime. I myself am Jordan the Bear. Joining us today to enjoy watching this beautiful match is my boy, my fellow Australian brethren, Kano. How are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, no, I'm doing great, Jordan. Really looking forward to this one. I mean, obviously, you know, we've got a bit of a biased cast going on here with two Australians, but
absolutely.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger of a match. We've definitely seen so far that these two teams are very, very solid this year. And obviously, you know, as much as the seeding results are a little bit different this time around, we've seen in some of the previous matches that some of these seed rankings have definitely had very, very close matches. And in round of 32, you know, pretty much anything is possible, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is my favorite part of the tournament. Like every stage, there's always something different to look forward to because you're looking for the upsets in the early stages of the pool. Round of 32, this is where you know, it's kind of all the players on every team can definitely FC every single map in this pool. Like it's not a question, it's just whether they will FC the maps. So it's always a question of, will one team have that bad of a day that they lose to the seed, you know, seed 7 versus seed 27 or something like that, you know? If seed 7 loses to 27, it's crazy and you'll hear nothing about it, but man, Taiwan went off in that match and now Australia is in the losers. So I'm excited to see, you know, maybe that happens this match because Taiwan's got a lot of dogs on their team, I assure you. They've got some old players and they've got some new legendary players. Why don't you introduce some of them to us, Kane?
Yeah, so Taiwan hasn't really had too much of a roster change-up. They have brought in a couple of new players this time around with Tomo Shen and Diastrophism. But pretty much, yeah, we've got this similar roster that we've seen most years. Nothing really has changed too much from the previous year. They've just had a couple of name changes, you know, underscore fast and underscore slow. But other than that, yeah, they've got some very, very well-rounded players that are very capable of, you know, as you said, full comboing pretty much anything within round of 32. It just comes down to whether or not that kind of thing is going to happen. Tournament pressure. But,
yeah, no, it's awesome. I love watching the teams because it's the first match. It's definitely every team's first match of the tournament. You're going to see the most nerves in these matches, and it's these maps where the nerves matter the most because they're so much easier. That these breaks and all that stuff are so much more costly in these earlier and easier pools. Not to say this pool is easy at all, but we're actually rushing straight into the bans here. We're a little bit behind, forgive us. Hidden 1 and Hard Rock 2 are off the table. Hidden 1 being banned by Taiwan and Hard Rock 2 being banned by Australia.
Yeah, very interesting bans coming in here this time around. I mean, Taiwan definitely one of the rosters that you'd expect to see, like, probably trying to throw out some sort of hidden, but with that said, you know, Australia definitely stepping up their game with their hidden roster this year. And, you know, I think, like, when it comes to these kinds of maps as well, I feel like free mod definitely might have been something that would have been up for bans, but, you know, here we are, we're going for some targets in particular. Obviously, Taiwan doesn't want to face Australia on hidden, and here Australia is just going for some sort of hard rock ban. I guess maybe precision control is just not really what they want to be playing, especially, you know, with nerves and stuff like that going into this first match.
Smart. I agree with that ban as well. Hard 6.5 is the last map I want to be playing if I'm going into the first map of OWC 2023. So whether nerves are going to show a lot more in the map, absolutely not for me. But here we are, No Mod 2. And if you don't know, this year we've got No Mod 2 and we're kind of returning to more of a traditional map pool styling. You know, we've had the last couple years, we've had a very, very stagnant meta of what OWC pools are. And, you know, if someone said to you, oh, they've picked No Mod 1, I'd immediately think, oh, it's a jump map. Oh, they've picked No Mod 2. Oh, it's maybe 190 BPM streams for 3 minutes. You know, that's kind of what you were getting every time you got one of these maps. But now, No Mod 2, you're kind of looking at the screen like, hang on, this is 234 BPM. That doesn't really make any sense. But you've probably heard it before, but I'll tell you again, the pool is completely like random. I know the very early OWCs kind of went into this where they just put maps into any slots. That's kind of died down in the last couple of years. It's back for OWC 2023, and how excited I am to see more fun maps. Not so much the same map getting harder every week. We're now going to get more random and more fun and much more cooler mapped songs, you know? It gives us a lot more freedom to put whatever we want in the pool, you know? So I'm very excited to see this Nomod 2 being picked first. 7.26 stars Nomod 2 in round of 32. Here we go, Kane. How exciting.
Yeah, in round of 32, it's so rare to see something like a 7-star map, but to be honest, it's really, really nice to see the change in difficulty, because honestly, round of 32 is where you do see the most upsets coming out of this. And I think, you know, when it comes to a harder, like the early stages being harder, it definitely helps like alleviate some of those potential upsets. And as you mentioned, yeah, the map pulling team before, they were talking about it when they revealed these maps in the map pool showcase. They were like, slots are dead, you know, it's pretty much just completely random throughout the pool. I mean, you might still see some conventional maps that you expect from previous tournaments and stuff like that, but yeah, a lot of things are very random. And honestly, I'm not surprised to see Australia going in with this pick, because this is definitely one of the harder maps within the pool. It's very much focused around speed, a lot of like awkward triples, angles, bursts, and things like that. But
yeah, very good, very good. Our rosters are in. We've got Dummy, a Secret Box, AKNZX. Might not have seen that name before in OWC. It's his first OWC. Might not have seen this guy around, but accompanying him is Emrek. On the Australian team, we've got Willie, Diastrophism, Riser, and Slow. So we got a lot of, you know, Dummy and Riser, some very, very old names in here. Still shredding, still at the top of their league, but AKNZ, very excited to see a lot of debut players coming back. We've seen Diastrophism before, we've seen Slow before. I believe we've seen Willie before as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kane?
Yeah, these players we've seen before. I think Diastrophism maybe in some previous ones, but I don't believe was on the 2022 roster.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. But here it is. It's your first map, Australia versus Taiwan in the round of 32. You were here. Who will be the first break of the tournament? I like to put bets or something like that on this first game. Kane, who do you think is going to be the first one to break in this match?
Oh boy, I would have no clue when it comes to this kind of thing. I would like to say that maybe some of the newer players to the OWC here might break first, but you never know.
I know who
we could see the veterans.
It's Emrek. I can assure you Emrek will be the first to break in OWC for Australia. It's a given.
You think that's going to come out of the rank 1 player, do you?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's kind of the guy that's probably sleeping right now. 8 PM, it's a little bit late for him. It's 8 PM here in Australia, we would know, and it's getting a little bit late. If he's even the slightest bit tired, this map is basically playing a 2-star for this guy, so it's got to be a little bit boring. But no breaks so far. All the triples and the bursts, they're coming out, and it's already 230 BPM, 7.3 stars in the first map OWC. Dummy and Riser, the vets, they're going to be the first ones to break here. Exact same timing on their breaks, so you know it's staying a little bit even. We're about 10-20k to Australia, but that's basically just on AKNZ's 99% being matched by 96% on Diastrophism. You know that 96 is the real problem here.
We also did have a break from Diastrophism there right before the break as well, so that is 2 FCs down for Taiwan.
Missed that one.
Australia holding on to 3 right now, and this is one of the parts where they could run away with it.
Yeah, missing right before this slow part. This is definitely the only free combo of the map. There's Buzz Slider catches Dummy, but they needed anyone else to break Taiwan to see victory in this point. We've got about half the map left though, so no one's rushing. We've still got plenty of time if you're Taiwan. No need to stress. Lots of slider patterns here, lots of bursts, lots of just abrupt series of notes. If you're not practiced, but I assure you every single player in this lobby is practiced. Riser goes again. Willie is struggling now as well. He's got a first break. Only Slow on the side of Taiwan versus a Secret Box, AKNZ and Emrek. I was wrong. Emrek was not the first to break, but they see it. The players are at the break. They can see what's happening. And if you're Australia, I believe you're looking at the scoreboard like, yep, my boys have got me. So I think this one might just be wrapped up in a great start from Australia and a great pick from Australia for that first pick. If I'm Taiwan, I'm already thinking about what that second pick or that first pick for them is going to be, because we have to retaliate.
Yeah, so far an unbelievable performance from the Australian side with 3 full combos still going. And I mean, AK and Zend as well, just, you know, the debut here, like coming in with such a solid performance, highest accuracy.
Yeah.
But we've seen quite a few breaks from the Taiwanese side. Obviously, you know, they're starting to struggle in this second half a little bit, as it does get a bit harder. You know, you've got a lot more of these like doubles, quads, and sort of, you know, a little bit more technical patterns coming in with speed. The Astrophism finds another break, Riser as well. But towards the end, we've
That's all
got this
she wrote.
long burst coming up. Are we going to see big act drops? Yes or no?
No one's breaking on the slow sliders. Good to see. A couple of them. But 3.2 mil we're almost looking at for Australia. That is a great first score. 3 FCs. Oh! Close it out! They did it. They all closed it out. That is a lot harder than it looked, that burst. But here we are on the spinner, and that is the first point for Australia. Congratulations. First pick was a good one for them. Number 2 went their way. 3 FCs, you can't be mad about that. Dummy's probably kicking himself a little bit, but you know, it's Dummy. You know, he's been here before. He probably didn't have the first map buff like everyone else did, but AKNZ, a debut from him, that is brilliant for a debut. That really sets him up nice. Really locks him into FC every other map that he plays afterwards. So I hope we see that from him. And, I can't wait to see what Taiwan retaliates with here. If they banned the hidden, maybe not so much hidden, we might be looking into another no mod or a free mod. But Australia's a very good free mod team. You know, you don't really want to mess with these guys on free mod. Their qualifier scores are very DT. You know, they're top of the class in DT, top of the class hard rock. But free mod, you know, there's a lot of flow aim maps and a lot of players on Australia that are very diverse in their mods, and they've specifically picked those players to be diverse in the mods. So I think they're a very threatening team if you're Taiwan here, and I'm not sure what your best pick is. What do you think, Kane?
Yeah, it's really, really hard to say because obviously they banned the hidden one this time round, so you know it makes you think that they probably don't really want to match them on something like the other hidden or free mods in general. We might see something a little bit more comfy and conventional like Double Time 1. But here we are, we're actually seeing them going for Hidden 2, despite banning Hidden 1. So I guess it's a little bit of a different map in comparison to those two. I mean, Hidden 1 is just such a brutal map when you compare it next to this. This is mostly like dense, snappy aim type of thing. It's like a lot of triangles and square patterns and things like that on 200 BPM with AR9. So I think this is something that, you know, you'd kind of expect Taiwan to do pretty well on. But this year, as we've spoken about, Australia has really changed up their roster. They've just diversified it entirely. Like usually there was a couple of weaknesses, but this time around, like it's just so solid.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I really like this pick because it's getting harder and harder every year to eliminate a pick off of another pick. With how diverse maps are and how diverse map pools are getting, like this Hidden 1 and Hidden 2 are nothing alike. You know, Hidden 2, AR9. Very different oriented map, the Hidden 1. We'll be getting into it very shortly here as Fast hits the enter button on that Hidden 2. See what kind of roster we'll be seeing from Taiwan. I know they were a very, very good hidden team in the past and very, very threatening players on their team that you definitely would ban out against them. So we'll see if that's 2023. We'll see if that's still running. Yeah, Dummy's saying in the chat, where's Flask? He was another legend of Taiwan. I believe it's his first year not playing OWC in a very, very long time. See if his boys can take the reins.
Flask is actually _Fast.
Oh my gosh, he's still in it.
Yeah, they're baiting us a bit.
Oh, he got me. They really got me. But that's more exciting, dude. Seeing Flask in his 50th OWC. What a legend, man! So good to see. But I think we're having some technical difficulties here. You won't be too long though. We've got a very good team on us, sorting out this situation. So, don't go too far. We'll be right back into the thick of it very shortly. But maybe tell us about your day, Kane. How have you been doing, my friend?
Oh no, I've been doing great, to be honest. Like, you know, I've just been doing a little bit of prep work for this. You know, trying to do some research because it's been like 40 years since I think I've casted an OWC. So. You know, it's very, very hard to keep up with all the new players and all the new changes, and just a lot of as I said, a lot of things are changing year by year. But you know, we've had some pretty good matches so far. We could actually talk about some of the other ones that have happened, but we've got we've had some pretty close results so far between Chile and Sweden. They actually went 5-3. We've seen a couple of expected results, you know, the odd 5-0, 5-1 kind of thing from some of the, like, you know, much differing seeded teams. But even this one is like a differing seeded team, and we could expect some sort of like close result. We did see that between United Kingdom and Turkey with a 5-3 result going towards the UK there. But yeah, it's pretty much anyone's game.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to see. You always hope every year that this is the year that you see no 5-0s. Like there's usually in the first round you see a lot of 5-0s with the dominant teams coming in with their seeding number 1 and ridiculous scores coming out the qualifier. They always just bulldoze their way through the first 1 or 2 rounds, you know. But this year, with the pool being this hard and the stakes being so high, yeah, no, we're seeing a lot more 5-3s, and I'm hoping we see a couple of points for Taiwan get on the board here. You know, I hope they even take the lead, because that's the best part when the favorite of the match is under the pressure. They're under the pump from the lower seed. It's a lot more pressure on the higher ranked players to perform than it is on the lower ranked players to, you know, outperform.
Exactly.
So it gives the lower seeded players a lot more of a chance, because the higher seeded players are like, well, we shouldn't be losing this, guys. Why are we losing this? We're down 3-0, you know? Kind of gets them into more of a rhythm, and it's awesome to see. So, but here we are again.
We're seeing each year that like pretty much every team is just improving like overall. So like the skill cap of every player is just going up and up. So like as much as you might see like seed 1 versus 32, like it's unbelievable how good everyone is nowadays, that it's like you could see upsets just happening at any time. But it does look like a lot of the issues have been resolved, and we will be getting into this next hidden pick from Taiwan.
Yep, players have been waiting in the lobby for us. Appreciate them a lot. Been sitting in there getting a little bit cold, but we'll be underway very, very shortly, I assure you. Psych. No stress. We're good to chill here. No one's got anywhere to be. And if you're bored for entertainment right now, we've got OWC Stream 1. We've got New Zealand versus Italy. I believe that's seed 14. I wanna say 14 Italy and 19 for New Zealand. We've got those two guys playing right now. So while you're waiting, maybe go check out how their match is going, because they've got a lot of new players that a lot of new rosters on both those teams, and a lot of new players that haven't played OWC before. You'll see them get very nervous, and you know, getting through those nerves on your first OWC is the most prevailing feeling in the world. So go watch those guys while you're waiting, or maybe go check out the banners. Do we still have banners?
I believe there are indeed banners. You can
we still have banners. So
you
maybe
can
go
support your
check
favorite team.
Yeah, go support your favorite team with a banner. You know, go support. If you're a fellow Australian like me, I will obviously be purchasing the Australia banner for myself to support the boys. You should do the exact same. Support your country wherever they are, and right on the top of your profile, a beautiful profile banner. Thank you very much to Osu and Peppy for delivering that another year and funding this beautiful OWC event, so that these players can play at their utmost best and compete for a hefty prize at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah,
but
the one thing that I wouldn't mind actually talking about real quickly is just that we did have a bit of a roster switch up from the two teams. We saw that Australia was bringing in O/Slash and JGLF, which again are both 2 new players. And this is pretty much what formulates like the Australian hidden roster. Taiwan also had a big roster switch up. They changed in basically every single player. I think is different. I think I saw Spines Knight in there, as well as Tomo Chen, which I think are some of the players that they kind of throw in just specifically for hidden. So they're looking to dive into something a little bit different, try out like the different roster. Maybe some of the other players are not feeling so great right now, but
absolutely, and that's one of the best parts is every country and every team is going to have their own strategy going into OWC. They could have picked Hidden 2 first there, because what I'm thinking is that their 4 players in were playing the map, so they were like, okay, what are the other 4 players that aren't in right now? What are we all playing together? What can we all practice right now and then play in the match? So maybe they've just completely swapped the 4 to another 4 for this first map to have them prepared and ready to go into this first map for the other 4 players. Interesting strategy, and you've got so many different strategies going into pick order and ban order and this tournament. So it's always interesting to see the teams, what they're thinking and how they're going to approach their opponent, and considering all the stuff like their scores and stuff like that on previous rounds. And round of 32 is you get the least information in the round. You don't know that much
pretty
about
much
the
only
game,
get
so-
qualifier results exactly. We do actually have updated results from this match that we are meant to be casting right now. It does turn out that Australia did take that one away with about a 1 million score lead. Emrek was the only full combo in that match, but we did have a high combo coming in from O/. And for the most part, Taiwan had pretty solid scores. They had a lot of 500k, 600k scores, but we had Dummy and JGLF also getting about 600k.
Interesting, very interesting. So where are we at now? Stream's still recovering a bit. Give us a moment, guys. It's very difficult for such a small team to be handling not only one live stream of one match, but a second here on Osu World Cup or Osu Live 2. So give them a moment. We should have the stream back up and running. It's just the client. Client could do with an update, maybe. Shout out. Maybe we could do with an update to the client, but no stress, no rush. There's a lot of other things to worry about. But we should be getting back into it very shortly. But yeah, another thing is talk about the maps in this pool and how we've got so many featured artists this year. We've got featuring Will Steady, new featured artist. Very excited to see. We would have heard that map if we would have heard his beautiful voice if we got to see that map. But unfortunately, we did miss it. So no stress, no stress. Oh, was it the one banned or was it the one picked?
Which one, sorry?
The Will Stetson one.
That was the one that was just picked. We unfortunately did miss that one.
We
but
missed
yeah,
it.
That was the featured artist coming in.
Such a shame. We missed Will Steady put on the vocals, and you would have seen why he's a featured artist in Osu now. But next time we'll see why he's a featured artist. We got plenty of featured artists in this pool, and we got plenty of custom maps, even a custom song in this pool. So the standards are just getting much higher every single year. But there it is. Australia is now 2-0. Taiwan has lost their first pick. Didn't quite go as planned. Wish we could have seen it, but see what they can do next as Australia instantly gets into their bag of DT, starting with DT3. What do you think about this map, Kane?
Yeah, so this is actually a map that I've always wanted to put in a map pool, funnily enough. Like obviously with me doing map pooling in previous years for OWC and just other tournaments in general. This has always been a map that I have looked at for so many times. Like so many times I've always just been like, when and where can we put this in? This is basically like a high AR, somewhat low CS map, but it's just bursts and bursts and bursts. It's like, it is pretty much the epitome of speed. Like if you want to test speed in a map pool, this is the thing that you're looking to test.
Yeah, and this is the year, right? Like this is the year to put it in the pools with the returning traditional map pool values coming back. But here we go, getting into this third map. Dummy, Secret Box, Emrek, and AKNZ will be your speed roster, it seems, for Australia, and Shirosora, Willie, Slow, and Riser, your DT squadron for Taiwan.
Yeah, it's funny. We're actually seeing basically the same players that we saw in the first map, with the exception of Shirosora coming in for Diastrophism. So that's pretty much the only difference between that one and the current pick that we're on right now. But yeah, it seems like a lot of the rosters obviously stick to the same players for the same type of map. You've always got that like speed lineup and that hidden lineup. But I mean, when it comes to the Australian roster and the Taiwanese roster, I wouldn't doubt that a lot of these players are just capable of swapping in and out. But there's definitely going to be some situations where you might feel just a little bit more comfortable on specific picks, and this one is definitely one of those. As you can see, this is just very brutal on the amount of bursts and triples and things like that. And this is just the intro as well. Like, it gets so much harder from this point. It throws 5-note bursts at you all the time. Underscore Slow is going to be the first one to find a slider break there.
Yes, it looks like Slow was a bit too slow for that intro. Guys, this map is 260 BPM. It's quite fast. There's some awkward angles here in the jumps. We've got one break on Taiwan. Still very early into the map, but it's not the longest map in the world, so we're going to have to hurry up and break. But Willie, not sure if that was Bancho or not, but Willie has unfortunately lost his combo as well, and Dummy as well. So, a little bit of a trade there. Still 3-2 to the side of Australia. AKNZ going to see if he misses this match. It's the debut match for him, so if he goes in and FC's not only the first, but the second map, a lot of confidence being instilled in this young player for Australia. Emrek, Emrek's probably just going to do Emrek things. I don't think we're going to see him break for the next 4 weeks, personally. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Emmerich was the only player to full combo the last map, so I mean, we're probably expecting a similar result coming out this time around again. But we've still got 3 full combos from the Australian side, and Taiwan matching that with 2, or not matching that, but having 2 full combos. Willie does find another break coming in there. So far, the only break for the Australian side is Dummy, but they need some of those full combos from the Australian side to drop. Unfortunately, Underscore Slow sees yet another reset, as well as Willie and Rise are falling there.
No.
It does look like it's going to be all said and done on this map unless they see an absolute disaster happen on the Australian side. Shirasora holding on strong, being the only player to actually change up from the previous. But as I say that, Shirasora does fall, so all players on the Taiwanese side have dropped. And we have a Secret Box, Emmerich, and AKNZ still holding on.
Yeah, it looks like this was a great pick, it turned out. I'm not sure how Taiwan performed in their qualifiers for DT, but it's clearly not up to Australia's standards here. They were the number 1 on qualifier results for DT1 and about 2 or 3 for the other DTs. So it looks like we might just be seeing the exact same thing as in the previous map that these guys all played together. That being 3 FCs by Emmerich, AKNZ in a Secret Box, and Dummy being the only break on their team. But well done to them. Great effort from Taiwan, putting in those scores there. Not even bad scores. Nothing below 500k. It's just that map was 1600 combo pumped into 2 minutes of song. So you really had to be able to keep up with that one. And maybe from sitting in the lobby for a while, they might have lost a little bit of their speed. I'm sure they definitely could have all FC'd that.
That map, without a doubt, is a huge test of endurance. And I mean, obviously here, as you can see, I mean, Australian roster, Secret Box, Emmerich, and AKNZ basically all having the same accuracy as well, all 99.4 on that one. It was just incredible to see like how evenly matched they all are on this one. It feels like they're going to literally just be battling each other for who's going to get like the slightly better score on this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A set of monsters, those guys. To get 3 FCs on that map, this pool is not easy. So 3 FCs on that map is very respectable.
So the question is now, where does Taiwan go from here? Do they dive into free mod? Or are we going to see something more along the lines of no mod? I'm thinking potentially they might want to dive into something like no mod 1, maybe no mod 4, something a little bit more like, relaxing, I guess, a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah, exactly. But they could also target Hard Rock 1 here. Australia did ban the Hard Rock 2, but not really the most similar maps. But Hard Rock 1 could be an option here for Taiwan if they're feeling themselves. I know they've got a great Hard Rock roster on them. Ryza, Flask, traditional Hard Rock players back in the day. So good to see if they can still hang on some of these maps versus these new Australian legends. But have a good think about it. It's going to be free mod 1 from Taiwan. What can you tell us about this map, Kane?
Honestly, this map is pretty brutal if you're going to be the Hard Rock player for it. But with that said, obviously there are some Hard Rock giants in this one. And
absolutely.
Yeah, luckily in free mod rules, we only have to have 1 Hard Rock player. They have to have Hard Rock or hidden Hard Rock, and then it has to be 1 hidden only. So for this one, whoever's going to be sacrificed on Hard Rock, yeah, they're probably going to have a bit of a rough time. But with that said, both sides are definitely going to be able to find a competent Hard Rock player for this map specifically. It's still going to be a pretty brutal task on hidden as well. It does feature a lot of streams and awkward patterns and things like that, but it's pretty consistent in terms of its difficulty. It just has so much to offer when it comes to streams. And for the most part, yeah, I believe the no-mod players, if there are going to be... we might see some sort of over-modding, but I mean, it's unlikely. I don't really feel like it's necessary on a map like this. But
yeah, usually in the first stage, you're not too surprised if you see teams go all in on the overmod on the free mods, because the maps are they're not too hard for both teams that they can afford to just put on all the mods and really kind of compete for. It's almost assumed that you're going to both fall way, so you need the mods for the more score, because hidden does apply the 1.06, Hard Rock does apply the 1.06. The score adds up in these maps if everyone's FCing, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that too many FCs on this one. This one's AR 8.8 and 4 minutes long, so it's a lot of time to be hanging in there, especially on Hard Rock. It's balancing your focus for 4 minutes and not missing on any of the small notes, and the same likewise on all the no-mod players. I'm not going to say anyone is super comfortable here playing this map. but it's 4 minutes of AR 8.8. You know, he can get to you, but hopefully we'll be getting into this map soon and we don't have the same problems occurring on this stream. I can assure you we'll have the problem sorted for next time, but it looks like we're having a little bit more difficulty here getting into this map. No stress. If anything, I'd say this map was probably one of the more boring ones. It's I believe it's 4 stars and 5 minutes, or the other way around.
4 stars and 5 minutes.
So you know, I'm going to say we're not going to be missing too much, this 1 minute intro. You know, so hopefully we can catch back in and catch up to the banger parts of this map. Really, just arrive on a break is what I'd really like to see, and just freak out immediately. But no stress, no stress. Hopefully we do arrive at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had a fair few technical difficulties this time around. Obviously, you know, I think this is probably the first time we've used OSLive 2 for the tournament so far, but hopefully in some time we should have those issues resolved.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I believe Italy and New Zealand was at 2-2 the last time I checked, so that's a banger match going on here. Definitely check that one out if you're sick and tired of waiting for us to figure it out. But relax, it's Osu Live 2's first stream in a while. You know, we're getting back up and running. Won't happen again. You have my seal of approval that it will not happen again. But here we are. We made it. I told you we'd make it. And has anyone broken? Emmerich broke! Emmerich broke immediately as we get into the match. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to see. No one else has broken for Australia's roster, though. It's just Willie and Emmerich, it seems, and Taiwan will be closing the gap. Oh! But slow was a little bit too slow for that stream, unfortunately. So Australia will maintain its sizable lead. Diastrophism, another break for him. It's just Tomo Chen remaining as the hidden player and the only FC on Taiwan's side. JGLF a secret box as the hard rock. He breaks on that burst, a bit of a 1/3 burst there. The node slowed down and his fingers couldn't quite slow down with them. So Sayo and JGLF will be holding the fort on this one. Sayo is the hidden for this team. Looks like both the hidden players are the ones full comboing, so it really goes to show how comfortable these guys are on this lower AR stuff. With hidden applied, but JGLF 99%. Same with Slow, just a very unfortunate break for him. He would have been SS almost by the time we arrived, but very awesome sound effects here for this map. Didn't notice that before.
Yeah, and to also mention as well, we aren't seeing an overmod from these two teams. So as we've spoken about before, this map was a little tiny bit harder this time around. You know, this map in particular is definitely one that I would not expect overmodding to happen. And we also actually have Sayo coming in for the first time as well for the Australian roster, and currently on a hidden SS on this map, which is actually insane considering the fact that we do have a lot of tricky rhythms and 1/3 patterns and things like that throughout this entire map. But not to mention, you know, also the ANZT winner this time around as well, absolutely going freak mode in that tournament. So definitely a player to look out for this entire tournament.
But no one's broken a minute. It's been a while, so we kind of just talked that whole time and no one's broken, and these streams are not catching anyone. It's going to stay close at 200k. Willie breaks on the slow part immediately after the hard part. You hate to see it. He would hate to see it the most, but it's only 200. It's now escalating to 300k because everyone's combos are now jacked up to the 4-digit range, except for a secret box. But these hard rock players have it the hardest. The fact that everyone's hitting these is absolutely absurd to me, by the way. These hidden players are just FCing it.
Willie getting an absolutely insane combo with the hard rock there as well. You know, obviously a secret box has made a bit of a recovery since the beginning, but man, these two hard rock players have it the worst. They're definitely going to be the ones to look out for. You know, just overall, this map is pretty brutal on hard rock. Even hidden can be a bit tricky. We do see Sayo does drop the SS. Tomo Chen does find a break as well.
Yeah, there we go. Sayo is still FCing. He's 99.91%. This, I can assure you, will be the best score on the map if he FCs and doesn't drop any more. This is the top score. JGLF is hanging with him. All the FCs have dropped Taiwan, and another break for Slow there, but 1500 combo from Diastrophism. Not quite going to be enough with 2.8 million. It's 3.6 million for Australia on the free mod 1. These guys are a free mod team, you know, what can I say? Great scores from them, and Sayo with 3 100s on an FC. That is unbelievable stuff. We'd love to see it from him.
Outstanding performance, unbelievable. Just like, you know, being the player, that was the first map for them as well. First map debut in ABC, I believe. And not only that, you know, coming in with the 99.88 on Hidden, being one of the modded players, you know, this map is brutal on Hidden. Like, we talked about how hard it is on Hard Rock, but it's definitely got some added difficulty on Hidden for sure. And yeah.
See a rookie doing that on his first map, dude. It's unbelievable. The players we've got this year on all teams, all the players on every team now are just monsters and can all excel at their own fields, and they will excel. That's my favorite part of OWC, is getting to see these guys perform in their natural habitat for the first time and take the world by storm, because it's really the first exposure they get. So awesome stuff. Emrek had a break there. He broke his FC streak. He's going to have to restart that again. Hopefully he'll get it to 20 this time, because 3 is, you know, he's kicking himself over that. I'm guaranteeing you he's mad. But a lot of those players on Taiwan, unfortunate, very unfortunate breaks like that slow part. That should have been a Hard Rock FC from
Willie. Yeah, Willie was going off until that point, and unfortunately the slow part just catches you off guard. Sometimes it happens, you know, like especially on Hard Rock with nerves, like it's so easy to just shake and just, you know, either drop accuracy or like have some sort of miss just in a random spot.
Yep, and the DT bag is being reopened by Australia. Now, they had a 3-way FC and dominated the last DT map, so why not do it again? We'll do it again. So we're going to run to DT2 this time. Why don't you tell us about this map, Kane?
Well, this is no surprise from the Australian roster. You know, they always go in for the double time picks and whatnot. But as you said, you know, we are a bit of a free mod team. Obviously, like, this roster has expanded so much, but this map in particular is focused around a lot of long bursts. There's a lot of like tricky, awkward aim on some of the longer bursts. You've also got a bit of doubles as well, so there's going to be a little bit of ACK and rhythm control, but nothing too crazy. Nothing that both of these teams aren't capable of pulling off. It's pretty comfortable, you know, like in terms of BPM for speed players, it's 219 BPM. The CS is also very forgiving as well. It's 3.6, I believe. And but yeah, a lot of the streams focus around a lot of the stacking and interspacing and things like that. So for the most part, I believe both of these teams are going to put up some very solid scores. Like, this is one of the maps which I honestly expect to be a lot closer out of everything that we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing to mention, this is a custom map made by Dada for this OWC. We've had a lot of issues this first match of Australia versus Taiwan, so we haven't really mentioned it, but there are so many custom maps being made for the pool, and this is one of them. So Dada's giving us a banger here, one like 200 BPM basically. Nice smooth DT map. These players to enjoy, and there's a lot of maps like that in this pool with the restrictions kind of being uplifted for map pooling. These mappers that are now custom mappers in OWC, they have a lot more freedom to do whatever they want. So you're going to see the best showcase of their skills in mapping. And here we go. 4-0 Australia. We're going to need to see Taiwan get on the board here. Can they do it with DT2, or will we see a 5-0 from Australia in their first match? I can't wait, Kane. Let's get into it.
We're going to need to see every single one of the players here turning into the background right now. They're going to need to go demon mode.
We'll need every player entering their final form for this potentially final map. No breaks so far, and a slight ACK lead to Australia, but we're in for a long one. I believe this is the longest DT map in the pool, so lots of time and lots of space to be fast, as we have a little bit of a buffer here, but no stress. I'm sure we'll get back into it. I'm just admiring the physique of the man in the background in the meantime. Wishing it were me.
Wishing it were you.
But if you keep playing these DT maps and you keep pumping the gym, you know, you're going to be as fast as these guys, and you'll end up looking like that. So take this as motivation. Hit the gym, hit the speed maps, you know, improve, better
take
yourself.
This one in tomorrow with your motivation on Monday. Tomo Chen finding the first break though, unfortunately not going background mode.
Yeah,
having yet another reset, but still 3 full combos from the Taiwanese side. We're holding on. Australia's holding on to 4. And
Yeah,
this is
man,
definitely going to get into one of the harder parts.
these bursts in these map where I know it's a lower BPM for DT, but it's kind of like you're drawing a small, you're not moving too much on some of these fast bursts, and then 5 notes covering the whole screen comes out of nowhere. And it's very easy to be off the mark when you're starting those up, and then you have to, when you're sitting in the same spot, and you have to just randomly just go straight vertical. Some of those, that's what Tomo Chen was missing on all of those. But Willie's had another break in the meantime. Australia still hasn't broken. I'm getting a little bit worried for Taiwan here, is where a little, maybe 2/3 of the way through the map, we're going to need to see a lot of breaks from Australia. Emrek's going to need to break his streak again for Taiwan to take this one back, with 2.6 million already to 2.2, and it's only getting faster because these accuracies, 99.84, 99.6, 98.8, and 99 from Australia. No one's mucking around on this roster. Tomo Chen is the only real one struggling. But it looks like Ryza the only one standing, and he's even gone. So GG's, my friends. That was a great effort from Taiwan, but it looks like their DT prowess was not where it used to be, and it's not quite up to standard with 4 FCs. Oh no, a secret box broke. 3 FCs on every DT and speed map in the pool. You know, these guys are experts at what they do, and what they do is speed.
That is going to be GG's. Australia does get 3 full combos in that one. We did see Taiwan have a few breaks towards the end, but they put up a solid performance overall. You know, 3 million team score on this map is very, very strong. And as much as it was a 5-0 result here, you know, that's still going to be a team to look out for in the later rounds for sure. Australia will be going into the winners bracket for next one. But what a match, Jordan. I mean,
wow.
Obviously, we saw some very dominant performances from Australia with some of the newer players coming in this time round. Taiwan rocking a bit of the old roster, but still putting up very strong performances throughout the entire match as well. A lot of 500k plus scores on each player. And, you know, as we mentioned, this map pool is a lot harder this time around, so it is to be expected. You know, we're not going to see as many upsets as expected from previous years, but Australia taking that one away.
Absolutely, and there's a lot to say. You know, Taiwan's not out yet. They've got another chance at the losers bracket rounds, and I believe they'll put up a great fight for whoever they verse down there, because it is Taiwan, and they were still seeing a lot of maps. Almost took a lot of maps from Australia there, but man, so much to say about this Australia team. So many 5 rookies on the team this year, and I didn't see any of them miss. To be frank with you, I don't think I saw a rookie miss this match. So all these guys have come in, and they know what they're coming into. Australia looking to be very threatening this year, and I can't wait to see their future matches. Same with Taiwan though, but unfortunately couldn't hang for the match today. The guys on Australia were playing too well. 8 p.m. is their peak gamer time. So great stuff. Thank you all for joining us here, and as of a little bit of a struggle for the first Osu Live 2 stream, but we will be handing it over to Osu Live 1. We'll be hosting, rating them very shortly. So not sure how the Italy-New Zealand match ended up, but if it hasn't ended up, ended or wrapped up yet, we'll get to see it. But thank you so much for joining us. I was Jordan the Bear, joined by Kano. Any last thoughts, Kano?
Yeah, no, I was honestly just look forward to that Italy-New Zealand match. That thing is a banger right now. They are currently 3-3, so we're going to be sending you guys over there. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and we will see you next time.
Amazing. I get to watch this one too. Later, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome back to the Osu World Cup 2023. Once again, in our round of 32 weekend, we have had some banger matches come through on the A stream and the B stream respectively. Some insane upsets and some really exciting matches I'm sure some of us are happy to have seen. But this match is going to be another one of those matches that I could not be more excited to see. Hong Kong up against Finland. I'm Sad Shiba, and I'm joined by the fantastic Miles in this commentary. What's up, Miles?
Morning, Shiba, and I agree with you. I think this one has the potential to maybe even go the distance. We've got seed 13 in Hong Kong up against seed 20 in Finland. And I'm sure a lot of people were surprised to see Hong Kong seeded down at 13 this year. But obviously they're missing one of their star players in Suwagi. And we're going to see if this Finland team has what it takes to pull off an upset in this one.
I think what's really exciting about this matchup is that with that loss of Suwagi, Hong Kong have a lot less of that full-on star power core. You still have MCY4 and Xion and A21 occasionally, but with that triple core kind of gone, Hong Kong have a lot more vulnerability and a lot less security in this match. And with Finland
having one of the best rosters they have this year, a great hybrid of mechanics and reading on this team. I'm really excited to see what this team can do. They both have some quite respective strengths. In particular, Hong Kong looking a lot more dominant on the control overall. Having MCY4 and Xion doesn't surprise me at all in that regard. But Finland have really good duality here with the really strong aim and mechanics players here, especially players like Amacetic and Freezed, and then having a really strong reading duo in Canalu and Alid. This is going to be an exciting match where I think two really good polarizing skill sets are going to make the first start of this match really close. And maybe towards the late stage, we can get some upsetting or unique win outcomes that maybe neither of us would have expected.
Yeah, I think Hong Kong, they're going to stick to their skill sets that they've really liked in years past. Hong Kong, a really good aim team, a really good tech team. I expect them to pick both of those in this matchup against Finland. Maps like that, Nomad 1, Hidden 2, Nomad 4, probably going to be really good picks for Hong Kong. And then meanwhile for Finland, I think they're going to really like the DT pool and maybe some free mods in this matchup. But we're going to have to wait and see where...
Yeah, indeed. We are going to have to wait and see. Looking at the picks and bans so far. All right, Miles, I got you.
Thanks.
Getting a little bit of time here to do our picks and bans. It seems like Hong Kong have chosen to go for the second ban here. And we are looking and are waiting for our first bans here. What are your thoughts on this, Miles? I'm suspecting maybe a normal 3 or normal 4 ban here for Finland.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think a Nomad 3 ban from Finland here would be expected. That kind of aim control reading alt styled map is something that Hong Kong is typically very, very strong at. But then on the side of Hong Kong, not exactly sure what they're going to ban against Finland. They might ban one of the DT maps, such as like a DT2. It looks like Finland's going to be going for a Hidden 1 ban, so banning out that Flow AR8 Hidden. I think this ban also... This ban makes sense. Hong Kong a really good reading roster, and Finland maybe lacking so in the hidden department. Like, they have good reading players, but I think just not on Flow Aim Hidden.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I was expecting on paper for Finland to at least leave it open.
What is this ban?
For Hong Kong, banning the free mod 2, the anti-mod map with high CS, low AR, reading and precision hybrid here. A bit of a strange ban. I was very much expecting Hong Kong to go for the tapping mechanics here, the double time 2, the no mod 2. Expecting one of those to be banned, especially when you have players like Amacetic around, who is an absolute freak on stuff like this. Really surprised to not see it. These are some weird bans in my eyes, Miles. I'm really surprised to still see the Hidden 1 ban. Yes, it is flow reading, but surely there would have been better options here, wouldn't you say?
I guess so, but Nomad 4 gonna be the first pick coming out from Hong Kong. But, you know, I think I know why Hong Kong didn't ban DT. I think the answer to that is in the qualifier results. Hong Kong, I think, surprising a lot of people on the tapping mechanics in qualifiers, to where on paper you would think that they might fear a skill set like that against Finland, but in reality it's something that Hong Kong might feel really comfortable on, especially in this round of 32 pool. But yep, here...
Yep, Nomad 4 is going to be the next pick here for Hong Kong. A pretty cool tech pick, Rolling Beat, Osu PH Collab Expert. One of those maps that you can kind of see going quite easily towards the start, but towards its later stages, especially towards the bridges and the KIs, the difficulty ramps up quite a bit. There's a particular bridge towards the final KI, which is extremely difficult. Much more slider heavy, much more kind of difficult to ramp up, much faster. And Hong Kong having a phenomenal tech roster overall. Honestly, I'm not surprised with this first pick here. A very good entry pick. And as you mentioned before, Miles, yes, you are right. Hong Kong have done decently well in the qualifiers here. Players like Zumari, F2X, and MCY, surprisingly, actually performing very, very well here. You don't really see MCY as one of those players who could do really well on the type of mechanics. But yeah, no, you may be right. They did perform really well in the qualifiers. And considering the fact that this is very early stage, very low SR pools, there's a good chance for Hong Kong to win in those maps that you would expect on paper Finland to do much better on.
And on a map like Nomad 4, I think Hong Kong is going to be able to bring out their big four, which you see in the lobby at Xion, MCY4, Hibiki, and A21. I would say arguably their hardest hitters on the roster, so if you're able to have all four of them in for a map, I think it's going to be a very good pick for them. But meanwhile, on the side of Finland, we see Zeppe, Kalanlu, and Desku, and Amacetic to take the 4th spot for Finland. So I think another strong roster for them as well. Should be able to contest on this pick, but obviously Hong Kong's first pick, you can only expect it to go one way.
Yeah, Hong Kong have a freakishly demon tech roster here. Generally one of the best control teams in the tournament right now. And having players like Shin on MCY4 and A21 are absolutely no slouches. The new golden trinity of this Hong Kong team. And with Hibiki coming in as well as a fourth, no slouch at all. One of the better performing tech players for Hong Kong in the qualifiers. So this is a great entry roster here for Hong Kong and a very good first pick. You can't still fault Finland though. They do have some good solid tech players here. Zeppe, Amacetic, Desku, and Kalanlu, all very capable of getting a very high score here, especially in Amacetic, who got the highest score on the team in the qualifiers. So I'm looking out for this team, looking forward to seeing what they can do.
We've been seeing a lot of FCs on this map so far this weekend though, so probably gonna be able to expect some FCs to come out of Finland on this one because, you know, it's a round of 32 pool. We expect to see FCs in this round, I hope.
Yeah, true, but this map does have a few sessions that could end up going to a trip pub, maybe a potential choke on one of these respective players. We have seen it previously in the past, despite this map being kind of known to be a lot easier. It's very conventional flow tech with a good set of space streams, and the first drop is going to come for Finland. Desku's going to drop and followed by Kanonlu. So far going to this first Ki, there's still quite a bit to go, but Hong Kong's looking very, very strong. Phenomenal accuracy respectively here. No score under 99 accuracy. And it's just Zeppe and Amacetic to try and hold on, but a double break from Hong Kong is going to even out the combo game now. It's looking very even, but the accuracy is going to really gain. But as that drop from Amacetic comes through, it's all up to Zeppe past this first Ki, the only Finnish soldier to hold on through this first Ki.
That was an unexpected break from MCY and A21, both breaking on the same note, but the trade coming out from Amacetic and Kalanlu going to keep Hong Kong in the lead here. Only Zeppe remaining in this little bridge section. Oh, Desku finding a drop there. That is not what you want to see for Finland. Xion and Hibiki, though, going to look to run into that last quarter of the map, still holding on to the double FC. Oh, but Hibiki finding a break as well, so it's only one FC on either side, with a tied re-established combo of MCY and A21 and Amacetic and Kalanlu. The combos are just barely in favor of Finland right now, so if Xion finds the break, it could go back in favor of Finland at the ending.
I think what makes this really difficult here for Finland is that the accuracy advantage for Hong Kong is so far ahead. You've got several really high acts, but granted though, you still have Kalanlu and Zeppe with the high act, but multiple drops here, especially from Desku and Kalanlu, are going to keep holding on. But hold on, Xion's gone down. It's all up to Zeppe now with the only FC left, but is there going to be enough time? I don't think so. There's barely any enough of the map left, and despite such a valiant effort from Zeppe, beautiful FC from him, Hong Kong take map number 1.
There was just not enough time for Zeppe to come back with the only big combo in the lobby. Xion had dropped that FC way too late, but at the end of the day, it is a much higher average team score for Hong Kong to give them their first pick. And now the pick goes back to Finland. Now I'm kind of curious for what they go for here because Hong Kong, pretty good on tapping still. But I think in terms of just like a skill set that they can put a full roster on, I think they still do go for the tapping. Something like that DT2 or DT1, I think would be really good picks for Finland.
Yeah, I have to agree. There is also a good room for Finland to maybe lean into the aim, but that is a tough pick to go for, considering how strong Hong Kong are on aim, especially players like A21 and MCY around. But still, if you were to look at one of Finland's core strengths, I would say going into either the mechanics, such as DT, Nomad 2, or maybe Nomad 1. Those are the picks that I'm looking out for here for Finland. Maybe the Hidden 1, but that's a risky one. So they still have options. That's the point here. Hidden 2 is still open, and several maps are still possible here for Finland. Their next pick is going to determine how comfortable this team is going to look. With that decent close call there from Finland on the first map, safe to say they still have something in this. Fremont 1 is going to be the next pick for Finland. Crazy levels of Floam consistency. It's pretty much Floam streams and a few jumps here and there. A little bit of spin control on top of that, but very consistent. Your combo game towards the late stage is going to really matter in this map.
Gonna be invoking that free mod strength that I was talking about earlier. I think Finland has a really good mod coverage on their roster. You can see with players like Shadoo's probably going to take the Hard Rock, Kalanlu probably going to take the Hidden, both in the lobby. Amacetic to be that consistent rock on their roster with Zeppe coming in as well. Zeppe actually probably could take the Hard Rock as well. Meanwhile, side of Hong Kong going to be bringing in another extremely hard-hitting player in F2X to take over for Hibiki on this map. Oh, but see more players leaving the lobby. I should probably wait until the lobbies or the rosters are locked before mentioning them, but MCY going to step in with Xion and A21 as well. So another very scary-looking roster coming out from Hong Kong on this map.
Yeah, once again, the Holy Trinity for Hong Kong. Probably going to be in the majority of the maps here. And F2X coming in is no slouch. Always been known to be very spectacular on maps like No More 2. One of his most well-known strengths here is that flow aim. He's showed it in several other tournaments, representing Hong Kong and his own respective teams in other open rank tournaments. So F2X is very capable on this. Probably one of the players to look out for here on this Stream Mode 1. And check in the mods here. Hidden Hard Rock for F2X.
Ooh.
A bit of an overmod here for Hong Kong. Double hidden from Xion and A21. And no mod here for MCY. On the other side, you've got Finland, Zeppe on the Hard Rock, and Kanaloo on the Hidden. Decently safe picks here for Finland. Hong Kong going a bit bold here with the double Hidden.
This map on the longer side, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. There's a lot of time for you to find a break on any random pattern. Where I think in practice, all of these players probably found FCs on this map, but in the match, it is much harder to convert. You see the angles on these streams. They aren't as typical as you usually see in a stream map in a tournament. So lots of opportunity to find a break, but so far, all the players looking good out of the first 350 combo.
Yeah, these stream sessions look a lot more difficult, especially on the Hard Rock. You already saw a few awkward cuts and hack drops here from F2X and Zeppe. It's not a comfortable situation here for these two Hard Rock players. They've got to maintain the combo for as much as they can because they've got the biggest job here, especially in F2X, with a ginormous set of mods that could really benefit Hong Kong in the late game as long as they've got the combo straight. But going into this first little Ki section here, ramp up difficulty here, a few doubles here and there. Kanaloo's going to be the first to drop for Finland. Is it going to be traded at all here from Hong Kong? Doesn't seem like it. Everyone's looking decently comfortable. F2X with a few act drops here and there, but nothing too major. Hong Kong looking really consistent here. The only drop in this entire Ki is Kanaloo. The rest of Finland still hold strong.
Yeah, and you can really see that mod advantage start to take over now that Kanaloo has dropped. Oh, but Xion finally trading it out, so both hidden players have dropped. It's now A21, F2X, and MCY to hold the 3 full combos for Hong Kong, but now in terms of combo, Finland does have a lead, but it's not really going to go over that quickly because, as I was mentioning before that break, the mod advantage for Hong Kong is real, having that hidden Hard Rock, who does actually find the break. So now Finland's going to look to be able to very quickly take the lead on this pick, now still with 3 FCs to 2.
F2X... Oh, go on, sorry.
On a map that's this long, they're going to be able to get some lead. Kanaloo finds another break, but it doesn't matter because he already dropped. But Amasthetic going to trade it out. A no mod dropping on this. That is absolutely massive for Hong Kong.
Yeah, as a normal player, you're expecting real perfection here. The normal player often is given to the most consistent player of the bunch, the one who can secure the biggest combo. The most explosive ones are given the job of the hardest mods here, and F2X earlier on missing on that curved stream, but it's going to be traded thankfully here for Hong Kong. Amasthetic had dropped as well. Kanaloo dropped once again, but Xion drops again on that stream here. MCY4 and A21, the only ones to hold on to any big combo in Finland, are going to start establishing a lead now. The recoveries from both Amasthetic and Kanaloo are going to slowly start giving them that advantage. Zeppe and Shadows, the Hard Rock and the normal player, still looking good. Zeppe massively outperforming in the Hard Rock department, not only holding the FC, but nearly 99 accuracy. Really solid here, but we've still got more streams to go. Final core of the map here, the streams are starting to ramp up in spacing, but no players are seeming to majorly struggle so far, but I'm sure the jobs are still yet to come.
They get through that space stream, man. Zeppe looks so comfortable on this with the Hard Rock. Almost 99% accuracy. He is just beasting through these streams right now. And Amasthetic and Kanaloo's re-established combos gonna look to bring Finland into the end, but they are not nearly out of the woods. They need to hold their combos because Hong Kong is breathing down their neck with MCY and A21's full combo still alive. And F2X on the re-established combo as well. Xion's combo mattered the least there. He had broken earliest before for them. And now into that space stream, F2X finds a drop and everyone on Finland holds. They're gonna look to maybe get out of the woods on this one. Just maybe 30 seconds of map left, not even. Just a few streams to go. Shadows breaks!
Shadows is gone. You can see it's starting to slowly shrink in favor of Hong Kong, but I don't think there's enough time. Zeppe, all you've got to do is hold on to the very end. Can you secure with an FC in the finger control section? You've got it! Shadows drops again, but that's not going to be enough. Finland, seemingly by the skin of their teeth, especially after that drop from Shadows, managed to take it. Phenomenal score from Zepe. And with 2 FCs from NC1 and MCY4, also very impressive, but you have to give props to Zepe there. Phenomenal Hard Rock score, completely blowing F2X out of the water on the Hard Rock.
You always love to see the Hard Rock score take the star performance on a team, and Zepe just putting the team on his back there, holding the only FC until the end. Stu's holding it almost till the end, but at the end of the day, that Hard Rock probably going to be the biggest difference between Finland and Hong Kong on that pick. And now pick goes back to Hong Kong.
It's up to Hong Kong now to establish the lead once again in the points here. They've still got some good maps. They could go for the number 3. But maybe a Hard Rock, possibly? I'm kind of thinking that maybe they want to go for Hard Rock 2 or Hard Rock 1. They've got some good control Hard Rock players here. This Hard Rock 2 especially being a lot more techie flow control. But it is going to be the most predictable one, the one that we all expected. It is going to be number 3 pick next for Hong Kong. 2 of their most well-known skill set strengths are going to be immediately picked here. And I can't help but think this is just a very dominant on-paper pick here for Hong Kong. Finland do have a couple prominent players who could do well on the ult. Particularly Freezed I'm looking at here, who could do something good, assuming he gets in the lineup here. But outside of that, I'm definitely looking at Hong Kong to take this one.
Yeah, no, the reading ult, I think, is a skill set that Hong Kong just salivated when they saw this on the map pool showcase, because this is just the type of thing where they would put up performances that probably are going to top the statistics sheet for all teams. Like, this is a team that is historically extremely good at ult across all rank ranges, across all tournaments. Always expect to see these Hong Kongers doing really well on ult. And this map is no exception.
Frederick Junkie, LSCZ 1 edition difficulty. A 3-minute and 21-second long custom map. Lots of control ult with a good hit of overlap reading during its key eyes, I think is a little bit of a little factor to take into account here. A few overlaps that could lead to a few drops here and there. But it's going to be really those major guitar solo sections that I'm expecting to maybe see a drop from Hong Kong. Outside of that, they're going to be looking very consistent. Most of the time, it's just going to be your typical hybrid ult. Maybe a little bit of snappiness towards the later stage of the map, a little bit of a difficulty ramp up, but outside of that, it's relatively consistent throughout the majority of it. And I think it was expressed a lot by the map pullers before. This is a very fun map as well. One of the more popular ones amongst our OWC players this week. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Finland have to offer against a ult titan that is Hong Kong. But here we go.
In terms of sections I would watch out for on this map, it would definitely have to be the start of the guitar solo, where there is this absolutely gnarly back and forth pattern that in playtesting I really thought it was too hard, but playtesters thought otherwise, so ended up staying in the map, and now it's a very hype, I think, choke point on the map. Although I haven't been seeing too many people break on it, so I might be eating my own words on it, depending on how these players do on it.
Yeah, no, nothing too crazy so far. Just an early drop from Zepe towards the start, probably just getting rid of some early stage jitters, early stage nerves, I don't know, something like that. But we're going into the first KI here. You can kind of see what we're talking about, a good hybrid of snap and flow, a few slider jumps here and there, but this is not really too crazy for our players here. That early bridge from Zepe is all that we're seeing right now. But the accuracy does lean in favor of Hong Kong on top of that. No major score. That's under 99, but 821 is going to be the first to drop for Hong Kong. Combo advantage now in the favor of Finland. And you can see that score gap starting to close in favor of Finland. But Alid is going to trade it before that flip comes to fruition. Hong Kong back to their advantage. Still phenomenal AC as well. The lowest AC being from Xion at 99.29. This team look extremely comfortable despite those drops from A21 now dropping to the lower stack. But still, really, really good start for Hong Kong outside of that A21 drop. It's just Anesthetic and Canaloo holding onto the FCs.
Hong Kong, not necessarily out of the woods yet. At the halfway mark, they need to still hold their combos, because if they drop here, they're going to get that dreaded score cap that you have when you miss it halfway. And but Amasthetic trades it. Hibiki and Amasthetic finding trades in the middle of the map, so that is going to keep this score lead at equilibrium here. It's Colin Liu and Zeppe's reverse choke. Oh, but there goes Colin Liu. So that's the full combo now gone for Finland. It is only Zeppe once again for them up against the mammoth full combos from MCY and Xion on the side of Hong Kong, and they're going to look to take this lead very, very quickly. But here comes the back and forth pattern. Who's going to break? It's Zeppe and Hibiki to trade that one out, but that's the biggest combo from Finland now gone, and Hong Kong is going to look to take a comfortable lead into the last quarter of this map.
Yeah, thankfully for Hong Kong, that dreaded wiggle pattern is not going to trip up MCY and Xion, the two big combos to look out for here for Hong Kong. And Zeppe, after those drops from Callan and Amasthetic, was the biggest combo for Finland, but that wiggle pattern, as you mentioned, is going to trip him up. Finland do not have any combos that they can contest with Hong Kong here for...
Oh, hello?
And MCY and Xion still holding on, I believe. Did he just have a disconnect there? A21 and Zeppe are going to drop again. Still trying to keep talking about the match despite the obvious elephant in the room, that is no Hibiki in the client. I still think Hong Kong still take it. Maybe the base score that Hibiki set before the end of the map is still going to be taken into account here. Callan Liu drops once again. There just simply cannot be any big combo here for Finland. It's just Amasthetic trying to hold on, but it's not going to be enough. MCY4 and Xion perform a masterclass on this Alt Nomad 3 and secure Hong Kong the victory.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, even with Hibiki's disconnect, MCY, Xion, and A21 did just 3v4 that. So, no need to worry about any score calculation stuff, because they actually 3v4'd that. So, yep, very definitive pick for Hong Kong. Now, pick going back to Finland, gonna see where they go from here. They picked that free mod consistency first, and there's not too much left of that in the pool. They've still got a Hard Rock 1, Nomad 1, and Hidden 2 left when it comes to aim, but I do still think this team is going to pick some DT at some point. Finland is too strong of a DT roster, I think, for them to not pick DT.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely expecting that. Finland have a phenomenal mechanics roster. Definitely going to be one of the things that I'm hoping to see from Finland here. Maybe they're just holding on to it, maybe playing a little bit of chicken with it. None of the DT maps have been picked. Fremod has been completely exhausted, and half of Nomad is out as well. The Nomad 2 is more of a speedy mechanics map with a little small aspect of tech, but overall it is going to be a much more on the tapping heavy stuff, so Finland could lean into that one. Still plenty of picks here. I'm curious to see what Finland can do. That Fremod 1 was a big risk, and thankfully still rewarded from that phenomenal score from Zeppe. But I'm still unsure of what Finland are going to pick, more because they have a lot of options. But you have to think about that looming threat from Hong Kong. You already mentioned it before. We already talked about it. Hong Kong are more than formidable on this tapping, considering how well they did in the qualifiers. Even if Finland majorly outshined them here, this is very early stage, to the degree where I don't think any kind of late game stamina is going to really matter for any of these players, even if Hong Kong are in the back foot in speed.
Of course. The way I like to say round of 32 goes is that you kind of just have to FC the maps. It's less, I think, about overall skill set strengths than you have in the later rounds, and it's more about just general consistency, because a lot of players are going to be well-rounded enough to be able to FC maps across skill sets, even if the skill set isn't necessarily their strength in round of 32. And we do see the DT2 pick coming out from Finland, so that DT stamina pick gonna be coming out.
Unlimited R, maps by Dada. I'm sure you may have heard the story before, but if you haven't, let me tell you of it. This map was originally meant to be for World Cup 2022, round of 32, but due to some major skill set overlap with the DT1 at that time, it was delayed and pushed to this year. That is not 4 minutes long. That's a little shorter, I think just under 3 minutes long, but still decently consistent. It's about 225 BPM if I remember correctly. Still decently fast, but considering the quality of some of these players here, I'm not really assuming that this is going to be too difficult. I'm more looking at the finger control and maybe the late game stamina if they struggle with it, but having players like Zumari and Max Birio in for Hong Kong doesn't surprise me at all. F2X, of course, coming in here. MCY4 remaining the staple for Hong Kong. And on the side of Finland, no surprise from any of the players put on here. Freeze and Aesthetic especially are the two stars of the mechanics show for Finland, but Nev and Zeppe as well, no joke, going into this DT2. Finland's chance to even out the score once again.
I was going to mention Zumari and Max Birio, two of the newcomers for Hong Kong. I'm sure not a lot of people are very familiar with them. I know I wasn't before this tournament. Zumari going to be finding an early break, but these are two of the guys who did a lot of contributions towards Hong Kong getting some good scores on the tapping mechanics in qualifiers. So be sure to watch out for them on this pick. This F2X finds an early break as well, so just taking a little bit of a second to get acclimated to the DT2. Meanwhile, Finland still holding on to their four-way out of the beginning.
Yeah, you can kind of see the aspect of the finger control here that could lead to a few unique drops, a few longer streams on top of that, but finger control is where I'm expecting to see maybe a couple chokes here, quite a few doubles and some bursts that could trip up a few people late stage with stamina, but overall, outside of that break from F2X, it doesn't seem like there are going to be any drops into this Kiai here. Finland looking very solid, holding on to their FCs, but Nev is going to be the first to drop as soon as I say that. It's still 3-2 in the FC department here, but Zumari and F2X are recovering swift enough to accumulate a combo advantage. There's the break. Both teams know what's going on, and F2X is going to drop once again. Established back for Finland in the combo advantage here. They've got to hold on. There's still half of the map left to go. As I managed to find the correction here, 2 minutes and 36 seconds long. Decently lengthy for a DT2. Zumari is the next to drop. It's all up to MC4 Max Birio, the only two FCs left for Hong Kong. But on the other side, you've got Finland with 3 phenomenal FCs. And that recovery from Nev. The lead is starting to slip away from Hong Kong. The chances are starting to slip away. Only about 150, 200,000 and climbing now. There's not much that Hong Kong can do. The two lower combos from Zumari and F2X are being completely shut off by Nev, who outshine them combined in the combo.
Yeah, looking so comfortable right now is Team Finland. At this rate, they could be getting a team score almost upwards of 4 million if they can hold on to these 3 FCs into the ending. Yeah, man, you love to see Freeze coming back and performing this well for Team Finland. Zumari finding another break, but Freeze is a player who historically has been that titan for Team Finland. Haven't been seeing him too much so far in this match, but now he is coming in on the DT2, holding that FC into the very ending, almost 99% AC, and Finland is putting in an absolutely astonishing team score on this. They are going to eclipse 4 million score at the end off the 3 very comfortable full combos from Zeppe, Aesthetic, and Freeze, with Nev only finding that break in the middle. So that is a very good second pick for Finland.
Beautiful overall team score from Finland. Freeze, Aesthetic, and Zeppe do not cease to impress on stuff like this. And Nev, despite that drop previously, still getting 700k is phenomenal, outshining both Zumari and F2X. A good attempt from MC4 and Max Birio, still having FCs with decent AC to boot. 99 for MCY and 98 from Max Birio. But simply Finland just completely outshine this. And honestly, who is surprised? This team have always been really good on these type of mechanics maps. Especially when you got players like Freeze coming back. As you mentioned, a titan for this Finnish team. And it's 2-2 now. Even scores once again. It's up to Hong Kong to go into their next pick. What are they going to lean into, Miles? What are your thoughts? The two conventional picks that we all know Hong Kong are going to win on have already been gone. Now's the thought of the more creative options. What do you think, Miles?
They're picking Nelv, I think. That Hard Rock 2, I think, is something that they could be extremely strong on. You have a little bit of a control element. You have a little bit of a tech element combined with the precision. I think that's something they might want to lean into. But at the same time, it could be a little bit risky. They have another alt map remaining as well in that Fremont 3 if they want to go for that. And other than that, I think they could pick any of these aim maps if they want to. I think they're not going to. And they don't. They go for the Fremont 3, the other alt map. Makes a lot of sense after winning that other alt map so convincingly. But this one's a little bit of a different feel. While the Nomad 3, I think, has a lot of control aim and a lot of reading element to it, this one is a lot more flow aim, and I think you're going to see a lot of a difference in how these teams play their mods on this one. I don't think Hong Kong is going to want to overmod this like they did on the Fremont one.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that one. For me, I've got that this map has quite a few snap patterns on top of that. So this is quite overall, quite mechanics heavy. 3 minutes and 14 seconds long as well. Decently long, good enough to keep consistency to be a major factor here. Long-term sustained combo is going to be really valuable here. There aren't going to be as many drops, but quite a bit of 1/4 patterning as well. And with hidden slapped on top, this BPM is going to... This kind of ult is going to actually make it quite dense if you're going to be rocking the hidden. I'm absolutely expecting Kalanlu to be rocking the hidden on this one. Are we going to see the double hidden from Finland? I'm not sure. Are we going to see the hard rock from Zeppe? I'm not sure. You did say, again, with hard rock put on, it's going to be a bit more dangerous here. But considering how well Zeppe played in the previous Free Mod 1 with a phenomenal FC, we could see it. What are your thoughts on this, Miles? What do you think?
I believe that Finland is going to play the exact same mods, and when I said I think these teams are going to take this one a lot differently when it comes to mods, I think I was more referring to Hong Kong. But looks like similar roster to last time going to be coming out for Finland as the Free Mod 1. We see Desku coming in with Amasthetic, Kalanlu, and Zeppe. I feel like that's pretty obviously going to be the Kalanlu hidden and the Zeppe hard rock. Team Hong Kong, I think a little bit more variance. Probably going to see A21 or Hibiki take the hidden. I assume Hibiki hidden. Very, very well-known hidden main. Very long-time tourney player who is known for being a hidden main. And probably going to be MCY4 on the hard rock once again for Team Hong Kong.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting. I was expecting to see Hibiki on the hidden or A21 also on the hidden. Maybe a double hidden, we'll see. Xion, I'm suspecting to be on the Nomad and MCY4. Despite not being on the hard rock previously, considering this is a lot more of an ulti map compared to Free Mod 1, I'm 100% expecting MCY4 on this hard rock. And it's going to be hidden hard rock here for MCY. An even more bold mod pick here for Hong Kong. Xion will be on the hidden instead.
I could not have been more wrong. Hong Kong are over-modding again. They simply do not care. They say, this alt map is my domain. I can do whatever I want in it, so I am going to overmod. But an overmod coming out from Finland as well, going double hard rock. Desku on the hidden hard rock, Zeppe on the hard rock. Kalanlu going to be taking the hidden, so only 2 no mods in the whole lobby. These guys are ballsy.
I was gonna say, man, we see the Hong Kong overmod, but Finland are overmodding as well. Double hard rock here, hidden hard rock for Desku. Kalanlu on the hidden, no surprises at all. Amasthetic on the Nomad, the most reliable one of the bunch, still going to be holding on to the Nomad. Unfortunately, though, he is going to sustain the first break here for Finland. Kalanlu's going to follow up as well. On the side of Hong Kong, you see Xion and Hibiki, the first to drop. Both the hidden players losing their FCs. MCY and A21 are the only 2 combos left. It is an even break away for both of these teams. Hong Kong maybe just winning a little bit more on the recoveries, which is why they've got that lead. But overall, it's still really close, but with that drop from Desku, that's going to change. Hong Kong are going to start pushing away even further now.
Oh, but
A21's going to drop as well. Oh, that's 1 FC gone as well. Gosh, it's looking back and forth here.
That triangle claiming A21 right before the break, that has got to be such a tilting miss. Missing right before the break has got to be the worst feeling in this game. But yeah, only MCY4 holding on to the full combo for Hong Kong up against Zeppe on the hard rock once again. Beasting it for Finland, but he's got a lot of work on his plate this time as Zeppe, so got half of the map remaining. Amasthetic and Kalanlu bringing back their combos, but they're matched by Xion and Hibiki, so I would say this combo is about at equilibrium right now. We're going to need to see another break from Hong Kong for this to go back in favor of Finland. But for now, I think they're fine with that situation. There's a lot of map left to break on, so you just gotta hold your combos and pray for the other team to help you out here.
Yes, that halfway mark has been reached here. A21 is going to unfortunately cap his score quite a bit by missing at the halfway mark. Xion is going to drop, but Zeppe is going to trade it. A much more devastating trade here for Finland. Both of the biggest combos here for this Finnish roster are going to go down. MCY4 remains completely unfazed, and Hibiki with a beautiful recovery, completely shutting down any odds of recovery here for Kalanlu. Hong Kong just completely pushing this far and away from Finland. MCY still holding on to the hidden hard rock full combo. Honestly, I'm not surprised a player like him performing on something like this. Phenomenal score even then, the final quarter of the map to go. And the combos from Finland are falling apart. Nothing here for Finland to fight back with. All they have is a blunt sword and a tiny dagger that is Amasthetic's combo. Whereas on the other side, Hong Kong have got an army of combos here. The only drop being from Xion. Outside of that, A21 Hibiki recovering beautifully, and MCY4 FCing spectacularly. He finally drops on the ending, but 1 million score is still solidified. Hong Kong make it 3-2.
That is such a tragic break from MCY. He was just like 20 combo away from a Hidden Hard Rock FC on that. But regardless, a Hidden Hard Rock near FC on that, on paper, that score is going to be one of the highest scores of the weekend you're going to see on this map. Getting above 1,060,000 means he's going to beat any Hidden FC on that. So very good stuff for Hong Kong on their third pick. So far, haven't seen a breakpoint in this match. All the teams holding strong on their own picks. And Finland are going to need to do the same here, or else they risk putting Hong Kong at match point. So going to need to see where they go from here. They've still got 2 DTs remaining in the pool. And I fully expect them to go for one of them, probably DT3.
Yep, DT3 is 100% looking like the most likely option here for Finland. They seem very dominant on the double time too. This one not being as consistency heavy, much more on the raw speed, but still up Finland's alley, if not more at Finland's alley, considering the slightly higher speed cap needed here. But outside of that, you've also got the normal 2 potentially, maybe saving that DT3 for a more guaranteed solution. Because it's so tight in the main map score here, maybe they just want to stay secure. Maybe they just want to keep going into their strongest picks, stacking and stacking until the late stage when they don't have anything left.
But it's a tough decision. You're in arguably the most important part of the match, 3-2. Yeah. A loss here would put Hong Kong at match point, and a win here would keep the equilibrium and force Hong Kong into their last pick. And they are taking their time, making use of that good 2-minute timer.
Yeah, rightfully so. They also do have a formidable aim team. There is a chance they might go for more of the aim ones, but it's not going to be the case. It is going to be double time 3 as we predicted. I'm guessing they probably had a bit of a confliction here, maybe unsure of comfort, maybe waiting to see which players are the most prepared here. But it's going to be double time 3. Wall, Piroshki's insane. Apologies. This is a pretty speedy one, Miles.
Yep, I would say more towards the finger control, actually. Definitely a more speedy finger control map, though, compared to something like the DT2, which also had a considerable amount of finger control as well. But still something that should definitely go up the alley of Finland after performing so strong on that DT2. You're going to see that same roster come out, I think, and we can already see 3 of those players in. Freeze, Amasthetic, Zeppe, and Desku to take the 4th spot on this one for Team Finland, actually. Meanwhile, for Hong Kong, probably going to see some of those speed players come back in, maybe a Zumari or a Max Virio, but MCY and A21 going to continue to sit. I think those are fine choices. Both of them should be fine on this map, I think, despite not necessarily being known as maybe speed mains, still able to access it in round of 32.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I'm 100% expecting the 2 stable speed players for this Hong Kong team to pop in, but it's going to be F2X instead of Zumari. Okay, still a good player though. Not doubting F2X's ability at all. The guy is still very capable on these tapping maps. One of the better tapping players for Hong Kong. But on the side of Finland, they're sticking with a really strong trio here of Amasthetic, Freeze, and Zeppe, and Desku filling in. It's no surprise at all. Well, again, you could see another player popped in here instead, but still a good player for this. 100% can be the great 4th man for this Finnish team. And as you mentioned, Miles, this one is quite consistent. This is 3 with DT converted. I know you, ladies and gentlemen, cannot see the double time stats underneath. Hopefully that will get changed in the future. But the statistic I've got right here, 3 minutes and 20 seconds long, still decently long. Drain time 2 minutes and 50, but still, yeah, this map is quite consistent. You've got a lot of burst speed and finger control. One thing that I noticed with this map is that quite a lot of the map has a similar pattern that kind of repeat over and over, that kind of don't really stop until towards the late stage where there's more finger control amplified here. You can kind of see an example here of that pattern repeating itself, the repeat slider into bursts and singles here. It mostly stays similar to things like this towards the late stage of the map until that late stage of the map where finger control becomes a little bit more seen, a little bit more obvious. But outside of that, the only drop being from Max Biro going into this intro section. Outside of that, Finland still hold on to the full 4-way FC.
And if Twitch chat is to be believed, this is actually a Finnish tune you are listening to. So if that is the case, then there's a little bit of an outside narrative going on coming into this. But yeah, Max Burio finding a lot of trouble in the beginning, down at 95%. And that is basically going to be the difference in score for now, about 90k in favor of Finland. And they're going to need to hold on to those combos because still 3 full combos for Hong Kong.
So far, so good here for Finland. Only 2 misses here from Max Burio for Hong Kong. The 3 FCs from Hong Kong still remain stable. A good accuracy deficit, though, for Hong Kong. It is Finland just holding on to that big difference here. Desku is finally going to be the first to drop here for Finland. But the lower stack not being the most big drop. You still have Max Burio on the recovery, so combo advantage does lean in favor of Hong Kong. But it's going to be a slow and steady ease into their advantages here. It's still looking really good for Finland, though. Amasetic and Freeze and Zepe all holding on to over 99.4 accuracy. Desku is going to drop once again, though. And if Max Burio can maintain this combo along with the rest from Hong Kong, they're going to slowly but surely start bringing it back. But this act, Miles, is looking like to kind of keep it as a wall here. Even though they have the combo disadvantage, this insane act from the 3 core FCs from Finland are really making this bleed slowly.
Oh my god, this is so close. 3 full combos on both sides. It is just the combo from Max Burio giving Hong Kong the score edge right now. But as you mentioned, the accuracy is still holding on for Finland, and that's going to be the difference. While they hold on, Desku and Max Burio trade again. Oh, but MCY breaks. Third. Zepe, it's 2-2. Oh, everyone is breaking. Everyone is breaking. It is a clone fiesta at the end here.
As I mentioned, towards the late stage, finger control starts to get much more pronounced. You can see the speeds into 2 singles and doubles and much more control here. Amasetic and Freeze remain completely untouched here, and they're going to be holding on. Amasetic drops towards the very ending, but Freeze has got his back. He's going to be able to FC the ending as long as I don't curse him. And towards the late stage, the biggest difficulty ramp up of the map trips up the entirety of the Hong Kong roster. Freeze!
That accuracy, 99.68%. Just breaking at the very end. That is probably one of the best scores you're going to see on that map, despite the break at the end. 4 100s for Freeze. What an unbelievable score from the guy.
99.68 accuracy on a high BPM finger control heavy map with a hugely chokeable section towards the late stage. You can't help but think that this is one of the perfect scores we saw here from this early stage. Granted, he dropped at the end, which is probably the most tragic thing about this score. But outside of that, Freeze letting Hong Kong know that he's the big boss.
As he has been for years in OWC and in community tournaments as well. Whenever you see Freeze, you have to be a little bit scared of him on some of these DT picks because he can just pull off performances like that. And now score tied once again at 3 apiece. Hong Kong hand now forced into their last pick. There's no ult remaining, but I think they could go for something like that Hidden 2 or that Hard Rock 2, as I mentioned earlier. Both going to be pretty good picks for Hong Kong on paper. But yeah, also apparently I was mistaken for that last song being a Finnish tune. It was actually a British tune. So you should have caught me there, Shiva.
I don't listen to this kind of music. What do you mean? I don't listen.
Nomad 1.
Music. My apologies.
Nomad 1.
My taste isn't as sophisticated, but yes, it's Nomad 1 picked here for Hong Kong. This is, I guess you could say, quite a unique one. A bit more unconventional than your standard Nomad 1 here. A few more awkward aim patterns than regular here. You are not going to see most of your comfortable jumps. You're going to mostly see the awkward linear into squares. You're going to see lower spacing to compensate for its linear and awkward patterns. A few awkward stacks as well. This map is a bit more on the awkward side, not your conventional comfortable aim, which makes you think, Miles, do you think Hong Kong have a bigger edge on this? Because Finland, despite being really strong on aim, it might be more on the conventional side that Finland are strong, and this awkward aim might be a bit of a trip up for them.
I mean, it's a round of 32 Nomad 1. Whichever aim you put it, I think it's going to be something that Finland is going to be able to put out a comfy 4 on. But still, this type of awkward aim, I think, is something that Hong Kong is extremely strong on. Oh, and we're seeing another one of Hong Kong's newcomers enter the lobby, Tommy315, another player who joined for, I think, 5 maps during qualifiers, if I remember correctly. So Yep, definitely a player who's going to have some impact on Hong Kong as we go further into the tournament coming in now. So I believe this is his bracket stage debut, though.
This is indeed Tommy315's first map here in the round of 32 of the US World Cup. And honestly, I think this is the best time for him to pop in. He's one of the stronger aim players for this Hong Kong team, performing particularly well on aim and precision in the qualifiers. I'm looking to see good things from this Tommy player. On the side of Finland, you're sticking with your core lineup from your previous speed map. Freeze, Namastatic, Descu, and Zeppe remaining for Finland. The Trinity for Hong Kong and Tommy. This is bound to be an exciting one.
Most definitely. I mean, we're just barreling towards a tiebreaker at this point, aren't we? 6 straight 1 picks from each of these teams, neither letting up a sliver of a break point. Most of these picks have been very definitive.
Oh,
tech difficulties?
Hold on. We may be getting a quick tech refresh. Hold on. I did not expect this. Surprise from both of us, but we're getting back into it. Okay. Nice and quick. I think we're going to transition now into the in-game audio. There we go. Lovely. That was awkward. That was a bit weird, Miles, but it's okay. We're back into the match now. Let's pretend that never happened, shall we? No Mod 1 here picked for Hong Kong. If they are to win this, they've got the tiebreaker point secured for them. But going into this little early bit here, it's just minor accuracy differences here, but that's going to switch at any time.
As much as I was chalking this up to be a awkward aim map, it is also fairly high BPM as well, up at 230 BPM. It's something where we're going to be seeing a lot of players opt into alternating, which I think almost the entire lobby is. 3 out of 4 of the Hong Kong players and 2 out of 4 of the Finnish players are going to be alternating this one. And that could have an impact on things. I know a lot of players are a lot more comfortable at BPMs where they're able to single tap when it comes to the aim. That doesn't appear to have impacted anybody yet. Everybody is still holding on to their full combos as we're about to enter the first chorus, though, as we're really expecting to start to see some breaks from these players.
First key eye to come through here. No players are dropping into this early stage. You can kind of see the patterns here, and the big sliders are not going to trip up anybody. Both of these teams looking really, really solid. It's only Finland holding on to an accuracy lead, but there's the first drop. Zeppe's down for Finland. Advantage immediately flips now for Hong Kong.
Oh, 21.
21 is going to make the trade, and it's back to even ground. Small combo advantage for Finland into this next verse.
So scary. This lead is just teetering on a knife's edge right now. The accuracies are so close. The combos are even closer. Only about 40 of difference between Zeppe and A21. So it's all, I think, going to come down to the next few chorus sections. Oh, but Descu finding a break after that 1/3 pattern. That is not where you want to break. That is exactly halfway through the map. His score just got capped brutally.
That's one of the scariest parts of that map, where it's so easy to choke and mess up if you're not paying attention. Unfortunately, Descu was not prepared for it. A second drop following up afterwards for him, but Finland, unfortunately, going to be on the back foot. Hong Kong with their trinity of full combos here from MCY4, Tommy, and Xion. Still going to be looking good. There's a little bit of a guitar solo section here, a little bit of a difficulty ramp up of the speed as well. You see the bursts, and you see the jumps here. Slider jumps as well, squares into linears. It's looking really tough, but Hong Kong keep it going. Alid and Amasetic as well holding on for Finland here. The recoveries and the 2 FCs for Finland are still quite impressive, but Hong Kong just look way too dominant. A21 completely suppressing Descu, and Zeppe is the last kind of outlying combo here, but considering you have 3 FCs for Hong Kong, there's really nothing you can do.
Yeah, I'd say Hong Kong aren't out of the woods just yet. They have an 1/8 of the map remaining, but all things considered, if a meltdown does occur, Finland still has the prime combos to be able to take it back. Only about 200k of lead for Hong Kong, but Hong Kong beats 21.
I think it has to be a triple miss. It has to be a triple miss because it's getting too far away now. It's 200k. MCY4, Tommy, and Trian all have to drop, and Amasetic and Alad all have to hold. It's looking really dire. Big 1-2 jump section doesn't trip up anybody, and Hong Kong are driving this through, keeping it as far from Finland's reach as possible, despite such a great effort from Alan Amasetic to keep it going for Finland. It's not going to be enough. Hong Kong are at match point.
We are now at 7 straight 1 picks from these teams. Finland now have to convert on 1 more of their picks to force the tiebreaker. And I think of the maps remaining, I think it has to be that DT1. They were looking so strong on the DT2 and the DT3. So the natural progression from that is going to be the remaining DT if they opt into that.
I have to agree.
Looking at the rest of this map pool, it just looks so risky outside of that. Like, I guess they could also pick that Nomad 2, another speed map, but that one I think could be a little bit more accessible to Hong Kong, in my opinion. This is one where that's a fully gut-based opinion. But other than those two DT and speed maps, you have a lot of aim left in the pool. You have precision in that Hard Rock 2. And I'm not sure they're going to want to go for any of that up into this Hong Kong roster.
No, you're definitely, if you're thinking you're Finland, you've got to be safe. You've got to go for the maps that you're the most comfortable with, and the two that immediately come to mind is the Double Time 1 and the No Mod 2. This Double Time 1 isn't like last qualifier's Double Time 1. This has quite a bit more tapping in it. I wouldn't say it's primarily a tapping map. It's kind of a good hybrid between aim and tapping. You still got your good set of standard Double Time aim, but the tapping in this is also going to be quite beneficial here for Finland. What matters is, can they handle the hybrid? Are they going to even go for it? The normal 2 is possible, and it's going to be normal 2. DT1 will not be picked in this match, Miles. It's do or die for Finland. This is the last map for them to secure tiebreaker against Hong Kong. This is it. Are you still is going to be the final pick.
Are you ready? Is what I want to ask everybody, because I think this map is kind of crazy. There's that long stream at the ending that could produce a very hype moment if both these teams can hold some big combos into the ending. But with how Finland has been playing on the speed mechanic so far in this match, I think this is a very good final pick for them to try and force TB. Hong Kong has been struggling a bit to find that, I think, comfortable for the speed. Max Burio has been struggling on speed so far in this match, finding breaks on both DT2 and DT3, but he is not going to be playing this. It's going to be F2X, Xion, A21, and MCY. Which, if Finland is going up against this roster on this, if Hong Kong, all 4 of those players are comfortable on this, I think this could be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think one thing that we need to keep in mind about this map is that it is very on the tapping side. There is not much aim requirement in this map. 234 BPM for 4 minutes. Your speed requirement is really high on this. But for Hong Kong, they're not going to be leaning with either of those 2 strong speed players that we mentioned earlier. In fact, it's going to be F2X, probably going to be the most outlying player here that I'm looking forward to seeing for Hong Kong. Whereas Finland, they're sticking with their core 4 that they have been nailing these tapping heavy maps with. Freeze, Desku, Amasetic, and Zeppe for Finland. It all comes down to this. Your techie speedy shred, burst heavy with a few instances of fin control, 1/3 and a couple bursts and doubles here and there. But generally overall, it's really heavy in that tapping. Very low aim requirement, something that on paper you really see this Finnish team performing exceptionally well on. And with this 4 minutes, this 4-minute length on this normal 2, you have to think stamina could be a valuable component here as well.
We've been seeing a lot of people miss on aim on this, like not even related to the burst at all. We're going to see if either of these teams end up falling victim to that. While I do think the main difficulty emphasis is going to be on the bursts, there are still jumps to miss on this map, which is something that you don't typically see in a No Mod 2 speed map, by the way.
Yeah. Those burst ladders as well have the potential to seriously trip someone up if they are not laser focused here. But going into this first little key ice section, you kind of get the gist of what this map is about. Early stages looking good in favor of both teams. Accuracy is really, really close. No significant score advantage and no drop so far. It's going to start getting really tense with AFC this first Ki here.
Oh, Zeppe!
There it is. There's Zeppe.
Oh,
and there's
Freeze!
It's traded by F2X, but 2 breaks to 1.
It's
going to be disastrous for Finland. Desku's going to go down as well. Amasetic is the last man standing for Finland. Whereas on the other side, Hong Kong showed the break. 3 FCs to 1. 2 sad faces for Amasetic, the man who's going to pull all the weight, and for F2X, the one who can't pull enough. It's all down to the next half here. Amasetic, you've got to hold on.
Yeah, Hong Kong still with 3 FCs. They weren't able to do it on any of the other picks from Finland, but now on this map, looking to go so strong into this second third of the map, still holding onto their 3 FCs. They are exploding in the lead right now, already about 200k in their favor, and they're just going to grow that. During this Ki section, they are absolutely beasting it. F2X breaks again, but it doesn't matter. The 3 FCs are still going. Xion does find a break, and you know, actually, but that Sepe break.
The recoveries here are so valuable, and that has to be it. Abacetic is down. There's a third of this map left to go. A21 and MCY4 remain untouchable on this. 99 accuracy, respectively, 99.01 and 99.65. All the combos from Finland are gone. And 2 FCs are the only things left standing here. The score is going to completely fly out of Finland's reach of possibility to the degree of impossibility. Unfortunately, it's looking too dire. MCY and A21 just look so consistent, so good on this. They don't drop on the 1/3 either. It just looks like it's all Hong Kong here.
Yep, no combos remaining from Finland. It is all Hong Kong. It is all MCY4 and A21 holding onto those 2 FCs into the ending, both nearing 99%, but not quite there. We're going to see if they can manage to get up to 99% on this end burst, which are definitely the most difficult part of the map. They get through that one, but there's still the long burst. See if they can get through that one.
Honestly, I kind of underrated the same requirement. I cannot lie to you. There is actually a lot of weird sections where you're gonna have to move your cursor in very sporadic ways, kind of more on the awkward and scary tight side, but with that final burst coming in, only drop being
A21,
and A21 on the last slider is gonna drop, but it doesn't matter. Hong Kong are gonna be the ones to take Finland off the winner's bracket stage, taking the first breakpoint and the only breakpoint of this match, and Hong Kong will advance into the winner's side round of 16.
After 7 straight picks of 0 breakpoints, Hong Kong comes out with a statement in that final pick, taking it by just nearly 1,000,000 points, and they are going to be moving on into the round of 16 winner's side. Finland, though, put up one hell of a fight on their own picks.
Absolutely, right? They had some great scores to come in, and on top of that, some of the scores from Hong Kong that Hong Kong picked Finland were a great threat on. So that was a good chance that things could have been done differently, but the back and forth chain finally ends in that normal 2. Hong Kong will be the ones to take it, and that will be it. Finland are down, but not out. They are going to be facing another team in the loser side bracket, and this team, considering how much of a fight they put up against a team like Hong Kong, I don't think they're gonna be gone. I don't think they're gonna be gone for very long.
Most certainly. But now I believe that is going to be doing it for this match now. I'm not sure if we have a match on the B stream. We do have a match on the B stream, yep. We've got China versus Japan going to be played on the B stream in 1 minute. So you all should be looking forward to that match. I believe Demarsh is going to come in to replace me at commentary, but you're going to be sticking here, so...
Yes.
I'm going to be saying goodbye to y'all, and definitely enjoy this next match. I think China versus Japan, this could be one of the matches of the weekend.
Indeed. One of the most closest matchups yet. I cannot be more excited. Thank you so much, Miles, for casting with me today. It's been wonderful. And yeah, thanks, guys. We'll be back like very, very, very soon. We're just waiting on our next caster to pop in here. But yeah, great match. Don't go anywhere. The next one is coming up very, very soon.
Kimi wo 苦しめる
Hello, everybody. What is going on? Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We had a brilliant back-to-back match here with Finland against Hong Kong. A great banger. And we are here with another amazing banger. I cannot wait for this one. China against Japan. One of the most exciting matchups of this weekend, if not the most exciting one. The hungriest nation coming into this year against the Sunrise Kingdom. I'm once again Sad Shiba, and I'm joined by the wonderful Dimash.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Alrighty. This match is super exciting. We're already going into our bans here. Really quick stage, considering we were just a little bit late because of the great match that was the previous match between Finland and Hong Kong. We're going into the bans here. DT2 banned for China and Hard Rock 2 banned for Japan. These bans are not really too surprising here. Japan have always been the much stronger mechanics team against China. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can lean into here. Normal 2 is going to be the entry pick for Japan. No surprises here. Tavern Mechanics has always been a great pick for Japan. They've always been really good on this. So I cannot wait to see what is going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, both rosters have got some solid stuff going for them. I think China definitely want to... They want to show what they can do. You know, anybody who watched last year knows exactly what happened. We don't really want to cover it too much again, but you know, still, despite everything, strong roster from China. You know, you've still got David Q2, you've got Burger Fox, you've got Milk Tea. Crystal's back once again, and we all know what Crystal is capable of. Especially early round, late round, can pretty much do it all. But Japan, the return of Varvalian, that's the big story this year. So we're definitely looking to see what Varvalian can do to this roster alongside the returning favorites, Rolpan, Anteline, Evoker, Concon, Kinecon. There's just so much to talk about and so little time to do it.
I know, right? Yeah, hate to see that, because we're already going into our first map here. But looking at these rosters, I'm not too surprised. Seeing Varvalian and Natichi in here is brilliant. Invoker and Rolpan, of course, also good players for Japan playing this here. Looking at China, I think the big star of the show to look out for here is Z9 and Lolo233, also known as Milk Tea. I'm looking forward to those two players in particular. I think those are going to be the two big players for China to potentially fight back Japan on this normal 2. This normal 2, I think, was literally the last one we played in the last match as well. This is some unique kinds of normal 2, not the normal 2 that you'd normally expect. This is more of your speed tech shred map, much more tapping in this, much more speed and stamina heavy, with a little hit of weird awkward aim. I you could say awkward aim. It's not really to the degree where it's aim mechanics. It's more just to the degree where it can be quite stressful and difficult with the amount of tapping needed in this map on top of it. So yeah, 4-minute long shred map. I'm looking forward to seeing what goes down here for both of these teams. And here we go. Japan and China is about to begin.
Yeah, kicking things off. We've got Invoker, Rolpan, Varvalian, and Tichi for Japan. They picked this roster knowing it's going to be their strong early break, though, for Varvalian. Going to put them on the back foot. Much stronger start from China, all for getting through the early opening of the map. Angel Anzu, Crystal, Lolo233, and Z98 for reference. Lolo233 is good old Milk Tea.
Yep, indeed. We're going into another bit of a difficulty ramp-up section here. Varvalian's going to drop once again for Japan, whereas China on the other side look completely unfazed here. Z9, I mean, I know people call him Z98, Z numbers or something. I'm just going to call him Z9 because it sounds very satisfying and it reminds me of a funny old meme back in the day. So I'm just going to keep calling him Z9. But he's looking good here, 96 sack, whereas the rest of China also completely backing him up massively. Great accuracy, particularly from My Angel Anzu with 99.23, the highest stack in the entire lobby, outshining Japan in the majority combo here. But outside of this combo, it's just Varvalian with still the only drop for Japan. Everything else remains solid here for both of these teams. Japan are praying for another Chinese player to drop here going into this next half.
Yeah, definitely looking to be...
There it is!
There it is! Z9 with the drop. And the recovery from Varvalian. He's been known to be a bit of a streamy player in the past. But Invoker is going to put some pressure on the Varvalian recovery, as he will find that drop of the full combo. So it's favored to China right now. They could be looking for an early breakpoint. But Angel Anzu is going to throw a spanner in the works.
That's a giant drop. Mindra Anzu's gone. One of the full combos here. Milk Tea's also going to drop. It's back advantage. Crystal's gone as well. That's a full collapse for China. There's no full combo left now. And Japan are going to be able to fly ahead with this, assuming Rolpan and Tichi maintain it. There's a bit of a slow section to go, but it's not going to be too long until we go into the next Ki here. Big drop for China. They went from a triple FC and a good recovery from Z9 to nothing at all but the combo from Z9 on the recovery. Invoker is also going to be very close to contesting his combo as well. 400 combo and climbing, trailing Z9, whereas Rolpan and TG completely far and away the highest scores in this lobby, holding on to their FCs. Going into this final quarter, Japan completely excelling.
Look at the accuracy on Rolpan right now, really far and above the rest of the lobby. Varvalian going to drop, but still keeping good accuracy. But Tichi will find a miss in the ending of the match, but it's not going to change anything. Z9 cannot do enough after that earlier break. Really gets a lot of China has just been 500k maxed on this map, whereas Rolpan brings it home for Japan.
Final big burst.
Yeah,
Final big
lovely,
burst,
nice
but that's
stream.
gonna be it. That's gonna be it. Rolpan and Tichi completely shred for Japan. And God, that fall apart from China was disastrous. A good recovery from Z9. And if you had to have thought, if China even kept one, maybe two of those full combos, it could have been an entirely different story. It was dead even in favor of China for the majority of that map. But towards the final ending stage, the big fall apart for China and the two superstar combos from Tichi and Rolpan just soared the lead up to about nearly 400,000 score. And Japan take map number 1, avoiding a very possible breakpoint.
Yeah, like you look at the MP and the results of that match, and you just think, oh, that's so tragic for China. Looking at that, you see 1, 2, 3 scores that just got insta locked on the 500k. We had a big drop from Crystal on the accuracy, which is a bit unusual, but I think that was a chain miss, which explains the accuracy drop. But the others, they just weren't strong on that map, and then the breaks all just seemed to happen at once. Z9 managed to build up a nice combo to bring it home, and it was just that. It was unfortunate from China to have that triple break, and all really suffer that 500k gap, whereas Japan, they managed to weave their way through that with some early misses and some good recoveries.
This next pick for China, Dance You Matilda. This is the Hard Rock, no, a Nomod 3, apologies. The Nomod 3. This is a ulti finger control mechanics extravaganza. Kind of a decent hybrid. I'd more say there's a bit more on the snapping side, but it's got quite a bit of control needed in this. And considering China are one of the best ulti teams in this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised. David and Milk Tea are going to be sticking around here for China. I want to second around, sorry. Mindra Anzu and Milk Tea are going to be sticking around. David is going to be put in here for China. Their fourth player, not too sure. You might see Crystal, or you could maybe see another player pop in here for China. But Japan, so far, they're not too sure. But Rolpan for sure will be sticking around. 100% going to be the hidden player for this Japan roster. And thought I'd also add, with Hidden put on top of this, the 1/4 patterning in this map has quite a bit of density in it, which can arguably make this difficult to read with Hidden if you're not too prepared for it. Nothing too crazy, but a good note to add for our Hidden players in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. There is some difficulty with this map. around the sort of hidden mod, but again, it's not great on the Hard Rock either. You will run into difficulty at certain points of this free mod, but it's one of those maps that I think you only go in with absolute confidence. And just to kind of go over the free mod rules, for those that are unfamiliar with how free mod works, we require a hidden player and a Hard Rock or hidden. So that means one must go exclusively hidden and one must go Hard Rock, but may choose to have hidden, just to help with the reading. But other than that, the mods are up for debate, up for choice, and let's see what we've got here going into this map. So no overmodding from either team. Rollpan and MyAngelAnzu will be representing the hidden requirement, and LOL233, Milksea, and Varvalion for the Hard Rock. Just to catch up on those early breaks, Rakuma, Varvalion, finding those early drops. Everyone else seemed to be holding strong though.
So far, so good here for China. Crystal being the reliable guy on the Nomad along with David. And so far, it's looking good for China. Big advantage there. Rollpan on the hidden is going to drop. Both of your modded scores for Japan are going to be cut severely with those drops. Tichi, last man standing for Japan on this score combo. Rakuma, with that super early drop, might I add, only about, 50-60 combo difference here. Not going to be too detrimental for him, but long term, if China maintain at least 2 full combos, Japan are going to be completely oppressed in this map. This is 3 minutes long, though. There is a good amount of time for Japan to recover and hope for China to go for a drop. MyAngelAnzu is going to be the first for China just before the break. Has to sting for him. The hidden combo is gone, but you still have a solid 3-way FC from Crystal, LOL235, also known as David, and LOL233, also known as Milksea.
Yeah, the pressure that puts on. When you see Anzu, with the drop, your team is all looking at that score going, oh, so unfortunate, but it does put a bit of pressure on the other players. Luckily, the roster for China is so experienced, it probably doesn't even phase them one bit. But Japan, they know they've got the work to do. They've got to hold on to those combos, but they've got to focus on recovery. Tichi did have another drop alongside David now, so 2 big combos apiece. The Hard Rocks pulling the work here on this free mod 3.
With that drop from Tichi and Rakuma following up as well, the higher combos for Japan are gone. It's all Varvalion now to try and keep it back on the Hard Rock. But considering that break previously is going to completely negate it, hold on, Milksea's going to drop as well, actually. It's just Crystal fighting for this dominance for China. It's just so slowly shrinking here. And Japan could do something, but there's only a quarter of the map left. Varvalion's not only going to have to hold, but the recoveries respectively from Japan are going to have to stay stable here. Crystal's gone! That's a ginormous combo for China. Is now gone. It's going to start shifting now as long as Varvalion can hold. Mind you, Answer's a great recovery, but Tichi's going to go down.
That's going to slow it down. Looking at Rollpan, MyAngelAnzu, they're battling back and forth. Varvalion's got open court here to build some score. Not a lot of time left though. Tichi's going to drop, not going to help Japan. Rakuma is trying to build something, but I think Japan might just be able to hold on to this. Very little time left. It's reducing, but is it enough? I'm not sure. It is. Varvalion drops. AngelAnzu drops though. I think they hold on to this.
Is that
Big
still time?
No.
Towards the end, that's it. China still got it, but God, was that a close one. Varvalion was trailing. He was hungry. But honestly, I'm pretty sure even then, even if Varvalion drops, I'm pretty sure it was like one of the last notes before the spinner. I don't think Japan would have made it, unfortunately, but still, good lord, did that have some potential? That was a great shot there for Varvalion and friends to get that recovery back, but the early stage combo deficit was too strong for Japan to overcome. China are going to take it.
Yeah, that was really interesting. So we saw, of course, Varvalion, really strong performance. Didn't have as good accuracy as Crystal, but that Hard Rock modifier really coming in clutch to try and, even out that score. Crystal, of course, managing to really hold on to that. But it was the Hard Rocks that really did the work for both of these teams on that matchup. Good accuracies across the board. No real outliers that just let go. It was just unfortunate, I think, for Japan. They just didn't get the combos in, and were just snuffed slightly. But that, you know, the scoreline represents that 73,000 score difference between the two. It is one apiece.
1-2-1 here. It is back to Japan to go into the next pick. I believe you may be having a small minor technical difficulty, which is why we have this lovely O's World Cup screen in front of us. Admire the beautiful graffiti. Not graffiti, sorry. The, what do you call it? Confetti. That's it. The confetti over our lovely logo.
Oh, there's nothing to quite break up the tension of a 1v1 deficit than a lovely technical issue.
Yeah.
It happens. There's not much we can do about it, but it is one of those. So we will fill you in on any picks that happen as best we can, while we try and get things back underway.
Yeah, we're just waiting on to see which picks are going to be up next. We do still see on the MP link that some players are joining and leaving the lobby, so we'll update you guys on that as soon as we can. But I do hear a song. I'm not sure if that's linked to the pool. I think it is. Wait, I think this is DT3 that's been picked for China, for Japan. Sorry, I'm pretty sure this is double time 3.
It is Japan's pick up next.
Yeah.
They can pretty much choose anything. There's no issues on double picking. So DT3, is up next. So
been confirmed by our lovely referee.
Let's try and have a look and see what Japan are going to do here. I mean, you know, just going off what they did on qualifiers, I think we can kind of roughly assume what the rosters are going to be without having to peek into the lobby, as we still try and get the technical issues sorted. So I'm looking at players like David Q2, Burger Fox, Milk Tea, all to come in for this because they carried through the DT in the qualifiers. Whereas Japan, there's a bit of debate on which player is going to be best. They tended to stick with Rolpan, Antolin, Tichy, and Varvalian during their qualifier runs. So it's all going to come down to which fourth player they're putting in for this. And interesting, very interesting. We're seeing Roshi for the first time for Japan. Not really in for the DT scores at all during the... Did show up on DT1 actually.
Yeah.
But we didn't see him much on DT2 and 3 in qualifiers. So this is interesting. An interesting choice from Japan for sure.
Yeah, we didn't see Ryoshi in the qualifiers play any of the tapping heavy maps for Japan, but it's safe to say he's still got some good double time experience. So this kind of speedy finger control map is going to be maybe something that's up his alley. And having Altolin, Tichy, and Varvalian backing him up is no slouch at all. But on the side of China, they've got a formidable team here. Z Numbers and Survivor X4, two of the strong new tapping players for China, along with the two staples, Kurumi and Milk Tea, in for China. So far, so good here for Japan. Z9 is going to be the first to drop here, along with Survivor X4. The two speed newcomers for China are going to be the first to drop, unfortunately. But one thing that I want to talk about in this map is that it is quite on the speedy side, but also quite control heavy. It's also quite repetitive in its patterning. You can see it here. It's kind of the same through and through. Burst into slider into double, burst into slider into double, kind of repeating itself every now and again. Just under 3 minutes long. First break shows here. Japan have a good advantage here, but not too far away are China. Kurumi and Milk Tea still holding on to their full combos. And Altolin, hold on a minute, I didn't notice that. Altolin dropped, hold on, my bad. This is a lot closer than it actually is because the two recoveries from Survivor X4 and Z9 are actually going to be securing a comfort advantage here for China. It's slowly starting to slip through, but this Ki could be the next time we see a drop. Ryoshi, Varvalian, and Tichy still holding strong here. And China are still contesting this. Bancho's going to give us a little bit of time to catch up. Varvalian's going to drop though. That's going to be the big drop for Japan. And now China have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, you can see, like you said, those repeating patterns. They're really, it's really stamina draining, actually, which is an interesting factor. You know, the repeating patterns. You're having a lot of same repetition on the fingers. You know, the bursts. You're all using the same finger constantly. It does, it does cause drops. Antolene Survivor will find those misses, but there's still 3 full combos to China. It's their pick. It's theirs to drop, really, with Roshi and Tichi trying to hold things for Japan. There's a little bit. Varvalian, no, he's gone. He's just gone. There's not a lot Japan can do. They just need a big break from China.
It's too little too late here for Japan. Ryoshi and Taichi are trying so hard to keep Japan in this map. Survivor X4 and Z numbers are both going to drop, but LOL 234 and 233, Caribbean Milk Tea still looking unfazed here. And as long as they just maintain the combos between Ryoshi and Taichi, Japan are going to have no room to come back. And Taichi, with that drop, has got to secure something now. 200k and climbing now for China. Survivor X4 and Z9 may be struggling here towards the late stage, but Kurumi and Milk Tea have got their back. Altalina Varvalian dropping multiple times once again. Ryoshi, the last man for Japan to hold on to a great FC, but it's not going to be enough. China take it and make it 2-1. And it is their pick as well. It wasn't a breakpoint. I thought Japan picked this, but nope. It is China to take it, and they won it.
Yeah, I mean, good scores from Roshi and Taichi. Varvalian struggling a little. But, I mean, if you look at the qualifier results, it is a China-favored map through and through. They managed to actually pull out a different roster for this. Survivor didn't play much of the DT, none of it at all. Z98 only played DT 2, I think, in the qualifiers. So you can tell that this China squad, they've got multiple players who can do DT. It's not just this is the 4-man roster they're going to stick with for all of DT. They've got different members for different things, and I think that's really important for your team flexibility into going into these maps, and that is what made the difference, I believe, with this map, because Japan's roster was a lot more predictable. And that means that they're not as strong, in my opinion.
Yeah, China always been really strong on tapping, especially with their new players.
I do apologize. That was a Japan pick. That was not China.
Oh, I still got trolled. I did get trolled. Okay.
It's because of the client reload. We do apologize for that.
I see.
The picks are still being reconfigured. So sorry. Yes, that was indeed a Japan pick, which makes that a breakpoint for China.
Beautiful for China.
Now we've corrected that. Apologies.
I think okay. So I still think it's right to say that China, maybe not always known. I might have slipped up there, but they do still have a really solid tapping core, especially in this early stage. I think Milk Tea in particular is probably their strongest tapping player on their team. They are missing a player like Joseph Joestar, who was one of the star tapping players from last year, but this year they got some good players to replace him, having Survivor X4 and Z9 multiple times performing decently well in the tapping heavy maps in the qualifiers. Surely enough proven to be formidable tapping players for China, giving China that big upgrade, which had led to a breakpoint on the double time 3. Japan are up against a normal 3 for China though, and this is a scary one. Dimash, China, if there was one skill set that they were very well known for, it is ult and tech, and this is ult.
Yeah, I mean, agreed. 100% agreed. Strong. Very, very strong. However, qualifier results put this pretty much in favor of Japan over China. The best results from Japan outscaled the results from China in qualifiers. So I definitely wouldn't guarantee a Chinese victory on this map. It's definitely a strong pick for them. Maybe they feel that they didn't perform the best in qualifiers, and that's why, I don't think it's a redemption thing. I think it is one of their stronger skill sets. However, Japan did better in qualifiers, and with it scaling down in difficulty, who knows? Who knows? This really could go either way, this map. There's no guarantee.
Yeah, with Konko Kinokon coming in here for Japan, and Rikuima coming back for Japan, there is a good chance Kongo Kinokon, one of the really strong players here for Japan, a long-term player in this country. So I can't wait to see what he's going to be doing here. But this Nomad 3 is a pretty fun and pretty cool control alt map with a good hit of overlap during the KIs. But outside of that, it's pretty fun. It's pretty comfy alt. A small guitar solo section and a small back and forth section that tripped up several players recently. We could see a drop in that regard, but overall, it's looking comfy for both of these teams. No drop so far going into this burst, but there's still a lot of maps to go. That snappy pan could have led to a drop there. That snappy triangle bit, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, so longer map this one compared to what we've been seeing up till now. Of course, this pool starts a very good balance between longer and shorter maps. We've had some of the shorter maps to start this off, so expect these maps to go on a little bit longer. But you do see good combos across.
Oh, that's off.
It's always when I say it, every time. Rikuma, Varvalion, they are down. Early drops, and that is favoring China right now. But like I said, we're still only a third of the way through the map, and there is a lot to go. Some tough sections up ahead.
Those two drops for Japan are going to be massive here for China. Slow section to build up more and more of their lead. All four players holding brilliantly, but Crystal in particular holding on to firing away the highest stack in the lobby. 99.4 is beautiful. Actually, no, I take it back. Kongo Kinokon has the higher rack. But for China, Crystal is keeping them really far ahead. But Kongo Kinokon and Tichi are keeping that threat active here for China. Can Tichi and Kongo Kinokon keep the combos here for Japan, keep them a threat here? It's slowly approaching 300,000 in favor of China, but this next KI section could lead to a drop, but it doesn't seem like it right now, Damash. China remain completely untouchable here. But there's the first drop. Finally, Mighty Lions is gone, but Kongo Kinokon's traded it. Milk Tea may join that though, so it is Tichi, the lone combo here for Japan against two full combos from both Milk Tea and Crystal. It's still so far ahead for China. And going to this final quarter, what do Japan have outside of praying that they can drop? They've got the recoveries, but
I will say, yeah, the recoveries are actually keeping things quite neutral right now. You look, those two combos are about 700. That's 1,400 between the two of them. So actually, they're keeping things quite neutral, only being outscaled by maybe 100. But Rikuma will find a drop, sorry. That is going to favor China once again. Two full combos really doing some damage here. And with no time left in the map, I see a Chinese victory on their own pick.
Yeah, going towards this final ending section, Crystal and Milk Tea just remain ever so composed. And Tichi, despite putting up such a great effort for Japan, it's not going to be enough for the rest of his team. China will take the map and convert the breakpoint. Beautiful stuff here from both Crystal and Milk Tea. Mindro Anzu and Kurumi having great combos as well. Japan had a chance, man. Really big threat towards the later stage with those two combos from Varvalion and Rikuma. Tichi and Kongo Kinokon had a great chance, but overall, the overall total team score, the overall total consistency just leaned way more in favor of China. And they took it. And it's Japan's next pick. They got to try and stay in this with their next option. What do you think they're going to go into, Damash? What are your thoughts?
Well, it's hard to say because I think these teams are very evenly matched up. Qualifier results, they were very close between the two of them. Japan could easily take picks off China and vice versa. We saw it with that map for a long time. There was potential. So it's when every map is a bit of a coin toss, you kind of just have to play into what your team is most flexible on. Where you can get multiple members. You can, if someone's not feeling the map, you can have someone swap in and do just as well. So it's at this stage, it's really, until we get to the last few maps of the pool, it's really hard to put a pick on it. They are going to go with DT1 though. So they're going to stick with that DT, which is understandable for Japan. It's another strong map from qualifiers. I think there's a bit more competition because it's a bit more aim focused, you know, mechanically more challenging. But again, you can't count out either team, and that's what's scary about this matchup.
DT1 picked it for Japan. This is a pretty solid hybrid of DT aim and tapping, but quite a bit consistent requirement here. You need to be quite consistent to play this. A good hybrid of aim and tapping, pretty comfortable. So as long as you're comfortable on that DT, as long as you know what you need to do, as long as you are used to it, which honestly, seeing how early stage this is, not too much of an ask here, especially for these teams in particular. It's looking good for both of these teams, but Japan, I believe, outshine quite a bit on aim. And the aim requirement here, again, is decent, but not too severe. So Japan could still overall, based on the comfort, take this, but it really does depend on how they're feeling on the day. Rollpan, Konkon, Kinikon, and Tichi are going to be in for Japan with their fourth. I'm expecting to be either maybe Varvalion or Autolean. I'm thinking for Japan here. But for China, they've got their lineup instantly. Crystal, no surprise, brilliant aim player. Milk Tea and Karumi keeping their momentum going on this double time 1, and Z9 in as well. Hey, Dimash, do you want to know a fun fact? Did you know this DT1 is the same melody as Japanese Goblin?
That is an actual interesting fact that I did not know. Personal fan of Japanese Goblin, so that's a bonus for me. But interestingly enough, the one thing you can say, looking purely at qualifier results here, is that you had a very strong Japan performance on DT1. It is a strong map for them. And, you know, the big difference between this and qualifiers, you don't get that second run. You get one chance to bring the point home. And when you've got Japan, who had the strongest first run and the even stronger second run, you can't help but feel that it's theirs to lose at this point, which is understandable why they've picked into it.
I think generally what makes these early stage matches so exciting is the fact that it's such a low SR for both of these players. It isn't a matter of who can hold, it's who drops, who will drop, who will choke, who will fumble. And with this DT being pretty damn comfy, all of these players are very okay with this, but Z9 is going to be the first to drop on that bus slider, I believe. And Japan are going to be able to establish a combo advantage, but it's not going to be too much. Big slider jumps come through, and that's one of the first div spikes of the map. Varvalion is going to be the one to fall for it. But considering that early combo advantage there for Japan after that drop from Z9, it's going to be Japan holding on to the advantage, but really not by much. It's going to also start shrinking now in favor of China. After that drop from Varvalion, it's still so even. I would say that accuracy is also very even here. I don't really know who it has the advantage outside of combo from Z9 against Varvalion.
I mean, you've got to look at this from the point of view. It's, from what I've heard of players this weekend, it's
Crystal
considered a break from Crystal very unusual. You're expected to bring home multiple FCs on a map like this. 3 ways is seen as a near requirement, and those breaks are crucial. You've got to get your recoveries in fast. Both Varvalion and Z9 cannot afford a second drop. Otherwise, they put their teams at severe risk. Crystal having that drop is really unfortunate because of the position it's in. You're looking at maybe 600-700k out of Crystal now with the core of the map left, and that is disastrous for China. They need some big breaks from Japan coming in soon.
That big guitar solo session completely unphases anyone. It doesn't touch anybody. Rollpan and TG and Ryoshi all still keeping that 3. We're going for Japan. Varvalion with a beautiful recovery, going up to 800 combo. Z numbers as well. That drop from Crystal's the only thing solidifying this lead for Japan. And we're getting into the stage of the map where it's going to become impossible for China to come back. It's starting to climb up to 300,000. And Milk Tea with that drop is going to 100% secure it for Japan. The nail is in the coffin for this double time 1, and Japan are the ones with the hammer. They're going to be taking this double time 1.
Fantastic score from Japan. Really, really good stuff. 4 million is already in a fantastic DT score, but to take it above that, look at that, 4 S's, not a single miss. Just that one unfortunate break for Varvalian on a slider. I mean, that is exactly what they needed to do right at that point. They could not afford another breakpoint for China with the map pool still as open as it is. That is fantastic stuff from Japan. All 99, no issues. There isn't really much to say about the Chinese performance. I think they'll know that they underperformed on that. They knew what they needed to do, so it's best just to move on for the next map because they're not giving us any other time.
China just immediately saying, you know what, forget that DT1, we're going to go no mod 4. And not surprised at all, Rolling beat a pretty tame and relaxed no mod 4 for the majority of the stages. The only times where I'm expecting to see a bit of a difficulty is the tiny ramp up in the Ki and the bridge in the Ki as well. The ending of this map is also pretty difficult, but until that section comes up, it's pretty standard, pretty tame for these players. I'm more expected to see a tragic choke or a break towards the very end where the slider starts to ramp up in velocity, starts to ramp up in difficulty and awkwardness. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to see from both of these teams. It seems like we're going to be seeing a mid-C here for the first time in this bracket stage for China, with Kurumi, Milk Tea, and Crystal, the perfect trifecta for China, helping him out on this no mod 4. And for Japan, not too sure just yet. They're giving themselves a little bit more time to decide, but it appears to be Konko Kinikon to be sticking here for Japan.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can cut it a million different ways, but the fact is, both teams have the potential to bring home every map that they put up in this matchup. It's the round of 32. Anything can happen, and Japan are looking for a break point. They are looking for one. They need one. It either has to come now or it has to come in their next map, China's last map pick. That's what they're looking for, and this is one of the maps they could take. They performed very well on qualifiers on No Mod 4. It would be, I think they would also agree that it would be an underperformance if they didn't set a good score here. So let's see if this is the map where things break even. Or do China do what China do?
A big thing to point out about this, actually no, Mid-C is not going to be playing here for China. It's in fact going to be David instead. But as you mentioned, Dimash, you're right. Japan in qualifiers outperformed China drastically, and I really do mean drastically, on tech and the no mod 4. Granted, this is early stage, a lot more capable for this Chinese team, especially considering how good this team is on paper on the tech. But it's going to be Kurumi to be the first player to drop for China. But we've still got plenty of time. It's a very easy part, probably just some warm-up here, maybe just some adjustments. But yeah, there's still a bit of time to build up here before we get into the Ki, where there's a small possibility of a drop. So far, so good here. Japan hold that lead, but Ropan is going to drop. But it is traded by Kurumi. But Kongo Kinikon is gone as well. Hold on. Combat advantage is going to be massively now in favor of China. Flipping the score lead now. Crystal, Milk Tea, and David still holding good. Teach and Rikuima, the only two combos for Japan that can try and contest anything here. And there goes David. It's back to even grounds now.
David down, but Rikumi is gone as well. Right at the end. That's so tragic and unfortunate. And that is going to leave Japan in a really nasty spot. Nice little combo builder here for China. They're going to extend that lead just that little bit more. Of course, we do have this incredibly tough tech section coming up. It's the hardest part of the map. So it could all change. If Japan can pull through, they can flip this score in a second. It'll be so quick.
It really has to change soon, though. It's going to have to be one of the full combos here for China. It's going to have to be Milk Tea or Crystal for drop in order to Japan to
That's
get
sick.
this
That's
in
sick.
through. Here we
pulling
go,
through?
big stream to come through. David's
David.
going to be the first one to drop. It's not the big combo you want for Japan. You're still looking at those big full combos for China to go down if you want Japan to try and even out the playing field. That's a big part that's going to be hit. But Kurumi's going to drop next. We're seeing some small consecutive drops for China, but Konko Kinokon's down. One of the big recoveries for China, for Japan is gone.
Solid.
And that's it. Solid play from
Solid.
China. Crystal and Milksy do not let Japan get past their way.
Yes, crazy good stuff. Again, Japan trailing. They had very, very good scores. Tichy, absolute standout performance there, alongside Crystal. I think it was just a bit unlucky. That second break from Konkon really did some damage for Japan, and made up that difference. But other than that, very, very close. Very, very close. But again, China, so strong. So strong, like you said earlier, on the ult, on the tech. It's what they're good at, and they did underperform in qualifiers. You can say it. It's quite alright to do.
I mean, yeah, on paper, this Chinese team are so good on tech. They've always been well known for being good on tech. So seeing Japan and I really mean drastically, 628k on their strongest runs is the difference here for Japan. It's pretty ginormous here.
But you can just look at their lowest scores. They're all consistently at that level. It's about hitting the right pattern at the right time. They all had good AC. The difference was China just managed to get that second combo through. That was the big difference maker. So now we're looking at a situation. It's Japan do not have another point that they can afford to drop. They're gonna have to go through the tiebreaker to win this matchup. They've still got a couple of maps that might be good for them, but China only need one. They're gonna have 3 opportunities to win this match going forward. So a mispick from Japan, a strong pick in their back pocket, could also help them achieve victory, but if not, they've still made it to tiebreaker, regardless of what happens. So in terms of what Japan could go for, I don't think it could be that free mod's the way to go for them. There's still 2 of those available, so they could pick the better of the 2. None of the aim maps have really been touched. Has been the thing I've noticed. So maybe they play into that. They are definitely using their whole time here to really, really think about what they want to do, because they just can't afford to make a mistake at this point.
The Hiddens have also been completely untouched here for Japan. And I'm wondering if that's an intentional choice, maybe to save for the later stage. Japan, despite being very good on the aim and the double time, Hidden is another really valuable strength here, especially when you have someone like Rollpan around, one of the best Hidden reading players in this tournament. One of the better players here for Japan that could single-handedly carry this team onto a Hidden win. But what do you think, Dimash? Do you think Japan are going to be leaning into the Hidden? Do you think they're going to go into aim? What are your thoughts?
Aim seems more likely, if I'm being honest. I don't see any reason for that Hidden pool to get touched at all. There's 2 map picks left. I feel like China might go into free mod in their final pick because they picked it earlier on, but no, it's going to be free mod 1. Free mod 1. I'm wrong today. Free mod 1.
Don't worry, Dimash. We were both wrong. I picked into Hard Rock. Yeah. I picked into Hidden. Yeah, it's fine. But at the end of the day, Japan still going into this free mod 1 is exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing what mods they're going to go into. I'm expecting to maybe see Varvalion on the Hard Rock. I'm expecting to see Rollpan on the Hidden. Invoking Kong King Kong probably either going to overmod or go into the double no mod. I'm probably Tichy. Do you think Tichy would be on the Hard Rock? I'm thinking potentially. He's played in previous tournaments with the Japanese players. He has done Hidden Hard Rock on free mods before. We might see it. So that's a potential, but I'm 100% expecting Rollpan on the Hidden. I'm 90% expecting VarValiant on the Hard Rock. And on the other side, with China, what do you think, Dimash?
I'm assuming that you're going to have LOL233 probably bringing home the Hard Rock on this one. I think VarValiant on the Hard Rock is a safe bet. Hidden is kind of up to debate on both teams. There's a lot of players who could do Hidden here. I think Z98's coming in for the no mod. Mid-C is making an appearance. But again, I mean, there's also a good chance that Rollpan is going to take the Hidden and you want Teachy on the no mod. Teachy's been playing very well today. So there's Crystal. Crystal could play Hidden. It's hard to judge who's going to take what here, aside from probably the Hard Rocks. I don't see a lot of the Japanese side taking the Hard Rocks here, aside from VarValiant. Especially with VarValiant popping off on that free mod 3. But because this map is so long, there's no guarantees on the Hard Rocks bringing home these DFCs, so the no mod players are the ones that you really want to look for, because the expectation is you've got to bring home an FC at this stage. If we want to stay in this, you've got to bring home FCs. But we will see. A few more seconds and we'll find out what those mods are. Any overmodding at all? None from China.
Let's take a look for China. Crystal with the Hard Rock again. That's absolutely no surprise. And Milk Tea on the Hidden, Dimash, not on the Hard Rock, is going to be on the Hidden. And for Japan, VarValiant on the Hard Rock and Rollpan on the Hidden. I think we nailed our predictions pretty solidly, I'd say, outside of maybe the Milk Tea Hidden. But this is still super flowy. This is basically what you would expect from your traditional No Mod 2. But not only is this flowing heavy, it's very long. 4 minutes long, 10 seconds, 180 BPM. General flow consistency tests with a few hits of finger control here and there with some 1/3 and minor finger control. Towards the late stages of the map, the difficulty does ramp up, especially in its key eyes as well. But as you mentioned, no mod is going to be really important here, because the longer this map leads, you have to rely on those consistent players who you know can hold on to comfortable combo for as long as possible. The ones who are least likely to miss on nothing, the ones least likely to trip up or struggle from late game nerf. That great name, a great late game nerf. I'm getting tongue twisted here. But yeah, late game stuff, you're going to really expect a lot from these no-mod players, but so far so good for both these teams. We're not seeing any big drops here, but the the accuracy here from Japan is going to keep them in the lead, especially from VarValiant. 99.3 is looking really good, completely outshining Crystal here on the Hard Rock. Big Floem section here, doesn't trip up anybody into this next third of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you look, if you can bring home an FC on Hidden with flow aim, that is insane. It looked like Rollpan had broke there, but I held my tongue because it was a Bancho indeed, so there's been no breaks so far. We are nearly halfway through, and everyone is holding really, really strong here. The Hard Rocks are doing work, the no mods are where they need to be. It's just an accuracy battle so far. I can't believe this is going to continue. But it might. It might. They've done it. They're halfway there. Who's to say they can't do the other half just as well? There isn't really a lot of change from what I remember of this map into the second half. It's a lot of the same.
Shoddy 1/3 aren't going to be tripped up here from anybody. And we're starting to see another big ramp-up stream, very reminiscent of the previous section. That was also quite a bit of a spike here. No drops for either player. No drops from anybody in this lobby. The accuracy from Japan is making them ahead by about 60 to 70,000 points. How is everyone still holding on to Marsh? Teachy still has a full SS, but he drops as soon as I speak.
SS curse. The SS curse
I mention is going to lead to the most catastrophic change of this entire map. Finally, a drop from Japan is going to start slowly shifting the lead for China. There's a little bit of room for Japan to keep the trade going. Are we going to see any drops from either player going into the last 20k before trying to get this flip? No, it's decently slow here. Crystal and Lol 233 still holding on.
Keeping it close though. I mean, just look. Yes. The FC. Oh my god. Milk Tea down. Milk Tea. Very little time left. That might just flip it back because Teachi's on the no mod. And that's a hidden drop. So I can't believe we're looking at this many FCs. Like, come on.
Is anybody going to trade? It's still really close. Hold on. This is really, really close. Last second. No drops. Milk Tea's the only one to have dropped. Japan have secured the flip. Any drop here towards the end could flip it immediately. Japan keep it going towards the jumps. Milk Tea's gone again. And Japan are going to keep themselves in this game. Japan are not done yet. A triple FC. Invoker drops towards the very ending, but it doesn't matter. Ropan and Varvalian, the two most important modded scores in this map, are going to be the ones to take it and skyrocket Japan. God, what an exhilarating map. Still some brilliant scores from both Z9, Crystal, and Mid-C. God, that was an amazing map. It was so close towards the entirety there. Despite the curse, the bad juju onto Teachy, it was still looking good for Japan. They take it. Dimash, what are your thoughts on their next options here? China are on their next pick now. It's their chance here to secure the victory, finish it off against Japan in what's been a great match so far. What do you think are their next options? There are some ones that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of maybe the free mod 2 or maybe the no mod 1. No, not Nomad 1. No, not Nomad 1. I take that back. What do you think, Dimash? Because I think this is quite tight for China.
China's not going to pick Nomad 1. You're right. 100%. Hidden is like 50-50. Yeah, this is what I was going to say. Hard Rock, they... If you look at the ban from Japan, they banned Hard Rock 2. It's understandable to go into this... Oh, sorry, Japan. Sorry, banned Hard Rock 2. Did I say that? It doesn't matter. So it's understandable that China would keep this in their back pocket. I mean, it is, for anyone who knows this map, which should be quite a few of you, you know, this is it's something you'd kind of farm for aim. It's aim. It's pure aim. Aim consistency. Adding the Hard Rock isn't, or I say shouldn't, change too much for these teams, but I mean, it's gonna be a tough battle for Japan, but they should feel quite comfortable on something like this. But China are Hard Rock favored. It's a strong pick from China.
Well, you may be right in that regard, but I still see a chance for Japan. 100%. They had a phenomenal score from Varvalian on the Hard Rock previously, and yes, it was flow aimy, kind of Varvalian's bread and butter. If you know Varvalian in his prime, especially with the solo scores, Hard Rock flow aim was one of his most strong and renowned skill sets. But Hard Rock aim overall is really good for Varvalian. We're probably going to also see Teachy in this as well. But China have Crystal, and that is going to be the biggest threat for this Chinese team. Crystal is one of the best Hard Rock players in the world, and that's not even like a question. He is one of the best Hard Rock players in the world. He is so incredibly threatening on maps like this. So I'm excited for this one. This is going to be quite good. Ryoshi and Ropan are going to be the last two in here for Japan. Teachy, I'm not surprised about. I already expected him to be on here. But China, two of the Lolols, Crystal and Z9.
Yeah, Milk Tea Crystal, Hard Rock duo, plain and simple. You know, you're probably bringing in all of the big names for China on this. I feel like Z98 is making a much bigger contribution. I'm getting tongue-tied now. Contribution to the hard rock and sort of especially aim maps. I mean, it is aim maps 100%. But we are hitting this hard and fast. Some unfortunate breaks from China could send us to a tiebreaker, and that's the key thing. It is going to require a bit of luck for both sides, really. But the pressure is on Japan because China is going to set a good score here.
You've got several big names to think about here. And into this little streamy build-up section with a few bus sliders, we could see a few drops here and there, but overall, everyone's still looking solid. Big jumps to come through. No major breaks here. This Hard Rock 1, is pretty traditional in its standard Hard Rock aim consistency. Really comfortable, really good BPM, but Rollpan's going to be the first to drop. Big stream section as well here. Multiple opportunities for both of these players to drop, but everyone's looking really good outside of Rollpan, who's dropped once again. Japan struggling from severe fourth-player syndrome right now because the accuracies from the rest of their team is really phenomenal. But trying to still hold on to their full combos. There's still a good amount of time left, 3/4 of the map left to go, and especially in this little section here at the end of the Ki, we could see a big peak here, and no drops for China. Still looking good past this first Ki.
Yeah, they're very good. They're not gaining as fast as they
Crystal!
could. Is that from Crystal? Or is that just... That's a block from
has-
Crystal.
Oh no, that is
Confirmed.
disastrous. That's your best target player gone.
Not the
And now-
highest stack, though. They've
Back
still
to
got
Japan.
Milk Tea.
It's back advantage for Japan though. Rollpan's got a good recovery here. Are the Japanese players going to be able to hold on? Will Rollpan be able to hold on long enough to secure the flip here for Japan? Three area DFCs for each player.
Keep bringing
Oh,
it
gonna be
back.
big!
That's bad.
Karumi!
That's bad. Karumi down. Karumi going mental. I know what people are thinking, and I'm not calling him out on it because he's doing very well right now. Roshi will find a break, though, so we're still even. We're still even. 2 full combos. Supporting combo from Rollpan and Crystal are building back up. There is nothing in this right now. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the only thing that's really secured at the moment is that 45,000 score lead here for Japan. It's really, really even here. Those 2 for combos are going to be so big, but Z9's gone. Another giant combo for Japan. It's gone. Big stream section doesn't trip up anybody. It is Lolo 2-3-3 against the world here. Varvalian and Tichi still looking fantastic. And hold on towards the break. It all comes down to this for Japan. Varvalian and TG have got a hold. Rollpan's recovery is so valuable as long as he keeps it going. And a slow section just before. Nerves are going to start building
nothing
up.
to build the nerves better than a slow section before a final Ki.
Yes.
I tell you what, it's beautiful.
Streams,
Beautiful. Roll
Rollpan's
pan
gone.
down. That's not good, actually. I mean, it's okay.
It's not the biggest combo that you want gone. It's still those full combos from both Varvalian and TG is going to be huge. The recoveries from China, though, are decently threatening enough to maybe late stage cause a drop, especially if at least one of the big combos from Japan are going to go down. Big difficulty section down, and Milk Tea, the juggernaut, has been shut down. Japan, with Tichi and Varvalian soaring like no other player in this match. Completely shredding on this Hard Rock 1, securing 1 million score, securing the map win for Japan, and securing a tiebreaker.
I'm gonna have fun trying to break this down. Okay, so we are looking at an interesting performance. So we come off the rolling beat, right? And you're thinking, right, China on great form. They've made a solid first pick, and then just Japan. I mean, that is a fantastic performance. Look at the accuracy, right? If you have the MP in front of you, you can see 99 across 4 players. 4 players, 99 Akon. Sorry, I'm on the wrong map. My bad. That's a big oof. That's on me. 100% on me. I do apologize. But still, okay. Start again. 299 acts. We got time. It's tiebreak. Everyone's warming up. 299 acts across Japan. Varvalian and Teachy. Incredible. Varvalian was SSing. He had 4 100s, right? Insane performance. Roshi did incredible work on that solid supporting combo. Rollpan had a great recovery. Rollpan's recovery made the biggest impact, to be honest, because there was 2 full combos going nearly the entire length of that match. China could have easily brought 2 Hard Rocks home. They got unlucky, but still, I don't think they could have won, even with 2 full combos, because that was solid from Japan. Absolutely solid performance.
It's your 2-star Hard Rock players that kept Japan alive, and the Sunrise Kingdom's hopes reinvigorated here. It's up to this TB, and you can see in the player chat 3WC, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a beautiful memory, you would know that in 3-Digit World Cup 2022 semifinals, Japan and China duked it out on a tiebreaker. So there's history with this scoreline and these 2 countries. They've duked it out on TB before. Is this the year that history may change? We'll have to wait and see.
I'm gonna be honest.
Is funky, and China won it in 3-Digit World Cup. So,
and I'm gonna be honest. Crystal was there. Crystal is still here. Crystal tiebreakers. That's all I'm gonna say for China. Crystal tiebreakers.
Yeah.
We've seen it. If you were here last year, you saw it. Yikes. Okay.
Yikes.
Not the one of the out of all the players in the world, Crystal is the one person I would never want to go against on a tiebreaker.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
There are others, but Crystal is one of them. Japan have battled their way year out of year on tiebreakers. They are very good at tiebreakers and maps just like this. And like you said, there's a story behind this. 3WC. China took the win. But just because China's done it before doesn't mean China will do it again. But here we go.
Is it time for some national revenge?
That's fine.
Will history be rewritten? It's time to find out. We're just giving the map a little bit of extra time to load here.
We've got the time. We've got the time.
We've got the time. We've got the time.
6 minutes of it.
For both of these teams, for China, Crystal, Milk Tea, Kurumi, and David. And on the side of Japan, Invoker, Konkon Kinokon, Teachy, and Varvalian. It all comes down to this in the round of 32. The fact that we get a match like this so early into the World Cup goes to show how great this tournament is going to be. Let's talk about this TB real quick, Dimash. 6 minutes long, 200 BPM, CS4, AR 9.6. Generally quite control heavy with its techie mechanics aspects hit there on top. Ult, mechanics, tech, thing control, in control. You know it, it's in this map. First quarter and other sections along this are a bit more distinct in it, despite still generally still having that Omni skill set vibe to it. This one being a little bit more on the bursty side, but still having that good mix of skill sets. And later on, we're going to see some more hits, especially more with slide attack and more long streams, finger control, and whatnot.
Ooh.
That map is still yet to come. But going into this early stage of the TB, the early intro section here, David and Kurumi are the only ones to have dropped so far. Kurumi, though, looking good in the recovery. That early drop seemed to have not phased him at all. It is David with that recent drop giving Japan an early 40,000 lead. And accuracy is looking great for Japan. A double SS from both Konkon Kinokon and Varvalian going into this break. And the lowest act from Japan is also phenomenal. Teachy with 99.5.
But again, China also got great accuracy. Very not far behind. And you can't read too much into the early breaks. I mean, if we were expecting a 4-way on the tiebreaker, then maybe. But I don't think we are. Invoker going to be finding drop. So already a little bit of a balance change. Good recovery. You can look at Kurumi's as a near FC. So really you're looking at 1 drop apiece. And China will claw back score. They have combo right now. Despite only a single break from Japan.
slowly but surely, China are going to start building back a little bit of a close in here. Kongo.Kinakon's going to be in next to drop for Japan. That's 100% giving China a good advantage now. Bit of a breakcore section here with a few more bursts and a few more streams than usual here. There doesn't seem to be any drops. The rest of the drops for China are null. Crystal and Milk Tea still holding on to their full combos. Tichi and Varvalion, the duo who have done it several times this match, are still going. But there's still a lot of time left. We're just passing this halfway mark. And there's a big stream section here that could lead to a drop if Stamina is unprepared. And Kongo.Kinakon's dropped once again. China still looking stable.
Yeah, Konkon just unfortunate in their situation. Invoker finding another drop. It's Tichi and Varvalion once again. We saw them do this before. But I mean, you're up against China. Are China going to give you the wiggle room? We have seen them chain miss, but I don't think they're going to do it at this stage. They're warm, they're prepared, they're settled into the rhythm, and Invoker just cannot recover right now. He's not getting anywhere. And that is going to be a double drop, though.
That is a ginormous. That is a ginormous double miss there from China. Two of the big combos gone. One of your FCs are gone as well. Is Milk Tea and David to drop? But you still have Crystal and Kurumi with the giant combos, keeping China alive in this. Kongo.Kinakon and Invoker are going to establish a small recovery lead here. Tichi and Varvalion up against Crystal in the full combos, but Kurumi really not far away. Slowly but surely, Japan are going to start building back with this combo advantage, but there's only a quarter of the map left, and Tichi, no! That's such a disastrous drop! The worst time you could possibly go! The nerves had to have gone to him. Maybe it was a tiny misaim, a tiny mistap, no matter what it was. One of the most important combos for Japan are gone! And it's all up to Varvalion. But up against two ginormous combos. He's got such a tall mountain to climb. He's been in so many of these situations here for the
Tichi's
Sunrise
upset by
Kingdom,
that.
man.
He's upset by that.
Yeah. I would too.
You would be. You would be. It's understandable, but you've got Crystal, you've got Kurumi. Kurumi with the recovery after the early break, which gave Japan the early lead, but you know there's no supporting combo now on Japan. I mean, I know Kurumi dropped, but look who is standing in Varvalion's way.
The man
I told you. I told you. The one person who you would run into on a tiebreaker, Crystal, is doing what Crystal does, and it will be enough to stop Japan proceeding in this winner's bracket.
Crystal, the all-time veteran, one of if not the most legendary players in China, completely nullifying the incoming threat of Varvalion, an equally legendary player from Japan. And with that, Crystal and friends will take Japan down in the tiebreaker. What a phenomenal match, Damage. And you had to have thought reality could have been so different if it wasn't for some of these major breaks from Japan. Of course, I don't want to point it out because I think everyone already knows, but God, what a great match. Such a close tiebreaker. Varvalion with a beautiful FC, evening out Crystal, but Crystal kept him going and gave him a run for his money and kept China in the lead to establish this victory. But Japan 100% down, but not out. They will 100% be coming back in the losers bracket. No way not. And China will take it though. They will advance into the winner's stage. But God, did they have to put up a big fight. Japan were hungry.
So, not to cut this short because I do want to talk about it, but there is a big result going on Romania versus Singapore. Unbelievably, Romania have managed to sneak away with 16,000 score difference on the tiebreaker to win against Singapore despite an 882,000 score from Emilia. Romania sneak their way through Singapore.
That is heartbreaking for Singapore. Wow. And euphoria for Romania. Pick'ems be damned. Aspirations be cleared. Both of these matches were absolutely crazy. But we are going to be moving into our A stream, I believe. So it is
I'm just waiting for confirmation on it, that's all.
Yeah, I believe we did think about it earlier, but I'm just making sure production just got to get clarification that we are going to be switching into the next stage. Yes, we are. So we're going to end it off here on the B stream. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and I hope you enjoyed the match. I know we did. I'm Sad Shiva, joined by the wonderful Dimash. Enjoy the A stream. We'll see you soon.